Part 1, Chapter 1 of A Raw Youth. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Josh Stevens in Ashland, Oregon. A Raw Youth by Fyodor Dostoyevsky. Translated by Constance Garnett. Part 1, Chapter 1. 1. I cannot resist sitting down to write the history of the first steps in my career, though I might very well abstain from doing so. I know one thing for certain. I shall never again sit down to write my autobiography, even if I live to be 100. One must be too disgustingly in love with self to be able without shame to write about oneself. I can only excuse myself on the ground that I am not writing with the same object with which other people write, that is, to win the praise of my readers. It has suddenly occurred to me to write out word for word all that has happened to me during this last year, simply from an inward impulse, because I am so impressed by all that has happened. I shall simply record the incidents, doing my utmost to exclude everything extraneous, especially all literary graces. The professional writer writes for 30 years and is quite unable to say at the end why he has been writing for all that time. I am not a professional writer and don't want to be. And to drag forth into the literary marketplace the inmost secrets of my soul and an artistic description of my feelings, I should regard as indecent and contemptible. I foresee, however, with vexation, that it will be impossible to avoid describing feelings altogether, and making reflections, even perhaps cheap ones. So corrupting is every sort of literary pursuit in its effect, even if it be undertaken only for one's own satisfaction. The reflections may indeed be very cheap, because what is of value for oneself may very well have no value for others. But all this is beside the mark. It will do for a preface, however. There will be nothing more of the sort. Let us get to work, though there is nothing more difficult than to begin upon some sorts of work. Perhaps any sort of work. 2. I am beginning, or rather I should like to begin, these notes from the 19th of September of last year. That is, from the very day I first met, but to explain so prematurely who it was I met before anything else is known would be cheap. In fact, I believe my tone is cheap. I vowed I would eschew all literary graces, and here at the first sentence I am being seduced by them. It seems as if writing sensibly can't be done simply by wanting to. I may remark also that I fancy writing is more difficult in Russian than in any other European language. I am now reading over what I have just written, and I see that I am much cleverer than what I have written. How is it that what is expressed by a clever man is much more stupid than what is left in him? I have more than once during this momentous year noticed this with myself and my relations with people, and have been very much worried by it. Although I am beginning from the 19th of September, I must put in a word or two about who I am, and where I had been till then, and what was consequently my state of mind on the morning of that day, to make things clearer to the reader, and perhaps to myself also. 3. I have passed the leaving examination at the grammar school, and now I am in my 21st year. My surname is Dolgoruki, and my legal father is Makar Ivanov Dolgoruki, formerly a serf in the household of the Versalavs. In this way I am a legitimate son, although I am, as a matter of fact, conspicuously illegitimate, and there is not the faintest doubt about my origin. The facts are as follows. 22 years ago, Versalav, that is, my father, being 25 years old, visited his estate in the province of Tula. I imagine that at that time his character was still quite unformed. It is curious that this man, who, even in my childhood, made such an impression upon me, who had such a crucial influence on the whole bent of my mind, and who perhaps has even cast his shadow over the whole of my future, still remains, even now, a complete enigma to me in many respects. Of this, more particulars later. There is no describing him straight off, My whole manuscript will be full of this man anyway. He had just been left a widower at that time, that is, when he was 25. He had married one of the Fanaryatovs, a girl of high rank, but without much money. And by her hand he had a son and a daughter. The facts that I have gathered about this wife, whom he lost so early, are somewhat scanty, and are lost among my materials, and indeed many of the circumstances of Versolov's private life have eluded me, for he has always been so proud, disdainful, reserved, and casual with me, and in spite of a sort of meekness towards me, which was striking at times. I will mention, however, to make things clear beforehand, that he ran through 3 fortunes in his lifetime, very big ones too, of over 1,400 souls, and maybe more. Now, of course, he has not a farthing. He went to the village on that occasion, God knows why, so at least he said to me afterwards. His young children were, as usual, not with him, but with relations. This was always his method with his children, legitimate and illegitimate alike. The house serfs on this estate were rather numerous, and among them was a gardener called Makar Ivanov Dolgoruki. Here I will note in parenthesis, to relieve my mind once and for all, I doubt whether anyone can ever have raged against his surname as I have all my life. This is stupid, of course, but so it has been. Every time I entered a school or met persons whom I had to treat with respect as my elders, every wretched little teacher, tutor, priest, anyone you like, on asking my name and hearing it was Dolgoruki, for some reason invariably thought fitting to add Prince Dolgoruki, and every single time I was forced to explain to these futile people, no, simply Dolgoruki. That simply began to drive me mad at last. Here I note as a curious phenomenon that I don't remember a single exception. Everyone asked the question. For some, it was apparently quite superfluous, and indeed I don't know how the devil it could have been necessary for anyone. But every one of them asked it. On hearing that I was simply Dolgoruki, the questioner usually looked me up and down with a blank and stupidly apathetic stare that betrayed that he did not know why he had asked the question. Then he would walk away. My comrades and schoolfellows were the most insulting of all. How do schoolboys question a newcomer? The new boy, abashed and confused on the first day of entering a school, whatever school it may be, is the victim of all. They order him about, they tease him, and treat him like a lackey. A stout, chubby urchin suddenly stands still before his victim and watches him persistently for some moments with a stern and haughty stare. The new boy stands facing him in silence, looks at him out of the corner of his eyes, and if he is not a coward, waits to see what is going to happen. What's your name? Dolgoruki. Prince Dolgoruki? No, simply Dolgoruki. Ah, simply fool! And he was right. Nothing could be more foolish than to be called Dolgoruki without being a prince. I have to bear the burden of that foolishness through no fault of my own. Later on, when I began to get very cross about it, I always answered the question, "Are you a prince?" by saying, "No, I'm the son of a servant, formerly a serf." At last, when I was roused to the utmost pitch of fury, I resolutely answered, "No, simply Dolgoruki, the illegitimate son of my former owner." I thought of this when I was in the 6th form of grammar school, and though I was very soon after thoroughly convinced that I was stupid, I did not at once give up being so. I remember that one of the teachers opined, he was alone in his opinion, however, that I was filled with ideas of vengeance and civic rights. As a rule, this reply was received with a sort of meditative pensiveness, anything but flattering to me. At last, one of my schoolfellows, a very sarcastic boy to whom I hardly talked once in a year, said to me with a serious countenance, looking a little away, "Such sentiments do you credit, of course, and no doubt you have something to be proud of, But if I were in your place, I should not be too festive over being illegitimate. You seem to expect congratulations." From that time forth, I dropped boasting of being illegitimate. I repeat, it is very difficult to write in Russian. Here I have covered 3 pages with describing how furious I have been all my life with my surname, and after all the reader will, no doubt, probably have deduced that I was really furious at not being a prince, but simply Dolgoruki. To explain again and defend myself would be humiliating. 4. And so among the servants, of whom there were a great number besides Makar Ivanitch, there was a maid, and she was 18 when Makar Dolgoruki, who was 50, suddenly announced his intention of marrying her. In the days of serfdom, marriages of house serfs, as everyone knows, only took place with the sanction of their masters, and were sometimes simply arranged by the latter. At that time, Auntie was living on the estate. Not that she was my aunt, though. She had, in fact, an estate of her own. But I don't know why, everyone knew her all her life as Auntie. Not mine in particular, but an aunt in general. Even in the family of Versalov, to whom she can hardly have been related. Her name was Tatiana Pavlovna Prutkov. In those days, she still had, in the same province and district, a property of 35 serfs of her own. She didn't exactly administer Versalov's estate of 500 serfs, but being so near a neighbor, she kept a vigilant eye on it, and her superintendence, so I have heard, was as efficient as that of any trained steward. However, her efficiency has nothing to do with me, but to dispose of all suspicion of cringing or flattery on my part, I should like to add that this Tatiana Pavlovna was a generous and even original person. Well, far from checking the gloomy Makar Dolgoruki's matrimonial inclinations, I am told he was gloomy in those days, she gave them the warmest encouragement. Sofia Andreevna, the serf girl of 18, that is, my mother, had been for some years fatherless and motherless. Her father, also a serf, who had a great respect for Makar Dolgoruki and was under some obligation to him, had, 6 years before, on his deathbed, beckoned to the old gardener and, pointing significantly to his daughter, had in the presence of the priest and all the servants bequeathed her to him, saying, "When she's grown up, marry her." This was, so they say, a quarter of an hour before he expired, so that it might, if need be, have been put down to delirium. Besides which, he had no right to dispose of property, being a serf. Everyone heard his words. As for Makar Ivanovitch, I don't know in what spirit he afterwards entered upon the marriage, whether with great eagerness or simply as the fulfillment of a duty. Probably he preserved an appearance of complete indifference. He was a man who even at that time knew how to keep up his dignity. It was not that he was a particularly well-educated or reading man, though he knew the whole of the church service and some lives of the saints, but this was only from hearing them. It was not that he was a sort of backstairs philosopher. It was simply that he was a man of obstinate and even at times rash character, was conceited in his talk, autocratic in his judgment, and respectful in his life, to use his own surprising expression. That is what he was like at that time. Of course, he was universally respected, but I am told disliked by everyone. It was a different matter when he ceased to be a house serf. Then he was spoken about as a saint and a man who had suffered much. That I know for a fact. As for my mother, Tatiana Pavlovna had kept her till the age of 18 in her house, although the steward had urged that the girl should be sent to Moscow to be trained. She had given the orphan some education, that is, taught her sewing and cutting out clothes, ladylike deportment, and even a little reading. My mother was never able to write decently. She looked upon this marriage with Makar Ivanovitch as something settled long ago, and everything that happened to her in those days she considered very good, and all for the best. She went to her wedding looking as unmoved as anyone could on such an occasion, so much so that even Tatiana Pavlovna called her a fish. All this about my mother's character at that time I heard from Tatiana Pavlovna herself. Versalov arrived just 6 months after this wedding. 5. I only want to say that I have never been able to find out or to guess to my own satisfaction what led up to everything between him and my mother. I'm quite ready to believe, as he himself assured me last year with a flushed face, though he talked of all this with the most unconstrained and flippant air, that there was no romance about it at all, that it had just happened. I believe that it did just happen, and that little phrase, just happened, is delightful. Yet I always wanted to know how it could have come about. I have always hated that sort of nastiness all my life, and always shall. It's not simply a disgraceful curiosity on my part, of course. I may remark that I knew absolutely nothing of my mother till a year ago. For the sake of Versalov's comfort, I was sent away to strangers, but of that later, and so I can never picture what she looked like at that time. If she had not been at all pretty, what could a man such as Versalov was then have found attractive in her? This question is of importance to me because it throws a light on an extremely interesting side of that man's character. It is for that reason I ask it, and not from depravity. Gloomy and reserved as he always was, he told me himself on one occasion, with that charming candor which he used to produce from the devil knows where, it seemed to come out of his pocket when he saw it was indispensable, that at that time he was a very silly young puppy. Not that he was exactly sentimental, but just that he had lately read Poor Anton and Palinka Sachs, 2 literary works which exerted an immense humanizing influence on the younger generation of that day. He added that it was perhaps through Poor Anton that he went to the country, and he added it with the utmost gravity. How did that silly puppy begin at first with my mother? I have suddenly realized that if I had a single reader, he would certainly be laughing at me as a most ridiculous raw youth, still stupidly innocent, putting himself forward to discuss and criticize what he knows nothing about. It is true that I know nothing about it, though I recognize that not at all with pride, for I know how stupid such inexperience is in a great dolt of 20. Only I would tell such a gentleman that he knows nothing about it himself, and I will prove it to him. It is true that I know nothing about women, and I don't want to either, for I shall always despise that sort of thing, and I have sworn I will all my life. But I know for certain, though, that some women fascinate by their beauty, or by anything you like, all in a minute, while you may ruminate over another for 6 months before you understand what is in her, and that to see through and love such a woman, it is not enough to look at her, it is not enough to be simply ready for anything. One must have a special gift besides. Of that I am convinced, although I do know nothing about it. And if it were not true, it would mean degrading all women to the level of domestic animals and only keeping them about one as such. Possibly this is what very many people would like. I know from several sources that my mother was by no means a beauty, though I have never seen the portrait of her at that age which is in existence, so it was impossible to have fallen in love with her at first sight. Simply to amuse himself, Versalov might have pitched on someone else, and there was someone else in the house, an unmarried girl too, Anfisa Konstantinovna Sapashkov, a housemaid. To a man who had brought Poor Anton with him to the country, it must have seemed shameful to take advantage of his seigneurial rights to violate the sanctity of a marriage, even that of his serf. For I repeat, he spoke with extreme seriousness of this Poor Anton only a few months ago, that is 20 years after the event. Why, Poor Anton only had his horse taken from him, but this was a wife. So there must have been something peculiar in this case, and Mademoiselle Sapashkov was the loser by it, or rather, I should say, the gainer. I attacked him with all these questions, once or twice last year when it was possible to talk to him, for it wasn't always possible to talk to him. And in spite of all his society polish and the lapse of 20 years, I noticed that he winced, but I persisted. On one occasion, anyway, although he maintained the air of worldly superciliousness which he invariably thought fit to assume with me, he muttered strangely that my mother was one of those defenseless people whom one does not fall in love with, quite the contrary, in fact, but whom one suddenly pities for their gentleness, perhaps though one cannot tell what for. That no one ever knows, but one goes on pitying them. One pities them and grows fond of them. In fact, my dear boy, there are cases when one can't shake it off. That was what he told me, and if that was how it really happened, I could not look upon him as the silly puppy he had proclaimed himself. That is just what I wanted. He went on to assure me, however, that my mother loved him through servility. He positively pretended it was because he was her master. He lied, thinking this was chic. He lied against his conscience, against all honor and generosity. I have said all this, of course, as it were to the credit of my mother, but I have explained already that I knew nothing whatever of her as she was then. What is more, I know the rigidity of her environment, and the pitiful ideas in which she had become set from her childhood, and to which she remained enslaved for the rest of her life. The misfortune happened, nevertheless. I must correct myself, by the way. Letting my fancy run away with me, I have forgotten the fact which I ought to have stated first of all. That is, that the misfortune happened at the very outset. I hope that the reader will not be too squeamish to understand at once what I mean. In fact, it began with his exercising his seigneurial rights, although Mademoiselle Sapozhkov was passed over. But here, in self-defense, I must declare at once that I am not contradicting myself, for good Lord, what could a man like Versilov have talked about at that date with a person like my mother, even if he had felt the most overwhelming love for her? I have heard from depraved people that men and women very often come together without a word being uttered, which is, of course, the last extreme of monstrous loathsomeness. Nevertheless, I do not see how Versilov could have begun differently with my mother if he had wanted to. Could he have begun by expounding Polinka Sax to her? And besides, they had no thoughts to spare for Russian literature. On the contrary, from what he said, he let himself go once, they used to hide in corners, wait for each other on the stairs, fly apart like bouncing balls, with flushed cheeks if anyone passed by, and the tyrant slave owner trembled before the lowest scrubbing maid in spite of his seigneurial rights. And although it was at first an affair of master and servant, it was that, and yet not that, and after all, there is no really explaining it. In fact, the more you go into it, the more obscure it seems. The very depth and duration of their love makes it more mysterious, for it is a leading characteristic of such men as Versilov to abandon as soon as their object is attained. That did not happen, though. To transgress with an attractive, giddy flirt who was his serf, and my mother was not a flirt, was not only possible but inevitable for a depraved young puppy. And they were all depraved, every one of them, and progressives as well as the reactionaries, especially considering his romantic position as a young widower and his having nothing to do. But to love her all his life is too much. I cannot guarantee that he did love her, but he has dragged her about with him all his life. That's certain. I put a great many questions to my mother, but there is one most important which I may remark I did not venture to ask her directly, though I got on such familiar terms with her last year, and what is more, like a coarse, ungrateful puppy, considering she had wronged me, I did not spare her feelings at all. This was the question: how she, after 6 months of marriage, crushed by her ideas of the sanctity of wedlock, crushed like some helpless fly, respecting her Makar Ivanovich as though he had been a god. How she could have brought herself in about a fortnight to such a sin. Was my mother a depraved woman, perhaps? On the contrary, I may say now at once that it is difficult to imagine anyone more pure-hearted than she was then, and has been all her life. The explanation may be, perhaps, that she scarcely knew what she was doing. I don't mean this in the sense in which lawyers nowadays urge this in defense of their thieves and murderers, but was carried away by a violent emotion, which sometimes gains a fatal and tragic ascendancy when the victim is of a certain degree of simplicity. There is no telling. Perhaps she fell madly in love with the cut of his clothes, the Parisian style in which he parted his hair, his French accent, yes, French, though she didn't understand a word of it, the song he sang at the piano. She fell in love with something she had never seen or heard of, and he was very handsome, and fell in love with him straight away, once for all, hopelessly fell in love with him altogether, manners, song, and all. I have heard that this did sometimes happen to peasant girls in the days of serfdom, and to the most virtuous, too. I understand this, and the man is a scoundrel who puts it down to nothing but servility. And so perhaps this young man may have had enough direct power of fascination to attract a creature who had till then been so pure and who was of a different species, of an utterly different world, and to lead her on to such evident ruin, that it was to her ruin my mother, I hope, realized all her life. Only probably when she went to it, she did not think of ruin at all. But that is how it always is with these defenseless creatures. They know it is ruin, and they rush upon it. Having sinned, they promptly repented. He told me flippantly that he sobbed on the shoulder of Makar Ivanovich, whom he sent for to his study expressly for the purpose, and she meanwhile was lying unconscious in some little back room in the servants' quarters. 6. But enough of questions and scandalous details. After paying Makar Ivanovich a sum of money for my mother, Versolov went away shortly afterwards, and ever since, as I have mentioned already, he dragged her about with him, almost everywhere he went, except at certain times when he absented himself for a considerable period. Then, as a rule, he left her in the care of Auntie, that is, of Tatiana Pavlovna Prudkov, who always turned up on such occasions. They lived in Moscow, and also in other towns and villages, even abroad, and finally in Petersburg. Of all that later, though perhaps it is not worth recording. I will only mention that a year after my mother left Makar Ivanovich, I made my appearance, and a year later my sister, and 10 or 11 years afterwards, a sickly child, my younger brother, who died a few months later. My mother's terrible confinement with this baby was the end of her good looks, so at least I was told. She began rapidly to grow older and feebler. But a correspondence with Makar Ivanovich was always kept up. Wherever the Versolovs were, whether they lived for some years in the same place or were moving about, Makar Ivanovich never failed to send news of himself to the family. Strange relations grew up, somewhat ceremonious and almost solemn. Among the gentry, there is always an element of something comic in such relations, I know. But there was nothing of the sort in this case. Letters were exchanged twice a year, never more nor less frequently. And they were extraordinarily alike. I have seen them. There was scarcely anything personal in them. On the contrary, they were practically nothing but ceremonious statements of the most public incidents and the most public sentiments, if one may use such an expression of sentiments. First came news of his own health and inquiries about their health, then ceremonious hopes, greetings, and blessings. That was all. I believe that this publicity and impersonality is looked upon as the essence of propriety and good breeding among the peasants. To our much esteemed and respected spouse, Sophia Andreevna, we send our humblest greetings. We send to our beloved children our fatherly blessing, even unalterable. The children were mentioned by name, including me. I may remark here that Makar Ivanovich had so much wit as never to describe his high-born, most respected master Andrei Petrovich as his benefactor, though he did invariably, in each letter, send him his most humble greetings, beg for the continuance of his favor, and call down upon him the blessing of God. The answers to Makar Ivanovich were sent shortly after by my mother, and were always written in exactly the same style. Versolov, of course, took no part in the correspondence. Makar Ivanovich wrote from all parts of Russia, from the towns and monasteries in which he sometimes stayed for a considerable time. He'd become a pilgrim, as it is called. He never asked for anything, but he invariably turned up at home once in 3 years on a holiday, and stayed with my mother, who always, as it happened, had her own lodgings apart from Versolov's. Of this I shall have to say more later. Here I will only mention that Makar Ivanovich did not loll on the sofa in the drawing-room, but always sat discreetly somewhere in the background. He never stayed for long, 5 days or a week. I have omitted to say that he had the greatest affection and respect for his surname Dolgoruki. Of course, this was ludicrous in stupidity. And what was most stupid was that he prized his name just because there were princes of the name. A strange, topsy-turvy idea. I have said that the family were always together, but I mean except for me, of course. I was like an outcast, and almost from my birth had been with strangers. But this was done with no special design, but simply because it had happened so. When I was born, my mother was still young and good-looking, and therefore necessary to Versolov. And a screaming child, of course, was always a nuisance, especially when they were traveling. That was how it happened that until I was 19 I had scarcely seen my mother except on 2 or 3 brief occasions. It was not due to my mother's wishes, but to Versolov's lofty disregard for people. 7. Now for something quite different. A month earlier, that is a month before the 19th of September, I had made up my mind in Moscow to renounce them all and to retire into my own idea, finally. I record that expression, retire into my own idea, because that expression may explain my leading motive, my object in life. What that idea of mine is, of that there will be only too much said later. In the solitary years of my dreamy life in Moscow, it sprang up in my mind before I had left the 6th form of grammar school, and from that time perhaps never left me for an instant. It absorbed my whole existence. Till then I had lived in dreams. From my childhood upwards I have lived in the world of dreams, always of a certain color. But after this great and all-absorbing idea turned up, my dreams gained in force, took a definite shape, and became rational instead of foolish. School did not hinder my dreams, and it did not hinder the idea either. I must add, however, that I came out badly in the leaving exam, though I had always been one of the first in all the forms up to the 7th, and this was a result of that same idea, a result of a false deduction from it, perhaps. So, it was not schoolwork that hindered the idea, but the idea that hindered schoolwork, and it hindered university work, too. When I left school, I intended at once not only to cut myself off from my family completely, but from all the world if necessary, though I was only 19 at the time. I wrote through a suitable person to tell them to leave me entirely alone, not to send me any more money for my maintenance, and, if possible, to forget me altogether, that is, if they ever did remember me, and finally nothing would induce me to enter the university. An alternative presented itself from which there was no escaping, to refuse to enter the university and go on with my education, or to defer putting my idea into practice for another 4 years. I went for the idea without faltering. for I was absolutely resolved about it. In answer to my letter, which had not been addressed to him, Versilov, my father, whom I had only seen once for a moment when I was a boy of 10, though even in that moment he made a great impression upon me, summoned me to Petersburg in a letter written in his own hand, promising me a private situation. This cold, proud man, careless and disdainful of me, after bringing me into the world and packing me off to strangers, knew nothing of me at all, and had never even regretted his conduct. Who knows? Perhaps he had only a vague and confused idea of my existence, for it appeared afterwards that the money for my maintenance in Moscow had not been furnished by him, but by other people. Yet the summons of this man who so suddenly remembered me and deigned to write to me with his own hand by flattering me decided my fate. Strange to say, what pleased me in his note, one tiny sheet of paper, was that he said not a word about the university, did not ask me to change my mind, did not blame me for not wanting to continue my studies, did not, in fact, trot out any parental flourishes of the kind usual in such cases. And yet this was wrong of him, since it betrayed more than anything his lack of interest in me. I resolved to go, the more readily because it would not hinder my great idea. I'll see what will come of it, I argued. In any case, I shall associate with him only for a time, possibly a very short time, but as soon as I see that this step, tentative and trifling as it is keeping me from the great object, I shall break off with them, throw up everything, and retreat into my shell. Yes, into my shell. I shall hide in it like a tortoise. This comparison pleased me very much. I shall not be alone, I went on musing, as I walked about Moscow those last days like one possessed. I shall never be alone as I have been for so many awful years till now. I shall have my idea to which I will never be false, even if I like them all there, and they make me happy, and I live with them for 10 years. It was, I may remark beforehand, just that impression, that is, just the twofold nature of the plans and objects definitely formed before leaving Moscow, and never out of my mind for one instant in Petersburg, for I hardly think there was a day in Petersburg which I had not fixed on beforehand as the final date for breaking off with them and going away. It was this, I say, that was, I believe, one of the chief causes of many of the indiscretions I have been guilty of during this year. Many nasty things, many even low things, and stupid ones, of course. To be sure, a father, something I had never had before, had appeared upon the scene. This thought intoxicated me as I made my preparations in Moscow and sat in the railway carriage. That he was my father would be nothing. I was not fond of sentimentality, but this man had humiliated me and had not cared to know me, while all those years I had been chewing away at my dreams of him, if one may use such an expression. From my childhood upward, my dreams were all colored by him, all hovered about him as the final goal. I don't know whether I hated him or loved him, but his figure dominated the future and all my schemes of life, and this happened of itself. It grew up with me. Another thing which influenced me in leaving Moscow was a tremendous circumstance, a temptation which even then, 3 months before my departure, before Petersburg had been mentioned, set my heart leaping and throbbing. I was drawn to this unknown ocean by the thought that I could enter it as the lord and master of other people's destinies. And what people, too. But the feelings that were surging in my heart were generous and not despotic. I hasten to declare it that my words may not be mistaken. Moreover, Versilov might think, if he ever deigned to think of me, that a small boy who had just left school, a raw youth, was coming, who would be agape with wonder at everything. And meanwhile, I knew all his private life, and had about me a document of the utmost importance, for which I know that now for a fact he would have given some years of his life if I had told him the secret at the time. But I notice that I am talking in riddles. One cannot describe feelings without facts. Besides which, there will be enough about all this in its proper place. It is with that object I have taken up my pen. Writing like this is like a cloud of words or the ravings of delirium. 8. Finally, to pass once for all to the 19th of September, I will observe briefly, and so to say cursorily, that I found them all, that is, Versilov, my mother, and my sister, the latter I saw for the first time in my life, in difficult circumstances, almost destitute, or at least on the verge of destitution. I knew of this before leaving Moscow, but yet I was not prepared for what I saw. I had been accustomed from childhood to imagine this man, this future father of mine, in brilliant surroundings, and could not picture him except as the leading figure everywhere. Versilov had never shared the same lodgings with my mother, but had always taken rooms for her apart. He did this, of course, out of regard for their very contemptible proprieties. But here they were all living together in a little wooden lodge in a back street in the Semyonovsky Polk. All their things were in pawn, so that without Versilov's knowledge, I gave my mother my secret 60 rubles. Secret, because I had saved them up in the course of 2 years out of my pocket money, which was 5 rubles a month. I had begun saving from the very day I had conceived my idea, and so Versilov must know nothing about the money. I trembled at the thought of that. My help was like a drop in the ocean. My mother worked hard, and my sister too took in sewing. Versilov lived in idleness, indulged his whims, and kept up a number of his former rather expensive habits. He grumbled terribly, especially at dinner, and he was absolutely despotic in all his ways. But my mother, my sister, Tatiana Pavlovna, and the whole family of the late Andronikov, the head of some department, who used also to manage Versilov's affairs and had died 3 months before, consisting of innumerable women, groveled before him as though he were a fetish. I had not imagined this. I may remark that 9 years before he had been infinitely more elegant. I have said already that I had kept the image of him in my dreams surrounded by a sort of brilliance, and so I could not conceive how it was possible, after only 9 years, for him to look so much older and to be so worn out. I felt at once sad, sorry, ashamed. The sight of him was one of the most painful of my first impressions on my arrival. Yet he was by no means an old man. He was only 45. Looking at him more closely, I found in his handsome face something even more striking than what I had kept in my memory. There was less of the brilliance of those days, less external beauty, less elegance even, but life had, as it were, stamped on that face something far more interesting than before. Meanwhile, poverty was not the 10th or 20th fraction of his misfortunes, and I knew that. There was something infinitely more serious than poverty, apart from the fact that there was still a hope that Versilov might win the lawsuit he had been contesting for the last year with the Princes Sokolsky, and might in the immediate future come into an estate to the value of 70,000 or more. I have said above that Versilov had run through 3 fortunes in his life, and here another fortune was coming to his rescue again. The case was to be settled very shortly. It was just then that I arrived. It is true that no one would lend him money on his expectations. There was nowhere he could borrow, and meanwhile they had to suffer. Versilov visited no one, though he sometimes was out for the whole day. It was more than a year since he had been banished from society. In spite of all my efforts, this scandal remained for the most part a mystery, though I had been a whole month in Petersburg. Was Versilov guilty or not guilty? That was what mattered to me. That is what I had come to Petersburg for. Everyone had turned against him, among others all the influential and distinguished people with whom he had been particularly clever in maintaining relations all his life, in consequence of rumors of an extremely low, and what was much worse in the eyes of the world, scandalous action which he was said to have committed more than a year ago in Germany. It was even reported that he had received a slap in the face from Prince Sokolsky, one of those with whom he was now in litigation, and had not followed it by a challenge. Even his children, the legitimate ones, his son and daughter, had turned against him and were holding aloof. It is true that through the influence of the Fanariotovs and old Prince Sokolsky, who had been a friend of Versolov, the son and daughter moved in the very highest circles. Yet, watching him all that month, I saw a haughty man who had rather cast off society than been cast off by it, so independent was his air. But had he the right to look like that? That was the question that agitated me. I absolutely had to find out the whole truth at the earliest possible date, for I had come to judge this man. I still kept my power hidden from him, but I had either to accept him or to reject him altogether. But that would have been too painful to me, and I was in torment. I will confess it frankly at last. The man was dear to me. And meanwhile I was living in the same flat with him, working and scarcely refraining from being rude. In fact, I did not refrain. After spending a month with him, I became more convinced every day that I could not possibly appeal to him for a full explanation. This man and his pride remained an enigma to me, while he wounded me deeply. He was positively charming to me, and jested with me, but I should have liked quarrels better than such jests. There was a certain note of ambiguity about all my conversations with him, or more simply, a strange irony on his part. From our first meeting on my arrival from Moscow, he did not treat me seriously. I never could make out why he took up this line. It is true that by this means he succeeded in remaining impenetrable, but I would not have humbled myself so far as to ask him to treat me seriously. Besides, he had certain wonderful and irresistible ways which I did not know how to deal with. In short, he behaved to me as though I were the greenest of raw youths, which I was hardly able to endure, though I knew it would be so. I, too, gave up talking seriously in consequence and waited. In fact, I almost gave up talking altogether. I waited for a person on whose arrival in Petersburg I might finally learn the truth. That was my last hope. In any case, I prepared myself for a final rupture, and had already taken all necessary measures. I was sorry for my mother, but either him or me. That was the choice I meant to offer her and my sister. I had even fixed on the day, and meanwhile I went to my work. End of Chapter 1. Recording by Josh Stevens in Ashland, Oregon. Part 1, Chapter 2 of A Raw Youth. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Josh Stevens in Ashland, Oregon. A Raw Youth by Fyodor Dostoyevsky. Translated by Constant Garnett. Part 1, Chapter 2. 1. On that 19th of September, I was also to receive my first salary for the first month of my work in Petersburg in my private situation. They did not ask me about this job, but simply handed me over to it, I believe, on the very first day of my arrival. This was very unmannerly, and it was almost my duty to protest. The job turned out to be a situation in the household of old Prince Sokolsky, but to protest then would have meant breaking off relations on the spot, and though I was not in the least afraid of that, it would have hindered the attainment of my primary objects. And so in silence I accepted the job for the time, maintaining my dignity by silence. I must explain from the very first that this Prince Sokolsky, a wealthy man and a privy councillor, was no relation at all of the Moscow princes of that name, who had been poor and insignificant for several generations past, with whom Versolov was contesting his lawsuit. It was only that they had the same name, yet the old prince took a great interest in them, and was particularly fond of one of them, who was, so to speak, the head of the family, a young officer. Versalav had till recently had an immense influence in this old man's affairs, and had been his friend, a strange sort of friend, for the poor old prince, as I detected, was awfully afraid of him, not only at the time when I arrived on the scene, but had apparently been always afraid of him all through their friendship. They had not seen each other for a long time, however. The dishonorable conduct of which Versalav was accused concerned the old prince's family, but Tatiana Pavlovna had intervened, and it was through her that I was placing attendance on the old prince, who wanted a young man in his study. At the same time, it appeared that he was very anxious to do something to please Versalav, to make, so to speak, the first advance to him, and Versalav allowed it. The old man made the arrangement in the absence of his daughter, the widow of a general, who would certainly not have permitted him to take this step. Of this later, but I may remark that the strangeness of his relations with Versalav impressed me in the latter's favor. It occurred to the imagination that if the head of the injured family still cherished a respect for Versalav, the rumors of Versalav's scoundrelly behavior must be absurd, or at least exaggerated, and might have more than one explanation. It was partly this circumstance which kept me from protesting against the situation. In accepting it, I hoped to verify all this. Tatiana Pavlovna was playing a strange part at the time when I found her in Petersburg. I had almost forgotten her, and had not at all expected to find her possessed of such influence. She had met me 3 or 4 times during my life in Moscow, and had always turned up goodness knows where from, sent by someone or other whenever I needed fitting out, to go into Tushard's boarding school, or 2.5 years later when I was being transferred to the grammar school, and sent to board with Nikolai Semyonovich, a friend I shall never forget. She used to spend the whole day with me and inspect my linen and my clothes. She drove about the town with me, took me to Kuznetsky Street, bought me what was necessary, provided me with a complete outfit, in fact, down to the smallest box and penknife. All the while she nagged at me, scolded me, reproached me, cross-examined me, quoting as examples to me various phantom boys among her relations and acquaintances who were all said to be better than I was. She even pinched me and actually gave me several vicious pokes. After fitting me out and installing me, she would disappear completely for several years. On this occasion, too, she turned up at once on my arrival to install me again. She was a spare little figure with a sharp nose like a beak and sharp little eyes like a bird's. She waited on Versalav like a slave and groveled before him as though he were the Pope, but she did it through conviction. But I soon noticed with surprise that she was respected by all, and what was more, known to everyone, everywhere. Old Prince Sokolsky treated her with extraordinary deference. It was the same thing with his family, the same with Versalav's haughty children, the same with the Fenaryatovs, and yet she lived by taking in sewing and washing lace and fetched work from the shops. She and I fell out at the first word, for she thought fit to begin nagging at me just as she had done 6 years before. And from that time forward we quarreled every day, but that did not prevent us from sometimes talking, and I must confess that by the end of the month I began to like her, for her independent character, I believe. But I did not tell her so. I realized at once that I had only been given this post at the old invalid prince's in order to amuse him, and that was my whole duty. Naturally, this was humiliating, and I should at once have taken steps, but the queer old fellow soon made an unexpected impression upon me. I felt something like compassion for him, and by the end of the month I had become strangely attached to him. Anyway, I gave up my intention of being rude. He was not more than 60, however, but there had been a great to-do with him 1.5 years before, when he suddenly had a fit. He was traveling somewhere and went mad on the way, so there was something of a scandal of which people talked in Petersburg. As is usual in such cases, he was instantly taken abroad, but 5 months later he suddenly reappeared perfectly well, though he gave up the service. Versalav asserted seriously, and with notable heat, that he had not been insane at all, but had only had some sort of nervous fit. I promptly made a note of Versolov's warmth about it. I may observe, however, that I was disposed to share his opinion. The old man only showed perhaps an excessive frivolity at times, not quite appropriate to his years, of which, so they say, there was no sign in him before. It was said that in the past he had been a counselor of some sort, and on one occasion had quite distinguished himself in some commission with which he had been charged. After knowing him for a whole month, I should never have supposed he could have any special capacity as a counselor. People observed, though I saw nothing of it, that after his fit, he developed a marked disposition to rush into matrimony, and it was said that he had more than once reverted to this idea during the last 18 months, that it was known in society and a subject of interest. But as this weakness by no means fell in with the interests of certain persons of the prince's circle, the old man was guarded on all sides. He had not a large family of his own. He had been a widower for 20 years, and had only one daughter, the general's widow, who was now daily expected from Moscow. She was a young person whose strength of will was evidently a source of apprehension to the old man, but he had masses of distant relatives, principally through his wife, who were all almost beggars, besides a multitude of protégés of all sorts, male and female, all of whom expected to be mentioned in his will, and so they all supported the general's widow in keeping watch over the old man. He had, moreover, had one strange propensity from his youth up. I don't know whether it was ridiculous or not, for making matches for poor girls. He had been finding husbands for the last 25 years for distant relations, for the stepdaughters of his wife's cousins, for his goddaughters. He even found a husband for the daughter of his house porter. He used to take his protégés into his house when they were little girls, provide them with governesses and French mademoiselles, then have them educated in the best boarding schools and finally marry them off with a dowry. The calls upon him were continually increasing. When his protégés were married, they naturally produced more little girls, and all these little girls became his protégés. He was always having to stand as godfather. The whole lot turned up to congratulate him on his birthdays, and it was all very agreeable to him. I noticed at once that the old man had lurking in his mind a painful conviction. It was impossible to avoid noticing it, indeed, that everyone had begun to look at him strangely, that everyone had begun to behave to him not as before, not as to a healthy man. This impression never left him, even at the liveliest social functions. The old man had become suspicious, had begun to detect something in everyone's eyes. He was evidently tormented by the idea that everyone suspected him of being mad. He sometimes looked mistrustfully even at me, and if he had found out that someone was spreading or upholding such rumors, the benevolent old man would have become his implacable foe. I beg that this circumstance may be noted. I may add that it was what decided me from the first day not to be rude to him. In fact, I was glad if I were able sometimes to amuse or entertain him. I don't think that this confession can cast any slur on my dignity. The greater part of his money was invested. He had since his illness become a partner in a large joint stock enterprise, a very safe one, however. And though the management was in other hands, he took a great interest in it too, attended the shareholders' meetings, was appointed a director, presided at the board meetings, opposed motions, was noisy, and obviously enjoyed himself. He was very fond of making speeches. Everyone could judge of his brain anyway, and in general he developed a great fancy for introducing profound reflections and bon mots in his conversation, even in the intimacy of private life. I quite understand it. On the ground floor of his house there was something like a private office where a single clerk kept books and accounts and also managed the house. This clerk was quite equal to the work alone, though he had some government job as well, but by the prince's own wish I was engaged to assist him. But I was immediately transferred to the prince's study and often had no work before me, not even books or papers to keep up appearances. I am writing now sobered by time, and about many things feel now almost like an outsider. But how can I describe the depression, I recall it vividly at this moment, that weighed down my heart in those days, and still more, the excitement which reached such a pitch of confused feverishness that I did not sleep at night, all due to my impatience to the riddles I had set myself to solve. 2. To ask for money, even a salary, is a most disgusting business, especially if one feels in the recesses of one's conscience that one has not quite earned it. Yet the evening before, my mother had been whispering to my sister, apart from Verslov, so as not to worry Andrei Petrovich, that she intended to take the icon, which for some reason was particularly precious to her, to the pawnbrokers. I was to be paid 50 rubles a month, but I had no idea how I should receive the money. Nothing had been said to me about it. Meeting the clerk downstairs 3 days before, I inquired of him whom one was to ask for one's salary. He looked at me with a smile as though of astonishment. He did not like me. "Oh, you get a salary?" I thought that on my answering he would add, "What for?" But he merely answered dryly that he knew nothing about it, and buried himself in the ruled exercise book into which he was copying accounts from some bills. He was not unaware, however, that I did something. A fortnight before, I had spent 4 days over work he had given me, making a fair copy, and as it turned out, almost a fresh draft of something. It was a perfect avalanche of ideas of the prince's, which he was preparing to present to the board of directors. These had to be put together into a whole and clothed in suitable language. I spent a whole day with the prince over it afterwards, and he argued very warmly with me, but was well satisfied in the end. But I don't know whether he read the paper or not. I say nothing of the 2 or 3 letters, also about business, which I wrote at his request. It was annoying to me to have to ask for my salary, because I had already decided to give up my situation, foreseeing that I should be obliged through unavoidable circumstances to go away. When I waked up and dressed that morning in my garret upstairs, I felt that my heart was beating, and though I pooh-poohed it, yet I was conscious of the same excitement as I walked towards the prince's house. That morning there was expected a woman whose presence I was reckoning upon for the explanation of all that was tormenting me. This was the prince's daughter, the young widow of General Amakov, of whom I have spoken already, and was bitterly hostile to Verslov. At last I have written that name. I had never seen her, of course, and could not imagine how I should speak to her, or whether I should speak, but I imagined, perhaps on sufficient grounds, that with her arrival there would be some light thrown on the darkness surrounding Verslov and my eyes. I could not remain unmoved. It was frightfully annoying that at the very outset I should be so cowardly and awkward. It was awfully interesting and still more sickening. 3 impressions at once. I remember every detail of that day. My old prince knew nothing of his daughter's probable arrival, and was not expecting her to return from Moscow for a week. I had learnt this the evening before, quite by chance. Tatiana Pavlovna, who had received a letter from Mademoiselle Amakov, let it out to my mother. Though they were whispering and spoke in veiled allusions, I guessed what was meant. Of course, I was not eavesdropping. I simply could not avoid listening when I saw how agitated my mother was at the news of this woman's arrival. Verslov was not in the house. I did not want to tell the old prince, because I could not help noticing all that time how he was dreading her arrival. He had even let drop 3 days before, though only by a timid and remote hint, that he was afraid of her coming on my account, that is, that he would have trouble about me. I must add, however, that in his own family he preserved his independence and was still master in his own house, especially in money matters. My first judgment of him was that he was a regular old woman, but I was afterwards obliged to revise my opinion and to recognize that if he were an old woman, there was still a fund of obstinacy, if not of real manliness, in him. There were moments when one could hardly do anything with him in spite of his apprehensive and yielding character. Verslov explained this to me more fully later. I recall now with interest that the old prince and I scarcely ever spoke of his daughter. We seemed to avoid it. I, in particular, avoided it, while he, on his side, avoided mentioning Versalov, and I guessed that he would not answer if I were to ask him one of the delicate questions which interested me so much. If anyone cares to know what we did talk about all that month, I must answer that we really talked of everything in the world, but always of the queerest things. I was delighted with the extraordinary simplicity with which he treated me. Sometimes I looked with extreme astonishment at the old man and wondered how he could ever have presided at meetings. If he had been put into our school, and in the 4th class too, what a nice schoolfellow he would have made. More than once, too, I was surprised by his face. It was very serious looking, almost handsome and thin. He had thick, curly, gray hair, wide open eyes, and he was besides slim and well built. But there was an unpleasant, almost unseemly peculiarity about his face. It would suddenly change from excessive gravity to an expression of exaggerated playfulness, which was a complete surprise to a person who saw him for the first time. I spoke of this to Versalov, who listened with curiosity. I fancy that he had not expected me to be capable of making such observations. He observed casually that this had come upon the prince since his illness, and probably only of late. We used to talk principally of 2 abstract subjects, of God and of his existence, that is, whether there was a God or not, and of women. The prince was very religious and sentimental. He had in his study a huge stand of icons with a lamp burning before them, but something seemed to come over him, and he would begin expressing doubts of the existence of God and would say astounding things, obviously challenging me to answer. I was not much interested in the question, speaking generally, but we both got very hot about it, and quite genuinely. I recall all those conversations, even now, with pleasure. But what he liked best was gossiping about women, and he was sometimes positively disappointed at my disliking the subject of conversation, and making such a poor response to it. He began talking in that style as soon as I went in that morning. I found him in a jocose mood, though I had left him the night before extremely melancholy. Meanwhile, it was absolutely necessary for me to settle the matter of the salary before the arrival of certain persons. I reckoned that morning we should certainly be interrupted. It was not for nothing my heart was beating, and then perhaps I should not be able to bring myself to speak of money. But I did not know how to begin about money, and I was naturally angry at my stupidity. And as I remember now in my vexation at some too jocular question of his, I blurted out my views on women point blank and with great vigor, and this led him to be more expansive with me than ever. 3. I don't like women because they've no manners, because they are awkward, because they are not self-reliant, and because they wear unseemly clothes. I wound up my long tirade incoherently. "My dear boy, spare us," he cried, immensely delighted, which enraged me more than ever. I am ready to give way and be trivial only about trifles. I never give way in things that are really important. In trifles, in little matters of etiquette, you can do anything you like with me, and I curse this peculiarity in myself. From a sort of putrid good nature, I've sometimes been ready to knuckle under to some fashionable snob simply flattered by his affability. Or I've let myself be drawn into argument with a fool, which is more unpardonable than anything. All this is due to lack of self-control and to my having grown up in seclusion. But the next day, it would be the same thing again. That's why I was sometimes taken for a boy of 16. But instead of gaining self-control, I prefer even now to bottle myself up more tightly than ever in my shell. I may be clumsy, but goodbye, however misanthropic that may seem. I say that seriously and for good, but I don't write this with reference to the prince or even with reference to that conversation. "I'm not speaking for your entertainment," I almost shouted at him. "I am speaking from conviction." But how do you mean that women have no manners and are unseemly in their dress? That's something new. They have no manners. Go to the theater. Go for a walk. Every man knows the right side of the road. When they meet, they step aside. He keeps to the right, I keep to the right. A woman, that is a lady, it's ladies I'm talking about, dashes straight at you as though she doesn't see you, as though you were absolutely bound to skip aside and make way for her. I'm prepared to make way for her as a weaker creature, but why has she the right? Why is she so sure it's my duty? That's what's offensive. I always curse when I meet them. And after that, they cry out that they're oppressed and demand equality, a fine sort of equality when she tramples me underfoot and fills my mouth with sand. With sand? Yes, because they're not decently dressed. It's only depraved people don't notice it. In the law courts, they close the doors when they're trying cases of indecency. Why do they allow it in the streets where there are more people? They openly hang bustles on behind to look at as though they had fine figures. Openly. I can't help noticing. The young lad notices it too, and the child that's growing into a boy notices it too. It's abominable. Let old rakes admire them and run after them with their tongues hanging out. But there is such a thing as the purity of youth which must be protected. One can only despise them. They walk along the parade with trains half a yard long behind them, sweeping up the dust. It's a pleasant thing to walk behind them. You must run to get in front of them, or jump on one side, or they'll sweep pounds of dust into your mouth and nose. And what's more, it's silk, and they'll drag it over the stones for a couple of miles simply because it's the fashion when their husbands get 500 rubles a year in the Senate. That's where bribes come in. I've always despised them. I've cursed them aloud and abused them. Though I described this conversation somewhat humorously in the style that was characteristic of me at that time, my ideas are still the same. "And how do you come off?" the prince queried. "I curse them and turn away. They feel it, of course, but they don't show it. They prance along majestically without turning their heads. But I only came to actual abuse on one occasion with 2 females, both wearing tails on the parade. Of course I didn't use bad language, but I said aloud that long tails were offensive." "Did you use that expression?" "Of course I did. To begin with, they trample upon the rules of social life, and secondly, they raise the dust, and the parade is meant for all. I walk there, other men walk, Fyodor, Ivan. It's the same for all. So that's what I said. And I dislike the way women walk altogether when you look at their back view. I told them that too, but only hinted at it." "But, my dear boy, you might get into serious trouble. They might have hauled you off to the police station." "They couldn't do anything. They had nothing to complain of. A man walks beside them talking to himself. Everyone has the right to express his convictions to the air. I spoke in the abstract without addressing them. They began wrangling with me of themselves. They began to abuse me. They used much worse language than I did. They called me milksop, said I ought to go without my dinner, called me a nihilist, and threatened to hand me over to the police, said that I had attacked them because they were alone and weak women, but if there had been a man with them, I should soon sing another tune. I very coolly told them to leave off annoying me, and I would cross to the other side of the street, and to show them that I was not in the least afraid of their men, and was ready to accept their challenge, I would follow them to their house, walking 20 paces behind them. Then I would stand before the house and wait for their men. And so I did." "You don't say so." "Of course, it was stupid, but I was roused. They dragged me over 2 miles in the heat as far as the institutions. They went into a wooden house of 1 story, a very respectable-looking one, I must admit. One could see in at the windows a great many flowers, 2 canaries, 3 pug dogs, and engravings in frames. I stood for half an hour in the street, pacing the house. They peeped out 2 or 3 times, then pulled down all the blinds. Finally, an elderly government clerk came out of the little gate. Judging from his appearance, he had been asleep, and had been waked up on purpose. He was not actually in a dressing gown, but he was in a very domestic-looking attire. He stood at the gate, folded his hands behind him, and proceeded to stare at me, I at him. Then he looked away, then gazed at me again, and suddenly began smiling at me. I turned and walked away. "My dear boy, how Schiller-esque. I've always wondered at you, with your rosy cheeks, your face blooming with health, and such an aversion, one may say, for women. How is it possible that woman does not make a certain impression on you at your age? Why, when I was a boy of 11, mon cher, my tutor used to notice that I looked too attentively at the statues in the summer gardens." "You would like me to take up with some Josephine here and come and tell you all about it? Rather not. I saw a woman completely naked when I was 13. I've had a feeling of disgust ever since." "Do you mean it? But cher enfant, about a fresh, beautiful woman there's a scent of apples. There's nothing disgusting." "In the little boarding school I was at before I went to the grammar school, there was a boy called Lambert. He was always thrashing me, for he was 3 years older than I was, and I used to wait on him and take off his boots. When he was going to be confirmed, an abbé called Rigaud came to congratulate him on his first communion, and they dissolved in tears on each other's necks, and the abbé hugged him tightly to his bosom. I shed tears too, and felt very envious. He left school when his father died, and for 2 years I saw nothing of him. Then I met him in the street. He said he would come and see me. By that time I was at the grammar school and living at Nikolai Semyonovich's. He came in the morning, showed me 500 rubles, and told me to go with him. Though he had thrashed me 2 years before, he had always wanted my company, not simply to take off his boots, but because he liked to tell me things. He told me that he had taken the money that day out of his mother's desk, to which he had made a false key, for legally all his father's money was his, and so much the worse for her if she wouldn't give it to him. He said that the Abbé Rigaud had been to lecture him the day before, that he'd come in, stood over him, begun whimpering, and described all sorts of horrors, lifting up his hands to heaven. "And I pulled out a knife and told him I'd cut his throat." He pronounced it throat. We went to Kuznetsky Street. On the way, he informed me that his mother was the Abbé's mistress, and that he'd found it out, and he didn't care a hang for anything, and that all they said about the sacrament was rubbish. He said a great deal more, and I felt frightened. In Kuznetsky Street, he bought a double-barreled gun, a game bag, cartridges, a riding whip, and afterwards a pound of sweets. We were going out into the country to shoot, and on the way we met a bird catcher with cages of birds. Lambert bought a canary from him. In a wood, he let the canary go, as it couldn't fly far after being in the cage, and began shooting at it, but did not hit it. It was the first time in his life he had fired off a gun, but he had wanted to buy a gun years before. At Touchard's, even we were dreaming of one. He was almost choking with excitement. His hair was black, awfully black. His face was white and red, like a mask. He had a long, aquiline nose, such as are common with Frenchmen, white teeth and black eyes. He tied the canary by a thread to a branch, and an inch away fired off both barrels, and the bird was blown into 100 feathers. Then we returned, drove to an hotel, took a room, and began eating and drinking champagne. A lady came in. I remember being awfully impressed by her being so splendidly dressed. She wore a green silk dress. It was then I saw all that I told you about. Afterwards, when we had begun drinking, he began taunting and abusing her. She was sitting with nothing on. He took away her clothes, and when she began scolding and asking for her clothes to dress again, he began with all his might beating her with the riding whip on her bare shoulders. I got up, seized him by the hair, and so neatly that I threw him on the ground at once. He snatched up a fork and stuck it in my leg. Hearing the outcry, people ran in, and I had time to run away. Ever since then, it's disgusted me to think of nakedness. And believe me, she was a beauty. As I talked, the prince's face changed from a playful expression to one of great sadness. Mon pauvre Font, I have felt convinced all along that there have been very many unhappy days in your childhood. Please, don't distress yourself. But you were alone. You told me so yourself. But for that Lambert, you've described it so well, that canary, the confirmation, and shedding tears on the Abbe's breast. And only a year or so later, saying that of his mother and the Abbe. Oh, mon cher, the question of childhood in our days is truly awful. For a time those golden heads, curly and innocent, flutter before one and look at one with their clear eyes like angels of God, or little birds, and afterwards it turns out that it would have been better if they had not grown up at all. How soft you are, Prince. It's as though you had little children of your own. Why, you haven't any, and never will have. Tiens, his whole face was instantly transformed. That's just what Alexandra Petrovna said the day before yesterday. Alexandra Petrovna Sinitsky, you must have met her here 3 weeks ago. Only fancy, the day before yesterday, in reply to my jocular remark that if I do get married, now I could set my mind at rest. There'd be no children, she suddenly said, and with such spite. On the contrary, there certainly would be. People like you always have them. They'll arrive the very first year, you'll see. And they've all taken it into their heads for some reason that I'm going to get married. But though it was spiteful, I admit it was witty. Witty, but insulting. Oh, cher enfant, one can't take offense at some people. There's nothing I prize so much in people as wit, which is evidently disappearing among us. Though what Alexandra Petrovna said can hardly be considered wit. What did you say? I said, catching at his words. One can't take offense at some people, that's just it. Some people are not worth noticing. An excellent principle. Just the one I need. I shall make note of it. You sometimes say the most delightful things, Prince. He beamed all over. Ne sais pas, cher enfant, true wit is vanishing. The longer one lives, the more one sees it. Mais, c'est moi qui connais les femmes. Believe me, the life of every woman, whatever she may profess, is nothing but a perpetual search for someone to submit to, so to speak, a thirst for submission, and mark my words, there's not a single exception. Perfectly true, magnificent, I cried rapturously. Another time we should have launched into philosophical disquisitions on this theme lasting for an hour, but suddenly I felt as though something had bitten me, and I flushed all over. I suddenly imagined that, in admiring his bon mots, I was flattering him as a prelude to asking for money, and that he would certainly think so as soon as I began to ask for it. I purposely mention this now. Prince, I humbly beg you to pay me at once the 50 rubles you owe me for the month. I fired off like a shot in a tone of irritability that was positively rude. I remember, for I remember every detail of that morning, that there followed between us then a scene most disgusting in its realistic truth. For the first minute he did not understand me, stared at me for some time without understanding what money I was talking about. It was natural that he should not realize I was receiving a salary, and indeed why should I? It is true that he proceeded to assure me afterwards that he had forgotten, and when he grasped the meaning of my words, he instantly began taking out 50 rubles, but he was flustered and turned crimson. Seeing how things stood, I got up and abruptly announced that I could not take the money now, that in what I had been told about a salary they had made a mistake, or deceived me to induce me to accept the situation, and that I saw only too well now that I did nothing to earn one, for I had no duties to perform. The prince was alarmed and began assuring me that I was of the greatest use to him, that I should be still more useful to him in the future, and that 50 rubles was so little that he should certainly add to it, for he was bound to do so, and that he had made the arrangement himself with Tatiana Pavlovna, but had unpardonably forgotten it. I flushed crimson and declared resolutely that it was degrading for me to receive a salary for telling scandalous stories of how I had followed 2 draggle-tails to the institutions, that I had not been engaged to amuse him, but to do work, and that if there was no work, I must stop it, and so on, and so on. I could never have imagined that anyone could have been so scared as he was by my words. Of course it ended in my ceasing to protest, and his somehow pressing the 50 rubles into my hand. To this day I recall with a blush that I took it. Everything in the world always ends in meanness. And what was worst of all, he somehow succeeded in almost proving to me that I had unmistakably earned the money, and I was so stupid as to believe it, and so it was absolutely impossible to avoid taking it. Chère enfant, he cried, kissing and embracing me. I must admit I was on the point of tears myself, goodness knows why, though I instantly restrained myself, and even now I blush as I write it. My dear boy, you're like one of the family to me now. In the course of this month you've won a warm place in my heart. In society, you get society, and nothing else. Katerina Nikolaevna, that was his daughter's name, is a magnificent woman, and I'm proud of her. But she often, my dear boy, very often wounds me. And as for these girls, elles sont charmantes, and their mothers, who come on my birthday, they merely bring their embroidery and never know how to tell one anything. I've accumulated over 60 cushions, embroidered by them, all dogs and stags. I like them very much, but with you I feel as if you were my own, not son, but brother, and I particularly like it when you argue against me. You're literary, you have read, you can be enthusiastic. I have read nothing, and I'm not literary at all. I used to read what I came across, but I've read nothing for 2 years, and I'm not going to read. Why aren't you going to? I have other objects. Cher, it's a pity at the end of your life you say, like me, je sais tant, mais je ne sais rien de bon. I don't know in the least what I have lived in this world for, but I'm so much indebted to you, and I should like, in fact... He suddenly broke off, and with an air of fatigue sank into brooding. After any agitation, and he might be overcome by agitation at any minute, goodness knows why, he generally seemed for some time to lose his faculties and his power of self-control. But he soon recovered, so that it really did not matter. We sat still for a few minutes, his very full lower lip hung down. What surprised me most of all was that he had suddenly spoken of his daughter, and with such openness too. I put it down, of course, to his being upset. Chère enfant, you don't mind my addressing you so familiarly, do you? Broke from him suddenly. Not in the least. I must confess that at the very first I was rather offended by it and felt inclined to address you in the same way, but I saw it was stupid because you didn't speak like that to humiliate me. But he had forgotten his question and was no longer listening. Well, how's your father? He said, suddenly raising his eyes and looking dreamily at me. I winced. In the first place, he called Versolov my father, which he had never permitted himself to do before, and secondly, he began of himself to speak of Versolov, which he had never done before. He sits at home without a penny and is very gloomy, I answered briefly, though I was burning with curiosity. Yes, about money. His lawsuit is being decided today, and I'm expecting Prince Sergei as soon as he arrives. He promised to come straight from the court to me. Their whole future turns on it. It's a question of 60 or 70,000. Of course, I've always wished well to Andrei Petrovich, Versolov's name, and I believe he'll win the suit and Prince Sergei has no case. It's a point of law. The case will be decided today, I cried, amazed. The thought that Versolov had not deigned to tell me even that was a great shock to me. Then he hasn't told my mother, perhaps not anyone, it suddenly struck me. What strength of will! Then is Prince Sokolsky in Petersburg? Was another idea that occurred to me immediately. He arrived yesterday. He has come straight from Berlin expressly for this day. That too was an extremely important piece of news for me, and he would be here today, that man who had given him a slap in the face. Well, what then? The old prince's face suddenly changed again. He'll preach religion as before and maybe run after little girls, unfledged girls again. There's a very funny little story about that going about even now. Who will preach? Who will run after little girls? Andrei Petrovich. Would you believe it? He used to pester us all in those days. Where are we going? He would say. What are we thinking about? That was about it, anyway. He frightened and chastened us. If you're religious, he'd say, why don't you become a monk? That was about what he expected. Mikel Idi, if it's right, isn't it too severe? He was particularly fond of frightening me with the day of judgment. Me, of all people. I've noticed nothing of all this, and I've been living with him a month, I answered, listening with impatience. I felt fearfully vexed that he hadn't pulled himself together and was rambling on so incoherently. It's only that he doesn't talk about that now, but believe me, it was so. He's a clever man, and undoubtedly very learned, but is his intellect quite sound? All this happened to him after his 3 years abroad, and I must own he shocked me very much, and shocked everyone. Cher enfant, j'aime le bon Dieu. I believe as much as I can, but I really was angry at the time. Supposing I did put on a frivolous manner, I did it on purpose because I was annoyed, and besides, the basis of my objection was as serious as it has been from the beginning of the world. If there is a higher being, I said, and he has a personal existence, and isn't some sort of diffused spirit for creation, and is some sort of fluid, for that's even more difficult to understand, where does he live? C'était bête, no doubt, my dear boy, but, you know, all the arguments come to that. Un domicile is an important thing. He was awfully angry. He had become a Catholic out there. I've heard that too, but it was probably nonsense. I assure you by everything that's sacred, you've only to look at him. But you say he's changed, but in those days how he used to worry us all. Would you believe it? He used to behave as though he were a saint and his relics were being displayed. He called us to account for our behavior. I declare he did. Relics. En voilà un autre. It's all very well for a monk or a hermit, but here was a man going about in a dress coat and all the rest of it. And then he sets up as a saint. A strange inclination in a man in good society, and a curious taste, I admit. I say nothing about that. No doubt all that's sacred, and anything may happen. Besides, this is all l'inconnu, but it's positively unseemly for a man in good society. If anything happened to me, and the offer were made me, I swear I should refuse it. I go and dine today at the club, and then suddenly make a miraculous appearance as a saint? Why, I should be ridiculous. I put all that to him at the time. He used to wear chains. I turned red with anger. Did you see the chains yourself? I didn't see them myself, but then let me tell you that all that is false, a tissue of loathsome fabrications, the calumny of enemies, that is, of one chief and inhuman enemy, for he has only one enemy, your daughter. The old prince flared up in his turn. Mon cher, I beg and insist that from this time forth you never couple with that revolting story the name of my daughter. I stood up. He was beside himself. His chin was quivering. Cette histoire infâme. I did not believe it. I never would believe it, but they tell me, believe it. Believe it. At that instant, a footman came in and announced visitors. I dropped into my chair again. 4. 2 ladies came in. They were both young and unmarried. One was a stepdaughter of a cousin of the old prince's deceased wife, or something of the sort. a protege of his for whom he had already set aside a dowry, and who, I mention it with a view to later events, had money herself. The other was Anna Andreevna Versalov, the daughter of Versalov, 3 years older than I. She lived with her brother in the family of Mademoiselle Fanaryotov. I had only seen her once before in my life, for a minute in the street, though I had had an encounter, also very brief, with her brother in Moscow. I may very possibly refer to this encounter later if I have space, that is, for it is hardly worth recording. Anna Andreevna had been from childhood a special favorite of the old prince. Versalov's acquaintance with the prince dated from very long ago. I was so overcome by what had just happened that I did not even stand up on their entrance, though the old prince rose to greet them. Afterwards I thought it would be humiliating to get up, and I remained where I was. What overwhelmed me most was the prince's having shouted at me like that 3 minutes before, and I did not know whether to go away or not. But the old man, as usual, had already forgotten everything, and was all pleasure and animation at the sight of the young ladies. At the very moment of their entrance, he hurriedly whispered to me with a rapid change of expression and a mysterious wink, "Look at Olympiada. Watch her, watch her. I'll tell you why after." I did look at her rather carefully, but I saw nothing special about her. She was a plump, not very tall young lady with exceedingly red cheeks. Her face was rather pleasing, of the sort that materialists like. She had an expression of kindness, perhaps with a touch of something different. She could not have been very brilliant intellectually, that is, not in the higher sense, for one could see cunning in her eyes. She was not more than 19. In fact, there was nothing remarkable about her. In our school, we should have called her a cushion. I only give this minute description of her because it will be useful later on. Indeed, all I have written hitherto, with apparently such unnecessary detail, is all leading up to what is coming and is necessary for it. It will all come in its proper place. I cannot avoid it, and if it is dull, pray don't read it. Versalov's daughter was a very different person. She was tall and somewhat slim, with a long and strikingly pale face and splendid black hair. She had large dark eyes with an earnest expression, a small mouth, and most crimson lips. She was the first woman who did not disgust me by her horrid way of walking. She was thin and slender, however. Her expression was not altogether good-natured, but was dignified. She was 22. There was hardly a trace of resemblance to Versalov in her features, and yet by some miracle there was an extraordinary similarity of expression. I do not know whether she was pretty. That is a matter of taste. They were both very simple in their dress, so that it is not worth while to describe it. I expected to be at once insulted by some glance or gesture by Mademoiselle Versalov, and I was prepared for it. Her brother had insulted me in Moscow, the first time we ever met. She could hardly know me by sight, but no doubt she had heard I was in attendance on the prince. Whatever the prince did or proposed to do at once aroused interest and was looked upon as an event in the whole gang of his relations and expectant beneficiaries, and this was especially so with his sudden partiality for me. I knew for a fact that the old prince was particularly solicitous for Anna Andreevna's welfare and was on the lookout for a husband for her. But it was more difficult to find a suitor for Mademoiselle Versalov than for the ladies who embroidered on canvas. And lo and behold, contrary to all my expectations, after shaking hands with the prince and exchanging a few light conventional phrases with him, she looked at me with marked curiosity, and seeing that I too was looking at her, bowed to me with a smile. It is true that she had only just come into the room, and so might naturally bow to anyone in it, but her smile was so friendly that it was evidently premeditated, and I remember it gave me a particularly pleasant feeling. "And this is my dear young friend Arkady Andreevich Dol," the prince faltered, noticing that she bowed to me while I remained sitting, and he suddenly broke off. Perhaps he was confused at introducing me to her, that is, in reality, introducing a brother to a sister. The cushion bowed to me too, but I suddenly leapt up with a clumsy scrape of my chair. It It was a rush of simulated pride, utterly senseless, all due to vanity. "Excuse me, Prince, I am not Arkady Andreevich, but Arkady Makarovich," I rapped out abruptly, utterly forgetting that I ought to have bowed to the ladies. Damnation take that unseemly moment. "Métienne," cried the prince, tapping his forehead with his finger. "Where have you studied?" I heard the stupid question drawled by the cushion, who came straight up to me. "In Moscow, at the grammar school." "Ah, so I have heard. Is the teaching good there?" "Very good." I remained standing and answered like a soldier reporting himself. The young lady's questions were certainly not appropriate, but she did succeed in smoothing over my stupid outbreak and relieving the embarrassment of the prince, who was meanwhile listening with an amused smile to something funny Mademoiselle Versolov was whispering in his ear, evidently not about me. But I wondered why this girl, who was a complete stranger to me, should put herself out to smooth over my stupid behavior and all the rest of it. At the same time, it was impossible to imagine that she had addressed me quite casually. It was obviously premeditated. She looked at me with too marked an interest. It was as though she wanted me, too, to notice her as much as possible. I pondered over all this later, and I was not mistaken. "What? Surely not today?" the prince cried suddenly, jumping from his seat. "Why, didn't you know?" Mademoiselle Versolov asked in surprise. "Olympie, the prince didn't know that Katerina Nikolaevna would be here today. Why, it's to see her we've come. We thought she'd have arrived by the morning train and have been here long ago. She has just driven up to the steps. She has come straight from the station, and she told us to come up and she would be here in a minute. And here she is." The side door opened, and that woman walked in. I knew her face already from the wonderful portrait of her that hung in the prince's study. I had been scrutinizing the portrait all that month. I spent 3 minutes in the study in her presence, and I did not take my eyes off her face for a second. But if I had not known her portrait, and had been asked after those 3 minutes what she was like, I could not have answered, for all was confusion within me. I only remember from those 3 minutes the image of a really beautiful woman, whom the prince was kissing and signing with the cross, and who looked quickly at once, the very minute she came in, at me. I distinctly heard the prince muttering something, with a little simper, about his new secretary, and mentioning my name, evidently pointing at me. Her face seemed to contract. She threw a vicious glance at me, and smiled so insolently that I took a sudden step forward, went up to the prince, and muttered, trembling all over and unable to finish my words. I believe my teeth were chattering. "From this time I've business of my own. I'm going." And I turned and went out. No one said a word to me, not even the prince. They all simply stared. The old prince told me afterwards that I turned so white that he was simply frightened. But there was no need. End of Part 1, Chapter 2. Recording by Josh Stevens. Part 1, Chapter 3 of A Raw Youth. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Josh Stevens in Ashland, Oregon. A Raw Youth by Fyodor Dostoyevsky, translated by Constance Garnett. Part 1, Chapter 3. Indeed, there was no need. A higher consideration swallowed up all petty feelings, and one powerful emotion made up to me for everything. I went out in a sort of ecstasy. As I stepped into the street, I was ready to sing aloud. To match my mood, it was an exquisite morning. Sunshine, people out walking, noise, movement, joyousness, and crowds. Why, had not that woman insulted me? From whom would I have endured that look and that insolent smile without instant protest, however stupid it might be? I did not mind about that. Note that she had come expressly to insult me as soon as she could. although she had never seen me. In her eyes, I was an envoy from Versalov, and she was convinced at that time, and for long afterwards, that Versalov held her fate in his hands and could ruin her at once if he wanted to, by means of a certain document. She suspected that, anyway. It was a duel to the death, and yet I was not offended. It was an insult, but I did not feel it. How should I? I was positively glad of it. Though I had come here to hate her, I felt I was beginning to love her. I don't know whether the spider perhaps does not hate the fly he has marked and is snaring. Dear little fly. It seems to me that the victim is loved, or at least may be loved. Here I love my enemy. I am delighted, for instance, that she is so beautiful. I am delighted, madame, that you are so haughty and majestic. If you were meeker, it would not be so delightful. You have spat on me, and I am triumphant. If you were literally to spit in my face, I should really not be angry, because you are my victim, mine and not his. How fascinating was that idea. Yes, the secret consciousness of power is more insupportably delightful than open domination. If I were a millionaire, I believe I should take pleasure in going about in the oldest clothes and being taken for a destitute man, almost a beggar, being jostled and despised. The consciousness of the truth would be enough for me. That is how I should interpret my thoughts and happiness, and much of what I was feeling that day. I will only add that in what I have just written there is too much levity. In reality, my feeling was deeper and more modest. Perhaps even now I am more modest in myself than in my words and deeds. God grant it may be so. Perhaps I have done amiss in sitting down to write at all. Infinitely more remains hidden within than comes out in words. Your thought, even if it is an evil one, is always deeper while it is in your mind. It becomes more absurd and dishonorable when it is put into words. Versalov once said to me that the opposite was true only with horrid people. They simply tell lies. It is easy for them. But I am trying to write the whole truth, and that's fearfully difficult. 2. On that 19th of September, I took one other step. For the first time since I arrived, I had money in my pocket. For the 60 rubles I had saved up in 2 years I had given to my mother, as I mentioned before. But a few days before, I had determined that on the day I received my salary, I would make an experiment of which I had long been dreaming. The day before, I had cut out of the paper an address. It was an advertisement that on the 19th of September at 12 o'clock in the morning in such and such a street at number so-and-so there would be a sale by the local police authority of the effects that Mademoiselle Lebrecht and that catalog, the valuation, and property for sale could be inspected on the day of the auction, and so on. It was just past 1. I hurried to the address on foot. I had not taken a cab for more than 2 years. I had taken a vow not to, or I should never have saved up my 60 rubles. I had never been to an auction. I had never allowed myself this indulgence. And though my present step was only an experiment, yet I had made up my mind not to take even that step till I had left grammar school, when I should break off with everything, hide myself in my shell, and become perfectly free. It is true that I was far from being in my shell, and far from being free yet. But then I was only taking this step by way of an experiment, simply to look into it, as it were to indulge a fancy, and after that not to recur to it perhaps for a long while, till the time of beginning seriously. For everyone else, this was only a stupid little auction, but for me it was the first plank in the ship in which Columbus would set out to discover his America. That was my feeling then. When I arrived, I went into the furthest corner of the yard of the house mentioned in the advertisement, and entered Mademoiselle Lebrecht's flat, which consisted of an entry and 4 small, low-pitched rooms. In the first room there was a crowd of about 30 persons, half of them people who had come to bargain, while the rest, judging from their appearance, were either inquisitive outsiders or connoisseurs or representatives of Mademoiselle Lebrecht. There were merchants and Jews gloating over the objects made of gold, and a few people of the well-dressed class. The very faces of some of these gentlemen remained stamped in my memory. In the doorway leading to the room on the right, there was placed a table so that it was impossible to pass. On it lay the things catalogued for sale. There was another room on the left, but the door into it was closed, though it was continually being opened a little way, and someone could be seen peeping through the crack, no doubt someone of the numerous family of Mademoiselle Lebrecht, who must have been feeling very much ashamed at the time. At the table between the doors facing the public sat the warrant officer, to judge by his badge, presiding over the sale. I found the auction half over. I squeezed my way up through the table as soon as I went in. Some bronze candlesticks were being sold. I began looking at the things. I looked at the things and wondered what I could buy, and what I could do with bronze candlesticks, and whether my object would be attained, and how the thing would be done, and whether my project would be successful, and whether my project were not childish. All this I wondered as I waited. It was like the sensation one has at the gambling table at the moment before one has put down a card, though one has come to do so feeling, if I like, I'll put it down. If I don't, I'll go away. I'm free to choose. One's heart does not begin to throb at that point, but there is a faint thrill and flutter in it, a sensation not without charm. But indecision soon begins to weigh painfully upon one. One's eyes grow dizzy, one stretches out one's hand, picks up a card, but mechanically, almost against one's will, as though someone else were directing one's hand. At last, one has decided and thrown down the card. Then the feeling is quite different, immense. I'm not writing about the auction. I'm writing about myself. Who else would feel his heart throbbing at an auction? Some were excited. Some were waiting in silence. Some had bought things and were regretting it. I felt no sympathy with a gentleman who, misunderstanding what was said, bought an electroplated milk jug in mistake for a silver one for 5 rubles instead of 2. In fact, it amused me very much. The warrant officer passed rapidly from one class of objects to another. After the candlesticks, displayed earrings, after earrings an embroidered leather cushion, then a money box, probably for the sake of variety or to meet the wishes of the purchasers. I could not remain passive even for 10 minutes. I went up to the cushion, and afterwards to the cash box. But, at the critical moment, my tongue failed me. These objects seemed to me quite out of the question. At last I saw an album in the warrant officer's hand. A family album in real Morocco, second-hand with sketches in watercolor and crayon, in a carved ivory case with silver clasps, priced 2 rubles. I went up. It looked an elegant article, but the carving was damaged in one place. I was the only person who went up to look at it. All were silent. There was no bidding for it. I might have undone the clasps and taken the album out of the case to look at it, but I did not make use of my privilege and only waved a trembling hand as though to say, never mind. 2 rubles 5 kopecks, I said. I believed my teeth were chattering again. The album was knocked down to me. I at once took out the money, paid for it, snatched up the album, and went into a corner of the room. There I took it out of its case and began looking through it with feverish haste. It was the most trumpery thing possible. A little album of the size of a piece of notepaper with rubbed gilt edges, exactly like the albums girls used to keep in former days when they left school. There were crayon and color sketches of temples on mountainsides, cupids, a lake with floating swans. There were verses. On a far journey I am starting, from Moscow I am departing, from my dear ones I am parting, and with post horses flying south. They are enshrined in my memory. I made up my mind that I had made a mess of it. If there ever was anything no one could possibly want, it was this. Never mind, I decided. One's bound to lose the first card. It's a good omen, in fact. I felt thoroughly light-hearted. Ah, I'm too late. Is it yours? You have bought it? I suddenly heard beside me the voice of a well-dressed, presentable-looking gentleman in a blue coat. He had come in late. I am too late. Ah, what a pity. How much was it? 2 rubles 5 kopecks. Ah, what a pity. Would you give it up? Come outside, I whispered to him. in a tremor. We went out on the staircase. "I'll let you have it for 10 rubles, I said, feeling a shiver run down my back. 10 rubles? Upon my word." "As you like." He stared at me open-eyed. I was well-dressed, not in the least like a Jew or a second-hand dealer. "Mercy on us. Why, it's a wretched old album. What use is it to anyone? The case isn't worth anything, certainly. You certainly won't sell it to anyone." "I see you will buy it." "But that's for a special reason. I only found out yesterday. I'm the only one who would. Upon my honor, what are you thinking about?" "I ought to have asked 25 rubles, but as there was after all a risk you might draw back, I only asked for 10 to make sure of it. I won't take a farthing less." I turned and walked away. "Well, take 4 rubles, he said, overtaking me in the yard. "Come, 5. I strode on without speaking. "Well, take it then." He took out 10 rubles. I gave him the album. "But you must own it's not honest. 2 rubles and then 10, eh?" "Why not honest? It's a question of market." "What do you mean by market?" He grew angry. "When there's a demand, one has a market. If you hadn't asked for it, I shouldn't have sold it for 40 kopecks. Though I was serious and didn't burst out laughing, I was laughing inwardly, not from delight. I don't know why myself. I was almost breathless. "Listen," I muttered, utterly unable to restrain myself, but speaking in a friendly way and speaking quite fond of him. "Listen. When, as a young man, the late James Rothschild, the Parisian one, who left 1,700 million francs, he nodded, heard of the murder of the Duc de Berry some hours before anybody else, he sent the news to the proper quarter, and by that one stroke, in an instant made several millions. That's how people get on." "So you're a Rothschild, are you?" he cried, as though indignant with me for being such a fool. I walked quickly out of the house. 1 step, and I had made 7 rubles, 95 kopecks. It was a senseless step, a piece of child's play, I admit, but it chimed in with my theories, and I could not help being deeply stirred by it. But it is no good describing one's feelings. My 10 rubles were in my waistcoat pocket. I thrust in 2 fingers to feel it, and walked along without taking my hand out. After walking 100 yards along the street, I took the note out to look at it. I looked at it, and felt like kissing it. A carriage rumbled up to the steps of a house. The house porter opened the door, and a lady came out to get into the carriage. She was young, handsome, and wealthy-looking, gorgeously dressed in silk and velvet, with a train more than 2 yards long. Suddenly a pretty portfolio dropped out of her hand and fell on the ground. She got into the carriage. The footman stooped down to pick the thing up, but I flew up quickly, picked it up, and handed it to the lady, taking off my hat. The hat was a silk one. I was suitably dressed for a young man. With a very pleasant smile, though with an air of reserve, the lady said to me, "Merci, monsieur." The carriage rolled away. I kissed the 10-ruble note. 3. That same day I was to go and see Yefim Zviev, one of my old schoolfellows at the grammar school who had gone to a special college in Petersburg. He's not worth describing, and I was not on particularly friendly terms with him, but I looked him up in Petersburg. He might, through various circumstances which again are not worth relating, be able to give me the address of a man called Kraft, whom it was very important for me to see as soon as he returned from Vilna. Yefim was expecting him that day or the next, as he had let me know 2 days before. I had to go to the Petersburg side, but I did not feel tired. I found Yefim, who was also 19, in the yard of his aunt's house, where he was staying for the time. He had just had dinner and was walking about the yard on stilts. He told me at once that Kraft had arrived the day before and was staying at his old lodgings close by, and that he was anxious to see me as soon as possible, as he had something important to tell me. "He's going off somewhere again," added Yefim. As in the present circumstances, it was of great importance to see Kraft. I asked Yefim to take me round at once to his lodging, which it appeared was in a back street only a few steps away. But Yefim told me that he had met him an hour ago and that he was on his way to Dergachev's. But come along to Dergachev's. Why do you always cry off? Are you afraid? Kraft might, as a fact, stay on at Dergachev's, and in that case, where could I wait for him? I was not afraid of going to Dergachev's, but I did not want to go to his house, though Yefim had tried to get me there 3 times already, and on each occasion had asked, "Are you afraid?" with a very nasty smile at my expense. It was not a case of fear, I must state at once. If I was afraid, it was of something quite different. This time I made up my mind to go. Dergachev's, too, was only a few steps away. On the way I asked Yefim if he still meant to run away to America. "Maybe I shall wait a bit," he answered with a faint smile. I was not particularly fond of him. In fact, I did not like him at all. He had fair hair and a full face of an excessive fairness, an almost unseemly childish fairness. Yet he was taller than I was, but he would never have been taken for more than 17. I had nothing to talk to him about. "What's going on there? Is there always a crowd?" I asked. "But why are you always so frightened?" he laughed again. "Go to hell," I said, getting angry. "There won't be a crowd at all. Only friends come, and they're all his own set. Don't worry yourself." "But what the devil is it to me whether they're his set or not? I'm not one of his set. How can they be sure of me?" "I am bringing you, and that's enough. They've heard of you already. Kraft can answer for you, too." "I say, will Vasin be there?" "I don't know." "If he is, give me a poke and point him out as soon as we go in. As soon as we go in, do you hear?" I had heard a good deal about Vasin already, and had long been interested in him. Dergachev lived in a little lodge in the courtyard of a wooden house belonging to a merchant's wife, but he occupied the whole of it. There were only 3 living rooms. All the 4 windows had the blinds drawn down. He was a mechanical engineer and did work in Petersburg. I had heard casually that he had got a good private berth in the provinces, and that he was just going away to it. As soon as we stepped into the tiny entry, we heard voices. There seemed to be a heated argument, and someone shouted, "Quae medicamente non sanat, ferum sanat, quae ferum non sanat, ignis sanat." I certainly was in some uneasiness. I was, of course, not accustomed to society of any kind. At school I had been on familiar terms with my schoolfellows, but I was scarcely friends with anyone. I made a little corner for myself and lived in it. But this was not what disturbed me. In any case, I vowed not to let myself be drawn into argument, and to say nothing beyond what was necessary so that no one could draw any conclusions about me. Above all, to avoid argument. In the room, which was really too small, there were 7 men, counting the ladies, 10 persons. Dergachev was 25 and was married. His wife had a sister and another female relation who lived with them. The room was furnished after a fashion, sufficiently though, and was even tidy. There was a lithographed portrait on the wall, but a very cheap one. In the corner there was an icon without a setting, but with a lamp burning before it. Dergachev came up to me, shook hands, and asked me to sit down. "Sit down. They're all our own set here." "You're very welcome," a rather nice-looking, modestly dressed young woman added immediately, and making me a slight bow, she at once went out of the room. This was his wife, and she too seemed to have been taking part in the discussion, and went away to nurse the baby. But there were 2 other ladies left in the room, one very short girl of about 20, wearing a black dress, also rather nice-looking, and the other a thin, keen-eyed lady of 30. They sat listening eagerly, but not taking part in the conversation. All the men were standing, except Kraft, Vasin, and me. Yefim pointed them out to me at once, for I had never seen Kraft before either. I got up and went up to make their acquaintance. Kraft's face I shall never forget. There was no particular beauty about it, but a positive excess of mildness and delicacy, though personal dignity was conspicuous in everything about him. He was 26, rather thin, above medium height, fair-haired, with an earnest but soft face. There was a peculiar gentleness about his whole personality, And yet if I were asked, I would not have changed my own, possibly very commonplace, countenance for his, which struck me as so attractive. There was something in his face I should not have cared to have in mine, too marked a calm in a moral sense, and something like a secret, unconscious pride. But I probably could not have actually formed this judgment at the time. It seems so to me now in the light of later events. "I'm very glad you've come," said Kraft. "I have a letter which concerns you. We'll stay here a little and then go home." Dergachev was a strong, broad-shouldered, dark-complexioned man of medium height, with a big beard. His eyes showed acuteness, habitual reserve, and a certain incessant watchfulness. Though he was, for the most part, silent, he evidently controlled the conversation. Vasin's face did not impress me much, though I had heard of him as extraordinarily intelligent. He had fair hair, large light gray eyes, and a very open face, but at the same time there was something as it were too hard in it. One had a presentiment that he would not be communicative, but he looked undeniably clever, cleverer than Dergachev, of a more profound intellect, cleverer than anyone in the room, but perhaps I'm exaggerating. Of the other young men I only recall two. One, a tall, dark man of 27 with black whiskers, who talked a great deal, a teacher or something of the sort. The other was a fellow of my own age, with good lines in his face, wearing a Russian tunic without sleeves. He was silent and listened attentively. He turned out afterwards to be a peasant. "No, that's not the way to put it," the black-whiskered teacher began, obviously continuing the previous discussion. He talked more than anyone in the room. "I'm not talking of mathematical proofs, but that idea which I am prepared to believe without mathematical proof." "Wait a bit, Tihamirov," Dergachev interrupted loudly. "The newcomers don't understand, you see?" He suddenly addressed himself to me alone, and I confess, if he intended to put me as a novice through an examination, or to make me speak, it was adroitly done on his part. I felt it and prepared myself. "It is all our friend Kraft, who is well known to us all for his character and the solidity of his convictions. From a very ordinary fact, he has deduced a very extraordinary conviction that has surprised us all. He has deduced that the Russians are a second-rate people." "Third-rate!" shouted someone. "A second-rate people destined to serve as the raw material for a nobler race, and not to play an independent part in the history of humanity." In view of this theory of his, which is perhaps correct, Kraft has come to the conclusion that the activity of every Russian must in the future be paralyzed by this idea, that all, so to speak, will fold their hands and... "Excuse me, Dergachev, that's not the way to put it," Tihamirov interrupted impatiently again. Dergachev at once gave way. "Considering that Kraft has made a serious study of the subject, has made on a physiological basis deductions which he regards as mathematically proved, and has spent perhaps 2 years on his idea, which I should be prepared a priori to accept with equanimity, considering all this, that is, considering Kraft's excitement and earnestness, the case must be considered as a phenomenon. All this leads up to a question which Kraft cannot understand, and that's what we must attend to. I mean, Kraft's not understanding it, for that's the phenomenon. We must decide whether this phenomenon belongs to the domain of pathology as a solitary instance, or whether it is an occurrence which may be normally repeated in others. That's what is of interest for the common cause. I believe Kraft about Russia, and I will even say that I am glad of it. Perhaps if his idea were assimilated by all, it would free many from patriotic prejudice and untie their hands." "I am not influenced by patriotism," said Kraft, speaking with a certain stiffness. All this debate seemed distasteful to him. "Whether patriotism or not, we need not consider," observed Vasin, who had been very silent. "But how, tell me, please, could Kraft's deduction weaken the impulse to the cause of humanity?" shouted the teacher. He was the only one shouting. All the others spoke in a low voice. "Let Russia be condemned to second-rateness, but we can still work, and not for Russia alone. And what's more, how can Kraft be a patriot if he has ceased to believe in Russia?" Besides being a German, a voice interrupted again. I am Russian, said Kraft. That's a question that has no direct bearing on the subject, observed Dergachev to the speaker who had interrupted. Take a wider view of your idea, cried Talmarov, heeding nothing. If Russia is the only material for nobler races, why shouldn't she serve as such material? It's a sufficiently attractive part for her to play. Why not accept the idea calmly, considering how it enlarges the task? Humanity is on the eve of its regeneration, which is already beginning. None but the blind deny the task before us. Let Russia alone if you've lost faith in her, and work for the future unknown people that will be formed of all humanity without distinction of race. Russia would perish sometime anyway. Even the most gifted peoples exist for 1,500 or at the most 2,000 years. Isn't it all the same whether it's 2,000 or 200? The Romans did not last 1,500 years as a vital force. They too have turned into material. They ceased to exist long ago, but they've left an idea, and it has become an element in the future of mankind. How can one tell a man there's nothing to be done? I can't conceive of a position in which there ever could be nothing to do. Work for humanity and don't trouble about the rest. There's so much to do that life isn't long enough if you look into it more closely. One must live in harmony with the laws of nature and truth, Mademoiselle Dergachev observed from the doorway. The door was slightly ajar, and one could see that she was standing there, listening eagerly with the baby at her breast, which was covered. Kraft listened with a faint smile, and brought out at last with a somewhat harassed face, but with earnest sincerity, I don't understand how, if one is under the influence of some overmastering idea which completely dominates one's mind and one's heart, one can live for something else which is outside that idea. But if it is logically, mathematically proved to you that your deduction is erroneous, that your whole idea is erroneous, that you have not the slightest right to exclude yourself from working for the welfare of humanity simply because Russia is predestined to a second-rate part. If it is pointed out to you that in place of your narrow horizon infinity lies open before you, that instead of your narrow idea of patriotism... Kraft waved his hand gently. I've told you there is no question of patriotism. There is evidently a misunderstanding, Basin interposed suddenly. The mistake arises from the fact that Kraft's conclusion is not a mere logical theory, but so to say a theory that has been transmuted into a feeling. All natures are not alike. In some men, a logical deduction is sometimes transmuted into a very powerful emotion, which takes possession of the whole being and is sometimes very difficult to dislodge or alter. To cure such a man, the feeling itself must be changed, which is only possible by replacing it by another, equally powerful one. That's always difficult and in many cases impossible. That's a mistake, roared the argumentative teacher. A logical proof of itself will dissipate prejudices. A rational conviction will give rise to feeling, too. Thought arises from feeling, and dominating a man in its turn formulates new feeling. People are very different. Some change their feelings readily, while for others it's hard to do so, responded Vassin, as though disinclined to continue the argument, but I was delighted by his idea. That's perfectly true what you say, I said, turning to him, all at once breaking the ice and suddenly beginning to speak, that to change a feeling one must replace it by another. 4 years ago, a general in Moscow, I didn't know him, you see, but perhaps he couldn't have inspired respect of himself, and the fact itself may seem irrational, but he had lost a child. That's to say, 2 little girls who had died one after another of scarlatina, and he was utterly crushed and did nothing but grieve, so that one couldn't bear to go and look at him, and he ended by dying scarcely 6 months later. It's a fact that he died of it. What could have saved him? The answer is a feeling of equal strength. One would have had to dig those two little girls out of the grave and give them back to him. That would have been the only thing. I mean, in that way, and he died. Yet one might have presented him with excellent reflections, that life is transitory, that all are mortal. One might have produced statistics to show how many children do die of scarlatina. He was on the retired list. I stopped, out of breath, and looked round. "That's nothing to do with it," said someone. "The instance you have quoted, though it's not quite in the same category, is very similar and illustrates the subject," said Vassine, turning to me. 4. Here I must confess why I was so delighted with what Vassine had said about the idea transmuted into feeling, and at the same time I must confess to a fiendish disgrace. Yes, I was afraid to go to Dergachev's, though not for the reason Yefim imagined. I dreaded going because I had been afraid of them even before I left Moscow. I knew that they, or some of their sort, it's all the same, were great in argument and would perhaps shatter my idea. I was firmly resolved in myself that I wouldn't give away my idea or say a word to them about it. But they, or again some of their sort, might easily say something to me which would destroy my faith in my idea, even though I might not utter a syllable about it. There were questions connected with my idea which I had not settled, but I did not want anyone to settle them but myself. For the last 2 years I had even given up reading for fear of meeting with some passage opposed to my idea which might shake me. And all at once Vassine had solved the difficulty and reassured me on the most essential point. After all, what was I afraid of, and what could they do to me, whatever skill in argument they might have? I perhaps was the only one who understood what Vassine meant by an idea transformed into an emotion. It's not enough to refute a fine idea. One must replace it by something fine of equal strength. Or else, refusing absolutely to part with my feeling in my heart, I should refute the refutation, however strong the argument might be, whatever they might say. And what could they give me in place of it? And therefore I might be braver. I was bound to be more manly. While I was delighted with Vassine, I felt ashamed and felt myself an insignificant child. Then there followed fresh ignominy. It was not a contemptible desire to show off my intelligence that made me break the ice and speak. It was an impulse to throw myself on his neck. The impulse to throw myself on people's necks that they might think well of me and take me to their hearts or something of the sort. Pure beastliness, in fact. I look upon as the most abject of my weaknesses, and I suspected it in myself long ago. In fact, when I was in the corner in which I entrenched myself for so many years, though I don't regret doing so, I knew I ought to behave in company with more austerity. What comforted me after every such ignominious scene was that my idea was as great a secret as ever, and that I hadn't given it away. With a sinking at my heart, I sometimes imagined that when I did let out my idea to someone, I should suddenly have nothing left, that I should become like everyone else, and perhaps I should give up the idea. And so I was on my guard and preserved it, and trembled at the thought of chattering. And now at Dergachev's, almost at the first contact with anyone, I broke down. I hadn't betrayed anything, of course, but I had chattered unpardonably. It was ignominious. It is a horrid thing to remember. No, I must not associate with people. I think so even now. 40 years hence I will speak. My idea demands a corner. 5. As soon as Vassine expressed approval, I felt irresistibly impelled to talk. I consider that everyone has a right to have his own feelings if they are from conviction, and that no one should reproach him with them. I went on addressing Vassine. Though I spoke boldly, it was as though I was not speaking, not my own tongue moving in my mouth. Really? The same voice which had interrupted Dergachev and shouted at Kraft that he was a German interposed with an ironical drawl. Regarding the speaker as a complete nonentity, I addressed the teacher as though he had called out to me. It's my conviction that I should not dare to judge anyone, I said, quivering and conscious that I was going to make a fool of myself. Why so mysterious? Cried the voice of the nonentity again. Every man has his own idea, I went on, gazing persistently at the teacher, who for his part held his tongue and looked at me with a smile. Yours is, cried the nonentity. Too long to describe, but part of my idea is that I should be left alone. As long as I have 2 rubles, I want to be independent of everyone. Don't excite yourself, I know the objection that will be made, and to do nothing. Not even to work for that grand future of humanity which Mr. Kraft is invited to work for. Personal freedom, that is, my own, is the first thing, and I don't care about anything else. My mistake was that I lost my temper. In other words, you advocate the tranquility of the well-fed cow. So be it. Cows don't hurt anyone. I owe no one anything. I pay society in the form of taxes that I may not be robbed, killed, or assaulted, and no one dare demand anything more. I personally perhaps may have other ideas, and if I want to serve humanity, I shall, and perhaps 10 times as much as those who preach about it. Only I want no one to dare to demand it of me, to force me to it, like Mr. Kraft. I must be perfectly free not to lift a finger if I like, but to rush and fall on everybody's neck from love to humanity and dissolve in tears of emotion is only a fashion. And why should I be bound to love my neighbor, or your future humanity, which I shall never see, which will never know anything about me, and which will in its turn disappear and leave no trace? Time counts for nothing in this. When the earth in its turn will be changed into an iceberg, and will fly off into the void with an infinite multitude of other similar icebergs. It's the most senseless thing one could possibly imagine. That's your teaching. Tell me why I am bound to be so noble, especially if it all lasts only for a moment. "Pooh!" cried a voice. I had fired off all this with nervous exasperation, throwing off all restraint. I knew that I was making a fool of myself, but I hurried on, afraid of being interrupted. I felt that my words were pouring out like water through a sieve, incoherently, 19 to the dozen, but I hurried on to convince them and get the better of them. It was a matter of such importance to me. I had been preparing for it for 3 years, but it was remarkable that they were all suddenly silent. They said absolutely nothing. Everyone was listening. I went on, addressing my remarks to the teacher. That's just it. A very clever man has said that nothing is more difficult than to answer the question, why we must be honorable. You know, there are 3 sorts of scoundrels in the world. Naive scoundrels, that is, convinced that their villainy is the highest virtue. Scoundrels who are ashamed, that is, ashamed of their own villainy, though they fully intend to persevere with it. And lastly, simple scoundrels, pure-bred scoundrels. For example, I had a schoolfellow called Lambert who told me at 16 that when he came into his fortune, it would be his greatest satisfaction to feed on meat and bread while the children of the poor were dying of hunger. And when they had no fuel for their fires, he would buy up a whole wood stack, build it up in a field, and set fire to it there, and not give any of it to the poor. Those were his feelings. Tell me, what am I to say to a pure-blooded scoundrel like that if he asks me why he should be honorable? Especially now in these times which you have so transformed, for things have never been worse than they are now. Nothing is clear in our society. You deny God, you see, deny heroism. What blind, deaf, dull-witted stagnation of mind can force me to act in one way if it's more to my advantage to do the opposite? You say a rational attitude to humanity is to your own advantage too. But what if I think all these rational considerations irrational, and dislike all these socialist barracks and phalanxes? What the devil do I care for them or for the future, when I shall only live once on earth? Allow me to judge of my advantage for myself. It's more amusing. What does it matter to me what will happen in 1,000 years to your humanity if, on your principles, I'm to get for it neither love nor future life nor recognition of my heroism? No, if that's how it is, I'd rather live in the most ignorant way for myself and let them all go to perdition. An excellent sentiment, though I'm always ready to go with them. That's one better, the same voice again. The others still remained silent. They all scrutinized me, staring, but little by little in different parts of the room there rose a titter, subdued indeed, but they were all laughing at me to my face. Vassine and Kraft were the only ones not laughing. The gentleman with the black whiskers was sniggering too. He sneered at me persistently and listened. I'm not going to tell you my idea, I cried, quivering all over. Nothing would induce me. But I ask you, on the other hand, from your point of view, don't imagine I'm speaking for myself, for I dare say I love humanity 1,000 times more than all of you put together. Tell me, and you must, you are bound now to answer because you are laughing. Tell me, what inducement do you hold out to me to follow you? Tell me, how do you prove to me that you'll make things better? How will you deal with my individual protest in your barracks? I have wanted to meet you, gentlemen, for ever so long. You will have barracks, communistic homes, strict nécessaire, atheism, and communistic wives without children. That's your ideal. I know all about it. And for all this, for this little part of mediocre advantage which your rational system guarantees me, for a bit of bread and a warm corner, you take away all my personal liberty. For instance, if my wife's carried off, are you going to take away my personal liberty so that I mayn't bash my rival's brains in? You tell me I shall be more sensible than myself. But what will the wife say to a husband so sensible if she has the slightest self-respect? Why, it's unnatural. You ought to be ashamed. You're a specialist on the woman question, then? The voice of the nonentity pronounced malignantly. For one instant I had an impulse to fly at him and pummel him with my fists. He was a short fellow with red hair and freckles, though what the devil does his appearance matter? Don't excite yourself. I've never once had relations with a woman, I rapped out, for the first time addressing him directly. A priceless avowal which might have been made more politely in the presence of ladies. For there was a general movement among them. They were all looking for their hats and taking leave, not on my account, of course, but simply because it was time to break up. But I was crushed with shame at the way they all ignored me. I jumped up, too. Allow me to ask your name. You kept looking at me, said the teacher, coming up to me with a very nasty smile. Dolgoruki. Prince Dolgoruki? No, simply Dolgoruki. Legally the son of a former serf, Makar Dolgoruki, but the illegitimate son of my former master, Monsieur Versalov. Don't make a mistake, gentlemen. I don't tell you this to make you all fall upon my neck and begin howling like calves from sentimentality. There was a loud and unceremonious roar of laughter, so much so that the baby, who was asleep in the next room, waked up and began squealing. I trembled with fury. Everyone shook hands with Dergachev and went out without taking the slightest notice of me. Come along, said Kraft, touching me. I went up to Dergachev, pressed his hand, and shook it vigorously several times. You must excuse Kudryumov's being so rude to you. Kudryumov was the red-haired man, said Dergachev. I followed Kraft out. I was not in the least ashamed. 6. There is, of course, an immense difference between what I am now and what I was then. Still not in the least ashamed, I overtook Vasin on the stairs, leaving Kraft behind as of secondary importance, and with the most natural air as though nothing had happened, I asked, I believe you know my father, Versalov. He's not exactly an acquaintance of mine, Vasin answered at once, and without a trace of that insulting refinement of politeness which delicate people adopt when they speak to people who have just disgraced themselves. But I do know him a little. I have met him, and I have heard him talk. If you've heard him, no doubt you do know him, for you are you. What do you think of him? Forgive the abrupt question, but I need to know. It's what you would think. Just your opinion that I need. You are asking a great deal of me. I believe that man is capable of setting himself tremendous tasks and possibly carrying them through, but without rendering an account of his doings to anyone. That's true. That's very true. He's a very proud man. Is he a sincere man? Tell me, what do you think about his being a Catholic? But I forgot. Perhaps you don't know. If I had not been so excited, I should not, of course, have fired off such questions so irrelevantly at a man of whom I had heard, but whom I had never seen before. I was surprised that Vasin did not seem to notice how rude I was. I heard something about it, but I don't know how far it may be true, he answered in the same calm and even tone as before. Not a bit. It's false. Do you suppose he can believe in God? He is a very proud man, as you said just now, and many very proud people like to believe in God, especially those who despise other people. Many strong natures seem to have a sort of natural craving to find someone or something to which they can do homage. Strong natures often find it very difficult to bear the burden of their strength. "Do you know, that must be awfully true," I cried again. "Only I should like to understand." "The reason is obvious. They turn to God to avoid doing homage to men, of course without recognizing how it comes about in them. To do homage to God is not so humiliating. They become the most fervent of believers, or to be more accurate, the most fervently desirous of believing. But they take this desire for belief itself. These are the people who most frequently become disillusioned in the end. As for Monsieur Versolov, I imagine that he has some extremely sincere characteristics, and altogether he interested me." "Vassine," I cried, "you rejoice my heart. It's not your intelligence I wonder at. I'm astonished that you, a man of such a lofty nature and so far above me, can walk with me and talk to me as simply and courteously as though nothing had happened." Vassine smiled. "You are too flattering, and all that has happened is that you have shown a weakness for abstract conversation. You have probably been through a long period of silence." "For 3 years I have been silent. For 3 years I have been preparing to speak. You couldn't, of course, have thought me a fool. You're so extraordinarily clever, though no one could have behaved more stupidly. But you must have thought me a scoundrel." "A scoundrel?" "Yes, certainly. Tell me, don't you secretly despise me for saying I was Versolov's illegitimate son, boasting I was the son of a serf?" "You worry yourself too much. If you think you did wrong in saying so, you've only to avoid saying it again. You have 50 years before you." "Oh, I know that I ought to be very silent with other people. This throwing oneself on people's necks is the lowest of all vices. I told them so just now, and here I am doing it to you. But there is a difference, isn't there? If you realize that difference, if you are capable of realizing it, then I bless this moment." Vassine smiled again. "Come and see me if you care to," he said. "I have work now and am busy, but I shall be pleased to see you." "I thought from your face just now that you were too hard and uncommunicative." "That may very well be true. I saw something of your sister, Lizaveta Makarovna, at Luga last year. Kraft has stopped, and I believe is waiting for you. He has to turn here." I pressed Vassine's hand warmly and ran up to Kraft, who had walked on ahead all the while I talked to Vassine. We walked in silence to his lodgings. I could not speak to him and did not want to. One of the strongest traits in Kraft's character was Part 1, Chapter 4 of A Raw Youth. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Josh Stevens in Ashland, Oregon. A Raw Youth by Fyodor Dostoyevsky. Translated by Constance Garnett. Part 1, Chapter 4. 1. Kraft had been somewhere in the service and at the same time had been a paid assistant of Andronikov's in the management of the private business which the deceased gentleman had always carried on in addition to his official duties. What mattered to me was that from his close association with Andronikov, Kraft might well know a great deal of what interested me. But Marie Ivanovna, the wife of Nikolai Semyonovich, with whom I had boarded so many years while I was at the grammar school in Moscow, was a favorite niece of Andronikov and was brought up by him, and from her I learned that Kraft had actually been commissioned to give me something. I had been expecting him for a whole month. He lived in a little flat of 2 rooms quite apart from the rest of the house, and at the moment, having only just returned, he had no servant. His trunk stood open, not yet unpacked. His belongings lay about on the chairs and were spread out on the table in front of the sofa, his traveling bag, his cash box, his revolver, and so on. As we went in, Kraft seemed lost in thought, as though he had altogether forgotten me. He had perhaps not noticed that I had not spoken to him on the way. He began looking for something at once, but happening to catch a glimpse of himself in the looking-glass, he stood still for a full minute gazing at his own face. Though I noticed this peculiar action and recalled it all afterwards, I was depressed and disturbed. I was not feeling equal to concentrating my mind. For a moment I had a sudden impulse to go straight away and give it all up forever. And after all, what did all these things amount to in reality? Was it not simply an unnecessary worry I had taken upon myself? I sank into despair at the thought that I was wasting so much energy perhaps on worthless trifles for mere sentimentality, while I had facing me a task that called for all my powers. And meanwhile my incapacity for any real work was clearly obvious from what had happened at Dergachev's. "Kraft, shall you go to them again?" I asked him suddenly. He turned slowly to me as though hardly understanding me. I sat down on a chair. "Forgive them," said Kraft suddenly. I fancied, of course, that this was a sneer, but looking attentively at him, I saw such a strange and even wonderful ingenuousness in his face that I positively wondered at his asking me so earnestly to forgive them. He brought up a chair and sat down beside me. "I know that I am perhaps a medley of all sorts of vanities and nothing more," I began, "but I'm not apologizing." "And you've no need to apologize to anyone," he said quietly and earnestly. He talked all the time quietly and very slowly. "I may be guilty in my own eyes. I like being guilty in my own eyes. Kraft, forgive me for talking nonsense. Tell me surely you don't belong to that circle. That's what I wanted to ask." "They are no sillier than other people, and no wiser. They are mad like everyone else." "Why is everyone mad?" I asked, turning towards him with involuntary curiosity. "All the best people are mad nowadays. It's the carnival of mediocrity and ineptitude and nothing else. But it's not worth talking about." As he talked, he looked away into the air and began sentences and broke off without finishing them. I was particularly struck by a note of despondency in his voice. "Surely Vassin is not one of them. Vassin has a mind. Vassin has a moral idea," I cried. "There are no moral ideas now. It suddenly appears that there is not one left, and what's worse, that there never have been any." "Never have been any in the past?" "Let us leave that," he brought out with unmistakable weariness. I was touched by his sorrowful earnestness. Ashamed of my own egoism, I began to drop into his tone. "The present day," he began after a pause lasting 2 minutes, looking away into space, "the present day is the golden age of mediocrity and callousness, of a passion for ignorance, idleness, inefficiency, a craving for everything ready-made. No one thinks. It's rare for anyone to work out an idea for himself." He broke off again and paused for a while. I listened. "Nowadays they are stripping Russia of her forests and exhausting her natural wealth, turning the country into a waste and making it only fit for the Kalmucks. If a man looks forward and plants a tree, everyone laughs at him and tells him he won't live to enjoy it. On the other hand, those with aspirations discuss nothing but what will be in 1,000 years. The idea that has sustained men has utterly gone. It's as though they were all at an hotel and were leaving Russia tomorrow. They are alive if they could only—" "Excuse me, Kraft, you said they worried their heads about what would happen in 1,000 years, but you despair about the future of Russia. Isn't that an anxiety of the same sort?" It's the most essential question in the world," he said irritably, and jumped up quickly from his seat. "Ah, yes, I forgot," he said suddenly in quite a different voice, looking at me in perplexity. "I asked you to come for something special, and meanwhile, for heaven's sake, excuse me." He seemed suddenly to wake up from a sort of dream and was almost disconcerted. He took a letter out of a portfolio on the table and gave it to me. "This is what I have to give you. It's a document of some importance," he began, speaking collectedly and with a business-like air. Long afterwards, when I recalled it, I was struck by this faculty in him, at an hour such as this was for him, of turning such wholehearted attention on another person's affairs and going into them with such firmness and composure. "It is a letter of Stolbiev's, that is, of the man whose will gave rise to Versolov's lawsuit with the Princes Sokolsky. The case is just being decided in the court and will certainly be decided in Versolov's favor. The law is on his side. Meanwhile, in this letter, a private letter written 2 years ago, the deceased sets forth his real dispositions, or more accurately, his desires, and expresses them rather in favor of the Sokolskys than of Versalov. At any rate, the points on which the Sokolskys rest their case in contesting the will are materially strengthened by this letter. Versalov's opponents would give a great deal for this letter, though it really has no positive legal value. Alexei Nikanorovich Andronikov, who managed Versalov's affairs, kept this letter, and not long before his death gave it to me, telling me to take care of it. Perhaps he had a presentiment that he was dying and was anxious about his papers. I was unwilling to judge of Alexei Nikanorovich's intentions in the case, and I must confess that at his death I found myself in disagreeable uncertainty what to do with this document, especially as the case was so soon to be concluded. But Marie Ivanovna, in whom Alexei Nikanorich seems to have put great confidence in his lifetime, helped me out of the difficulty. She wrote to me 3 weeks ago telling me that I was to give the letter to you, as this would, she believed, her own expression, be in accordance with the wishes of the deceased, and I am very glad that I can at last give it to you. Tell me, I said, dumbfounded at this new and unexpected information, what am I to do with this letter now? How am I to act? That's for you to decide. Impossible. My hands are tied. You must admit that. Versalov is so reckoning on this fortune, and you know he'll be utterly lost without it, and it suddenly appears that a document like this exists. It only exists here in this room. Is that really so? I looked at him attentively. If you can't decide how to act in this case, what can I advise you? But I can't give it to the Sokolskys either. I should ruin all Versalov's hopes, and be a traitor to him besides. On the other hand, if I give it to Versalov, I plunge the innocent into poverty, and I should put Versalov in a hopeless dilemma too. He would either have to give up the fortune or become a thief. You exaggerate the importance of the matter. Tell me one thing. Is this letter decisive, conclusive? No, it isn't. I'm not much of a lawyer. A lawyer on the other side would, no doubt, know how to make use of such a document and to turn it to account. But Alexei Nikanorich considered positively that if this letter were put forward, it would have no great legal value, so that Versalov's case might be won all the same. This letter is more a matter of conscience, so to say. But that's what matters most of all, I interrupted, just because it would put Versalov in a hopeless dilemma. He may, on the contrary, destroy the document and so escape all danger. Have you any grounds for supposing such a thing of him, Kraft? That's what I want to know. That's why I'm here. I believe everyone would do the same in his place. Would you behave so yourself? I'm not going to receive a fortune, so I can't tell about myself. Very well, I said, putting the letter in my pocket. The matter's settled for the present. Listen, Kraft. Maria Ivanovna, who has, I assure you, told me a great deal, said to me that you and only you could tell me the truth of what happened at Ems a year and a half ago between Versalov and Mademoiselle Amakov. I've been looking forward to seeing you as a sun that would throw light on everything. You don't know my position, Kraft. I beseech you to tell me the whole truth. What I want to know is what kind of man he is. And now I need to know it more than ever. I wonder Marie Ivanovna did not tell you about it herself. She might have heard it all from Andronikov, and of course she has heard it, and very likely knows more than I do. Andronikov was not clear about it himself, so Marie Ivanovna told me. It seems a maze to which no one has the clue. The devil himself would be lost in it. I know that you were at Ems yourself at the time. I never knew the whole of it, but what I do know, I will willingly tell you if you like, though I doubt whether I shall satisfy you. 2. I won't reproduce his story word for word, but will only give a brief summary of it. A year and a half before, Versalov, through the old prince, became a constant visitor at the Amakovs. They were all abroad then at Ems, and made a great impression on the general himself, a man who had, during 3 years of marriage, squandered all his wife's large dowry over cards, and as a result of his irregular life had already had a paralytic stroke, though he was not an old man. He had recovered from it before going abroad, and was staying at Ems for the sake of his daughter by his first wife. She was a girl of 17, in delicate health, consumptive, and said to be extremely beautiful, but at the same time very fantastical. She had no dowry, but they rested their hopes as usual on the old prince. Mademoiselle Amakov was said to be a good stepmother, but the girl, for some reason, became particularly attached to Versilov. He was preaching at that time something impassioned, as Kraft expressed it. Some sort of new life, was in a state of religious fervor of the most exalted kind, in the strange and perhaps ironical phrase of Andronikov, which was repeated to me. But it was noticeable that they all soon began to dislike him. The general was positively afraid of him. Kraft did not altogether deny the rumor that Versilov succeeded in instilling into the invalid husband's mind the suspicion that his wife, Katerina Nikolaevna, was not indifferent to the young Prince Sokolsky, who had left Ames and was at the time in Paris. He did this not directly, but after his usual fashion, by hints, inferences, and all sorts of roundabout ways, at which he is a great master, said Kraft. I may say that Kraft considered him, and preferred to consider him, altogether rather as an impostor and an inveterate intriguer than as a man genuinely possessed by some exalted, or at least original idea. I knew, apart from Kraft, that Versilov, who had at first had an extraordinary influence on Katerina Nikolaevna, had by degrees come to an open rupture with her. What lay behind all this I could not find out from Kraft, but everyone confirmed the story of the mutual hatred that had sprung up between them after their friendship. Then came a strange circumstance. Katerina Nikolaevna's invalid stepdaughter apparently fell in love with Versilov, or was struck by something in him, or was inflamed by his eloquence, or I don't know what. But it is known that at one time Versilov spent almost every day at her side. It ended by the young lady suddenly announcing to her father that she wanted to marry Versilov. That this actually had happened was confirmed by everyone, by Kraft, by Andronikov, by Maria Ivanovna, and even Tatiana Pavlovna once spoke about it before me. They asserted also that Versilov not only desired it himself, but positively insisted on a marriage with this girl, and that these two creatures of such different species, one old and the other young, were in complete agreement about it. But the father was alarmed at the idea. As he became more estranged from Katerina Nikolaevna, whom he had been very fond of, he now began almost to idolize his daughter, especially after his stroke. But the bitterest opposition to the idea of such a marriage came from Katerina Nikolaevna. There followed a great number of secret and extremely unpleasant family wrangles, disputes, mortifying, and in fact revolting scenes. At last the father began to give way before the persistence of the lovesick girl who was, as Kraft expressed it, fanaticized by Versilov. But Katerina Nikolaevna still resisted it with implacable hatred, and it is at this stage that the muddle begins which no one can understand. But this was Kraft's conjecture based on the facts. Only a conjecture, however. He thought Versilov had succeeded in his characteristic way in subtly suggesting to the young person that the reason Katerina Nikolaevna would not agree was that she was in love with him herself, and had been for a long time past worrying him with her jealousy, pursuing him and intriguing, that she had declared her feeling to him, and was now ready to horsewhip him for loving someone else, something of that sort anyway. Worst of all, that he had hinted this to the girl's father, the husband of the unfaithful wife, explaining that the prince had only been a passing amusement. The house, of course, began to be a perfect hell. In some versions of the story, Katerina Nikolaevna was devoted to her stepdaughter, and now was in despair at being calumniated to her, to say nothing of her relations with her invalid husband. And what is more, there existed another version, which to my grief I found Kraft fully believed, and therefore I believed myself. Of all this I had heard already. It was maintained, Andronikov, it was said, had heard it from Katerina Nikolaevna herself, that on the contrary, Versilov had in the past, before his feeling for the girl, made love to Katerina Nikolaevna. That though she had been his friend, and had been for a time carried away by his religious exaltation, yet she had constantly opposed and mistrusted him, and that she had met Versilov's declaration with deep resentment and had ridiculed him vindictively. That she had formally dismissed him for having openly suggested that she should become his wife, as her husband was expected to have a second attack very shortly. On this theory, Katerina Nikolaevna must have felt a peculiar hatred for Versolov when she saw him afterwards so openly trying to win her stepdaughter's hand. Marie Ivanovna, who told me all this in Moscow, believed in both versions. Both together, that is. She maintained that there was nothing inconsistent in all this, that it was something in the style of la haine dans l'amour, of the wounded pride of love on both sides, etc., etc. Something, in fact, like a very subtle, intricate romance, quite out of keeping with any serious and common-sense man, and moreover with an element of nastiness in it. But Maria Ivanovna, in spite of her estimable character, had been from childhood upwards saturated with sentiment from the novels which she read day and night. The sequel exhibited Versolov's evident baseness, his lying and intriguing, something dark and loathsome in him, the more so as the affair had a tragic ending. The poor, infatuated girl poisoned herself, they say, by means of phosphorus matches, though even now I don't know whether to believe that last detail. They did their utmost to hush it up anyway. The young lady was ill for a fortnight and then died, so the matches remained an open question, but Kraft firmly believed in them. Shortly afterwards, the young lady's father died too. It was said from his grief, which brought on a second stroke, though this did not occur till 3 months later. But after the young lady's funeral, the young Prince Sokolsky, who had returned to Ems from Paris, gave Versolov a slap in the face in a public garden, and the latter had not replied with a challenge, but had, on the contrary, showed himself next day on the promenade as though nothing had happened. Then everyone turned against him, in Petersburg as well. Though Versolov kept up with some acquaintances, they were quite in a different circle. All his aristocratic friends blamed him, though as a fact scarcely anyone knew the details. They only knew something of the young lady's romantic death and the slap in the face. Only 2 or 3 persons knew the story fully, so far as that was possible. The one who had known most of all was the deceased Andronikov, who had for many years had business relations with the Amakovs, and had had to do with Katerina Nikolaevna, particularly in one case. But he kept all these secrets even from his own family, and had only told part of the story to Kraft and Marie Ivanovna, and that from necessity. "The chief point is that there is a document in existence," concluded Kraft, "which Mademoiselle Amakov is very much afraid of." And this was what he told me about that. When the old Prince Katerina Nikolaevna's father was abroad, beginning to recover from his attack, she was so indiscreet as to write to Andronikov in dead secret. Katerina Nikolaevna put implicit faith in him, an extremely compromising letter. During his convalescence, the old prince actually did, it was said, display a propensity to waste his money, almost to fling it away, in fact. He began buying, when he was abroad, quite useless but expensive objects, pictures, vases, making donations and subscriptions of large sums to various institutions out there, and goodness knows what. He almost bought on the sly for an immense sum a ruined and encumbered estate from a fashionable Russian spendthrift, and finally began even dreaming of matrimony. And in view of all this, Katerina Nikolaevna, who had never left her father's side during his illness, wrote to Andronikov as a lawyer and an old friend, inquiring whether it would be legally possible to put the old prince under guardianship, or to declare him incompetent to manage his own affairs, and, if so, how it could best be done without a scandal, that no one might blame her, and that her father's feelings might be spared, etc., etc. It was said that Andronikov advised her against this and dissuaded her, and later on, when the old prince had completely recovered, it was impossible to return to the idea, but the letter remained in Andronikov's hands. And now he had died, and Katerina Nikolaevna had at once remembered the letter. If it turned up among the deceased's papers and fell into the old prince's hands, he would no doubt have cast her off forever, cut her out of his will, and not given her another farthing during his lifetime. The thought that his own daughter did not believe in his sanity, and even wanted to have him certified as a lunatic, would change the lamb into a wild beast. Her husband's gambling habits had left her at his death without a farthing, and she had only her father to look to. She fully hoped to receive from him a second dowry as ample as the first. Kraft did not quite know what had become of the letter, but observed that Andronikov never tore up papers of consequence. and he was besides a man of broad principles as well as broad intelligence. I was positively surprised at the independence of Kraft's criticism of Andronikov, whom he had loved and respected so much. But Kraft felt convinced that Versolov had obtained possession of the compromising document through his close relations with Andronikov's widow and daughters. It was known, indeed, that they had at once of necessity handed over all the deceased's papers to Versolov. He knew, too, that Katerina Nikolaevna was already aware that the letter was in Versolov's possession, and that she was frightened on account of it, imagining that Versolov would take the letter straight to her old father, that on her return from abroad she had searched for the document in Petersburg, had been at the Andronikovs, and was still hunting for it now, so that she must still have some hope that the letter was not in Versolov's hands, and finally that she had gone to Moscow simply with the same object, and had entreated Marie Ivanovna to look for it among the papers that had remained with her. She had only recently, since her return to Petersburg, heard of the existence of Marie Ivanovna, and of the footing on which the latter had stood with Andronikov. "You don't think she found it at Marie Ivanovna's?" I asked. "I have my own ideas." "If Marie Ivanovna has not told even you about it, probably she hasn't got it." "Then you suppose the document is in Versolov's hands?" "Most likely it is. I don't know, though. Anything is possible," he answered with evident weariness. I gave up questioning him, and indeed there was no object in doing so. All that mattered most had been made clear to me. In spite of all this sordid tangle, all that I feared most was confirmed. "It's all like a delirious nightmare," I said, deeply dejected, as I took up my hat. "Is the man so dear to you?" asked Kraft. I read his deep sympathy on his face at that minute. "I felt I shouldn't learn the whole story from you," said I. "Mademoiselle Amakov is the only hope left me. I was resting my hopes on her. Perhaps I shall go to her, and perhaps not." Kraft looked at me with some surprise. "Goodbye, Kraft," I said. "Why force oneself on people who don't want to see one? Isn't it better to break with everything, eh?" "And what then?" he asked, almost sullenly, keeping his eyes on the ground. "Retreat within oneself. Break with everything and withdraw within oneself." "To America?" "To America. Within oneself. Simply within oneself. That's my whole idea, Kraft," I said enthusiastically. He looked at me with some curiosity. "Have you such a place within yourself?" "Yes. Goodbye, Kraft. Thank you. I am sorry to have troubled you. If I were in your place and had that sort of Russia in my head, I'd send them all to hell. I'd say, get out with you. Keep your fretting and intriguing to yourselves. It's nothing to do with me." "Stay a little longer," he said suddenly when he was already with me at the front door. I was a little surprised. I went back and sat down again. Kraft sat opposite. We looked at each other with a sort of smile. I can see it all now. I remember that I felt a sort of wonder at him. "What I like in you is that you're so courteous," I said suddenly. "Yes?" "I feel that because I don't often succeed in being courteous myself, though I should like to, and yet perhaps it's better for people to be rude to one. At least they save one from the misfortune of liking them." "What hour of the day do you like best?" he asked, evidently not listening to me. "What hour? I don't know. I don't like sunset." "No?" he brought out with a peculiar curiosity. "Are you going away again?" "Yes, I'm going away." "Soon?" "Yes." "Surely you don't want a revolver to get to Vilna?" I asked, without the faintest hidden meaning in my words, and indeed there was no meaning at all. I asked the question simply because I happened to glance at the revolver and I was at a loss for something to say. He turned and looked intently at the revolver. "No, I take it simply from habit." "If I had a revolver, I should keep it hidden somewhere, locked up. It really is a temptation, you know. I may not believe in an epidemic of suicide, but if it's always catching my eye, there really are moments, you know, when it might tempt one." "Don't talk about it," he said, and suddenly got up from his chair. "I wasn't thinking of myself," I said, standing up too. "I'm not going to use it. If you were to give me 3 lives, it wouldn't be enough for me." "Long life to you," broke from him. He gave me an absent-minded smile and, strange to say, walked straight into the passage as though to show me out, probably not noticing what he was doing. "I wish you every sort of success, Kraft," I said as I went out onto the stairs. "That's as it may be," he answered firmly. "Till we meet again." "That's as it may be, too." I remember his last glance at me. 3. And this was the man for whom my heart had been beating all those years. And what had I expected from Kraft? What new information? As I came away from Kraft's, I felt very hungry. It was evening, and I had had no dinner. I went to a little restaurant in great prospect that I might not have to spend more than 20 or at most 25 kopecks. I would not have allowed myself to spend more at that time. I took some soup for myself, and as I ate it I sat looking out of window. There were a great many people in the room, and there was a smell of burnt meat, restaurant napkins, and tobacco. It was nasty. Over my head a dumb nightingale, gloomy and pensive, was pecking at the bottom of its cage. There was a noise in the adjoining billiard room, but I sat there and sank into deep thought. The setting sun, why was Kraft surprised at my not liking the sunset, aroused in me a new and unexpected sensation quite out of keeping with my surroundings. I was haunted by the soft look in my mother's eyes, her dear eyes which had been watching me so timidly the whole month. Of late I had been very rude at home, to her especially. I had a desire to be rude to Versalov, but not daring, in my contemptible way, tormented her instead. I had thoroughly frightened her. In fact, often she looked at me with such imploring eyes when Andrei Petrovich came in, afraid of some outburst on my part. It was a very strange thing that sitting here in the restaurant I realized for the first time that while Versalov spoke to me familiarly, she always addressed me deferentially. I had wondered at it before and had not been impressed in her favor by it, but now I realized it particularly, and strange ideas passed one after another through my brain. I sat there a long time till it got quite dark. I thought about my sister, too. It was a fateful moment for me. At all costs I must decide. Could I be incapable of decision? What is the difficulty of breaking with them if they don't want me either? My mother and sister? But I should not leave them anyway, however things turn out. It is true that the entrance of that man into my life, though only for an instant in my early childhood, was the turning point from which my conscious development began. Had he not met me then, my mind, my way of thinking, my fate would certainly have been different, even in spite of the character ordained me by destiny, which I could not anyway have escaped. But it turned out that this man was only a dream, the dream of my childhood. I had invented him myself, and in reality he was a different man who fell far below my imagination. I had come to find a genuine man, not a man like this. And why had I fallen in love with him once and forever in that brief moment when I saw him as a child? That forever must vanish. Sometime, if I have space for it, I will describe that meeting, the most futile incident leading up to nothing. But I had built it up into a pyramid. I had begun building that pyramid as I lay in my little bed. When falling asleep I could dream and weep. What for I cannot tell. Because I had been abandoned? Because I was tormented? But I was only tormented a little, and only for 2 years at Touchard's, the school into which he thrust me before leaving me forever. Afterwards no one tormented me, quite the contrary. I looked scornfully at my schoolfellows. And I can't endure the self-pity of the forlorn. There's no role more revolting than that of the orphan, the illegitimate, the outcast, and all such wretched creatures for whom I never feel any pity when they solemnly parade before the public and begin piteously but insistently whining of how they have been treated. I could beat them all. Will none of the filthy, conventional herd understand that it would be 10 times as credible to hold their tongues, not to whine, and not to deign to complain? And if he does deign, he deserves his fate, the bastard. That's my view. But what is absurd is not that I used to dream of him in my little bed, but that, almost forgetting my chief object, I have come here for the sake of him, of that imagined man. I have come to help him to stamp out a calumny, to crush his enemies. The document of which Kraft had spoken, that woman's letter to Andronikov about which she was so afraid, which might ruin her and reduce her to poverty, which she supposed to be in Versolov's hands, was not in his possession, but in mine, sewn up in my coat pocket. I had sewn it there myself, and no one in the whole world knew of it. The fact that the romantic Marie Ivanovna, in whose keeping the letter was left to be preserved, thought fit to give it to me and to no one else was only her own idea and a matter for her to decide, which I am not called upon to explain, though I may discuss it later if it seems appropriate. But, armed with this unexpected weapon, I could not help yielding to the temptation to come to Petersburg. Of course, I proposed to assist this man secretly without display or excitement, without expecting his praise or his embraces, and never, never would I condescend to reproach him for anything. And indeed, was it his fault that I had fallen in love with him and had created a fantastic ideal of him? Though indeed I did not perhaps love him at all. His original mind, his interesting character, his intrigues and adventures, and what my mother had been to him, all that, it seemed, could not keep me. It was enough that my fantastic doll was shattered, and that I could not perhaps love him any more. And so what was keeping me? Why was I sticking there? That was the question. The upshot of it all was that only I was a fool, no one else. But expecting honesty from others, I will be honest myself. I must confess that the letter sewn up in my pocket did not only arouse in me the passionate desire to rush to Versolov's aid. Now it is quite clear to me, and even then I thought of it with a blush. I had visions of a woman, a proud aristocratic creature, whom I should meet face to face. She would laugh at me, despise me as though I were a mouse. She would not even suspect that her future was in my power. This idea intoxicated me even in Moscow, and still more in the train on the way. I have confessed this already. Yes, I hated that woman, but already I loved her as my victim, and all this was true, all this was real. But this was childishness, which I should not have expected even from anyone like me. I am describing my feelings then, that is, what passed through my mind as I sat in the restaurant under the nightingale, and made up my mind to break with them forever. The memory of my recent meeting with that woman sent a rush of color to my face. An ignominious meeting, an ignominious and stupid impression, and what mattered most, it showed my incapacity for action. It proved, I thought then, that I was not strong enough to withstand the stupidest lure, though I told Kraft myself just now that I had my place within myself, and work of my own, and that if I had 3 lives they wouldn't be enough for me. I said that proudly. My having abandoned my idea and mixed myself up with Versolov's affairs was to some extent excusable, but that I should run from side to side like a frightened hare and be drawn into every trifle, that of course was simply my own folly. What induced me to go to Dergachev's and to burst out with my imbecilities, though I knew long ago that I am incapable of saying anything cleverly or sensibly, that it is always better for me to be silent? And some Vaccine or other reassures me with the reflection that I have 50 years of life ahead of me, and so I have no need to worry. It was a good reply, I admit, and did credit to his unmistakable intelligence. It was good because it was the simplest, and what is simplest is never understood till the last, when everything that is cleverer or stupider has been tried already. But I knew that answer before Vaccine. I'd had an inkling of that thought more than 3 years ago. What's more, my idea was to some extent included in it. Such were my reflections in the restaurant. I felt disgusted as I made my way towards Semyonovsky Polk at 8 o'clock in the evening, worn out with walking and with thinking. It was quite dark by then, and the weather had changed. It was dry, but a horrid Petersburg wind had sprung up, blowing keenly and malignantly on my back, and whirling up the dust and sand. How many sullen faces of poor people hurrying home to their corners from work and trade. Every one had his own sullen anxiety in his face, and there was perhaps not one common uniting thought in the crowd. Kraft was right. Everyone was different. I met a little boy, so little that it was strange he could be out alone in the street at that hour. He seemed to have lost his way. A peasant woman stopped for a minute to listen to him, but not understanding what he said, waved her hand and went on, leaving him alone in the darkness. I was going towards him, but he suddenly took fright and ran away. As I approached the house, I made up my mind that I should never go and see Vasin. I had an intense longing as I went up the stairs to find them at home alone, without Versalov, that I might have time before he came in to say something nice to my mother, or to my dear sister, to whom I had scarcely said anything particular all that month. It so happened that he was not at home. 4. By the way, as I am bringing onto the scene this new character, I am speaking of Versalov, I will introduce briefly a formal account of him, though it is of no significance. I do this to make things more comprehensible for the reader, and because I can't foresee where this account could fit in the later part of my story. He studied at the university, but went into a cavalry regiment of the Guards. He married Mademoiselle Fenaryatov and retired from the army. He went abroad, and on his return lived a life of worldly gaiety in Moscow. On his wife's death, he spent some time in the country. Then came the episode with my mother. Then he lived for a long time somewhere in the south. During the war with Europe, he served in the army, but did not reach the Crimea, and was never in action. At the conclusion of the war, he left the service and went abroad. He took my mother with him, though he left her at Königsberg. The poor woman used sometimes shaking her head to tell with a sort of horror how she had spent 6 months there with her little girl, not knowing the language, absolutely friendless, and in the end penniless, as though she were lost in a forest. Then Tatiana Pavlovna came to fetch her and took her back to some place in the Novgorod province. Then, on the emancipation of the serfs, Versalov became one of the first mediators, and is said to have performed his duties admirably, but he soon gave this up, and in Petersburg was occupied with the conduct of various private lawsuits. Andronikov always had a high opinion of his capacity. He had a great respect for him, and only said he did not understand his character. Then Versalov gave that up too, and went abroad again, this time for a long period, several years. Then came his close intimacy with old Prince Sokolsky. During this period, his financial position underwent 2 or 3 radical changes. At one time he fell into complete poverty, then grew wealthy, and rose again. Having brought my story to this point, I am determined to describe my idea, too. For the first time since its conception, I will translate it into words. I am determined to reveal it, so to speak, to the reader, partly for the sake of greater clearness in what I have to explain further. And it is not only confusing for the reader. Even I, the author, am beginning to get muddled by the difficulty of explaining each step without explaining what led up to it and induced me to take it. By keeping up this attitude of silence, I have clumsily descended to one of those literary graces which I have ridiculed above. Before entering upon my Petersburg romance with all my ignominious adventures in it, I find this preface is necessary. But I was not tempted to silence for the sake of literary grace, but was forced to it by the nature of the case, that is, the difficulty of the case. Even now, when it is all over, I find it very difficult to put this idea into words. Besides, I must describe it in its aspects at that time, that is, the form it took and the way I looked at it. Not now, but then, and that is a fresh difficulty. To describe some things is almost impossible. The ideas that are the simplest and the clearest are the most difficult to understand. If, before the discovery of America, Columbus had begun telling his idea to other people, I am convinced that for a very long time people would not have understood him. And indeed, they did not understand him. I don't mean to compare myself with Columbus, and if anyone imagines that I do, he ought to be ashamed. Part 1, Chapter 5 of A Raw Youth. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Josh Stevens in Ashland, Oregon. A Raw Youth by Fyodor Dostoyevsky, translated by Constance Garnett, Part 1, Chapter 5. 1. My idea is to become a Rothschild. I invite the reader to keep calm and not to excite himself. I repeat it. My idea is to become a Rothschild, to become as rich as Rothschild. Not simply rich, but as rich as Rothschild. What objects I have in view, what for and why, all that shall come later. First, I will simply show that the attainment of my object is a mathematical certainty. It is a very simple matter. The whole secret lies in two words, obstinacy and perseverance. We have heard that. It's nothing new, people will tell me. Every Vater in Germany repeats this to his children, and meanwhile your Rothschild, James Rothschild, the Parisian is the one I mean, is unique while there are millions of such Vaters. I should answer. You assert that you've heard it, but you've heard nothing. It's true that you're right about one thing. When I said that this was very simple, I forgot to add that it is most difficult. All the religions and the moralities of the world amount to one thing: love virtue and avoid vice. One would think nothing could be simpler, but just try doing something virtuous and giving up any one of your vices. Just try it. It's the same with this. That's why your innumerable German Vaters may, for ages past reckoning, have repeated those two wonderful words which contain the whole secret. And meanwhile Rothschild remains unique. It shows the same idea, but not the same, and these Vaters don't repeat the same idea. No doubt they too have heard of obstinacy and perseverance, but to attain my object, what I need is not these German Vaters of obstinacy, or these Vaters perseverance. The mere fact that he is a Vater, I don't mean only the Germans, that he has a family, that he is living like other people, has expenses like other people, has obligations like other people, means that he can't become a Rothschild, but must remain an average man. I understand quite clearly that in becoming a Rothschild, or merely desiring to become one, not in the German Vater's way, but seriously, I must at the same time cut myself off from society. Some years ago I read in the newspaper that on one of the steamers on the Volga there died a beggar who went about begging in rags and was known to everyone. On his death they found sewn up in his shirt 3,000 rubles in notes. The other day I read of another beggar of the respectable sort who used to go about the restaurants holding out his hand. He was arrested and there was found on him 5,000 rubles. Two conclusions follow directly from this. The first, that obstinacy in saving even the smallest coin will produce enormous results in the long run. Time is of no account in this. And secondly, that the most unskillful form of accumulation, if only persevering, is mathematically certain of success. Meanwhile, there are perhaps a good number of respectable, clever, obstinate people who cannot save either 3 or 5,000, however much they struggle, though they would be awfully glad to have such a sum. Why is that? The answer is clear. It is because not one of them, in spite of all their wishing it, desires it to such a degree that, for instance, if he is not able to save by other means, he is ready to become a beggar, and so persistent that after becoming a beggar he will not waste the first farthing he is given on an extra crust of bread for himself or his family. With this system of saving, that is, in beggary, one must live on bread and salt and nothing more to save up such sums. At least so I imagine. That is no doubt what the two beggars I have mentioned above did do. They must have eaten nothing but bread and have lived almost in the open air. There is no doubt that they had no intention of becoming Rothschilds. They were simply Harpagons or Ilyushkins in their purest form, nothing more. But when there is intelligent accumulation in quite a different form with the object of becoming a Rothschild, no less strength of will is needed than in the case of those two beggars. The German Vater does not show such strength of will. There are many kinds of strength in the world, especially of strength of will and of desire. There is the temperature of boiling water and there is the temperature of molten iron. One wants here the same thing as in a monastery, the same heroic asceticism. Feeling is wanted, not only idea. What for? Why? Is it moral and not monstrous to wear sackcloth and eat black bread all one's life to heap up filthy lucre? These questions I will consider later. Now I am discussing only the possibility of attaining the object. When I thought of my idea, and it was forged in white heat, I began asking myself, am I capable of asceticism? With this object, for the whole of the first month, I took bread and water, not more than 2.5 pounds of black bread a day. To do this, I was obliged to deceive Nikolai Semyonovitch, who was clever, and Marie Ivanovna, who was anxious for my welfare. Though I wounded her and somewhat surprised Nikolai Semyonovitch, who was a man of great delicacy, I insisted on having my dinner brought to my room. There I simply got rid of it. I poured the soup out of window onto the nettles or elsewhere. The meat I either flung out of window to a dog, or wrapping it up in paper, put it in my pocket and threw it away after, and so on. As the bread given me for dinner was much less than 2.5 pounds, I bought bread on the sly. I stood this for a month, perhaps, only upsetting my stomach a little, but the next month I added soup to the bread and drank a glass of tea morning and evening, and I assure you I passed a year like that in perfect health and content, as well as in a moral ecstasy and perpetual secret delight. Far from regretting the dainties I missed, I was overjoyed. At the end of the year, having convinced myself I was capable of standing any fast, however severe, I began eating as they did, and went back to dine with them. Not satisfied with this experiment, I made a second. Apart from the sum paid to Nikolai Semyonovitch for my board, I was allowed 5 rubles a month for pocket money. I resolved to spend only half. This was a very great trial, but after at most 2 years I had in my pocket by the time I went to Petersburg 70 rubles saved entirely in this way, besides other money. The result of these 2 experiments was of vast importance to me. I had learnt positively that I could so will a thing as to attain my objects. And that, I repeat, is the essence of my idea. The rest is all nonsense. 2. Let us, however, look into the nonsense too. I have described my 2 experiments. In Petersburg, as the reader knows, I made a third. I went to the auction, and at one stroke made a profit of 7 rubles 95 kopecks. This, of course, was not a real experiment. It was only by way of sport and diversion. I simply wanted to filch a moment from the future and to test how I should go and behave. I had decided, even at the very first in Moscow, to put off really beginning till I was perfectly free. I fully realized that I must, for instance, finish my work at school. The university, as the reader knows already, I sacrificed. There is no disputing that I went to Petersburg with concealed anger in my heart. No sooner had I left the grammar school and become free for the first time than I suddenly saw that Versolov's affairs would distract me from beginning my enterprise for an indefinite period. But though I was angry, I went to Petersburg feeling perfectly serene about my object. It is true I knew nothing of practical life, but I had been thinking about it for 3 years and could have no doubt about it. I had pictured 1,000 times over how I should begin. I should suddenly find myself, as though dropped from the clouds, in one of our 2 capitals. I pitched on Petersburg or Moscow for my beginning, and by choice Petersburg, to which I gave the preference through certain considerations. Perfectly free, not dependent on anyone, in good health, and with 100 rubles hidden in my pocket as the capital for my first investment. Without 100 rubles, it would be impossible to begin, as without it, even the earliest period of success would be too remote. Apart from my 100 rubles, I should have, as the reader knows already, courage, obstinacy, perseverance, absolute isolation, and secrecy. Isolation was the principal thing. I greatly disliked the idea of any connection or association with others until the last moment. Speaking generally, I proposed beginning my enterprise alone. That was a sine qua non. People weigh upon me, and with them I should have been uneasy, and uneasiness would have hindered my success. Generally speaking, all my life up to now, and all my dreams of how I would behave with people, I always imagined myself being very clever. It was very different in reality. I was always very stupid, and I confess sincerely, with indignation, I always gave myself away and was flustered, and so I resolved to cut people off altogether. I should gain by it independence, tranquility of mind, and clearness of motive. In spite of the terrible prices in Petersburg, I determined once for all that I should never spend more than 50 kopecks on food, and I knew I should keep my word. This question of food I had thought over minutely for a long time past. I resolved, for instance, sometimes to eat nothing but bread and salt for 2 days together, and to spend on the third day what I had saved on those 2 days. I fancied that this would be better for my health than a perpetual uniform fast on a minimum of 15 kopecks. Then I needed a corner, literally a corner, solely to sleep the night in and to have a refuge in very bad weather. I proposed living in the street, and if necessary I was ready to sleep in one of the night refuges where they give you a piece of bread and a glass of tea as well as a night's lodging. Oh, I should be quite capable of hiding my money so it should not be stolen in the corner or in the refuge, and should not even be suspected. I'll answer for that. Steal from me? Why, I'm afraid of stealing myself, I once heard a passer-by in the street say gaily. Of course, I only apply to myself the caution and smartness of it. I don't intend to steal. What is more, while I was in Moscow, perhaps from the very first day of my idea, I resolved that I would not be a pawnbroker or usurer either. There are Jews for that job, and such Russians as have neither intelligence nor character. Pawnbroking and usury are for the commonplace. As for clothes, I resolved to have 2 suits, one for every day and one for best. When once I had got them, I felt sure I should wear them a long time. I purposely trained myself to wear a suit for 2.5 years, and in fact I discovered a secret. For clothes always to look new and not to get shabby, they should be brushed as often as possible, 5 or 6 times a day. Brushing does not hurt the cloth. I speak from knowledge. What does hurt it is dust and dirt. Dust is the same thing as stones if you look at it through the microscope, and however hard a brush it is almost the same as fur. I trained myself to wear my boots evenly. The secret lies in putting down the whole sole at once, and avoiding treading on the side. One can train oneself to this in a fortnight. After that, the habit is unconscious. In this way, boots last on an average a third as long again. That is the experience of 2 years. Then followed my activity itself. I started with the hypothesis that I had 100 rubles. In Petersburg, there are so many auction sales, petty hucksters' booths, and people who want things, that it would be impossible not to sell anything one bought for a little more. Over the album, I had made 7 rubles 95 kopecks profit on 2 rubles 5 kopecks of capital invested. This immense profit was made without any risk. I could see from his eyes that the purchaser would not back out. Of course, I know quite well that this was only a chance, but it is just such chances I am on the lookout for. That is why I have made up my mind to live in the street. Well, granted that such a chance is unusual, no matter. My first principle will be to risk nothing, and the second, to make every day more than the minimum spent on my subsistence, that the process of accumulation may not be interrupted for a single day. I shall be told that all this is a dream. You don't know the streets, and you'll be taken in at the first step. But I have will and character, and the science of the streets is a science like any other. Persistence, attention, and capacity can conquer it. In the grammar school, right up to the 7th form, I was one of the first. I was very good at mathematics. Why, can one possibly exaggerate the value of experience and knowledge of the streets to such a fantastic pitch as to predict my failure for certain? That is only what people say who have never made an experiment in anything, have never begun any sort of life, but have grown stiff in second-hand stagnation. One man breaks his nose, so another must break his. No, I won't break mine. I have character, and if I pay attention I can learn anything. But is it possible to imagine that with constant persistence, with incessant vigilance and continual calculation and reflection, with perpetual activity and alertness, one could fail to find out how to make 20 kopecks to spare every day? Above all, I resolved not to struggle for the maximum profit, but always to keep calm. As time went on, after heaping up 1 or 2,000, I should, of course, naturally rise above second-hand dealing and street trading. I know, of course, far too little as yet about the stock exchange, about shares, banking, and all that sort of thing. But to make up for that, I know, as I know I have 5 fingers on my hand, that I should learn all the stock exchange and banking business as well as anyone else, and that the subject would turn out to be perfectly simple, because one is brought to it by practice. What need is there of the wisdom of Solomon so long as one has character? Efficiency, skill, and knowledge come of themselves, if only one does not leave off willing. The great thing is to avoid risks, and that can only be done if one has character. Not long ago in Petersburg, I had before me a subscription list of shares in some railway investments. Those who succeeded in getting shares made a lot of money. For some time, the shares went up and up. Well, if one day someone who had not succeeded in getting a share or was greedy for more had offered to buy mine at a premium of so much %, I should certainly have sold it. People would have laughed at me, of course, and have said that if I had waited I should have made 10 times as much. Quite so, but my premium is safer, for it's a bird in the hand while yours is on the bush. I shall be told that one can't make much like that. Excuse me, that's your mistake. The mistake of all our Kokorevs, Polyakovs, and Gubinins. Let me tell you the truth. Perseverance and persistence in money-making, and still more in saving, is much more effective than these cent-per-cent profits. Not long before the French Revolution, there was a man called Law in Paris who invented of himself a scheme that was theoretically magnificent, but which came utterly to grief in practice afterwards. All Paris was an excitement. Law's shares were bought up at once before allotment. Money from all parts of Paris poured as from a sack into the house where the shares were subscribed. But the house was not enough at last. The public thronged the street, people of all callings, all classes, all ages, bourgeois, noblemen, their children, countesses, marquises, prostitutes, were all struggling in one infuriated, half-crazy, rabid mob. Rank, the prejudices of birth and pride, even honor and good name, were all trampled in the same mire. All, even women, were ready to sacrifice anyone to gain a few shares. The list at last was passed down into the streets, but there was nothing to write on. Then it was suggested to a hunchback that he should lend his back for the time as a table on which people could sign their names for shares. The hunchback agreed. One can fancy at what a price. Sometime, a very short time after, they were all bankrupt. The whole thing went smash. The whole idea was exploded and the shares were worth nothing. Who got the best of it? Why, the hunchback, because he did not take shares but louis d'or in cash. Well, I am that hunchback. I had strength of will enough not to eat and to save 72 rubles out of my kopecks. I shall have strength enough to restrain myself and prefer a safe profit to a large one, even when everyone around me is carried away by a fever of excitement. I am trivial only about trifles, not in what is important. I have often lacked fortitude for enduring little things ever since the inception of my idea, but for enduring big things I shall always have enough. When in the morning my mother gave me cold coffee before I set out to work, I was angry and rude to her, and yet I was the same person who had lived a whole month on bread and water. In short, not to make money, not to learn how to make money, would be unnatural. It would be unnatural, too, in spite of incessant and regular saving, unflagging care and mental sobriety, self-control, economy, and growing energy. It would be unnatural, I repeat, to fail to become a millionaire. How did the beggar make his money if not by a fanatical determination and perseverance? Am I inferior to a beggar? And after all, supposing I don't arrive at anything, suppose my calculation is incorrect, suppose I fall and come to grief. No matter, I shall go on. I shall go on because I want to. That is what I said in Moscow. I shall be told that there is no idea in this, absolutely nothing new. But I say, and for the last time, that there are an immense number of ideas in it, and a vast amount that is new. Oh, I foresaw how trivial all objections would be, and that I should be as trivial myself in expounding my idea. Why, what have I said, after all? I haven't told 100th part of it. I feel that it is trivial, superficial, crude, and somehow too young for my age. 3. I've still to answer the questions what for and why, whether it's moral, and all the rest of it. I've undertaken to answer them. I am sad at disappointing the reader straight off, sad and glad too. Let him know that in my idea there is absolutely no feeling of revenge, nothing Byronic, no curses, no lamentations over my orphaned state, no tears over my illegitimacy, nothing of the sort. In fact, if a romantic lady should chance to come across my autobiography, she would certainly turn up her nose. The whole object of my idea is isolation. But one can arrive at isolation without straining to become a Rothschild. What has Rothschild got to do with it? Why, that besides isolation, I want power. Let me tell the reader, he will perhaps be horrified at the candor of my confession, and in the simplicity of his heart will wonder how the author could help blushing. But my answer is that I'm not writing for publication, and I may not have a reader for 10 years, and by that time everything will be so thoroughly past, settled, and defined that there will be no need to blush. And so, if I sometimes in my autobiography appeal to my reader, it is simply a form of expression. My reader is an imaginary figure. No, it was not being illegitimate with which I was so taunted at Touchard's, not my sorrowful childhood. It was not revenge nor the desire to protest that was at the bottom of my idea. My character alone was responsible for everything. At 12 years old, I believe, that is almost at the dawn of real consciousness, I began to dislike my fellow creatures. It was not that I disliked them exactly, but that their presence weighed upon me. I was sometimes in my moments of purest sincerity quite sad that I never could express everything even to my nearest and dearest. That is, I could, but will not. For some reason I restrain myself so that I'm mistrustful, sullen, and reserved. Again, I have noticed one characteristic in myself almost from childhood, that I am too ready to find fault and given to blaming others. But this impulse was often followed at once by another which was very irksome to me. I would ask myself whether it were not my fault rather than theirs, and how often I blamed myself for nothing. To avoid such doubts I naturally sought solitude. Besides, I found nothing in the company of others, however much I tried, and I did try. All the boys of my own age, anyway, all my schoolfellows, every one of them turned out to be inferior to me in their ideas. I don't recall one single exception. Yes, I am a gloomy person. I am always shutting myself up. I often love to walk out of a room full of people. I may perhaps do people a kindness, but often I cannot see the slightest reason for doing them a kindness. People are not such splendid creatures that they are worth taking much trouble about. Why can't they approach me openly and directly? Why must I always be forced to make the first overtures? That is the question I ask myself. I am a grateful creature, and have shown it by 100 imbecilities. If someone were frank with me, I should instantly respond with frankness and begin to love them at once. And so have I done, but they have all deceived me promptly, and have withdrawn from me with a sneer. The most candid of them all was Lambert, who beat me so much as a child, but he was only an open brute and scoundrel. And even his openness was only stupidity. Such was my state of mind when I came to Petersburg. When I came out from Dergachev's, and goodness only knows what made me go to him, I had gone up to Vassin, and in a rush of enthusiasm I had begun singing his praises. And that very evening I felt that I liked him much less. Why? Just because by my praise of him I had demeaned myself before him. Yet one might have thought it would have been the other way. A man just and generous enough to give another his due, even to his own detriment, ought to stand higher in his personal dignity than anyone. And though I quite understood this, I did like Vassin less, much less, in fact. I purposely choose an example with which the reader is familiar. I even thought of Kraft with a bitter, sickly feeling, because he had led me into the passage, and this feeling lasted till the day when Kraft's state of mind at the time was revealed, and it was impossible to be angry with him. From the time when I was in the lowest class in the grammar school, as soon as any of my comrades excelled me in schoolwork, or witty answers, or physical strength, I immediately gave up talking or having anything to do with them. Not that I disliked them or wished them not to succeed. I simply turned away from them because such was my character. Yes, I thirsted for power. I've thirsted for it all my life. Power and solitude. I dreamed of it at an age when everyone would have laughed at me to my face if they could have guessed what was in my head. That was why I so liked secrecy. And indeed, all my energy went into dreams, so much so that I had no time to talk. This led to my being unsociable, and my absent-mindedness led people to more unpleasant conclusions about me, but my rosy cheeks belied their suspicions. I was particularly happy when, covering myself up in bed at night, I began in complete solitude, with no stir or sound of other people round me, to recreate life on a different plan. I was most desperately dreamy up to the time of the idea, when all my dreams became rational instead of foolish, and passed from the fantastic realms of romance to the reasonable world of reality. Everything was concentrated into one object. Not that they were so very stupid before, although there were masses and masses of them. But I had favorites. There is no need to bring them in here, however. Power. I am convinced that very many people would think it very funny if they knew that such a pitiful creature was struggling for power. But I shall surprise them even more, perhaps from my very first dreams, that is, almost from my earliest childhood. I could never imagine myself except in the foremost place, always and in every situation in life. I will add a strange confession. It is the same perhaps to this day. At the same time, let me observe that I am not apologizing for it. That is the point of my idea. That is the force of it, that money is the one means by which the humblest non-entity may rise to the foremost place. I may not be a non-entity, but I know from the looking-glass that my exterior does not do me justice, for my face is commonplace. But if I were as rich as Rothschild, who would find fault with my face? And wouldn't thousands of women be ready to fly at me with all their charms if I whistled to them? I am sure that they would honestly consider me good-looking. Suppose I am clever, but were I as wise as Solomon, someone would be found wiser still, and I should be done for. But if I were a Rothschild, what would that wise man be beside me? Why, they would not let him say a word beside me. I may be witty, but with Talleyrand or Piron, I'm thrown into the shade. But if I were a Rothschild, where would Piron be? And where Talleyrand even, perhaps? Money is, of course, despotic power. And at the same time it is the greatest leveler, and that is its chief power. Money levels all inequality. I settled all that in Moscow. You will see, of course, in this idea nothing but insolence, violence, the triumph of the non-entity over the talented. I admit that it is an impudent idea, and for that reason a sweet one. But let it pass. You imagine that I desire power to be able to crush, to avenge myself. That is just the point. That is how the commonplace would behave. What is more, I'm convinced that the thousands of wise and talented who are so exalted, if the Rothschilds' million suddenly fell to their lot, could not resist behaving like the most vulgar and commonplace, and would be more oppressive than any. My idea is quite different. I'm not afraid of money. It won't crush me, and it won't make me crush others. What I want isn't money, or rather money is not necessary to me, nor power either. I only want what is obtained by power, and cannot be obtained without it. That is, the calm and solitary consciousness of strength. That is the fullest definition of liberty for which the whole world is struggling. Liberty. At last I have written that grand word. Yes, the solitary consciousness of strength is splendid and alluring. I have strength and I am serene. With the thunderbolts in his hands, Jove is serene. Are his thunders often heard? The fool fancies that he is asleep. But put a literary man or a peasant woman in Jove's place, and the thunder would never cease. If I only have power, I argued, I should have no need to use it. I assure you that of my own free will I should take the lowest seat everywhere. If I were a Rothschild, I would go about in an old overcoat with an umbrella. What should I care if I were jostled in the crowd, if I had to skip through the mud to avoid being run over? The consciousness that I was myself a Rothschild would even amuse me at the moment. I should know I could have a dinner better than anyone, that I could have the best cook in the world. It would be enough for me to know it. I would eat a piece of bread and ham and be satisfied with the consciousness of it. I think so even now. I shouldn't run after the aristocracy, but they would run after me. I shouldn't pursue women, but they would fly to me like the wind, offering me all that women can offer. The vulgar run after money, but the intelligent are attracted by curiosity to the strange, proud, and reserved being, indifferent to everything. I would be kind, and would give them money perhaps, but I would take nothing from them. Curiosity arouses passion. Perhaps I may inspire passion. They will take nothing away with them, I assure you, except perhaps presents that will make me twice as interesting to them. To me, enough, the consciousness of this. It is strange but true that I have been fascinated by this picture since I was 17. I don't want to oppress or torment anyone, and I won't. But I know that if I did want to ruin some man, some enemy of mine, no one could prevent me, and everyone would serve me, and that would be enough again. I would not revenge myself on anyone. I could never understand how James Rothschild could consent to become a baron. Why, for what reason, when he was already more exalted than anyone in the world? Oh, let that insolent general insult me at the station where we are both waiting for our horses. If he knew who I was, he would run himself to harness the horses and would hasten to assist me into my modest vehicle. They say that some foreign count or baron at a Vienna railway station put an Austrian banker's slippers on for him in public, and the latter was so vulgar as to allow him to do it. Oh, may that terrible beauty, yes, terrible, there are such, that daughter of that luxurious and aristocratic lady meeting me by chance on a steamer or somewhere, glance askance at me and turn up her nose, wondering contemptuously how that humble, unpresentable man with a book or paper in his hand could dare to be in a front seat beside her. If only she knew who was sitting beside her, and she will find out, she will, and will come to sit beside me of her own accord, humble, timid, ingratiating, seeking my glance, radiant at my smile. I purposely introduced these early daydreams to express what was in my mind, but the picture is pale and perhaps trivial. Only reality will justify everything. I shall be told that such a life would be stupid. Why not have a mansion? Keep open house, gather society round you. Why not have influence? Why not marry? But what would Rothschild be then? He would become like everyone else. All the charm of the idea would disappear, all its moral force. When I was quite a child, I learned Pushkin's monologue of the miserly knight. Pushkin has written nothing finer in conception than that. I have the same ideas now. But yours is too low an ideal, I shall be told with contempt. Money, wealth, very different from the common weal, from self-sacrifice for humanity. But how can anyone tell how I should use my wealth? In what way is it immortal? In what way is it degrading that these millions should pass out of dirty, evil Jewish hands into the hands of a sober and resolute ascetic with a keen outlook upon life? All these dreams of the future, all these conjectures seem like a romance now, and perhaps I am wasting time in recording them. I might have kept them to myself. I know, too, that these lines will very likely be read by no one, but if anyone were to read them, would he believe that I should be unable to stand the test of the Rothschild millions? Not because they would crush me, quite the contrary. More than once in my dreams I have anticipated that moment in the future when my consciousness will be satiated and power will not seem enough for me. Then, not from ennui, Not from aimless weariness, but because I have a boundless desire for what is great, I shall give all my millions away. Let society distribute all my wealth, and I will mix with nothingness again. Maybe I will turn into a beggar, like the one who died on the steamer, with the only difference that they wouldn't find money sewn up in my shirt. The mere consciousness that I had had millions in my hands and had flung them away into the dirt like trash would sustain me in my solitude. I am ready to think the same even now. Yes. My idea is a fortress in which I can always, at every turn, take refuge from everyone, even if I were a beggar dying on a steamer. It is my poem, and let me tell you, I must have the whole of my vicious will simply to prove to myself that I can renounce it. No doubt I shall be told that this is all romance, and that if I got my millions I should not give them up and become a beggar. Perhaps I should not. I have simply sketched the ideal in my mind. But I will add seriously that if I did succeed in piling up as much money as Rothschild, that it really might end in my giving it all up to the public, though it would be difficult to do so before I reached that amount. And I shouldn't give away half, because that would be simply vulgar. I should be only half as rich, that would be all. I should give away all to the last farthing, for on becoming a beggar, I should become twice as rich as Rothschild. If other people don't understand this, it's not my fault. I'm not going to explain it. The fanaticism, the romanticism of insignificance and impotence, people will pronounce. The triumph of commonplaceness and mediocrity. Yes, I admit that it is in a way the triumph of commonplaceness and mediocrity, but surely not of impotence. I used to be awfully fond of imagining just such a creature, commonplace and mediocre, facing the world and saying to it with a smile, "You are Galileos and Copernicuses, Charlemagnes and Napoleons. You are Pushkins and Shakespeares. You are field marshals and generals, and I am incompetence and illegitimacy. And yet I am higher than all of you because you bowed down to it yourself." I admit that I have pushed this fancy to such extremes that I have struck out even my education. It seemed to me more picturesque if the man were sordidly ignorant. This exaggerated dream had a positive influence at the time on my success in the 7th form of the grammar school. I gave up working simply from fanaticism, feeling that lack of education would add a charm to my ideal. Now I've changed my views on that point. Education does not detract from it. Gentlemen, can it be that even the smallest independence of mind is so distasteful to you? Blessed he who has an ideal of beauty, even though it be a mistaken one. But I believe in mine. It is only that I've explained it clumsily, crudely. In 10 years, of course, I should explain it better, and I treasure that in my memory. 4. I finished with my idea. If my account of it has been commonplace and superficial, it is I that am to blame, and not the idea. I have already pointed out that the simplest ideas are always the most difficult to understand. Now, I will add that they are also the most difficult to explain. Moreover, I have described my idea in its earliest phase. The converse is the rule with ideas. Commonplace and shallow ideas are extraordinarily quickly understood, and are invariably understood by the crowd, by the whole street. What is more, they are regarded as very great, and as the ideas of genius, but only for the day of their appearance. The cheap never wears, for a thing to be quickly understood is only a sign of its commonplaceness. Bismarck's idea was received as a stroke of genius instantly, and Bismarck himself was looked on as a genius, but the very rapidity of its reception was suspicious. Wait for 10 years, and then we shall see what remains of the idea and of Bismarck himself. I introduce this extremely irrelevant observation, of course, not for the sake of comparison, but also for the sake of remembering it. An explanation for the too unmannerly reader. And now I will tell 2 anecdotes to wind up my account of the idea, that it may not hinder my story again. In July, 2 months before I came to Petersburg, when my time was all my own, Marie Ivanovna asked me to go to see an old maiden lady who was staying in the Troitsky suburb to take her a message of no interest for my story. Returning the same day, I noticed in the railway carriage an unattractive-looking young man, not very poorly, though grubbily dressed, with a pimply face and a muddy dark complexion. He distinguished himself by getting out at every station, big and little, to have a drink. Towards the end of the journey he was surrounded by a merry throng of very low companions. One merchant, also a little drunk, was particularly delighted by the young man's power of drinking incessantly without becoming drunk. Another person who was awfully pleased with him was a very stupid young fellow who talked a great deal. He was wearing European dress and smelt most unsavory. He was a footman, as I found out afterwards. This fellow got quite friendly with the young man who was drinking, and every time the train stopped, roused him with the invitation, "It's time for a drop of vodka." And they got out with their arms round each other. The young man who drank scarcely said a word, but yet more and more companions joined him. He only listened to their chatter, grinning incessantly with a drivelling snigger, and only from time to time, always unexpectedly, brought out a sound something like "Toorlooloo," while he put his finger up to his nose in a very comical way. This diverted the merchant and the footman and all of them, and they burst into very loud and free and easy laughter. It is sometimes impossible to understand why people laugh. I joined them too, and I don't know why. The young man attracted me too, perhaps by his very open disregard for the generally accepted conventions and proprieties. I didn't see, in fact, that he was simply a fool. Anyway, I got on to friendly terms with him at once, and as I got out of the train, I learned from him that he would be in the Tverskoy Boulevard between 8 and 9. It appeared that he had been a student. I went to the boulevard, and this was the diversion he taught me. We walked together up and down the boulevards, and a little later, as soon as we noticed a respectable woman walking along the street, if there were no one else near, we fastened upon her. Without uttering a word, we walked one on each side of her, and with an air of perfect composure, as though we didn't see her, began to carry on a most unseemly conversation. We called things by their names, preserving unruffled countenances as though it were the natural thing to do. We entered into such subtleties in our description of all sorts of filth and obscenity as the nastiest mind of the lewdest debauchee could hardly have conceived. I had, of course, acquired all this knowledge at the boarding school before I went to the grammar school, though I knew only words, nothing of the reality. The woman was dreadfully frightened and made haste to try and get away, but we quickened our pace too, and went on in the same way. Our victim, of course, could do nothing. It was no use to cry out. There were no spectators. Besides, it would be a strange thing to complain of. I repeated this diversion for 8 days. I can't think how I can have liked doing it, though indeed I didn't like doing it. I simply did it. At first I thought it original, as something outside everyday conventions and conditions. Besides, I couldn't endure women. I once told a student that in his Confessions, Jean-Jacques Rousseau describes how as a youth he used to behave indecently in the presence of women. The student responded with his "Toorlooloo." I noticed that he was extraordinarily ignorant, and that his interests were astonishingly limited. There was no trace in him of any latent idea such as I had hoped to find in him. Instead of originality, I found nothing in him but a wearisome monotony. I disliked him more and more. The end came quite unexpectedly. One night, when it was quite dark, we persecuted a girl who was quickly and timidly walking along the boulevard. She was very young, perhaps 16 or even less, very tidily and modestly dressed, possibly a working girl hurrying home from work to an old widowed mother with other children. There's no need to be sentimental, though. The girl listened for some time and hurried as fast as she could with her head bowed and her veil drawn over her face, frightened and trembling. But suddenly she stood still, threw back her veil, showing, as far as I remember, a thin but pretty face, and cried with flashing eyes, "Oh, what scoundrels you are!" She may have been on the verge of tears, but something different happened. Lifting her thin little arm, she gave the student a slap in the face which could not have been more dexterously delivered. It did come with a smack. He would have rushed at her, swearing, but I held him back, and the girl had time to run away. We began quarreling at once. I told him all I had been saving up against him in those days. I told him he was the paltriest commonplace fool without the trace of an idea. He swore at me. I had once explained to him that I was illegitimate. Then we spat at each other, and I've never seen him since. I felt frightfully vexed with myself that evening, but not so much the next day, and by the day after I had quite forgotten it. And though I sometimes thought of that girl again, it was only casually, for a moment. It was only after I had been a fortnight in Petersburg I suddenly recalled the whole scene. I remembered it, and I was suddenly so ashamed that tears of shame literally ran down my cheeks. I was wretched the whole evening, and all that night, and I am rather miserable about it now. I could not understand at first how I could have sunk to such a depth of degradation, and still less how I could have forgotten it without feeling shame or remorse. It is only now that I understand what was at the root of it. It was all due to my idea. Briefly, I conclude that, having something fixed, permanent, and overpowering in one's mind, in which one is terribly absorbed, one is, as it were, removed by it from the whole world, and everything that happens, except the one great thing, slips by one. Even one's impressions are hardly formed correctly. And what matters most, one always has an excuse. However much I worried my mother at that time, however disgracefully I neglected my sister, "Oh, I've my idea, nothing else matters," was what I said to myself, as it were. If I were slighted and hurt, I withdrew in my mortification and at once said to myself, "Ah, I'm humiliated, but still I have my idea, and they know nothing about that." The idea comforted me in disgrace and insignificance, but all the nasty things I did took refuge, as it were, under the idea. It, so to speak, smoothed over everything, but it also put a mist before my eyes, and such a misty understanding of things and events may of course be a great hindrance to the idea itself, to say nothing of other things. Now, for another anecdote. On the 1st of April last year, Maria Ivanovna was keeping her name day. Some visitors, though only few, came for the evening. Suddenly, Agrafena rushed in, out of breath, announcing that a baby was crying in the passage before the kitchen and that she didn't know what to do. We were all excited at the news. We went out and saw a bark basket, and in the basket a 3 or 4 weeks old child crying. I picked up the basket and took it into the kitchen. Then I immediately found a folded note. "Gracious benefactors, show kind charity to the girl christened Arina, and we will join with her to send our tears to the heavenly throne for you forever, and congratulate you on your name day. Persons unknown to you." Then Nikolai Semyonovitch, for whom I have such a respect, greatly disappointed me. He drew a very long face and decided to send the child at once to the foundling home. I felt very sad. They lived very frugally but had no children, and Nikolai Semyonovitch was always glad of it. I carefully took little Arina out of the basket and held her up under the arms. The basket had that sour, pungent odor characteristic of a small child which has not been washed for a long time. I opposed Nikolai Semyonovitch, and suddenly announced that I would keep the child at my expense. In spite of his gentleness, he protested with some severity, and though he ended by joking, he adhered to his intention in regard to the foundling. I got my way, however. In the same block of buildings, but in a different wing, there lived a very poor carpenter, an elderly man given to drink, but his wife, a very healthy and still youngish peasant woman, had only just lost a baby, and what is more, the only child she had had in 8 years of marriage, also a girl, and by a strange piece of luck, also called Arina. I call it good luck because while we were arguing in the kitchen, the woman, hearing of what had happened, ran in to look at the child, and when she learned that it was called Arina, she was greatly touched. She still had milk, and unfastening her dress, she put the baby to her breast. I began persuading her to take the child home with her, saying I would pay for it every month. She was afraid her husband would not allow it, but she took it for the night. Next morning her husband consented to her keeping it for 8 rubles a month, and I immediately paid him for the first month in advance. He at once spent the money on drink. Nikolai Semyonovich, still with a strange smile, agreed to guarantee that the money should be paid regularly every month. I would have given my 60 rubles into Nikolai Semyonovich's keeping as security, but he would not take it. He knew, however, that I had the money and trusted me. Our momentary quarrel was smoothed over by this delicacy on his part. Marie Ivanovna said nothing, but wondered at my undertaking such a responsibility. I particularly appreciated their delicacy in refraining from the slightest jest at my expense, but on the contrary, taking the matter with proper seriousness. I used to run over to the carpenter's wife 3 times a day, and at the end of the week I slipped an extra 3 rubles into her hand without her husband's knowledge. For another 3, I bought a little quilt and swaddling clothes, but 10 days later little Arina fell ill. I called in a doctor at once, he wrote a prescription, and we were up all night tormenting the mite with horrid medicine. Next day he declared that he had been sent for too late, and answered my entreaties, which I fancy were more like reproaches, by saying with majestic evasiveness, "I am not God." The baby's little tongue and lips and whole mouth were covered with a minute white rash, and towards evening she died, gazing at me with her big black eyes, as though she understood already. I don't know why I never thought to take a photograph of the dead baby. But will it be believed that I cried that evening, and in fact I howled as I had never let myself do before, and Marie Ivanovna had to try to comfort me again without the least mockery either on her part or on Nikolai Semyonovich's. The carpenter made a little coffin, and Marie Ivanovna finished it with a frill and a pretty little pillow, while I bought flowers and strewed them on the baby. So they carried away my poor little blossom, whom it will hardly be believed I can't forget even now. A little afterwards, however, this sudden adventure made me reflect seriously. Little Arina had not cost me much, of course. The coffin, the burial, the doctor, the flowers, and the payment to the carpenter's wife came altogether to 30 rubles. As I was going to Petersburg, I made up this sum from the 40 rubles sent me by Versilov for the journey and from the sale of various articles before my departure, so that my capital remained intact. But I thought, if I am going to be turned aside like this, I shan't get far. The affair with the student showed that the idea might absorb me till it blurred my impressions and drew me away from the realities of life. The incident with little Arina proved, on the contrary, that no idea was strong enough to absorb me, at least so completely that I should not stop short in the face of an overwhelming fact, and sacrifice to it at once all that I had done for the idea by years of labor. Both conclusions were nevertheless true.
Part 1, Chapter 6 of a Raw Youth. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. A Raw Youth by Fyodor Dostoyevsky, translated by Constance Garnett. Part 1, Chapter 6. 1. My hopes were not fully realized. I did not find them alone, though Versilov was not at home. Tatiana Pavlovna was sitting with my mother, and she was, after all, not one of the family. Fully half of my magnanimous feelings disappeared instantly. It is wonderful how hasty and changeable I am. In such cases a straw, a grain of sand, is enough to dissipate my good mood and replace it by a bad one. My bad impressions, I regret to say, are not so quickly dispelled, though I am not resentful. When I went in, I had a feeling that my mother immediately and hastily broke off what she was saying to Tatiana Pavlovna. I fancied they were talking very eagerly. My sister turned from her work only for a moment to look at me, and did not come out of her little alcove again. The flat consisted of 3 rooms: the room in which we usually sat, the middle room or drawing room, was fairly large and almost presentable. In it were soft red armchairs and a sofa very much the worse for wear. However, Versalov could not endure covers on furniture. There were rugs of a sort and several tables, including some useless little ones. On the right was Versalov's room, cramped and narrow, with 1 window. It was furnished with a wretched-looking writing-table covered with unused books and crumpled papers, and an equally wretched-looking easy-chair with a broken spring that stuck up in one corner and often made Versalov groan and swear. On an equally threadbare sofa in this room he used to sleep. He hated this study of his, and I believe he never did anything in it. He preferred sitting idle for hours together in the drawing-room. On the left of the drawing-room there was another room of the same sort in which my mother and sister slept. The drawing-room was entered from the passage, at the end of which was the kitchen, where the cook, Lucaria, lived, and when she cooked she ruthlessly filled the whole flat with the smell of burnt fat. There were moments when Versalov cursed his life and fate aloud on account of the smell from the kitchen, and in that one matter I sympathized with him fully. I hated that smell too, though it did not penetrate to my room. I lived upstairs in an attic under the roof, to which I climbed by a very steep and shaky ladder. The only things worth mentioning in it were a semicircular window, a low-pitched ceiling, a sofa covered with American leather, on which at night Lucaria spread sheets and put a pillow for me. The rest of the furniture consisted of 2 articles, a perfectly plain deal table and a wooden rush-bottomed chair. We still preserved, however, some relics of former comfort. In the drawing-room, for instance, we had a fairly decent china lamp, and on the wall hung a large and splendid engraving of the Sistine Madonna. Facing it on the other wall was an immense and expensive photograph of the cast bronze gates of the Cathedral of Florence. In the corner of the same room was a shrine of old-fashioned family icons, one of which had a gilt silver setting, the one they had meant to pawn, while another, the image of Our Lady, had a velvet setting embroidered in pearls. Under the icons hung a little lamp, which was lighted on every holiday. Versalov evidently had no feeling for the icons in their inner meaning and religious significance, but he restrained himself. He merely screwed up his eyes, sometimes complaining that the lamplight reflected in the gilt setting hurt them, but he did not hinder my mother from lighting the lamp. I usually entered in gloomy silence, looking away into some corner, and sometimes without even greeting any one. As a rule, I returned earlier than to-day, and they used to send my dinner to me upstairs. Going into the room, I said, "Good evening, mother," a thing I had never done before, though even this time I was unable, from a sort of bashfulness, to make myself look at her, and I sat down in the opposite corner of the room. I was awfully tired, but I did not think of that. "That lout of yours still walks in as rudely as ever," Tatiana Pavlovna hissed at me. She had been in the habit in old days of using abusive epithets to me, and it had become an established tradition between us. My mother faltered "Good evening" to me, using the formal mode of address, and evidently embarrassed at my greeting her. "Your dinner has been ready a long while," she added, almost overcome by confusion. "I hope the soup is not cold. I will order the cutlets at once." She was hastily jumping up to go to the kitchen, and for the first time, perhaps, during that whole month, I felt ashamed that she should run about to wait on me so humbly, though till that moment I had expected it of her. "Thank you very much, mother. I have had dinner already. May I stay and rest here, if I am not in the way?" "Oh, of course. How can you ask? Pray sit down." "Don't worry yourself, mother. I won't be rude to Andrei Petrovitch again," I rapped out all at once. "Good heavens, how noble of him!" cried Tatiana Pavlovna. "Sonia, darling, you don't mean to say you still stand on ceremony with him? Who is he to be treated with such deference? And by his own mother, too! Look at you! Why, you behave as though you were afraid of him. It is disgraceful." "I should like it very much, mother, if you would call me Arkasha." "Oh, yes, certainly, yes, I will," my mother said hurriedly. "I don't always. Henceforward I will." She blushed all over. Certainly her face had at times a great charm. It had a look of simplicity, but by no means of stupidity. It was rather pale and anemic. Her cheeks were very thin, even hollow. Her forehead was already lined by many wrinkles, but there were none round her eyes, and her eyes were rather large and wide open, and shone with a gentle and serene light, which had drawn me to her from the very first day. I liked her face, too, because it did not look particularly depressed or drawn. On the contrary, her expression would have been positively cheerful if she had not been so often agitated, sometimes almost panic-stricken over trifles, starting up from her seat for nothing at all, or listening in alarm to anything new that was said, till she was sure that all was well and as before. What mattered to her was just that all should be as before, that there should be no change, that nothing new should happen, not even new happiness. It might have been thought that she had been frightened as a child. Besides her eyes, I liked the oval of her rather long face, and I believe if it had been a shade less broad across the cheek bones, she might have been called beautiful, not only in her youth, but even now. She was not more than 39, but grey hairs were already visible in her chestnut hair. Tatiana Pavlovna glanced at her in genuine indignation. "A booby like him, and you tremble before him! You are ridiculous, Sophia. You make me angry, I tell you." "Ah, Tatiana Pavlovna, why should you attack him now? But you are joking, perhaps, eh?" my mother added, detecting something like a smile on Tatiana Pavlovna's face. Her scoldings could not indeed be always taken seriously. But she smiled, if she did smile, only at my mother, of course, because she loved her devotedly, and no doubt noticed how happy she was at that moment at my meekness. "Of course I can't help feeling hurt if you will attack people unprovoked, Tatiana Pavlovna, and just when I've come in saying good evening, mother, a thing I've never done before. I thought it necessary to observe at last." "Only fancy," she boiled over at once. "He considers it as something to be proud of. Am I to go down on my knees to you, pray, because for once in your life you've been polite, and as though it were politeness? Why do you stare into the corner when you come in? I know how you tear and fling about before her. You might have said good evening to me, too. I wrapped you in your swaddling clothes. I am your godmother. I need not say I did not deign to answer. At that moment my sister came in, and I made haste to turn to her. Liza, I saw Vasson to-day, and he inquired after you. You have met him? Yes, last year in Luga, she answered quite simply, sitting down beside me and looking at me affectionately. I don't know why, but I had fancied she would flush when I spoke of Vasson. My sister was a blonde, very fair with flaxen hair, quite unlike both her parents. But her eyes and the oval of her face were like our mother's. Her nose was very straight, small, and regular. There were tiny freckles in her face, however, of which there was no sign in my mother's. There was very little resemblance to Versolov, nothing but the slenderness of figure, perhaps, her tallness, and something charming in her carriage. There was not the slightest likeness between us. We were the opposite poles. I knew his honour for 3 months, Liza added. Is it Vasson you call his honour, Liza? You should call him by his name. Excuse my correcting you, sister, but it grieves me that they seem to have neglected your education. But it's shameful of you to remark upon it before your mother, cried Tatiana Pavlovna, firing up, and you are talking nonsense. It has not been neglected at all. I am not saying anything about my mother, I said sharply, defending myself. Do you know, mother, that when I look at Liza, it's as though it were you over again. You have given her the same charm of goodness which you must have had yourself, and you have it to this day, and always will have it. I was only talking of the surface polish, of the silly rules of etiquette, which are necessary, however. I am only indignant at the thought that when Versolov has heard you call Vasson his honour, he has not troubled to correct you at all. His disdain and his indifference to us are so complete. That's what makes me furious. He is a perfect bear himself, and he is giving us lessons in good manners. Don't you dare talk of Versolov before your mother, sir, or before me either. I won't stand it, Tatiana Pavlovna flashed out. I got my salary to-day, mother, 50 roubles. Take it, please. Here. I went up to her and gave her the money. She was in a tremor of anxiety at once. Oh, I don't know about taking it, she brought out, as though afraid to touch the money. I did not understand. For goodness' sake, mother, if you both think of me as one of the family, as a son and a brother. Oh, I've been to blame, Arcady. I ought to have confessed something to you, but I'm afraid of you. She said this with a timid and deprecating smile. Again I did not understand, and interrupted. By the way, did you know, mother, that Andrei Petrovitch's case against the Sokolskis is being decided to-day? Ah, I knew, she cried, clasping her hands before her, her favourite gesture, in alarm. To-day? Cried Tatiana Pavlovna, startled. But it's impossible. He would have told us. Did he tell you? She turned to my mother. Oh, no, that it was to-day he didn't, but I have been fearing it all the week. I would have prayed for him to lose it even, only to have it over and off one's mind, and to have things as they used to be again. What, hasn't he even told you, mother? I exclaimed. What a man! There's an example of the indifference and contempt I spoke of just now. It's being decided. How is it being decided? And who told you? Cried Tatiana Pavlovna, pouncing upon me. Speak, do. Why, here he is himself. Perhaps he will tell you, I announced, catching the sound of his step in the passage, and hastily sitting down again beside Eliza. Brother, for God's sake, spare mother, and be patient with Andrei Petrovitch, she whispered to me. I will, I will. With that I turned to her and pressed her hand. Liza looked at me very mistrustfully, and she was right. 2. He came in very much pleased with himself, so pleased that he did not feel it necessary to conceal his state of mind. And indeed he had become accustomed of late to displaying himself before us without the slightest ceremony, not only in his bad points, but even where he was ridiculous, a thing which most people are afraid to do. At the same time he fully recognized that we should understand to the smallest detail. In the course of the last year, so Tatiana Pavlovna observed, he had become slovenly in his dress. His clothes, though old, were always well cut and free from foppishness. It is true that he was prepared to put on clean linen only on every alternate day, instead of every day, which was a real distress to my mother. It was regarded by them as a sacrifice, and the whole group of devoted women looked upon it as an act of heroism. He always wore soft, wide-brimmed black hats. When he took off his hat, his very thick but silvery locks stood up in a shock on his head. I liked looking at his hair when he took off his hat. Good evening. Still disputing? And is he actually one of the party? I heard his voice from outside in the passage. He has been attacking me, I suppose. It was one of the signs of his being in a good humour for him to be witty at my expense. I did not answer, of course. Lukerya came in with a regular sackful of parcels and put them on the table. Victory, Tatiana Pavlovna. The case is won, and the Sokolskis certainly won't venture to appeal. I've won the day. I was able to borrow 1,000 roubles at once. Sonia, put down your work. Don't try your eyes. Back from work, Liza? Yes, father, answered Liza, looking at him affectionately. She used to call him father. Nothing would have induced me to submit to doing the same. Tired? Yes. Give up your work. Don't go to-morrow, and drop it altogether. Father, that will be worse for me. I beg you will. I greatly dislike to see women working, Tatiana Pavlovna. How can they get on without work? A woman's not to work. I know. That's excellent and very true, and I agree with it beforehand. But I mean needlework particularly. Only imagine, I believe that's one of the morbid, anomalous impressions of my childhood. In my dim memories of the time when I was 5 or 6 years old, I remember more often than anything, with loathing of course, a solemn council of wise women, stern and forbidding, sitting at a round table with scissors, material, patterns, and a fashion plate. They thought they knew all about it, and shook their heads slowly and majestically, measuring, calculating, and preparing to cut out. All those kind people who were so fond of me had suddenly become unapproachable, and if I began to play, I was carried out of the room at once. Even my poor nurse, who held me by the hand and took no notice of my shouting and pulling at her, was listening and gazing enraptured, as though at a kind of paradise. The sternness of those sensible faces, and the solemnity with which they face the task of cutting out, is for some reason distressing for me to picture even now. Tatiana Pavlovna, you are awfully fond of cutting out. Although it may be aristocratic, yet I do prefer a woman who does not work at all. Don't take that as meant for you, Sonia. How could you, indeed? Woman is an immense power without working. You know that, though, Sonia. What's your opinion, Arkady Markarovitch? No doubt you disagree. No, not at all, I answered. That's a particularly good saying, that woman is an immense power. though I don't understand why you say that about work. And she can't help working if she has no money, as you know yourself." "Well, that's enough," and he turned to my mother, who positively beamed all over. When he addressed me she was all of a tremor. "At least, to begin with, I beg you not to let me see you doing needlework for me. No doubt, Arcady, as a young man of the period, you are something of a Socialist. Well, would you believe it, my dear fellow, none are so fond of idleness as the toiling masses." "Rest, perhaps, not idleness." "No, idleness. Doing nothing. That's their ideal. I knew a man who was for ever at work, though he was not one of the common people. He was rather intellectual and capable of generalizing. Every day of his life, perhaps, he brooded with blissful emotion on visions of utter idleness, raising the ideal to infinity, so to speak, to unlimited independence, to everlasting freedom, dreaming, and idle contemplation. So it went on till he broke down altogether from overwork. There was no mending him. He died in a hospital. I am sometimes seriously disposed to believe that the delights of labour have been invented by the idle, from virtuous motives, of course. It is one of the Geneva ideas of the end of last century. Tatiana Pavlovna, I cut an advertisement out of the newspaper the day before yesterday. Here it is." He took a scrap of paper out of his waistcoat pocket. "It is one of those everlasting students, proficient in classics and mathematics, and prepared to travel, to sleep in a garret or anywhere. Here, listen. 'A teacher, lady, prepares for all the scholastic establishments,' do you hear, for all, and gives lessons in arithmetic. Prepares for all the scholastic establishments. In arithmetic, therefore, may we assume? No, arithmetic is something apart for her. It is a case of simple hunger, the last extremity of want. It is just the ineptitude of it that's so touching. It's evident that the lady has never prepared any one for any school, and it is doubtful whether she is fit to teach anything. Yet at her last gasp she wastes her one remaining rouble, and prints in the paper that she prepares for all the scholastic establishments, and what's more, gives lessons in arithmetic, per tutto mundo e in altri citi." "Oh, Andrei Petrovitch, she ought to be helped. Where does she live?" cried Tatiana Pavlovna. "Oh, there are lots of them." He put the advertisement in his pocket. "That bag's full of treats for you, Liza, and you, Tatiana Pavlovna. Sonia and I don't care for sweet things, and perhaps for you, young man. I bought the things myself at Eliseyev's and at Ballet's. Too long we've gone hungry, as Lukerya said." Note well, none of us had ever gone hungry. "Here are grapes, sweets, duchesses, and strawberry tarts. I've even brought some excellent liqueur. Nuts, too. It's curious that to this day I'm fond of nuts, as I have been from a child, Tatiana Pavlovna, and of the commonest nuts, do you know? Liza takes after me. She is fond of cracking nuts like a squirrel. But there's nothing more charming, Tatiana Pavlovna, than sometimes, when recalling one's childhood, to imagine oneself in a wood in a copse gathering nuts. The days are almost autumnal, but bright. At times it's so fresh. One hides in the bushes, one wanders in the wood. There's a scent of leaves. I seem to see something sympathetic in your face, Arkady Makarovitch. The early years of my childhood, too, were spent in the country. But I thought you were brought up in Moscow, if I am not mistaken. He was living in Moscow at the Andronikovs' when you went there. But till then he used to live in the country with your aunt Varvara Stepanovna," Tatiana Pavlovna put in. Sonia, here's some money. Put it away. I promise you in a few days 5,000. So there's no hope, then, for the Sokolskis? Asked Tatiana Pavlovna. Absolutely none, Tatiana Pavlovna. I've always sympathized with you and all of yours, Andrei Petrovitch, and I've always been a friend of the family. But though the Sokolskis are strangers, yet, upon my word, I'm sorry for them. Don't be angry, Andrei Petrovitch. I have no intention of going shares with them, Tatiana Pavlovna. You know my idea, of course, Andrei Petrovitch. They would have settled the case out of court if at the very beginning you had offered to go halves with them. Now, of course, it is too late. Not that I venture to criticize. I say so because I don't think the deceased would have left them out of his will altogether. Not only he wouldn't have left them out, he'd have certainly left them everything, and would have left none out but me, if he'd known how to do things and to write a will properly. But as it is, the law's on my side, and it's settled. I can't go shares, and I don't want to, Tatiana Pavlovna, and that is the end of the matter. He spoke with real exasperation, a thing he rarely allowed himself to do. Tatiana Pavlovna subsided. My mother looked down mournfully. Versilov knew that she shared Tatiana Pavlovna's views. He has not forgotten that slap in the face at Ems, I thought to myself. The document given me by Kraft, and at that moment in my pocket, would have a poor chance if it had fallen into his hands. I suddenly felt that the whole responsibility was still weighing upon me, and this idea, together with all the rest, had of course an irritating effect upon me. Arcady, I should like you to be better dressed, my dear fellow. Your suit is all right, but for future contingencies I might recommend you to an excellent Frenchman, most conscientious and possessed of taste. I beg you never to make such suggestions again, I burst out suddenly. What's that? It is not that I consider it humiliating, of course, but we are not agreed about anything. On the contrary, our views are entirely opposed. For in a day or two, tomorrow, I shall give up going to the Princess, as I find there is absolutely no work for me to do there. But you are going and sitting there with him. That is the work. Such ideas are degrading. I don't understand. But if you are so squeamish, don't take money from him, but simply go. You will distress him horribly. He has already become attached to you, I assure you. However, as you please. He was evidently put out. You say don't ask for money, but thanks to you I did a mean thing to-day. You did not warn me, and I demanded my month's salary from him to-day. So you have seen to that already. I confess I did not expect you to ask for it. But how sharp you all are nowadays. There are no young people in these days, Tatiana Pavlovna. He was very spiteful. I was awfully angry, too. I ought to have had things out with you. You made me do it. I don't know now how it's to be. By the way, Sonia, give Arcady back his 60 roubles at once. And you, my dear fellow, don't be angry at our repaying it so quickly. I can guess from your face that you have some enterprise in your mind, and that you need it. So invest it, or something of the sort. I don't know what my face expresses, but I did not expect mother would have told you of that money when I so particularly asked her. I looked at my mother with flashing eyes. I cannot express how wounded I felt. Arkasha, darling, for God's sake forgive me. I couldn't possibly help speaking of it. My dear fellow, don't make a grievance of her telling me your secrets. Besides, she did it with the best intentions. It was simply a mother's longing to boast of her son's feeling for her. But I assure you I should have guessed without that you were a capitalist. All your secrets are written on your honest countenance. He has his idea, Tatiana Pavlovna, as I told you. Let's drop my honest countenance, I burst out again. I know that you often see right through things. but in some cases you see no further than your own nose, and I have marvelled at your powers of penetration. Well, then, I had my idea. That you should use the expression, of course, was an accident, but I am not afraid to admit it. I have an idea of my own. I am not afraid, and I am not ashamed of it. Don't be ashamed, that's the chief thing. And all the same, I shall never tell it you. That's to say, you won't condescend to. No need to, my dear fellow. I know the nature of your idea as it is. In any case, it implies, into the wilderness I flee. Tatiana Pavlovna, my notion is that he wants to become a Rothschild, or something of the kind, and shut himself up in his grandeur. No doubt he'll magnanimously allow us a pension, though perhaps he won't allow me one. But in any case he will vanish from our sight like the new moon. He has risen, only to set again. I shuddered in my inmost being. Of course it was all chance. He knew nothing of my idea, and was not speaking about it, though he did mention Rothschild. But how could he define my feelings so precisely, my impulse to break with him and go away? He divined everything, and wanted to defile beforehand with his cynicism the tragedy of fact. That he was horribly angry, of that there could be no doubt. Mother, forgive my hastiness, for I see that there's no hiding things from Andrei Petrovitch in any case, I said, affecting to laugh, and trying, if only for a moment, to turn it into a joke. That's the very best thing you can do, my dear fellow, to laugh. It is difficult to realize how much every one gains by laughing, even in appearance. I am speaking most seriously. He always has an air, Tatiana Pavlovna, of having something so important on his mind that he is quite abashed at the circumstance himself. I must ask you in earnest, Andrei Petrovitch, to be more careful what you say. You are right, my dear boy, but one must speak out once for all, so as never to touch upon the matter again. You have come to us from Moscow to begin making trouble at once. That's all we know as yet of your object in coming. I say nothing, of course, of your having come to surprise us in some way. And all this month you have been snorting and sneering at us. Yet you are obviously an intelligent person, and as such you might leave such snorting and sneering to those who have no other means of avenging themselves on others for their own insignificance. You are always shutting yourself up, though your honest countenance and your rosy cheeks bear witness that you might look every one straight in the face with perfect innocence. He's a neurotic. I can't make out, Tatiana Pavlovna, why they are all neurotic nowadays. If you did not even know where I was brought up, you are not likely to know why a man's neurotic. Oh, so that's the key to it. You are offended at my being capable of forgetting where you were brought up. Not in the least. Don't attribute such silly ideas to me. Mother, Andrei Petrovitch praised me just now for laughing. Let us laugh. Why sit like this? Shall I tell you a little anecdote about myself, especially as Andrei Petrovitch knows nothing of my adventures? I was boiling. I knew this was the last time we should be sitting together like this, that when I left that house I should never enter it again. So on the eve of it all I could not restrain myself. He had challenged me to such a parting scene himself. That will be delightful, of course, if it is really amusing, he observed, looking at me searchingly. Your manners were rather neglected where you were brought up, my dear fellow, though they are pretty passable. He is charming to-day, Tatiana Pavlovna, and it's a good thing you have undone that bag at last. But Tatiana Pavlovna frowned. She did not even turn round at his words, but went on untying the parcels and laying out the good things on some plates which had been brought in. My mother, too, was sitting in complete bewilderment, though she had misgivings, of course, and realized that there would be trouble between us. My sister touched my elbow again. 3. I simply want to tell you all, I began, with a very free and easy air, how a father met for the first time a dearly loved son. It happened wherever you were brought up. My dear fellow, won't it be a dull story? You know, tous les genres. Don't frown, Andrei Petrovitch. I am not speaking at all with the object you imagine. All I want is to make every one laugh. Well, God hears you, my dear boy. I know that you love us all, and don't want to spoil our evening, he mumbled with a sort of affected carelessness. Of course you have guessed by my face that I love you. Yes, partly by your face, too. Just as I guessed from her face that Tatiana Pavlovna's in love with me. Don't look at me so ferociously, Tatiana Pavlovna. It is better to laugh. It is better to laugh. She turned quickly to me and gave me a searching look, which lasted half a minute. Mind now, she said, holding up her finger at me, but so earnestly that her words could not have referred to my stupid joke, but must have been meant as a warning in case I might be up to some mischief. Andrei Petrovitch, is it possible you don't remember how we met for the first time in our lives? Upon my word, I've forgotten, my dear fellow, and I'm really very sorry. All that I remember is that it was a long time ago, and took place somewhere. Mother, and don't you remember how you were in the country where I was brought up, till I was 6 or 7, I believe, or rather, were you really there once, or is it simply a dream that I saw you there for the first time? I've been wanting to ask you about it for a long time, but I've kept putting it off. Now the time has come. To be sure, Arkasha, to be sure, I stayed with Varvara Stepanovna 3 times. My first visit was when you were only a year old. I came a second time when you were nearly 4, and afterwards again when you were 6. Ah, you did then? I've been wanting to ask you about it all this month. My mother seemed overwhelmed by a rush of memories, and she asked me with feeling, "Do you really mean, Arkasha, that you remembered me there?" "I don't know or remember anything. Only something of your face remained in my heart for the rest of my life, and the fact, too, that you were my mother. I recall everything there as though it were a dream. I've even forgotten my nurse. I have a faint recollection of Varvara Stepanovna, simply that her face was tied up for toothache. I remember huge trees near the house, lime trees I think they were, then sometimes the brilliant sunshine at the open windows, the little flower garden, the little paths, and you, mother. I remember clearly only at one moment, when I was taken to the church there, and you held me up to receive the sacrament and to kiss the chalice. It was in the summer, and a dove flew through the cupola, in at one window and out at another." "Mercy on us, that's just how it was," cried my mother, throwing up her hands. "And the dear dove I remember too. Now, with the chalice just before you, you started and cried out, 'A dove! A dove!'" Your face, or something of the expression, remained in my memory so distinctly that I recognized you 5 years after in Moscow, though nobody there told me you were my mother. But when I met Andrei Petrovitch for the first time, I was brought from the Andronikovs. I had been vegetating quietly and happily with them for 5 years on end. I remember their flat down to the smallest detail, and all those ladies who have all grown so much older here, and the whole household, and how Andronikov himself used to bring the provisions, poultry, fish, and sucking pigs from the town in a fish basket. And how at dinner, instead of his wife, who always gave herself such airs, he used to help the soup, and how we all laughed at his doing it, he most of all. The young ladies there used to teach me French, but what I liked best of all was Krylov's fables. I learned a number of them by heart, and every day I used to recite one to Andronikov, going straight into his tiny study to do so without considering whether he were busy or not. Well, it was through a fable of Krylov's that I got to know you, Andrei Petrovitch. I see you are beginning to remember." "I do recall something, my dear fellow, that you repeated something to me, a fable or a passage from Woe from Wit, I fancy. What a memory you have, though!" "A memory? I should think so. It's the one thing I've remembered all my life." "That's all right, that's all right, my dear fellow. You are quite waking me up." He actually smiled. As soon as he smiled, my mother and sister smiled after him. Confidence was restored. But Tatiana Pavlovna, who had finished laying out the good things on the table and settled herself in a corner, still bent upon me a keen and disapproving eye. "This is how it happened," I went on. "One fine morning there suddenly appeared the friend of my childhood, Tatiana Pavlovna, who always made her entrance on the stage of my existence with dramatic suddenness. She took me away in a carriage to a grand house, to sumptuous apartments. You were staying at Madame Fanariotov's, Andrei Petrovitch, in her empty house, which she had bought from you. She was abroad at that time. I always used to wear short jackets. Now, all of a sudden, I was put into a pretty little blue greatcoat and a very fine shirt. Tatiana Pavlovna was busy with me all day and bought me lots of things. I kept walking through all the empty rooms, looking at myself in all the looking-glasses. And wandering about in the same way the next morning at 10 o'clock, I walked quite by chance into your study. I had seen you already the evening before, as soon as I was brought into the house, but only for an instant on the stairs. You were coming downstairs to get into your carriage and drive off somewhere. You were staying alone in Moscow then, for a short time after a very long absence, so that you had engagements in all directions and were scarcely ever at home. When you met Tatiana Pavlovna and me, you only drawled 'Ah!' and did not even stop." "He describes it with especial love," observed Versalov, addressing Tatiana Pavlovna. She turned away and did not answer. "I can see you now as you were then, handsome and flourishing. It is wonderful how much older and less good-looking you have grown in these years. Please forgive this candor. You were 37 even then, though." I gazed at you with admiration. What wonderful hair you had, almost jet black, with a brilliant lustre without a trace of gray, mustaches and whiskers like the setting of a jewel. I can find no other expression for it. Your face of an even pallor, not like its sickly pallor to-day, but like your daughter, Anna Andreevna, whom I had the honor of seeing this morning. Dark, glowing eyes and gleaming teeth, especially when you laughed. And you did laugh when you looked round as I came in. I was not very discriminating at that time, and your smile rejoiced my heart. That morning you were wearing a dark blue velvet jacket, a sulphur-colored necktie, and a magnificent shirt with Alençon lace on it. You were standing before the looking-glass with a manuscript in your hand, and were busy declaiming Tchatsky's monologue, and especially his last exclamation, "A coach! I want a coach!" "Good heavens!" cried Versalov. "Why, he's right. Though I was only in Moscow for so short a time, I undertook to play Tchatsky in an amateur performance at Alexandra Petrovna Vitovtov's in place of Zileyko, who was ill." "Do you mean to say you had forgotten it?" laughed Tatiana Pavlovna. "He has brought it back to my mind, and I own that those few days in Moscow were perhaps the happiest in my life. We were still so young then, and all so fervently expecting something. It was then in Moscow I unexpectedly met so much. But go on, my dear fellow. This time you've done well to remember it all so exactly." "I stood still to look at you, and suddenly cried out, 'Ah, how good! The real Tchatsky!' You turned round at once and asked, 'Why, do you know Tchatsky already?' And you sat down on a sofa and began drinking your coffee in the most charming humour. I could have kissed you. Then I informed you that at the Andronikovs every one read a great deal, and that the young ladies knew a great deal of poetry by heart, and used to act scenes out of Woe from Wit among themselves, and that all last week we had been reading aloud in the evening a sportsman's sketches, but what I liked best of all was Krylov's fables, and that I knew them by heart. You told me to repeat one, and I repeated The Girl Who Was Hard to Please. I made her suitor shrewdly scanned. Yes, yes, I remember it all now, cried Versalov again. But, my dear fellow, I remember you, too, clearly now. You were such a charming boy then, a thoughtful boy even, and I assure you, you too have changed for the worse in the course of these 9 years. At this point all of them, even Tatiana Pavlovna, laughed. It was evident that Andrei Petrovitch had deigned to jest, and had paid me out in the same coin for my biting remark about his having grown old. Every one was amused, and indeed it was well said. As I recited, you smiled, but before I was half-way through the fable, you rang the bell and told the footman who answered it to ask Tatiana Pavlovna to come, and she ran in with such a delighted face that, though I had seen her the evening before, I scarcely knew her. For Tatiana Pavlovna, I began the fable again. I finished it brilliantly. Even Tatiana Pavlovna smiled, and you, Andrei Petrovitch, cried "Bravo!" and observed with warmth that if it had been The Ant and the Grasshopper, it would not be wonderful that a sensible boy of my age should recite it sensibly. But this fable, A Maid Her Suitor Shrewdly Scanned, indeed that's not a crime, was different. Listen how he brings out, indeed that's not a crime, you said. In fact, you were enthusiastic. Then you said something in French to Tatiana Pavlovna, and she instantly frowned and began to protest, and grew very hot, in fact. But as it was impossible to oppose Andrei Petrovitch if he once took an idea into his head, she hurriedly carried me off to her room. There my hands and face were washed again, my shirt was changed, my hair was pomaded and even curled. Then, towards evening, Tatiana Pavlovna dressed herself up rather grandly, as I had never expected to see her, and she took me with her in the carriage. It was the first time in my life I had been to a play. It was at a private performance of Madame Fitotov's. The lights, the chandeliers, the ladies, the officers, the generals, the young ladies, the curtain, the rows of chairs, were utterly unlike anything I had seen before. Tatiana Pavlovna took a very modest seat in front of the back rows, and made me sit down beside her. There were, of course, other children like me in the room, but I had no eyes for anything. I simply waited with a sinking of my heart for the performance. When you came on, Andrei Petrovitch, I was ecstatic to the point of tears. What for and why, I don't understand. Why those tears of rapture? It has been a strange recollection for me ever since, for these last 9 years. I followed the drama with a throbbing heart. All I understood of it, of course, was that she was deceiving him, and that he was ridiculed by stupid people who were not worth his little finger. When he was reciting at the ball, I understood that he was humiliated and insulted, that he was reproaching all these miserable people, but that he was great. No doubt my training at the Andronikovs helped me to understand. And your acting, Andrei Petrovitch, it was the first time I had seen a play when you went off shouting, a coach, and you did that shout wonderfully. I jumped up from my seat, and while the whole audience burst into applause, I, too, clapped my hands and cried bravo at the top of my voice. I vividly recall how at that instant I felt as though I had been pierced by a pin in my back, a little below the waist. Tatiana Pavlovna had given me a ferocious pinch, but I took no notice of it. As soon as Woe from Wit was over, Tatiana Pavlovna took me home, of course. You can't stay for the dancing, and it's only on your account I am not staying. You hissed at me all the way home in the carriage, Tatiana Pavlovna. All night I was delirious, and by 10 o'clock the next morning I was standing at the study door, but it was shut. There were people with you, and you were engaged in some business with them. Then you drove off and were away the whole day till late at night, so I did not see you again. What I meant to say to you I have forgotten, of course, and indeed I did not know then, but I longed passionately to see you as soon as possible. And at 8 o'clock next morning you were graciously pleased to set off for Serpukhov. At that time you had just sold your Tula estate to settle with your creditors, but there was still left in your hands a tempting stake. That was why you had come at that time to Moscow, where you had not been able to show yourself to then for fear of your creditors. And this Serpukhov ruffian was the only one of them who had not agreed to take half of what you owed him instead of the whole. When I questioned Tatiana Pavlovna, she did not even answer me. It's no business of yours, but the day after tomorrow I shall take you to your boarding school. Get your exercise books ready, take your lesson books, put them all in order, and you must learn to pack your little box yourself. You can't expect to be waited on, sir. You were drumming this and that into my ears all those 3 days, Tatiana Pavlovna. It ended in my being taken in my innocence to school at Tushard's, adoring you, Andrei Petrovitch. Our whole meeting was a trivial incident, perhaps, but would you believe it? 6 months afterwards, I longed to run away from Tushard's to you. You describe it capitally. You have brought it all back so vividly, Versilov pronounced incisively, but what strikes me most in your story is the wealth of certain strange details, concerning my debts, for instance. Apart from the fact that these details are hardly a suitable subject for you to discuss, I can't imagine how you managed to get hold of them. Details? How I got hold of them? Why, I repeat, for the last 9 years I have been doing nothing but getting hold of facts about you. A strange confession, and a strange way of spending your time. He turned half reclining in his easy chair, and even yawned slightly, whether intentionally or not I could not say. Well, shall I go on telling you how I wanted to run to you from Tushard's? Forbid him, Andrei Petrovitch. Suppress him and send him away, Tatiana Pavlovna burst out. That won't do, Tatiana Pavlovna, Versilov answered her impressively. Arkasha has evidently something on his mind, and so he must be allowed to finish. Well, let him speak. When he's said what he's got to say, it will be off his mind, and what matters most to him is that he should get it off his mind. Begin your new story, my dear fellow. I call it new, but you may rest assured that I know how it ends. 4. I ran away. That is, I tried to run away to you, very simply. Tatiana Pavlovna, do you remember, after I had been there a fortnight, Tushard wrote you a letter, didn't he? Marie Ivanovna showed me the letter afterwards. That turned up among Andronikov's papers, too. Tushard suddenly discovered that the fees he had asked were too small, and with dignity announced in his letter to you that little princes and senators' children were educated in his establishment, and that it was lowering its tone to keep a pupil of such humble origin as me unless the remuneration were increased. Mon cher, you really might— Oh, that's nothing, that's nothing, I interrupted. I'm only going to say a little about Tushard. You wrote from the provinces a fortnight later, Tatiana Pavlovna, and answered with a flat refusal. I remember how he walked into our classroom, flushing crimson. He was a very short, thick-set little Frenchman of 45, a Parisian cobbler by origin, though he had from time immemorial held a position in Moscow as an instructor in the French language, and even had an official rank of which he was extremely proud. He was a man of crass ignorance. There were only 6 of us pupils. Among them there actually was a nephew of a Moscow senator, and we all lived like one family under the supervision of his wife, a very affected lady who was the daughter of a Russian government clerk. During that fortnight I had given myself great airs before my schoolfellows. I boasted of my blue overcoat and my papa, Andrei Petrovitch, and their questions why I was called Dolgoruki and not Versalov did not embarrass me in the least, since I did not know why. "Andrei Petrovitch," cried Tatiana Pavlovna in a voice almost menacing. My mother, on the contrary, was watching me intently and evidently wished me to go on. "Ce Touchard," I actually recall him now. He was a fussy little man, Versalov admitted, but he was recommended to me by the very best people. "Ce Touchard walked in with the letter in his hand, went up to the big oak table at which all 6 of us were seated learning something by heart. He seized me firmly by the shoulder, picked me up from the chair, and ordered me to collect my exercise books. 'Your place is not here but there,' he said, pointing to a tiny room on the left of the passage, where there was nothing but a plain deal table, a rush-bottomed chair, and an American leather sofa, exactly like what I have upstairs in the attic. I went into it in amazement, very much downcast. I had never been roughly treated before. Half an hour later, when Touchard had gone out of the schoolroom, I began to exchange glances and smiles with my schoolfellows. They, of course, were laughing at me, and I had no suspicion of it, and thought we were laughing because we were merry. At that moment Touchard darted in, seized me by the forelock, and dragged me about. "Don't you dare sit with gentlemanly boys. You are a child of low origin, and no better than a lackey." And he gave me a stinging blow on my chubby, rosy cheek. He must have enjoyed doing so, and he struck me a second time, and a third. I cried violently, and was terribly astonished. For a whole hour I sat with my face hidden in my hands, crying and crying. Something had happened which was utterly beyond my comprehension. I don't understand how a man, not of spiteful character, a foreigner like Touchard, who rejoiced at the emancipation of the Russian peasants, could have beaten a foolish child like me. I was only amazed, not resentful, however. I had not yet learnt to resent an insult. It seemed to me that I had somehow been naughty, that when I was good again I should be forgiven, and that we should all be merry again at once, that we should go out to play in the yard and live happy ever after. "My dear fellow, if I had only known," Versalov drawled with the careless smile of a rather weary man. "What a scoundrel that Touchard was, though! I have not given up all hope, however, that you may make an effort and forgive us for all that at last, and that we may all live happy ever after." He yawned decisively. "But I am not blaming you at all, and believe me, I am not complaining of Touchard," I cried, a little disconcerted, "though indeed he beat me for 10 months or so. I remember I was always trying to appease him in some way. I used to rush to kiss his hands. I was always kissing them, and I was always crying and crying. My schoolfellows laughed at me and despised me, because Touchard began to treat me sometimes like a servant. He used to order me to bring him his clothes when he was dressing. My menial instincts were of use to me there. I did my very utmost to please him, and was not in the least offended, because I did not at that time understand it at all. And I am surprised to this day that I could have been so stupid as not to realize that I was not on an equal footing with the rest. It's true my schoolfellows made many things clear to me even then. It was a good school. Touchard came in the end to prefer giving me a kick to slapping me in the face, and 6 months later he even began to be affectionate. Only he never failed to beat me once a month or so to remind me not to forget myself. He soon let me sit with the other boys too, and allowed me to play with them, but not once during those 2½ years did Touchard forget the difference in our social positions, and from time to time, though not very frequently, he employed me in menial tasks, I verily believe, to remind me of it. I was running away, that's to say, I was on the point of running away, for 5 months after those first 2 months. I've always been slow in taking action. When I got into bed and pulled the quilt over me, I began thinking of you at once, Andrei Petrovitch, only of you, of no one else. I don't in the least know why it was so. I dreamed about you, too. I used always to be passionately imagining that you would walk in, and I would rush up to you, and you would take me out of that place and bring me home with you to that same study, and that we should go to the theatre again, and so on. Above all, that we should not part again. That was the chief thing. As soon as I had to wake up in the morning, the jeers and contempt of the boys began again. One of them actually began beating me and making me put on his boots for him. He called me the vilest names, particularly aiming at making my origin clear to me, to the diversion of all who heard him. When at last Tushar himself became comprehensible, something unbearable began in my soul. I felt that I should never be forgiven here. Oh, I was beginning by degrees to understand what it was they would not forgive me, and of what I was guilty, and so at last I resolved to run away. For 2 whole months I dreamed of it incessantly. At last, it was September, I made up my mind. I waited for Saturday, when my schoolfellows used to go home for the week-end, and meanwhile I secretly and carefully got together a bundle of the most necessary things. All the money I had was 2 roubles. I meant to wait till dusk. Then I will go downstairs, I thought, and I'll go out and walk away. Where? I knew that Andronikov had moved to Petersburg, and I resolved that I would look for Madame Fanariatov's house in Arbity. I'll spend the night walking or sitting somewhere, and in the morning I'll ask someone in the courtyard of the house where Andrei Petrovitch is now, if not in Moscow, in what town or country. They will be sure to tell me. I'll walk away, and then ask someone somewhere else by which gate to go out to reach such a town, and then I'll go and walk and walk. I shall keep on walking. I shall sleep somewhere under the bushes. I shall eat nothing but bread, and for 2 roubles I can get bread enough for a long time. I could not manage to run away on Saturday, however. I had to wait till next day, Sunday, and as luck would have it, Tushar and his wife were going away somewhere for the Sunday. There was no one left in the house but Agafya and me. I waited the night in terrible agitation, I remember. I sat at the window in the schoolroom looking out at the dusty street, the little wooden houses, and the few passers-by. Tushar lived in an out-of-the-way street. From the windows I could see one of the city gates. Isn't it the one? I kept wondering. The sun set in a red glow. The sky was so cold-looking, and a piercing wind was stirring up the dust just as it is to-day. It was quite dark at last. I stood before the icon and began to pray, only very, very quickly. I was in haste. I caught up my bundle and went on tiptoe down the creaking stairs, horribly afraid that Agafya would hear me from the kitchen. The door was locked. I turned the key, and at once a dark, dark night loomed black before me, like a boundless, perilous, unknown land, and the wind snatched off my cap. I was just going out on the same side of the pavement. I heard a hoarse volley of oaths from a drunken man in the street. I stood, looked, and slowly turned, slowly went upstairs, slowly took off my things, put down my little bundle, and lay down flat, without tears and without thoughts. And it was from that moment, Andrei Petrovitch, that I began to think. It was from that moment that I realized that besides being a lackey, I was a coward too, and my real development began. Well, I see through you once and for all from this minute, cried Tatiana Pavlovna, jumping up from her seat, and so suddenly that I was utterly unprepared for it. Yes, you were not only a lackey then, you are a lackey now. You've the soul of a lackey. Why should not Andrei Petrovitch have apprenticed you to a shoemaker? It would have been an act of charity to have taught you a trade. Who would have expected more than that of him? Your father, Makar Ivanovitch, asked, in fact, he insisted, that you, his children, should not be brought up to be above your station. Why, you think nothing of his having educated you for the university, and that through him you have received class rights. The little rascals teased him, to be sure, so he has sworn to avenge himself on humanity, you scoundrel." I must confess I was struck dumb by this outburst. I got up and stood for some time staring and not knowing what to say. "Well, certainly Tatiana Pavlovna has told me something new," I said at last, turning resolutely to Versalov. "Yes, certainly I am such a lackey that I can't be satisfied with Versalov's not having apprenticed me to a shoemaker. Even rights did not touch me. I wanted the whole of Versalov. I wanted a father. That's what I asked for, like a regular lackey. Mother, I've had it on my conscience for 8 years when you came to Moscow alone to see me at Tushard's, the way I received you then, but I have no time to speak of it now. Tatiana Pavlovna won't let me tell my story. Good-bye till to-morrow, mother. We may see each other again. Tatiana Pavlovna, what if I am so utterly a lackey that I am quite unable to admit the possibility of a man's marrying again when his wife is alive? Yet you know that all but happened to Andrei Petrovitch at Ems. Mother, if you don't want to stay with a husband who may take another wife to-morrow, remember you have a son who promises to be a dutiful son to you forever. Remember, and let us go away, only on condition that it is either he or I. Will you? I don't ask you for an answer at once, of course. I know that such questions can't be answered straight off. But I could not go on, partly because I was excited and confused. My mother turned pale, and her voice seemed to fail her. She could not utter a word. Tatiana Pavlovna said something in a very loud voice and at great length, which I could not make out, and twice she pushed me on the shoulder with her fist. I only remember that she shouted that my words were a sham, the broodings of a petty soul, counted over and turned inside out. Versalov sat motionless and very serious. He was not smiling. I went upstairs to my room. The last thing I saw as I went out was the reproach in my sister's eyes. She Part 1, Chapter 7 of A Raw Youth. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. A Raw Youth by Fyodor Dostoyevsky, translated by Constance Garnett. Part 1, Chapter 7. 1. I describe all these scenes without sparing myself, in order to recall it clearly and revive the impression. As I went up to my attic, I did not know in the least whether I ought to be ashamed or triumphant, as though I had done my duty. Had I been ever so little more experienced, I should have had a misgiving that the least doubt in such cases must be taken as a bad sign. But another fact threw me out in my reckoning. I don't know what I was pleased about, but I felt awfully pleased, in spite of my being uncertain, and of my realizing distinctly that I had not come off with flying colors downstairs. Even Tatiana Pavlovna's spiteful abuse of me struck me as funny and amusing, and did not anger me at all. Probably all this was because I had anyway broken my chains, and for the first time felt myself free. I felt, too, that I had weakened my position. How I was to act in regard to the letter about the inheritance was more obscure than ever. Now it would be certainly taken for granted that I was revenging myself on Versalov. But while all this discussion was going on downstairs, I had made up my mind to submit the question of the letter to an impartial outsider, and to appeal to Vassin for his decision, or failing Vassen to take it to some one else. I had already made up my mind to whom I would go to see Vassen once, for that occasion only, I thought to myself, and then I would vanish for a long while, for some months, from the sight of all, especially of Vassen. Only my mother and sister I might see occasionally. It was all inconsistent and confused. I felt that I had done something, though not in the right way, and I was satisfied. I repeat, I was awfully pleased anyway. I meant to go to bed rather early, foreseeing I should have a lot to do next day. Besides finding a lodging and moving, I had another project which in one way or another I meant to carry out. But the evening was not destined to end without surprises, and Versalov succeeded in astonishing me extremely. He had certainly never been into my attic, and lo and behold, before I had been an hour in my room, I heard his footsteps on the ladder. He called to me to show a light. I took a candle, and stretching out my hand, which he caught hold of, I helped him up. "Merci, my dear fellow. I've never climbed up here before, not even when I took the lodgings. I imagined what sort of place it was, but I never supposed it was quite such a hole as this." He stood in the middle of my attic, looking around with curiosity. "Why, this is a coffin, a regular coffin." It really had a resemblance to the inside of a coffin, and I positively admired the way he had described it in one word. It was a long narrow box of a room. The ceiling sloped away from the wall at the height of my shoulder, and the top of it was within easy reach of my hand. Versalov unconsciously stood stooping, afraid of hitting his head against the ceiling. He did not knock it, however, and finally, more or less reassured, he seated himself on the sofa, where my bed had already been made up. But I did not sit down. I looked at him in the greatest amazement. "Your mother says she does not know whether to take the money you gave her this evening for your board for the month. But for a coffin like this, instead of taking your money, we ought rather to offer you compensation. I have never been up, and I can't conceive how you can exist here." "I'm used to it. But what I can't get used to is seeing you in my room after what has just happened downstairs." "Oh, yes, you were distinctly rude downstairs. But I, too, have a special object which I will explain to you, though indeed there is nothing extraordinary in my coming. Even the scene downstairs is in the regular order of things. But for mercy's sake do explain this. What you told us downstairs after preparing us and approaching the subject so solemnly was surely not all you meant to disclose or communicate. Was there really nothing else? That was all. Or we'll assume it was all." "It's not much, my dear fellow. I must own that from your beginning, and the way you urged us to laugh, in fact from your eagerness to talk, I expected more. But that does not matter to you, surely." "But I speak simply from a sense of proportion. It was not worth making such a fuss about. It was quite disproportionate. You've been sitting mute a whole month, preparing to speak, and when it comes, it's nothing." I meant to say more, but I am ashamed of having said even that. Not everything can be put into words. There are things it's better never to say at all. I said a good deal, but you did not understand. "Why, so you, too, are sometimes distressed at the impossibility of putting thought into words? That's a noble sorrow, my dear fellow, and it's only vouchsafed to the elect. The fool is always satisfied with what he has said, and always, too, says more than he need. They love to have something to spare." "As I see I did, for instance. I said more than I need. I asked for the whole of Versalov. That was a great deal too much. I don't need Versalov at all." "My dear fellow, I see you want to retrieve your failure downstairs. It is very evident you repent it. And as repentance among us always involves immediately attacking someone, you are very anxious to hit hard this time. I have come too soon, and you have not yet cooled down, and besides you are not very good at standing criticism. But sit down for mercy's sake. I have come to tell you something. Thank you. That's right. From what you said to your mother as you went out, it's quite clear that it is better for us to separate. I have come to persuade you to do so as gently and with as little fuss as possible, to avoid grieving and alarming your mother any further. My coming up here even has cheered her. She believes in a way that we may still be reconciled, and that everything will go on as before. I imagine that if we were to laugh heartily once or twice, we should fill their timid hearts with delight. They may be simple souls, but they are sincere and true-hearted in their love. Why not humor them on occasion? Well, that's one thing. Another thing, why should we necessarily part thirsting for revenge, gnashing our teeth, vowing vengeance, etc.? Of course, there is no manner of need to fall on each other's necks, but we might part, so to say, with mutual respect, mightn't we? That's all nonsense. I promised to go away without a fuss, and that's enough. And is it for my mother's sake you are anxious? But it strikes me that my mother's peace of mind has absolutely nothing to do with it, and you are simply saying that. You don't believe it? You talk to me just as though I were a baby. I am ready to beg your pardon 1,000 times over for that, in fact for everything you bring up against me, for those years of your childhood and the rest of it, but, cher enfant, what will be the use of it? You are too clever to want to be put into such a stupid position, to say nothing of my not understanding so far the exact nature of your accusations. What is it you blame me for in reality? For your not having been born a Versalov? Bah! You laugh contemptuously and wave your hands. So that's not it. No, I assure you I don't think it an honor to be called Versalov. Let's leave honor out of the question. And besides, your answer was bound to be democratic. But if so, what are you blaming me for? Tatiana Pavlovna told me just now all I needed to know, and had always failed to grasp till she spoke. That is, that you did not apprentice me to a shoemaker, and that consequently I had to be grateful too. I can't understand why it is I am not grateful even now, even after I have been taught my lesson. Isn't it the pride of your race showing itself in me, Andrei Petrovitch? Probably not, and apart from that, you must admit that by your sallies downstairs you've only bullied and tormented your mother instead of crushing me as you intended. Yet I should have thought it was not for you to judge her. Besides, what wrong has she done you? Explain to me, too, by the way, my dear fellow, for what reason and with what object did you spread abroad that you were illegitimate? At your boarding school and at the grammar school and everywhere you have been, to every casual stranger, as I hear you have. I hear that you did this with a peculiar relish, and yet that's all nonsense, and a revolting calumny. You are legitimate, a Dolgoruki, the son of Makar Ivanovitch Dolgoruki, a respectable man, remarkable for his intelligence and character. That you have received a superior education is entirely owing to your former master Versalov, and what's the upshot of it? By proclaiming your illegitimacy, which is a calumny in itself, you first and foremost gave away your mother's secret, and from a false pride exposed your mother to the criticism of every dirty stranger. My dear fellow, that was very discreditable, especially as your mother is in no way to blame. She has a nature of the greatest purity, and that her name is not Versalov is simply because her husband is still living. Enough. I entirely agree with you, and I have enough faith in your intelligence to hope that you won't go on rating at me too long for it. You are so fond of moderation, and yet there's a moderation in all things, even in your sudden love for my mother. I'll tell you what would be better, since you have gone so far as to come up and see me, and mean to spend a quarter of an hour or half an hour with me. I still don't know what for. We'll assume for my mother's peace of mind. And what's more, in spite of the scene downstairs, seem so eager to talk to me, you'd better tell me about my father. Tell me about Makar Ivanovitch, the pilgrim. I want to hear from you about him. I've been intending to ask you for some time past. Now that we are parting perhaps for a long time, I should very much like to get from you an answer to another question. Has it really been impossible for you during these 20 years to affect my mother's traditional ideas, and on my sister's too, so as to dissipate by your civilizing influence the primitive darkness of her environment? Oh, I am not speaking of the purity of her nature. She's infinitely nobler than you, morally anyway, excuse my saying so, but she's only an infinitely noble corpse. Versalov is the only one living. Everything else about him and everything connected with him exists only on the express condition of having the honor to nourish him with its force, its living sap. But I suppose she, too, was once alive, wasn't she? I suppose you loved something in her, didn't you? I suppose she was once a woman. My dear fellow, she never was, if you will have it, he assured me, at once dropping into his habitual manner with me, with which I was so familiar, and by which I was so enraged. That is, he was apparently all sincerity and open-heartedness, but if one looked more closely, there was nothing in him but the deepest irony. She never was. The Russian woman never is a woman. Is the Polish woman, the French woman, or the Italian, the passionate Italian, that's the sort to fascinate the civilized upper-class Russian of the type of Versalov? Well, I certainly did not expect to meet a Slavophil, laughed Versalov. I remember his story word for word. He began talking with great readiness indeed, and with evident pleasure. It was quite clear to me that he had come up not to have a gossip with me, and not to pacify my mother either, but with some other object. 2. Your mother and I have spent these 20 years together in silence, he began, prattling on. It was utterly affected and unnatural, and all that passed between us took place in silence. The chief characteristic of our 20 years' connection has been its dumbness. I believe we have never once quarreled. It is true, I have often gone away and left her alone, but it has always ended in my coming back. Nous revenons toujours. Indeed, it's a fundamental characteristic of men. It's due to their magnanimity. If marriage depended on women alone, not a single marriage would last. Meekness, submissiveness, self-abasement, and at the same time firmness, strength, real strength. That's your mother's character. Take note that she's the best of all women I've met in my life, and that she has strength I can bear witness. I have seen how that strength has supported her. When it's a matter, I won't say of convictions are out of the question, but what they look upon as convictions, and so to their thinking sacred, she is ready to face torture. Well, I leave you to judge whether I am much like a torturer. That's why I have preferred to remain silent about almost everything, and not simply because it was more convenient, and I confess I don't regret it. In this way our life has gone on of itself on broad and humane lines, so that indeed I take no credit to myself for it. I must say, by the way, in parenthesis, that for some reason she never believed in my humanity, and so was always in a tremor. But though she has trembled, she has never given in to any advanced ideas. They are so good at that, while we never understand that sort of thing, and in fact they are much better at managing things for themselves than we are. They are able to go on living their own lives in positions most unnatural to them, and in positions most strange to them. They remain always the same, but we can't do that. Who are they? I don't quite understand you. The people, my dear fellow. I'm speaking of the common people. They have shown their great living force and their historical breadth, both morally and politically. But to come back to ourselves, I may remark about your mother that she is not always dumb. Your mother sometimes speaks, but she speaks in such a way that you see at once that you simply waste time in talking to her, even though you might have been preparing her for 5 years beforehand. Moreover, she makes the most unexpected objections. Note again that I am far from calling her a fool. On the contrary, she has intelligence of a sort, and even remarkable intelligence, though perhaps you will not believe in her intelligence. Why not? What I don't believe is that you really believe in her intelligence yourself, and are not pretending. Yes, you look upon me as such a chameleon. My dear fellow, I am allowing you a little too much license, like a spoiled son. So be it for the time. Tell me, if you can, the truth about my father, about Makar Ivanovitch. Makar Ivanovitch was, as you are aware, a house serf, who, so to speak, had a yearning for glory of a sort. I bet that at this minute you feel envious of him. On the contrary, my dear fellow, on the contrary. And if you like, I am very glad to see you in such a flippant mood. I swear that I am in a penitent frame of mind, and just now, at this moment, I regret 1,000 times over all that happened 20 years ago. And besides, God knows, it all happened quite accidentally. Well, and so far as in me lay, humanely too, as I conceived of an act of humanity in those days anyway. Oh, in those days we were all boiling over with zeal for doing good, for serving the public weal, for a higher ideal. We disapproved of class distinctions, of the privileges of our rank, of our property, and even of usury. At least some of us did. I declare we did. There were not many of us, but we said good things, and sometimes, I assure you, did good things too. That was when you sobbed on his shoulder. I'm ready to agree with you on every point beforehand. By the way, you heard of that shoulder from me, and so at this moment you are making spiteful use of my frankness and confidence in you. But you must admit that there was not so much harm in that episode as might seem at the first glance, especially for that period. To be sure, we were only making a beginning then. Of course, it was a pose, but I did not know at the time that it was a pose. Have you, for instance, never posed in practical affairs? I was rather sentimental downstairs just now, and as I came up here I felt horribly ashamed at the thought that you might imagine I had been posing. It is true in some cases. Though one's feelings are sincere, one makes a display of one's feelings. I swear that everything I said downstairs was absolutely genuine. That's exactly it. You have very successfully defined it in a phrase. Though one's feelings are sincere, one makes a display of oneself. But do you know, it was just the same with me. Though I was making a display of them, my sobs were perfectly genuine. I don't deny that Makar Ivanovitch might, if he had been wittily disposed, have looked upon my sobs as the climax of mockery, but in those days he was too honest to be so clear-sighted. I don't know whether he felt sorry for me or not. I remember that I had a great desire that he should. Do you know, I interrupted him, you're jeering now when you say that, and in fact all this last month, whenever you have talked to me, you have been jeering. Why have you done so whenever you have talked with me? You think so? He answered mildly. You are very suspicious. However, if I do laugh, it's not at you, or at least not only at you. Don't be uneasy. But I am not laughing now and then. In short, I did everything I could then, and believe me, not for my personal advantage. We, that is, superior people, unlike the common people, do not know how to act for our personal advantage. On the contrary, we make a mess of it as far as we possibly could. And I suspect that that was considered among us in those days our higher advantage, in an exalted sense, of course. The present generation of advanced people are much keener on the main chance than we were. Even before our sin, I explained the whole position to Makar Ivanovitch with extraordinary directness. I am ready to admit now that a great deal need not have been explained at all, especially with such directness. To say nothing of humanity, it would have been far more polite. But there's no pulling up when you once begin dancing and want to cut a fine caper, and perhaps our cravings for the fine and exalted only amount to that in reality. All my life I've never been able to make up my mind about it. However, that is too deep a subject for our superficial conversation. But I assure you I am sometimes ready to die with shame when I recall it. I offered him at the time 3,000 roubles, and I remember he did not say a word, and I did all the talking. Only fancy, I imagined that he was afraid of me, that is, of my rights of ownership over him. And I remember I did my utmost to reassure him. I kept trying to persuade him to have no apprehension, but to tell me his wishes frankly and without sparing me. By way of guarantee, I promised him that if he did not accept my terms, that is 3,000 with freedom, for himself and his wife, of course, and a journey wherever he pleased without his wife, of course, then let him say so straight out, and I would at once give him his freedom, let his wife go, and compensate them both with the same 3,000, I believe, and they should not go away from me, but I would go away myself in solitude for 3 years to Italy. Mon ami, I should not have taken Mademoiselle Sapazkov with me to Italy, you may be sure of that. I was extremely pure at that epoch, And do you know, Makar Ivanovitch knew perfectly well that I should do as I promised, but he still remained silent, and only when I was about to throw myself on his neck for the third time he drew back, waved his hand, and went out of the room with a certain lack of ceremony, indeed, which I assure you surprised me at the time. I caught a glimpse of myself in the looking-glass, and I can't forget it. As a rule, when they don't speak, it's worst of all, and he was a gloomy character, and I must confess that far from feeling sure of him, I was awfully afraid of him when I summoned him to my study. In that class there are types, and many of them who are, so to speak, the very incarnation of all that's ill-bred, and one's more afraid of that than a beating. Sick. And what a risk I was running, what a risk! Why, what if he had begun shouting for all the servants to hear, had howled, this village Uriah? What would have become of me, such a juvenile David, and what should I have done then? That's why I trotted out the 3,000 first of all. That was instinctive, but luckily I was mistaken. This Makar Ivanovitch was something quite different. Tell me, had you sinned then? You said just now that you summoned the husband beforehand. Well, do you see, that is, as one understands it. Oh, you had then. You said just now you were mistaken in him, that he was something different. How different? Well, how exactly I don't know to this day, but somehow different, and, do you know, positively very decent. I think so, because in the end I felt more than ever ashamed to face him. Next day he agreed to the journey without any words, but without, of course, forgetting one of the inducements I had offered him. He took the money. I should think so. And you know, my dear fellow, in that point he surprised me too. I had not, of course, 3,000 at the time in my pocket, but I procured 700 and handed it over to him as the first installment. And what do you think? He demanded the remaining 2,300 from me in the form of a credit note made payable to a certain merchant for security. And 2 years later, by means of that credit note, he got the money out of me before a court, and with interest too, so that he surprised me again, especially as he had literally gone collecting funds for building a church, and has been a pilgrim ever since, that is, for the last 20 years. I don't understand what a pilgrim should want money of his own for, money which is such a worldly thing. I offered the money at the minute, of course, with perfect sincerity, and, so to speak, in the first flush of feeling, but afterwards, after the lapse of so many minutes, I might naturally have thought better of it, and might have reckoned that he would spare me, or, so to say, spare us, me and her, and would have waited for a time at least, but he lost no time, however. Here I must make a necessary note. If my mother were to outlive M. Versolov, she would have been left literally without a farthing in her old age. Had it not been for Makar Ivanovitch's 3,000, which had been doubled long ago by the accumulation of interest, in which he had the previous year left her intact in his will. He had seen through Versolov even in those days. You told me once that Makar Ivanovitch had come several times on a visit to you, and always stayed at mother's lodgings. Yes, my dear boy, and I must confess at first I was awfully frightened of these visits. He has come 6 or 7 times altogether during this period, that is, the last 20 years, and on the first occasions I used to hide myself if I were in the house when he arrived. At first I could not make out what it meant, and why he had turned up. But afterwards I thought that from certain points of view it was by no means so stupid on his part. Afterwards it somehow occurred to me to feel curious about him. I came out to have a look at him, and formed, I assure you, a very original impression of him. This was on his 3rd or 4th visit, at the time when I had just been appointed a mediator, and when, of course, I was getting all my energies to work to study Russia. I heard from him a very great deal that was new to me. I found in him, besides, what I had never expected to find, a sort of benign serenity, and evenness of temper, and, what was more surprising than anything, something almost like gaiety, not the faintest allusion to that, tu comprends, and a very great capacity for talking sense, and talking extremely well, that is, with none of that silly servantish profundity, which I confess to you I can't endure, democratic as I am, and with none of those far-fetched Russian expressions which the genuine Russian peasant makes use of in novels and on the stage. At the same time, very little about religion, unless one begins upon the subject, and most charming descriptions of the monastery and monastic life, if one asks questions about it. And above all, respectfulness, that modest courtesy, just that courtesy which is essential for the truest equality, and without which, indeed, in my opinion, one cannot be really superior. The truest good breeding is in such cases attained through the complete absence of conceit, and the man shows himself secure in his self-respect in his own station of life, whatever that may be, and whatever fate may befall him. This power of respecting one's self in one's own position is extremely rare, as rare anyway as real personal dignity. You will see that for yourself if you live long enough. But what struck me most of all, especially later on, and not at the beginning, added Versalov, was the fact that this Makar had an extraordinary stateliness, and was, I assure you, very handsome. It is true he was old, but dark-visaged, tall, erect, simple and dignified. I actually wondered how my poor Sonia could have preferred me then. At that time he was 50, but he was still a fine fellow, and compared with him I was such a featherhead. I remember, however, that he was unpardonably grey even then, so he must have been just as grey-headed when he married her. Perhaps that had an influence. Versalov had a very nasty aristocratic trick. After saying, when he could not help it, some particularly clever and fine things, he would all at once intentionally cap them with some stupid saying, such as this remark about Makar Ivanovitch's grey hair and the influence it had on my mother. He did this on purpose, probably without knowing why he did it, from a silly, snobbish habit. To hear him, one would suppose he was speaking quite seriously, and all the while he was posing to himself, or laughing. 3. I don't know why, but I was suddenly overcome by an intense exasperation. In fact, I recall with extreme dissatisfaction some of my behaviour during those minutes. I suddenly got up from my seat. "I tell you what," I said. "You say you came up chiefly that my mother might imagine we were reconciled. Time enough has passed for her to imagine it. Will you be so good as to leave me alone?" He flushed slightly and got up from his place. "My dear boy, you are extremely unceremonious with me. However, good bye. There is no winning love by force. I will only venture upon one question. Do you really want to leave the prince?" "Aha! I knew you had some object in your mind. That is, you suspect I came up to induce you to stay with the prince for some purpose of my own. But do you suppose, my dear fellow, that I sent for you from Moscow for some purpose of my own? Oh, how suspicious you are! On the contrary, I was anxious for your good in every way, and even now, since my position has so improved, I should have liked you to let me and your mother help you sometimes." "I don't like you, Versalov." "And Versalov, too, by the way. I greatly regret that I can't transmit you the name, seeing that in reality constitutes my whole offence, if offence there is, doesn't it? But again, I couldn't marry a married woman, could I? That was why I suppose you wanted to marry an unmarried one." A slight spasm passed over his face. "You are thinking of M's. Listen, Arcady. You went so far as to allude to that downstairs, pouring contempt upon me before your mother. You must know that that's where you make your greatest mistake. You know nothing whatever of what happened with Lydia Amakoff. You don't know how much your mother had to do with it all, although she was not with me at the time, and if I have ever seen a good woman, it was when I looked at your mother then. But that's enough. All that is a secret still, and you talk of what you don't know and have heard about from outsiders. Only to-day the prince told me that you have a special fancy for unfledged girls." "The prince said that?" "Yes. Listen, would you like me to tell you exactly what you have come up to me for? I have been sitting here all this time wondering what was the secret object of this visit, and now I believe I've guessed it." He was just going out, but he stopped and turned to me in expectation. "I blurted out just now that Tushard's letter to Tatiana Pavlovna was among Andronikoff's papers, and that his death came into the hands of Marie Ivanovna. I saw how your face suddenly twitched, and I only guessed why just now, when your face twitched again in the same way. the idea suddenly occurred to you that if one letter in Andronikov's keeping had come into Marie Ivanovna's hands, why shouldn't another? And Andronikov might have left very important letters, mightn't he? So I came up here hoping to make you talk about it. You know that yourself." He turned very pale. "You did not imagine that of yourself. There's a woman's influence in it, and what hatred there is in your words, in your coarse supposition." "A woman? I've seen that woman for the first time to-day. Perhaps it's just to spy on her you want me to stay on with the old prince. I see, though, that you will do well in your new line. Isn't that perhaps your idea? Go on, my dear fellow. You have an unmistakable gift for detective work. Given talent, one must perfect it." He paused to take breath. "Take care, Versalov. Don't make me your enemy." "My dear fellow, in such cases no one gives utterance to his last thoughts, but keeps them to himself. And with that, show me a light, if you please. Though you are my enemy, you are not so much so as to want me to break my neck, I suppose. Tiens, mon ami, only fancy," he went on, as he descended the ladder, "all this month I have been taking you for a good-natured fellow. You so want to live, and are so thirsting for life, that I do believe 3 lives would not be enough for you. One can see that in your face, and people like that are generally good-natured. And how mistaken I've been." 4. I can't express how my heart ached when I was left alone. It was as though I had cut off a piece of my own living flesh. Why I had so suddenly lost my temper, and why I had so insulted him, so persistently and intentionally, I couldn't say now, nor could I at the time, of course. And how pale he had turned, and who knows, perhaps that paleness was the expression of the truest and purest feeling, and the deepest sorrow, and not of anger or of offence. I always fancied that there had been a moment when he really loved me. Why could I not believe that now, especially when so much had been made clear? I had flown into a sudden fury, and actually driven him away, partly perhaps by my sudden guess that he had come to find out whether there was not another letter left by Andronikov in Marie Ivanovna's possession. That he must have been on the lookout for those letters, and that he was on the lookout for them, I knew. But who knows, perhaps at that minute I had made a horrible blunder, and who knows, perhaps by that blunder I had led him to think of Marie Ivanovna and the possibility of her having letters. And finally there was something else that was strange. Again he had repeated word for word my own thought about 3 lives, which I had expressed to Kraft that evening, and what is more, in my very words. The coincidence was of course a chance again, but how he knew the inmost core of my nature, what insight, what penetration! But if he so well understood one thing, why was it he utterly failed to understand something else? Was it possible he was not pretending? Could he really be incapable of divining that it was not the noble rank of a Versalov I wanted, that it was not my birth I could not forgive him, but that all my life I had wanted Versalov himself, the whole man, the father, and that this idea had become part of myself? Was it possible that so subtle a man could be so crude and so stupid? And if
Part 1, Chapter 8 of A Raw Youth. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Tom Mack, Tucson, Arizona. A Raw Youth by Fyodor Dostoyevsky. Translated by Constance Garrett. Part 1, Chapter 8. I tried to get up as early as possible in the morning. As a rule, we, that is my mother, my sister, and I, used to get up about 8 o'clock. Versalov used to lie comfortably in bed till 9:30. Punctually at 8:30, my mother used to bring me up my coffee, but this time I slipped out of the house at 8 o'clock without waiting for it. I had the day before mapped out roughly my plan of action for the whole of this day. In spite of my passionate resolve to carry out this plan, I felt that there was a very great deal of it that was uncertain and indefinite in its most essential points. That was why I lay all night in a sort of a half-waking state. I had an immense number of dreams as though I were light-headed, and I hardly fell asleep properly all night. In spite of that, I got up feeling fresher and more confident than usual. I was particularly anxious not to meet my mother. I could not have avoided speaking to her on a certain subject, and I was afraid of being distracted from the objects I was pursuing by some new and unexpected impression. It was a cold morning, and a damp, milky mist hovered over everything. I don't know why, but I always liked the early workaday morning in Petersburg, in spite of its squalid air and the self-centered people, always absorbed in thought and hurrying on their affairs, have a special attraction for me at 8 o'clock in the morning. As I hasten on my road, I particularly like either asking someone a practical question or being asked one by some passer-by. Both question and answer are always brief, clear, and to the point. They are spoken without stopping and almost always in a friendly manner, and there is a greater readiness to answer than at any other hour. In the middle of the day or in the evening, the Petersburger is far more apt to be abusive or jeering. It is quite different early in the morning, before work has begun, at the soberest and most serious hour of the day. I have noticed that. I set off again for the Petersburg side, as I had to be back in Fontanka by 12 o'clock to see Vasin, who was always more likely to be at home at midday. I hurried on without stopping, though I had a great longing to have a cup of coffee. It was absolutely necessary to find Efim Zverev at home, too. I went to him and almost missed him. He had finished his coffee and was just ready to go out. "What brings you here so often?" was how he greeted me without getting up from his seat. I will explain that directly. The early morning everywhere, including Petersburg, has a sobering effect on a man's nature. Some of the passionate dreams of the night evaporate completely with the light and chill of morning, and it has happened to me myself sometimes to recall in the morning my dreams and even my actions of the previous night, with shame and self-reproach. But I will remark, however, in passing, I consider a Petersburg morning, which might be thought the most prosaic on the terrestrial globe, almost the most fantastic in the world. That is my personal view, or rather impression, but I am prepared to defend it. On such a Petersburg morning, foul, damp, and foggy, the wild dream of some Hermann out of Pushkin's Queen of Spades, a colossal figure, an extraordinary and regular Petersburg type, the type of the Petersburg period, would, I believe, be more like solid reality. 100 times over in such a fog, I have been haunted by a strange but persistent fancy. What if this fog should part and float away? Would not all this rotten and slimy town go with it, rise up with the fog, and vanish like smoke, and the old Finnish march be left as before, in the midst of it? Perhaps, to complete the picture, a bronze horseman on a panting, overdriven steed. In fact, I cannot find words for my sensations, for all this is fantastic after all, poetic, and therefore nonsensical. Nevertheless, I have often been and often am haunted by an utterly senseless question. Here they are, all flitting to and fro, but how can one tell? Perhaps all this is someone's dream, and there is not one real person here, nor one real action. Someone who is dreaming all this will suddenly wake up, and everything will suddenly disappear. But I am digressing. I must say, by way of preface, that there are projects and dreams in everyone's experience so eccentric that they might well be taken at first sight for madness. It was with such a fantasy in my mind that I arrived that morning at Efim's. I went to Ephem because I had no one else in Petersburg to whom I could apply on this occasion. Yet Ephem was the last person to whom I should have gone with such a proposition if I had any choice. When I was sitting opposite him, I was actually struck myself with the thought that I was the incarnation of fever and delirium, sitting opposite the incarnation of prose and the golden mean. Yet on my side there was an idea and true feeling, while on his there was nothing but the practical conviction that things were not done like that. In short, I explained to him briefly and clearly that I had absolutely no one else in Petersburg whom I could send by way of a second in a matter vitally affecting my honor, that he, Ephem, was an old comrade and therefore had no right to refuse, and that I wanted to challenge a lieutenant in the Guards, Prince Sokolsky, because more than a year ago he had given my father a slap in the face at Ems. I may mention, by the way, that Ephem knew all the details of my family circumstances, my relations with Versalov, and almost that I knew myself of Versalov's career. I had on various occasions talked to him of my private affairs, except, of course, certain secrets. He sat and listened, as his habit was, all ruffling up his feathers like a sparrow in a cage, silent and serious, with his puffy face and his untidy flaxen white hair. A set smile of mockery never left his lips. This smile was all the nastier for being quite unintentional and unconscious. It was evident that he genuinely and sincerely considered himself at that moment vastly superior to me in intellect and character. I suspected, too, that he despised me for the scene the evening before at Garatachev's. It was bound to be so. Ephem was the crowd. Ephem was the man in the street, and the man in the street has no reverence for anything but success. And Versalov knows nothing of this? He asked. Of course not. Then what right have you to meddle in his affairs? That's the first question. And the second one is, what do you want to show by it? I was prepared for the objection, and at once explained to him that it was not so stupid as he supposed. To begin with, the insolent prince would be shown that there are people, even in our class, who know what is meant by honor. And secondly, Versalov would be put to shame and learn a lesson. And in the third place, what mattered most of all, even if Versalov had been right in refusing to challenge him in accordance with his convictions at the time, he would see that there was someone who was capable of feeling the insult to him so keenly that he accepted it as an insult to himself, and was prepared to lay down his life for his, Versalov's, interests, although he was leaving him forever. Wait a minute, don't shout, my aunt does not like it. Tell me, is it this same Prince Sokolsky that Versalov is at law with about a will? If so, this will be quite a new and original way of winning a lawsuit, to kill your opponent in a duel. I explained to him en toute lettres that he was simply silly and impertinent, and that if his sarcastic grin was growing broader and broader, it only showed his conceit and commonplaceness, and that he was incapable of imagining. Then I informed him that the case was already decided, and moreover it had not been brought by Prince Sokolsky, but by Princess Sokolsky, so that if a Prince Sokolsky were killed, the others would be left, but that no doubt it would be necessary to put off the challenge till the end of time within which an appeal was possible. Not that the Sokolskys would as a fact appeal, but simply as a matter of good form. When the latest possible date for an appeal had passed, the challenge would follow. That I had come about it now. Not that the duel would take place immediately, but that I must be prepared at any rate in time to find a second, if he, Ephem, refused, as I knew no one. That was why I said I had come. Well, come and talk about it then, or else you'll be leading us a wild goose chase. He stood up and took his cap. So you'll go then? No, of course I won't. Why not? Well, for one reason, if I agreed now that I would go then, you would begin hanging about here every evening till the time for the appeal was over. And besides, it's simply nonsense, and that's all about it. And I am going to mess up my career for you? Why, Prince Sokolsky will ask me at once, who sent you? Dolgoruki? What's Dolgoruki got to do with Versalov? And am I to explain your pedigree to him, pray? Why, he'd burst out laughing. Then you'll give him a punch in the face. But it's all gibberish. You're afraid. You, so tall and the strongest at the grammar school. I'm afraid. Of course I'm afraid. Besides, the prince won't fight, for they only fight their equals. I am a gentleman, too, by education. I have rights. I am his equal. On the contrary, he is not my equal. You are a small boy. How a small boy? Just a small boy. We are both boys, but he is grown up. You fool! But I might have been married a year ago by the law. Well, get married then. But anyway, you will grow up one day. I saw, of course, that he thought fit to jeer at me. I might not indeed have told all this foolish episode, and it would have been better, in fact, for it to have perished in obscurity. Besides, it's revolting in its pettiness and gratuitousness, though it had rather serious consequences. But to punish myself still further, I will describe it fully. Realizing that Efim was jeering at me, I permitted myself to push him on the shoulder with my right hand, or rather my right fist. Then he took me by the shoulder and turned me upside down, and proved to me conclusively that he was the strongest of us at the grammar school. The reader will doubtless imagine that I was in a terrible state of mind when I came out from Efim's. He will be mistaken, however. I quite realized that what had happened was only schoolboyishness, but the gravity of my purpose remained unchanged. I got some coffee at Vasilevsky Island, purposely avoiding the restaurant I had been at the evening before on the Petersburg side. The restaurant and its nightingale were doubly hateful to me. It is a strange characteristic of mine that I am capable of hating places and things as though they were people. On the other hand, I have happy places in Petersburg, that is, places where I have at some time or other been happy, and I am careful of those places and purposely avoid visiting them as far as possible, that later on, when I am alone and unhappy, I may go back to them to brood over my griefs and my memories. Over my coffee I did full justice to Efim and his common sense. Yes, he was more practical than I was, but I doubt whether he was in closer touch with reality. A realism that refuses to look beyond the end of its nose is more dangerous than the maddest romanticism, because it is blind. But while I did justice to Efim, who probably at that moment imagined that I was wandering about the streets swearing, I did not give up one point in my convictions, and I have not to this day. I have seen people who at the first bucket of cold water have abandoned their course of action and even their idea, and begun laughing at themselves at what an hour before they looked upon as sacred. Oh, how easily that is done! Even if Efim were more right than I in the main, and I were foolish beyond all foolishness and giving myself airs, yet at the very bottom of it all there was also a point of view upon which I was right. There was something to be said on my side also, and what is more, too, it was something they could never understand. I reached Vassin's in Fotanka, near the Semyonovsky Bridge, at 12 o'clock punctually, but I did not find him at home. His work was in Vasilevsky Island, and he was only home at certain fixed hours, almost always at midday, and as it was a holiday, I made sure of finding him. Not finding him, I decided to wait, although it was my first visit. I reasoned that the matter of the letter was a question of conscience, and in choosing Vassin to decide it, I was showing him the deepest respect, which no doubt must be flattering to him. Of course, I was really worried by this letter, and was genuinely persuaded of the necessity of an outside opinion. But I suspect that I could have got out of my difficulty without any outside help, and what is more, I was aware of that myself. I had only to give the letter to Versolov, to put it in his hands, and let him do what he liked with it. That would have settled it. To set myself up as judge, as arbiter, in a matter of this sort, was indeed utterly irregular. By confining myself to handing over the letter, especially in silence, I should have scored at once, putting myself into a position of superiority over Versolov. For renouncing all the advantages of the inheritance, as far as I was concerned, for some part of it would have been sure sooner or later to fall into me as Versolov's son, I should have secured for even a superior moral attitude in regard to Versolov's future action. Nobody, on the other hand, could reproach me for ruining the Sokolskys, since the document had no decisive legal value. All this I thought over and made perfectly clear to myself, sitting in Vasin's empty room, and it even occurred to me suddenly that I had come to Vasin so thirsting for his advice how to act, simply to show him what a genuine and irreproachable person I was, and so to avenge myself for my humiliation before him the previous evening. As I recognized all this, I felt great vexation. Nevertheless, I did not go away, but sat on, though I knew for certain that my vexation would only grow greater every 5 minutes. First of all, I began to feel an intense dislike for Vasin's room. Show me your room, and I will tell you your character. One really may say that Vasin had a furnished room in a flat belonging to people evidently poor, who let lodgings for their living, and had other lodgers besides Vasin. I was familiar with poky apartments of this sort, scarcely furnished, yet with pretensions to comfort. There is invariably a soft sofa from the second-hand market, which is dangerous to move, a washing-stand and iron bed shut off by a screen. Vasin was evidently the best and most to be depended on of the lodgers. Lodging-house keepers always have one such best lodger, and particularly try to please him. They sweep and tidy his room more carefully, and hang lithographs over his sofa. Under the table they lay an emaciated-looking rug. People who are fond of stuffy tidiness, and still more of obsequious deference in their landladies, are to be suspected. I felt convinced that Vasin himself was flattered by his position as best lodger. I don't know why, but the sight of those 2 tables piled up with books gradually enraged me. The books, the papers, the inkstand were all arrayed with a revolting tidiness, the ideal of which would have coincided with the loftiest conceptions of a German landlady and her maidservant. There were a good many books, not merely magazines and reviews, but real books, and evidently he read them, and he probably sat down to read or write with an extremely important and precise expression. I don't know why, but I prefer to see books lying about in disorder. Then at any rate work is not made into a sacred rite. No doubt Vasin was extremely polite to his visitors, but probably every gesture he made told them plainly, "I will spend an hour and a half with you, and afterwards, when you go away, I'll set to work." No doubt one might have a very interesting conversation with him and hear something new from him, but he would be thinking, "Here we are talking now, and I am interesting you very much, but when you go away I shall proceed to something more interesting." Yet I did not go away, but went on sitting there. That I had absolutely no need of his advice, I was by now thoroughly convinced. I stayed for over an hour, sitting on one of the 2 rush-bottomed chairs which had been placed by the window. It enraged me, too, that time was passing, and that before evening I had to find a lodging. I was so bored that I felt inclined to take up a book, but I did not. At the very thought of distracting my mind, I felt more disgusted than ever. For more than an hour there had been an extraordinary silence, when I began gradually and unconsciously to distinguish the sound of whispering, which kept growing louder and came from somewhere close by. the other side of a door that was blocked up by the sofa. There were two voices, evidently women's. So much I could hear, but I could not distinguish the words. And yet I was so bored that I began to listen. It was obvious that they were talking earnestly and passionately, and that they were not talking about patterns. They were discussing or disputing about something, or one voice was persuading or entreating, while the other was refusing or protesting. They must have been other lodgers. I soon got tired, and my ear became accustomed to the sound, so that I went on listening. It was only mechanically, and sometimes quite without remembering that I was listening, when suddenly something extraordinary happened, as though someone had jumped down off a chair on both feet, and had suddenly leapt up and stamped. Then I heard a moan, and suddenly a shriek, or rather not a shriek, but an infuriated animal squeal, reckless whether it could be overheard or not. I rushed to the door and opened it. Another door at the end of the corridor was opened simultaneously, the door of the landlady's room, as I learned later, and from it two inquisitive faces peeped out. The shriek, however, ceased at once, and suddenly the door next to mine opened, and a young woman, so at least she seemed to me, dashed out and rushed downstairs. The other woman, who was elderly, tried to stop her, but did not succeed, and could only moan after her, "Olya, Olya, where are you going? Oh!" But noticing our two open doors, she promptly closed hers, leaving a crack through which she listened till Olya's footsteps had died away completely on the stairs. I turned to my window. All was silence. It was a trivial and perhaps ridiculous incident, and I left off thinking of it. About a quarter of an hour later, I heard in the corridor at Vassine's door a loud and free and easy masculine voice. Someone took hold of the door handle and opened the door far enough for me to see in the passage a tall man who had already obviously seen and indeed had carefully scrutinized me, although he had not yet entered the room, but still holding the door handle went on talking to the landlady at the other end of the passage. The landlady called back to him in a thin, piping little voice, which betrayed that he was an old acquaintance, respected and valued by her as a visitor of consequence, and a gentleman of merry disposition. The merry gentleman shouted witticisms, but his theme was only the impossibility of finding Vassin at home. He declared that this was his destiny from his birth up, and that he would wait again as before, and all this, no doubt, seemed the height of wit to the landlady. Finally, the visitor flung the door wide open and came in. He was a well-dressed gentleman, evidently turned out by a good tailor, as they say, like a real gentleman, though there was nothing of the real gentleman about him, in spite, I fancy, of his desire to appear one. He was not exactly free and easy, but somehow naturally insolent, which is anyway less offensive than an insolence practiced before the looking-glass. His brown, slightly grizzled hair, his black eyebrows, big beard, and large eyes, instead of helping to define his character, actually gave him something universal, like everyone else. This sort of man laughs and is ready to laugh, but for some reason one is never cheerful in his company. He quickly passes from a jocular to a dignified air, from dignity to playfulness or winking, but all this seems put on and causeless. However, there is no need to describe him further. I came later on to know this gentleman more intimately, and therefore I have a more definite impression of him now than when he opened the door and came into the room. However, even now, I should find it difficult to say anything exact or definite about him, because the chief characteristic of such people is just their incompleteness, their artificiality, and their indefiniteness. He had scarcely sat down when it dawned upon me that he must be Vassine's stepfather, one Monsieur Stebulkov, of whom I had already heard something, but so casually that I couldn't tell what it was. I could only remember that it was not to his advantage. I knew that Vassine had long ago been left an orphan under this gentleman's control, but that for some years past he had not been under his influence, that their aims and interests were different, and that they lived entirely separated in all respects. It came back to my mind, too, that this Steblikov had some money, that he was indeed something of a speculator and a spendthrift. In fact, I had probably heard something more definite about him, but I have forgotten. He looked me up and down, without bowing to me, however, put his top head down on a table in front of the sofa, kicked away the table with an air of authority, and instead of quietly sitting down, flung himself full length on the sofa, on which I had not ventured to sit, so that it positively creaked, and dangling his legs, held his right foot up in the air and began admiring the tip of his patent leather boot. Of course, he turned to me at once and stared at me with his big and rather fixed-looking eyes. "I don't find him in." He gave me a slight nod. I did not speak. "Not punctual. He has his own ideas." "From the Petersburg side?" "You mean you've come from the Petersburg side?" I asked him in my turn. "No, I asked whether you had." "Yes, I have. But how do you know?" "How did I know? He winked, but did not deign to explain. "I don't live on the Petersburg side, but I've just been there and have come from there." He remained silent, still with the same significant smile which I disliked extremely. There was something stupid in his winking. "From Monsieur Deretchev's?" he said at last. "From Deretchev's?" I opened my eyes. He gazed at me triumphantly. "I don't know him." "Well, as you please," I answered. I began to loathe him. "To be sure. No, excuse me. You buy a thing at a shop. At another shop next door, another man buys something else. And what do you suppose? Money from a tradesman who is called a money lender, for money, too, is an article of sale, and a money lender is a tradesman, too. You follow me?" "Certainly I follow." A third purchaser comes along, and pointing to one shop, he says, "This is sound." Then he points to the other shop and says, "This is unsound." What am I to conclude about this purchaser? How could I tell? No, excuse me, I'll take an example. Man lives by good example. I walk along the Nevsky Prospect and observe on the other side of the street a gentleman whose character I should like to investigate more closely. We walk, one each side of the street as far as the gate leading to Morskaya, and there, just where the English shop is, we observe a third gentleman, who has just been run over. Now, mark, a fourth gentleman walks up and wishes to investigate the character of all three of us, including the man who has just been run over, from the point of view of practicability and soundness. Do you follow me? Excuse me, with great difficulty. Quite so. Just what I thought. I'll change the subject. I was at the springs in Germany, the mineral springs, as I had frequently been before. No matter which springs, I go to drink the waters and see an Englishman. It is difficult, as you know, to make acquaintance with an Englishman. 2 months later, having finished my cure, we were walking, a whole party of us, with alpenstocks on the mountain, no matter what the mountain. At the pass there is an etape, the one where monks make chartreuse. Note that. I meet a native standing in solitude, looking about him in silence. I wish to form my conclusions in regard to his soundness. What do you think? Can I apply for conclusions to the crowd of Englishmen with whom I am traveling solely because I was unable to talk to them at the springs? How can I tell? Excuse me, it's very difficult to follow you. Difficult, is it? Yes, you weary me. He winked and made a gesture, probably intended to suggest victory and triumph. Then, with solid composure, he took out of his pocket a newspaper, which he had evidently only just bought, unfolded it, and began reading the last page, apparently intending to leave me undisturbed. For 5 minutes he did not look at me. Dostoyevskys have gone smash, eh? Once they've started, they go on. I know a lot that have gone smash." He looked at me with intense earnestness. "I don't know much about the stock exchange so far," I answered. "You disapprove of it?" "What? Money?" "I don't disapprove of money, but I think ideas come first and money second. That is, allow me to say, here you have a man, so to say, with his own capital. A lofty idea comes before money, and a society with money but without a lofty idea comes to grief." I don't know why, but I began to grow hot. He looked at me rather blankly, as though he were perplexed, but suddenly his whole face relaxed in a gleeful and cunning smile. "Verslov, hey? He's fairly scored, he has. Judgment giving yesterday, eh?" I suddenly perceived to my surprise that he knew who I was, and perhaps knew a great deal more. But I don't understand why I flushed and stared in a most idiotic way without taking my eyes off him. He was evidently triumphant. He looked at me in high glee, as though he had found me out and caught me in the cleverest way. "No," he said, raising both his eyebrows. "You ask me about Monsieur Verslov. What did I say to you just now about soundness? A year and a half ago, over that baby he might have made a perfect little job. But he came to grief. Over what baby? The baby who is being brought up now, out of the way. But he won't gain anything by it because—" "What baby? What do you mean?" "His baby, of course. His own by Mademoiselle Lydia Amakov, a charming girl, very fond of me. Phosphorus matches, eh? What nonsense! What a wild story! He never had a baby by Mademoiselle Amakov. Go on. I've been here and there. I've been a doctor, and I've been an accoucheur. My name's Steblikov. Haven't you heard of me? It's true I haven't practiced in a long time, but practical advice on a practical matter I could give." "You're an accoucheur? Did you attend Mademoiselle Amakov?" "No, I did not attend her. In a suburb there was a Dr. Granz, burdened with a family. He was paid half a thaler. Such is the position of doctors out there, and no one knew him either, so he was there instead of me. I recommended him, indeed, because he was so obscure and unknown. You follow? I only give practical advice when Verslov, Andrei Petrovich, asked for it. But he asked me in dead secret, tete-a-tete. Andrei Petrovich wanted to catch two hares at once." I listened in profound astonishment. "Chase two hares, catch neither, according to the popular, or rather peasant proverb. What I say is, exceptions continually repeated become a general rule. He went after another hare, or to speak plain Russian, after another lady, and with no results. Hold tight what you've got. When he ought to be hastening a thing on, he potters about. Verslov, that petticoat prophet, as young Prince Sokolsky once described him before me at the time. Yes, you had better come to me if there's anything you want to know about Verslov. You had better come to me." He was evidently delighted at my open-mouthed astonishment. I had never heard anything before about a baby, and at that moment the door of the next room slammed as someone walked rapidly in. "Verslov lives in Mozahaski Street at Litinov's house, number 17. I have been to the address bureau myself." A woman's voice cried aloud in an irritable tone. We could hear every word. Steblikov raised his eyebrows and held up his finger. "We talk of him here, and there already he's—" "Here you have exceptions continually occurring. Quand on parle d'une corde—" He jumped up quickly, and sitting down on the sofa began listening at the door in front of which the sofa stood. I, too, was tremendously struck. I reflected that the speaker was probably the same young girl who had run down the stairs in such excitement. But how did Versalov come to be mixed up in this too? Suddenly there came again the same shriek, the furious shriek of someone savage with anger, who has been prevented from getting or doing something. The only difference was that the cries and shrieks were more prolonged than before. There were sounds of a struggle, a torrent of words. I won't, I won't. Give it up at once, or something of the sort. I don't remember exactly. Then, just as before, someone rushed to the door and opened it. Both the people in the room rushed out into the passage, one just as before, trying to restrain the other. Steblikov, who had leapt up from the sofa and been listening with relish, fairly flew to the door, and with extreme lack of ceremony dashed into the passage straight upon the two. I too, of course, ran to the door, but his appearance in the passage acted like a pail of cold water. The two women vanished instantly, and shut the door with a slam. Steblikov was on the point of dashing after them, but he stopped short, held up his finger with a smile, and stood considering. This time I detected in his smile something nasty, evil, and malignant. Seeing the landlady, who was again standing in her doorway, he ran quickly across the passage to her on tiptoe. After whispering to her for a minute or two, and no doubt receiving information, he came back to the room. Resuming his air of ponderous dignity, picked up his top hat from the table, looked at himself in the looking-glass as he passed, ruffled up his hair, and with self-complacent dignity went to the next door without even a glance in my direction. For an instant he held his ear to the door, listening, then winked triumphantly across the passage to the landlady, who shook her finger and wagged her head at him as though to say, "Ooh, naughty man, naughty man." Finally, with an air of resolute, even of shrinking delicacy, he knocked with his knuckles at the door. A voice asked, "Who's there?" "Will you allow me to enter on urgent business?" Steblikov pronounced in a loud and dignified voice. There was a brief delay, yet they did open the door, first only a little way, but Steblikov at once clutched the door handle and would not let them close it again. A conversation followed. Steblikov began talking loudly, still pushing his way into the room. I don't remember the words, but he was speaking about Versalov, saying that he could tell them, he could explain everything. "Yes, I can tell you. Yes, you come to me," or something to that effect. They quickly let him in. I went back to the sofa and began to listen, but I could not catch it all. I could only hear that Versalov's name was frequently mentioned. From the intonations of his voice, I guessed that Steblikov by now had control of the conversation, that he no longer spoke insinuatingly, but authoritatively, in the same style as he had talked to me. "You follow? Kindly note that," and so on. With women, though, he must have been extraordinarily affable. Already I had twice heard his loud laugh, probably most inappropriate, because accompanying his voice and sometimes rising above it could be heard the voices of the women, and they sounded anything but cheerful, and especially that of the young woman, the one who had shrieked. She talked a great deal, rapidly and nervously, making apparently some accusation or complaint and seeking judgment or redress. But Steblikov did not give way. He raised his voice higher and higher and laughed more and more often. Such men are unable to listen to other people. I soon jumped up from the sofa, for it seemed to me shameful to be eavesdropping, and went back again to the rush-bottomed chair by the window. I felt convinced that Vasin did not think much of this gentleman, but that if anyone else had expressed the same opinion, he would have at once defended him with grave dignity, and have observed that he was a practical man, and one of those modern business people who were not to be judged from our theoretical and abstract standpoints. At that instant, however, I felt somehow morally shattered. My heart was throbbing, and I was unmistakably expecting something. About 10 minutes passed. Suddenly, in the midst of a resounding peal of laughter, someone leapt up from a chair with just the same noise as before. Then I heard shrieks from both the women. I heard Steblikov jump up too, and say something in quite a different tone of voice, as though he were justifying himself and begging them to listen. But they did not listen to him. I heard cries of anger. "Go away! You're a scoundrel! You're a shameless villain!" In fact, it was clear that he was being turned out of the room. I opened the door at the very minute when he skipped into the passage, and it seemed literally thrust out by their hands. Seeing me, he cried out at once, pointing at me, "This is Versilov's son. If you don't believe me, here is his son, his own son. I assure you," and he seized me by the arm as though I belonged to him. "This is his son, his own son," he repeated, though he added nothing by way of explanation as he led me to the ladies. The young woman was standing in the passage, the elderly one a step behind her in the doorway. I only remember that this poor girl was about 20 and pretty. Though thin and sickly looking, she had red hair, and was somehow a little like my sister. This likeness flashed upon me at the time, and remained in my memory. But Lisa never had been, and never could have been, in the wrathful frenzy by which the girl standing before me was possessed. Her lips were white, her light gray eyes were flashing. She was trembling all over with indignation. I remember, too, that I was in an exceedingly foolish and undignified position, for thanks to this insolent scoundrel, I was at a complete loss what to say. "What do you mean, his son? If he's with you, he's a scoundrel, too. If you are Versilov's son," she suddenly turned to me, "tell your father from me that he is a scoundrel, that he's a mean, shameless wretch, that I don't want his money. There, give him this money at once." She hurriedly took out of her pocket several notes, but the older lady, her mother, as it appeared later, clutched her hands. "Olya, but you know, perhaps it's not true. Perhaps it's not his son." Olya looked at her quickly, reflected, looked at me contemptuously, and went back into the room before she slammed the door and stood still in the doorway and shouted to Steblikov once more, "Go away!" and she even stamped her foot at him. Then the door was slammed and locked. Steblikov, still holding me by the shoulder with his finger raised and his mouth relaxed in a slow, doubtful grin, bent a look of inquiry on me. "I consider, by the way you've behaved with me, ridiculous and disgraceful," I muttered indignantly. But he did not hear what I said, though he was still staring at me. "This ought to be looked into," he pronounced, pondering. "But how dare you drag me in? Who is this? What is this woman? You took me by the shoulder and brought me in. What does it mean?" "Yes, by Jove, a young person who has lost her fair fame. A frequently recurring exception, you follow?" And he poked me in the chest with his finger. Damnation! I pushed his finger away, but he suddenly and quite unexpectedly went off into a low, noiseless, prolonged chuckle of merriment. Finally he put on his hat, and with a rapid change of expression of gloom, he observed, frowning, "The landlady must be informed. They must be turned out of the lodgings, to be sure, and without loss of time, too, or they'll be... You will see. Mark my words, you will see. Yes, by Jove!" He was gleeful again all at once. "You'll wait for Grisha, I suppose?" "No, I shan't wait," I answered resolutely. "Well, it's all one to me." And without adding another syllable, he turned, went out, and walked downstairs, without vouchsafing a glance at the landlady's direction. Though she was evidently expecting news and explanations, I, too, took up my hat and asked the landlady to tell Vasin that I, Dolgoruki, had called, and I ran downstairs. I had merely wasted my time. On coming out, I set to work at once to look for lodgings, but I was preoccupied. I wandered about the streets for several hours, and though I went into 5 or 6 flats with rooms to let, I am sure I passed by 20 without noticing them. To increase my vexation, I found it far more difficult to get a lodging than I had imagined. Everywhere there were rooms like Vassine's, or a great deal worse. While the rent was enormous, that is not what I had reckoned upon. I asked for nothing more than a corner where I could turn round, and I was informed contemptuously that if that was what I wanted, I must go where rooms were let in corners. Moreover, I found everywhere numbers of strange lodgers, in whose proximity I could not have lived. In fact, I would have paid anything not to have to live in their proximity. There were queer gentlemen in their waistcoats without their coats, who had disheveled beards, and were inquisitive and free and easy in their manners. In one tiny room there were about a dozen such, sitting over cards and beer, and I was offered the next room. In another place I answered the ladies' inquiries so absurdly that they looked at me in surprise, and in one flat I actually began quarreling with the people. However, I won't describe these dismal details. I only felt that I was awfully tired. I had something to eat in a cook shop when it was almost dark. I finally decided that I would go and give Versalov the letter concerning the will, with no one else present, making no explanation, that I would go upstairs, pack my things in my trunk and bag, and go for the night, if need be, to a hotel. At the end of Audiobooks Prospect, at the Gate of Triumph, I knew there was an inn where one could get a room to oneself for 30 kopecks. I resolved for one night to sacrifice that sum rather than sleep at Versalov's, and as I was passing the Institute of Technology, the notion suddenly struck me to call on Titania Pavlovna, who lived just opposite the Institute. My pretext for going in was this same letter about the will, but my overwhelming impulse to go in was due to some other cause, which I cannot to this day explain. My mind was in a turmoil, brooding over the baby, the exceptions that pass into rules. I had a longing to tell someone, or to make a scene, or to fight, or even to have a cry. I can't tell which, but I went up to Titania Pavlovna's. I had only been there once before with some message from my mother, soon after I came from Moscow, and I remember I went in, gave my message, and went out a minute later without sitting down, and indeed she did not ask me to. I rang the bell, and the cook at once opened the door to me and showed me into the room without speaking. All these details are necessary so that the reader may understand how the mad adventure, which had so vast an influence on all that followed, was rendered possible. And to begin with, as regards the cook, she was an ill-tempered, snub-nosed Finnish woman, and I believe hated her mistress, Titania Pavlovna, while the latter, on the contrary, could not bring herself to part with her from a peculiar sort of infatuation, such as old maids sometimes show for damp-nosed pug dogs or somnolent cats. The Finnish woman was either spiteful and rude, or after a quarrel would be silent for weeks together to punish her mistress. I must have chanced upon one of those dumb days, for even when I asked her, as I remember doing, whether her mistress were at home, she made no answer, but walked off to the kitchen in silence. Feeling sure after this that Titania Pavlovna was at home, I walked into the room, finding no one there, waiting, expecting that she would come out of her bedroom before long. Otherwise, why should the cook have shown me in? Without sitting down, I waited 2 minutes, 3. It was dusk, and Titania Pavlovna's dark flat seemed even less hospitable from the endless yards of cretonne hanging about. A couple of words about that horrid little flat to explain the surroundings of what followed. With her obstinate and peremptory character, and the tastes she had formed from living in the country in the past, Titania Pavlovna could not put up with furnished lodgings, and had taken this parody of a flat simply in order to live apart and be her own mistress. The two rooms were exactly like two bird cages set side by side, one smaller than the other. The flat was on the third story, and the windows looked into a courtyard. Coming into the flat, one stepped straight into a tiny passage, 1.5 yards wide, on the left. The two aforementioned bird cages, and at the end of the passage, the tiny kitchen. The 500 cubic feet of air required to last a human being 12 hours were perhaps provided in this room, but hardly more. The rooms were hideously low-pitched, and what was stupider than anything, the windows, the doors, the furniture, all were hung or draped with cretonne, good French cretonne, and decorated with festoons, but this made the room twice as dark and more than ever like the inside of a traveling coach. In the room where I was waiting, it was possible to turn around, though it was cumbered up with furniture, and the furniture, by the way, was not at all bad. There were all sorts of little inlaid tables with bronze fittings, boxes, an elegant and even sumptuous toilet table. But the next room from which I expected her to come in, the bedroom, screened off by a thick curtain, consisted literally of a bedstead, as appeared afterwards. All these details are necessary to explain the foolishness of which I was guilty. So I had no doubts and was waiting when there came a ring at the bell. I heard the cook cross the little passage with lagging footsteps and admit the visitors, still in silence, just as she had me. They were two ladies, and both were talking loudly. But what was my amazement when from their voices I recognized one as Titania Pavlovna, and the other woman I was least prepared to meet now, above all in such circumstances. I could not be mistaken. I had heard that powerful, mellow, ringing voice the day before, only for 3 minutes, it is true, but it still resounded in my heart. Yes, it was yesterday's woman. What was I to do? I am not asking the reader this question. I am only picturing that moment to myself, and I am utterly unable to imagine, even now, how it came to pass that I suddenly rushed behind the curtain and found myself in Titania Pavlovna's bedroom. In short, I hid myself and had scarcely time to do so when they walked in. Why I hid and did not come forward to meet them, I don't know. It all happened accidentally and absolutely without premeditation. After rushing into the bedroom and knocking against the bed, I noticed at once that there was a door leading from the bedroom into the kitchen, and so there was a way out of my horrible position, and I could make my escape. But, oh horror, the door was locked, and there was no key in it. I sank on the bed in despair. I realized that I should overhear their talk, and from the first sentence, from the first sound of their conversation, I guessed that they were discussing delicate and private matters. Of course, a straightforward and honorable man should even then have got up and come out and said aloud, "I'm here, stop," and in spite of his ridiculous position, walked past them. But I did not get up and did not come out. I didn't dare. I was in a most despicable funk. "My darling Katerina Nikolaevna, you distress me very much," Titania Pavlovna was saying in an imploring voice. "Set your mind at rest once for all. It's not like you. You bring joy with you wherever you go, and now suddenly... I suppose you do still believe in me? Why, you know how devoted I am to you. As much so as Andrei Petrovitch, and I make no secret of my undying devotion to him. But do believe me, I swear on my honor, he has no such document in his possession, and perhaps no one else has either, and he is not capable of anything so underhanded. It is wicked of you to suspect him. This hostility between you two is simply the work of your own imagination. There is such a document, and he is capable of anything. And there, as soon as I go in yesterday, the first person I meet is ce petit espion, whom he has foisted on my father. Ah, ce petit espion. To begin with, he is not an espion at all, for it was I. I insisted on going to the prince, or else he would have gone mad, or died of hunger in Moscow. That was the account they sent us of him, and what's more, that unmannerly urchin is a perfect little fool. How could he be a spy? Yes, he is a fool, but that does not prevent his being a scoundrel. If I hadn't been so angry, I should have died of laughing yesterday. He turned pale, he ran about, made bows, and talked French. And Marie Ivanovna talked of him in Moscow as a genius. That unlucky letter is still in existence, and is in dangerous hands somewhere, I gather chiefly from Marie Ivanovna's face. My beauty, why, you say yourself she has nothing. That's just it, that she has. She does nothing but tell lies, and she is a good hand at it, I can tell you. Before I went to Moscow, I still had hopes that no papers of any sort were left. But then, oh, it's quite the contrary, my dear. I am told she is good-natured and a sensible creature. Andronikov thought more of her than any of his other nieces. It's true I don't know her well, but you should have won her over, my beauty. It's no trouble to you to win hearts. Why, I am an old woman, but here I'm quite in love with you already, and I can't resist kissing you. But it would have been nothing to you to win her heart. I did, to Tanya Pavlovna. I tried. She was enchanted with me, but she's very sly, too. Yes, she's a regular type, and a peculiar Moscow type. And would you believe it, she advised me to apply to a man here called Kraft, who had been Andronikov's assistant. Maybe he knows something, she said. I had some idea of what Kraft was like, and in fact I had a faint recollection of him. But as she talked about Kraft, I suddenly felt certain that it was not that she simply knew nothing, but that she knew all about it and was lying. But why? Why? Well, perhaps you might find that out from him. That German Kraft isn't a chatterbox, and I remember him as very honest. You really ought to question him. Only I fancy he is not in Petersburg now. Oh, he came back yesterday evening. I have just been to see him. I have come to you in such a state I'm shaking all over. I wanted to ask you, Tanya Pavlovna, my angel, for you know everyone, wouldn't it be possible to find out from his papers, for he must have left papers, to whom they will come now? They may come into dangerous hands again. I wanted to ask your advice. But what papers are you talking about? Said Tanya Pavlovna, not understanding. Why, you say you have just been at Kraft's. Yes, I have been. I have just been there. But he's shot himself yesterday evening. I jumped up from the bed. I was able to sit through being called a spy and an idiot, and the longer the conversation went on, the more impossible it seemed to show myself. It was impossible to contemplate. I inwardly determined with a sinking heart to stay where I was till Tanya Pavlovna went to the door with her visitor, if, that is, I were lucky, and she did not before then come to fetch something from the bedroom. And afterwards, when Madame Amakov had gone out, then, if need be, I'd fight it out with Tanya Pavlovna. But when now, suddenly hearing about Kraft, I jumped up from the bed. I shuddered all over. Without thinking, without reflecting, or realizing what I was doing, I took a step, lifted the curtain, and appeared before the two of them. It was still light enough for them to see me, pale and trembling. They both cried out, and indeed they well might. Kraft, I muttered, turning to Madame Amakov. Has he shot himself yesterday at sunset? Where were you? Where have you come from? Screamed Titania Pavlovna, and she literally clawed my shoulder. You've been spying. You've been eavesdropping. What did I tell you just now? Said Katerina Nikolaevna, getting up from the sofa and pointing at me. I was beside myself. It's a lie. It's nonsense, I broke in furiously. You called me a spy now. My God, you are not worth spying on. Life's not worth living in the same world with such people as you. In fact, a great-hearted man has killed himself, Kraft has shot himself, for the sake of an idea, for the sake of Hecuba. But how should you know about Hecuba? And here, once to live among your intrigues, to linger in the midst of your lying, your deceptions, and underhand plots? Enough. Slap him in the face, cried Titania Pavlovna, and as Katerina Nikolaevna did not move, though she stared fixedly at me, I remember it all minutely. Titania Pavlovna would certainly have done so herself without loss of time, so that I instinctively raised my hand to protect my face, and this gesture led her to imagine that I meant to strike her. Well, strike me. Show me that you are a low cur from your birth up. You are stronger than women. Why stand on ceremony with them? That's enough of your slander, I cried. I have never raised my hand against a woman. You are shameless, Titania Pavlovna. You've always treated me with contempt. Oh, servants must be treated without respect. You laugh, Katerina Nikolaevna, at my appearance, I suppose. Yes, God has not blessed me with the elegance of your young officers. And yet I don't feel humbled before you. On the contrary, I feel exalted. I don't care how I express myself, only I'm not to blame. I got here by accident. Titania Pavlovna, it's all the fault of your cook, or rather of your devotion to her. Why did she bring me in here without answering my question? And afterwards to dash out of a woman's bedroom seemed so monstrous that it made up my mind not to show myself, but to sit and put up with your insults. You are laughing again, Katerina Nikolaevna. Leave the room, go away, screamed Titania Pavlovna, almost pushing me out. Don't think anything of his abuse, Katerina Nikolaevna. I've told you they sent us word that he was mad. Mad? They sent word? Who sent you word? No matter, enough of this, Katerina Nikolaevna. I swear to you by all that's sacred, this conversation and all that I have heard shall remain hidden. Am I to blame for having learned your secrets? Especially as I am leaving your father's service tomorrow, so as regards the letter you are looking for, you need not worry yourself. What's that? What letter are you talking about? Asked Katerina Nikolaevna in such confusion that she turned pale. Or perhaps I fancied it. I realized that I had said too much. I walked quickly out. They watched me go without a word, with looks of intent.
Part 1, Chapter 9 of A Raw Youth. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by L.T. A Raw Youth by Fyodor Dostoyevsky. Translated by Constance Garnett. Part 1, Chapter 9. 1. I hurried home and, marvelous to relate, I was very well satisfied with myself. That's not the way one talks to women, of course, and to such women, too. It would be truer to say such a woman, for I was not considering Tatiana Pavlovna. Perhaps it's out of the question to say to a woman of that class that one spits on her intrigues, but I had said that, and it was just that I was pleased with. Apart from anything else, I was convinced that by taking this tone I had effaced all that was ridiculous in my position. But I had not time to think much about that. My mind was full of Kraft. Not that the thought of him distressed me very greatly, but yet I was shaken to my inmost depths, and so much so that the ordinary human feeling of pleasure at another man's misfortune, at his breaking his leg or covering himself with disgrace, at his losing someone dear to him, and so on, even this ordinary feeling of mean satisfaction was completely eclipsed by another absolutely single-hearted feeling. A feeling of sorrow, of compassion for Kraft. At least, I don't know whether it was compassion, but it was a strong and warm-hearted feeling. And I was glad of this, too. It's marvelous how many irrelevant ideas can flash through the mind at the very time when one is shattered by some tremendous piece of news, which one would have thought must overpower all other feelings and banish all extraneous thoughts, especially petty ones. Yet petty ones, on the contrary, obtrude themselves. I remember, too, that I was gradually overcome by a quite perceptible nervous shudder, which lasted several minutes, in fact all the time I was home and talking to Versalov. This interview followed under strange and exceptional circumstances. I had mentioned already that we lived in a separate lodge in the courtyard. This lodging was marked number 13. Before I had entered the gate, I heard a woman's voice asking loudly, with impatience and irritation, "Where is number 13?" The question was asked by a lady who was standing close to the gate and had opened the door of the little shop. But apparently she got no answer there, or was even repulsed, for she came down the steps resentful and angry. "But where is the porter?" she cried, stamping her foot. I had already recognized the voice. "I'm going to number 13, I said, approaching her. "Whom do you want?" "I have been looking for the porter for the last hour. I keep asking everyone. I have been up all the staircases." "It's in the yard. Don't you recognize me?" But by now she had recognized me. "You want Versalov. You want to see him about something, and so do I went on. "I have come to take leave of him forever. Come along." "You are his son?" "That means nothing. Granted, though, that I am his son, yet my name's Dolgoruki. I am illegitimate. This gentleman has an endless supply of illegitimate children. When conscience and honor require it, a son will leave his father's house. That's in the Bible. He has come into a fortune, too, and I don't wish to share it, and I go to live by the work of my hands. A noble-hearted man will sacrifice life itself if need be. Kraft has shot himself. Kraft, for the sake of an idea. Imagine, a young man, yet he overcame hope. This way. We live in a lodge apart, but that's in the Bible. Children leave their parents and make homes for themselves. If the idea draws one on, if there is an idea, the idea is what matters. The idea is everything. I babbled on like this while we were making our way to the lodge. The reader will no doubt observe that I don't spare myself much, though I give myself a good character on occasion. I want to train myself to tell the truth. Versalov was at home. I went in without taking off my overcoat. She did the same. Her clothes were dreadfully thin. Over a wretched gown of some dark color was hung a rag that did duty for a cloak or mantle. On her head she wore an old and frayed sailor hat, which was very unbecoming. When we went into the room, my mother was sitting at her usual place at work, and my sister came out of her room to see who it was and was standing in the doorway. Versalov, as usual, was doing nothing, and he got up to meet us. He looked at me intently with a stern and inquiring gaze. "It's nothing to do with me," I hastened to explain, and I stood on one side. "I only met this person at the gate. She was trying to find you, and no one could direct her. I have come about my own business, which I shall be delighted to explain afterwards." Versalov nevertheless still scrutinized me curiously. "Excuse me," the girl began impatiently. Versalov turned towards her. "I have been wondering a long while what induced you to leave money for me yesterday. In short, here's your money." She almost shrieked as she had before, and flung a bundle of notes on the table. "I've had to hunt for you through the address bureau, or I should have brought it before. Listen, you." She suddenly addressed my mother, who had turned quite pale. "I don't want to insult you. You look honest, and perhaps this is actually your daughter. I don't know whether you are his wife, but let me tell you that this gentleman gets hold of the advertisements on which teachers and governesses have spent their last farthing, and visits these luckless wretches with dishonorable motives, trying to lure them to ruin by money. I don't understand how I could have taken his money yesterday. He looked so honest. Get away, don't say a word. You are a villain, sir. Even if you had honorable intentions, I don't want your charity. Not a word, not a word. Oh, how glad I am that I have unmasked you now before your women. Curse you! She ran to the door, but turned for one instant in the doorway to shout, "You've come into a fortune, I'm told." With that, she vanished like a shadow. I repeat again, it was frenzy. Versalov was greatly astonished. He stood as though pondering and reflecting on something. At last he turned suddenly to me. "You don't know her at all?" "I happened to see her this morning when she was raging in the passage at Vassen's. She was screaming and cursing you, but I did not speak to her, and I know nothing about it. And just now I met her at the gate. No doubt she is that teacher you spoke of yesterday, who also gives lessons in arithmetic." "Yes, she is. For once in my life I did a good deed and— But what's the matter with you?" "Here is this letter," I answered. "I don't think explanation necessary. It comes from Kraft, and he got it from Andronikov. You will understand what's in it. I will add that no one but me in the whole world knows about that letter, for Kraft, who gave me that letter yesterday just as I was leaving him, has shot himself." While I was speaking with breathless haste, he took the letter, and holding it lightly poised in his left hand, watched me attentively. When I told him of Kraft's suicide, I looked at him with particular attention to see the effect. And what did I see? The news did not make the slightest impression on him, if he had even raised an eyebrow. On the contrary, seeing that I had paused, he drew out his eyeglasses, which he always had about him hanging on a black ribbon, carried the letter to the candle, and glancing at the signature, began carefully examining it. I can't express how mortified I was at this supercilious callousness. He must have known Kraft very well. It was, in any case, such an extraordinary piece of news. Besides, I naturally desired it to produce an effect. Knowing that the letter was long, I turned after waiting and went out. My trunk had been packed long ago. I had only to stuff a few things into my bag. I thought of my mother and that I had not gone up to speak to her. 10 minutes later, when I had finished my preparations and was meaning to go for a cab, my sister walked into the attic. "Here are your 60 rubles. Mother sends it and begs you again to forgive her for having mentioned it to Andrei Petrovitch. And here's 20 rubles besides. You gave her 50 yesterday for your board. Mother says she can't take more than 30 from you because you haven't cost 50, and she sends you 20 rubles back." "Well, thanks, if she's telling the truth. Goodbye, sister. I'm going." "Where are you going now?" "For the time being, to a hotel. To escape spending the night in this house. Tell Mother that I love her." "She knows that. She knows that you love Andrei Petrovitch, too. I wonder you are not ashamed of having brought that wretched girl here." "I swear I did not. I met her at the gate." "No, it was your doing. I assure you. Think a little. Ask yourself, and you will see that you were the cause." "I was only very pleased that Versalov should be put to shame. Imagine, he had a baby by Lydia Amakov. But what am I telling you?" "He, a baby? But it is not his child. From whom have you heard such a falsehood?" "Why, you can know nothing about it." "Me know nothing about it? But I used to nurse the baby in Luga. Listen, brother, I've seen for a long time past that you know nothing about anything, and meanwhile you wound Andrei Petrovitch, and Mother too. If he is right, then I shall be to blame. That's all, and I love you no less for it. What makes you flush like that, sister? And more still now. Well, never mind anyhow. I shall challenge that little prince for the slap he gave Versalov at Ems. If Versalov was in the right as regards Miley Amakov, so much the better." "Brother, what are you thinking of?" "Luckily, the lawsuit's over now. Well, now she has turned white." "But the prince won't fight you," said Liza, looking at me with a wan smile in spite of her alarm. "Then I will put him to shame in public. What's the matter with you, Liza?" She had turned so pale that she could not stand and sank onto my sofa. "Liza!" my mother's voice called from below. She recovered herself and stood up. She smiled at me affectionately. "Brother, drop this foolishness, or put it off for a time till you know about ever so many things. It's awful how little you understand." "I shall remember, Liza, that you turned pale when you heard I was going to fight a duel." Yes, remember that too," she said, smiling once more at parting, and she went downstairs. I called a cab, and with the help of the man I hauled my things out of the lodge. No one in the house stopped me or opposed my going. I did not go in to say goodbye to my mother, as I did not want to meet Versalov again. When I was sitting in the cab, a thought flashed upon me. "To Fontanka, by Semyonovsky Bridge," I told the man, and went back to Vassen's. 2. It suddenly struck me that Vassen would know already about Kraft, and perhaps know 100 times more than I did, and so it proved to be. Vassen immediately informed me of all the facts with great precision but with no great warmth. I concluded that he was very tired, and so indeed he was. He had been at Kraft's himself in the morning. Kraft had shot himself with a revolver, that same revolver, after dark, as was shown by his diary. The last entry in the diary was made just before the fatal shot, and in it he mentioned that he was writing almost in the dark and hardly able to distinguish the letters, that he did not want to light a candle for fear that it should set fire to something when he was dead. "And I don't want to light it and then, before shooting, put it out like my life," he added strangely, almost the last words. This diary he had begun 3 days before his death, immediately on his return to Petersburg, before his visit to Dergachev's. After I had gone away, he had written something in it every quarter of an hour. The last 3 or 4 entries were made at intervals of 15 minutes. I expressed aloud my surprise that though Vassen had had this diary so long in his hands, it had been given to him to read. He had not made a copy of it, especially as it was not more than a sheet or so, and all the entries were short. "You might at least have copied the last page," Vassen observed with a smile that he remembered it as it was. Moreover, that the entries were quite disconnected, about anything that came into his mind. I was about to protest that this was just what was precious in this case, but without going into that I began instead to insist on his recalling some of it, and he did recall a few sentences. For instance, an hour before he shot himself, that he was chilly, that he thought of drinking a glass of wine to warm himself, but he had been deterred by the idea that it might cause an increase in the flow of blood. "It was almost all that sort of thing," Vassen remarked in conclusion. "And you call that nonsense?" I cried. "And when did I call it nonsense? I simply did not copy it, but though it's not nonsense, the diary certainly is somewhat ordinary, or rather natural. That is, it's just what it's bound to be in such circumstances." "But the last thoughts! The last thoughts!" "The last thoughts sometimes are extremely insignificant. One such suicide complained, in fact, in a similar diary, that not one lofty idea visited him at that important hour, nothing but futile and petty thoughts." "And that he was chilly, was that too a futile thought?" "Do you mean his being chilly, or the thought about the blood? Besides, it's a well-known fact that very many people who are capable of contemplating their approaching death, whether it's by their own hand or not, frequently show a tendency to worry themselves about leaving their body in a presentable condition. It was from that point of view that Kraft was anxious about the blood." "I don't know whether that is a well-known fact, or whether that is so," I muttered, "but I am surprised that you consider all that natural. And yet it's not long since Kraft was speaking, feeling, sitting among us. Surely you must feel sorry for him?" "Oh, of course I'm sorry, and that's quite a different thing. But in any case, Kraft himself conceived of his death as a logical deduction. It turns out that all that was said about him yesterday at Dergachev's was true. He left behind him a manuscript book full of abstruse theories, proving by phrenology, by craniology, and even by mathematics, that the Russians are a second-rate race, and that therefore, since he was a Russian, life was not worth living for him. What is more striking about it, if you like, is that it shows one can make any logical deduction one pleases. But to shoot oneself in consequence of a deduction does not always follow. At least one must do credit to his strength of will." "Possibly not that only," Vassen observed evasively. It was clear that he assumed stupidity or weakness of intellect. All this irritated me. You talked of feeling yourself yesterday, Vassen. I don't gainsay it now, but what has happened betrays something in him so crudely mistaken that, if one looks at it critically, it checks one's compassion in spite of oneself. Do you know that I guessed yesterday from your eyes that you would disapprove of Kraft, and I resolved not to ask your opinion, that I might not hear evil of him, but you have given it of yourself, and I am forced to agree with you in spite of myself, and yet I am annoyed with you. I am sorry for Kraft. Do you know we are going rather far? Yes, I interrupted. But it's a comfort anyhow that in such cases those who are left alive, the critics of the dead, can say of themselves, though a man has shot himself who was worthy of all compassion and indulgence, we are left at any rate, and so there's no great need to grieve. Yes, of course, from that point of view. Oh, but I believe you're joking, and very cleverly. I always drink tea at this time, and I'm just going to ask for it. You will join me, perhaps? And he went out, with a glance at my trunk and bag. I had wanted to say something rather spiteful, to retaliate for his judgment of Kraft, and I had succeeded in saying it, but it was curious that he had taken my consoling reflection that such as we are left as meant seriously. But be that as it may, he was, anyway, more right than I was in everything, even in his feelings. I recognized this without the slightest dissatisfaction, but I felt distinctly that I did not like him. When they had brought in the tea, I announced that I was going to ask for his hospitality for one night only, and if this were impossible, I had hoped he would say so, and I would go to a hotel. Then I briefly explained my reasons, simply and frankly stating that I had finally quarreled with Versilov, without, however, going into details. Vassen listened attentively, but without the slightest excitement. As a rule, he only spoke in reply to questions, though he always answered with ready courtesy and sufficient detail. I said nothing at all about the letter concerning which I had come to ask his advice in the morning, and I explained that I had looked in then simply to call on him. Having given Versilov my word that no one else should know of the letter, I considered I had no right to speak of it to anyone. I felt it for some reason peculiarly repugnant to speak of certain things to Vassen, of some things and not of others. I succeeded, for instance, in interesting him in my description of the scenes that had taken place that morning in the passage, in the next room, and finally at Versilov's. He listened with extreme attention, especially to what I told him of Stabelkov. When I told him how Stabelkov asked about Dergachev, he made me repeat the question again, and seemed to ponder gravely over it, though he did not laugh in the end. It suddenly occurred to me at that moment that nothing could ever have disconcerted Vassen. I remember, however, that this idea presented itself at first in a form most complimentary to him. In fact, I could not gather much from what Mr. Stabelkov said, I added finally. He talks in a sort of muddle, and there is something, as it were, feather-headed about him. Vassen at once assumed a serious air. He certainly has no gift for language, but he sometimes manages to make very acute observations at first sight, and in fact he belongs to the class of businessmen, men of practical affairs, rather than of theoretical ideas. One must judge them from that point of view. It was exactly what I had imagined him saying that morning. He made an awful row next door, though, and goodness knows how it might have ended. Of the inmates of the next room, Vassen told me that they had been living there about 3 weeks and had come from somewhere in the provinces, that their room was very small, and that to all appearance they were very poor, that they stayed in and seemed to be expecting something. He did not know the young woman had advertised for lessons, but he had heard that Versilov had been to see them. It had happened in his absence, but the landlady had told him of it. The two ladies had held themselves aloof from everyone, even from the landlady. During the last few days he had indeed become aware that something was wrong with them, but there had been no other scenes like the one that morning. I recall all that was said about the people next door because of what followed. All this time there was a dead silence in the room. Vassen listened with marked interest when I told him that Stabelkov had said he must talk to the landlady about our neighbors, and that he had twice repeated, "Ah, you will see, you will see." "And you will see," added Vassen, that notion of his stands for something. He has an extraordinarily keen eye for such things. "Why, do you think the landlady ought to be advised to turn them out?" "No, I did not mean that they should be turned out, simply that there might be a scandal. but all such cases end one way or another. Let's drop the subject. As for Versalav's visit next door, he absolutely refused to give any opinion. Anything is possible. A man feels that he has money in his pocket, but he may very likely have given the money from charity. That would perhaps be in accordance with his traditions and his inclinations. I told him that Stabelkov had chattered that morning about a baby. Stabelkov is absolutely mistaken about that, Vasin brought out with peculiar emphasis and gravity. I remembered this particularly. Stabelkov sometimes puts too much faith in his practical common sense, and so is in too great a hurry to draw conclusions to fit in with his logic, which is often very penetrating, and all the while the actual fact may be far more fantastic and surprising when one considers the character of the persons concerned in it. So it has been in this case. Having a partial knowledge of the affair, he concluded the child belonged to Versalov, and yet the child is not Versalov's. I pressed him, and to my great amazement learned from him that the infant in question was the child of Prince Sergei Sokolsky. Lydia Amakov, either owing to her illness or to some fantastic streak in her character, used at times to behave like a lunatic. She had been fascinated by the prince before she met Versalov, and he had not scrupled to accept her love, to use Vasin's expression. The liaison had lasted but for a moment. They had quarreled, as we know already, and Lydia had dismissed the prince, at which the latter seems to have been relieved. She was a very strange girl, added Vasin. It is quite possible that she was not always in her right mind. But when he went away to Paris, Prince Sokolsky had no idea of the condition of which he left his victim. He did not know until the end, until his return. Versalov, who had become a friend of the young lady's, offered her his hand, in view of her situation, of which it appears her parents had no suspicion up to the end. The lovesick damsel was overjoyed and saw in Versalov's offer something more than self-sacrifice, though that too she appreciated. Of course, though, he knew how to carry it through, Versalov added. The baby, a girl, was born a month or 6 weeks before the proper time. It was placed out somewhere in Germany, but afterwards taken back by Versalov and is now somewhere in Russia, perhaps in Petersburg. And the phosphorus matches? I know nothing about that, Vasin said in conclusion. Lydia Amakov died a fortnight after her confinement. What had happened I don't know. Prince Sokolsky, who had only just returned from Paris, learned there was a child, and seems not to have believed at first that it was his child. The whole affair has, in fact, been kept secret by all parties up till now. But what a wretch this prince must be, I cried indignantly. What a way to treat an invalid girl. She was not so much of an invalid then. Besides, she sent him away herself. It is true, perhaps, that he was in too great a hurry to take advantage of his dismissal. You justify a villain like that? No, only I don't call him a villain. There's a great deal in it besides simply villainy. In fact, it's quite an ordinary thing. Tell me, Vasin, did you know him intimately? I should particularly value your opinion, owing to a circumstance that touches me very nearly. But to this Vasin replied with excessive reserve. He knew the prince, but he was, with obvious intention, reticent in regard to the circumstances under which he had made his acquaintance. He added further that one had to make allowances for Prince Sokolsky's character. He is impressionable and full of honorable impulses, but has neither good sense nor strength of will enough to control his desires. He is not a well-educated man. Many ideas and situations are beyond his power to deal with, and yet he rushes upon them. He will, for example, persist in declaring, I am a prince and descended from Rurik, but there is no reason why I shouldn't be a shoemaker if I have to earn my living. I am not fit for any other calling. Above the shop there shall be Prince So-and-so, bootmaker. It would really be a credit. He would say that and act upon it too. That's what matters, added Vasin. And yet it's not the result of strong conviction, but only the most shallow impressionability. Afterwards repentance invariably follows, and then he is always ready to push to an opposite extreme. His whole life is passed like that. Many people come to grief in that way nowadays, Vasin ended, just because they are born in this age. I could not help pondering on his words. Is it true that he was turned out of his regiment? I asked. I don't know whether he was turned out, but he certainly did leave the regiment through some unpleasant scandal. I suppose you know that he spent 2 or 3 months last autumn at Luga. I know that you were staying at Luga at that time. Yes, I was there too for a time. Prince Sokolsky knew Lizaveta Makarovna too. Oh, I didn't know. I must confess I've had so little talk with my sister, but surely he was not received in my mother's house, I cried. Oh, no, he was only slightly acquainted with them through other friends. Ah, to be sure, but what did my sister tell me about that child? Was the baby at Luga? For a while. And where is it now? No doubt in Petersburg. I never will believe, I cried in great emotion, that my mother took any part whatever in this scandal with this Lydia. Apart from these intrigues, of which I can't undertake to give the details, there was nothing particularly reprehensible in Versalav's part of the affair, observed Vasin with a condescending smile. I fancy he began to feel it difficult to talk to me, but he tried not to betray it. I will never, never believe, I cried again, that a woman could give up her husband to another woman. That I won't believe. I swear my mother had no hand in it. It seems, though, that she did not oppose it. In her place, from pride, I should not have opposed it. For my part, I absolutely refuse to judge in such a manner, was Vasin's final comment. Perhaps for all his intelligence, Vasin really knew nothing about women, so that a whole cycle of ideas and phenomena remained unknown to him. I sank into silence. Vasin had a temporary berth in some company's office, and I knew that he used to bring work home with him. When I pressed him, he admitted that he had work to do now, accounts to make up, and I begged him warmly not to stand on ceremony with me. I believed this pleased him, but before bringing out his papers, he made up a bed for me on the sofa. At first he offered me his bed, but when I refused it, I think that too gratified him. He got pillows and a quilt from the landlady. Vasin was extremely polite and amiable, but it made me feel uncomfortable seeing him take so much trouble on my account. I had liked it better when, 3 weeks before, I had spent a night at Efim's. I remember how he had concocted a bed for me, also on a sofa, and without the knowledge of his aunt, who would, he thought, for some reason have been vexed if she had known he had a schoolfellow staying the night with him. We laughed a great deal. A shirt did duty for a sheet and an overcoat for a pillow. I remember how Efim, when he had completed the work, patted the sofa tenderly and said to me, "Vous dormirez comme un petit rouet," and his foolish mirth and the French phrase, as incongruous in his mouth as a saddle on a cow, made me enjoy sleeping at that jocose youth's. As for Vasin, I felt greatly relieved when he sat down to work with his back to me. I stretched myself on the sofa and, looking at his back, pondered deeply on many things. 3. And indeed I had plenty to think about. Everything seemed split up and in confusion in my soul, but certain sensations stood out very definitely, though from their very abundance I was not dominated by any one of them. They all came, as it were, in disconnected flashes, one after another, and I had no inclination, I remember, to dwell on any one of the impressions or to establish any sequence among them. Even the idea of craft had imperceptibly passed into the background. What troubled me most of all was my own position, that here I had broken off, and that my trunk was with me, and I was not at home, and was beginning everything new. It was as though all my previous intentions and preparations had been in play, and only now, and above all, so suddenly, everything was beginning in reality. This idea gave me courage and cheered me up, in spite of the confusion within me over many things. But I had other sensations. One of them was trying to dominate the others and to take possession of my soul, and strange to say, this sensation too gave me courage and seemed to hold out prospects of something very gay. Yet this feeling had begun with fear. I had been afraid for a long time, from the very hour that in my heat I had unawares said too much to Madame Amakov about the document. Yes, I said too much, I thought, and maybe they will guess something. It's a pity. No doubt they will give me no peace if they begin to suspect, but let them. Very likely they won't find me. I'll hide. And what if they really do run after me? And then I began recalling minutely in every point and with growing satisfaction how I had stood up before Katerina Nikolaevna, and how her insolent but extremely astonished eyes had gazed at me obstinately. Going away, I had left her in the same amazement. I remembered, her eyes are not quite black, though. It's only her eyelashes that are so black, and that's what makes her eyes look so dark. And suddenly I remembered, I felt horribly disgusted at the recollection, and sick and angry both at them and at myself. I reproached myself and tried to think of something else. Why did I not feel the slightest indignation with Versalov for the incident with the girl in the next room? It suddenly occurred to me to wonder. For my part, I was firmly convinced that he had had amorous designs and had come to amuse himself, but I was not particularly indignant at this. It seemed to me, indeed, that one could not have conceived of his behaving differently, and although I really was glad he had been put to shame, yet I did not blame him. It was not that which seemed important to me. What was important was the exasperation with which he had looked at me when I came in with the girl, the way he had looked at me as he had never done before. At last he has looked at me seriously, I thought, with a flutter at my heart. Ah, if I had not loved him, I should not have been so overjoyed at his hatred. At last I began to doze and fell asleep. I can just remember being aware of Vasen's finishing his work, tidying away his things, looking carefully towards my sofa, undressing and putting out the light. It was 1 o'clock at night. 4. Almost exactly 2 hours later I woke up with a start, and, jumping as though I were frantic, sat on my sofa. From the next room there arose fearful lamentations, screams, and sounds of weeping. Our door was wide open, and people were shouting and running to and fro in the lighted passage. I was on the point of calling to Vasen, but I realized that he was no longer in his bed. I did not know where to find the matches. I fumbled for my clothes and began hurriedly dressing in the dark. Evidently the landlady and perhaps the lodgers had run into the next room. Only one voice was wailing, however, that of the older woman. The youthful voice I had heard the day before and so well remembered was quite silent. I remember that this was the first thought that came into my mind. Before I had finished dressing, Vasen came in hurriedly. He laid his hand on the matches instantly and lighted up the room. He was in his dressing gown and slippers, and he immediately proceeded to dress. "What's happened?" I cried. "A most unpleasant and bothersome business," he answered almost angrily. "That young girl you were telling me about has hanged herself in the next room." I could not help crying out. I cannot describe the pang at my heart. We ran out into the passage. I must own I did not dare go into the room, and only saw the unhappy girl afterwards, when she had been taken down, and even then, indeed, at some distance and covered with a sheet, beyond which the 2 narrow soles of her shoes stood out. So I did not, for some reason, look into her face. The mother was in a fearful condition. Our landlady was with her, not, however, greatly alarmed. All the lodgers in the flat had gathered round. There were only 3 of them. An elderly naval man, always very peevish and exacting, though on this occasion he was quite quiet, and an elderly couple, respectable people of the small functionary class who came from the province of Tver. I won't attempt to describe the rest of that night, the general commotion, and afterwards the visit of the police. Literally till daylight I kept shuddering and felt it my duty to sit up, though I did absolutely nothing. And indeed everyone had an extraordinarily cheery air, as though they had been particularly cheered by something. Vasen went off somewhere. The landlady turned out to be rather a decent woman, much better than I had imagined her. I persuaded her, and I put it down to my credit, that the mother must not be left alone with the daughter's corpse, and that she must, at least until tomorrow, take her into her room. The landlady at once agreed, and though the mother struggled and shed tears, refusing to leave her daughter, she did at last move into the landlady's room, and the latter immediately ordered the samovar to be brought. After that the lodgers went back to their rooms and shut the doors, but nothing would have induced me to go to bed, and I remained a long time with the landlady, who was positively relieved at the presence of a third person, and especially one who was able to give some information bearing on the case. The samovar was most welcome, and in fact the samovar is the most essential thing in Russia, especially at times of particularly awful, sudden, and eccentric catastrophes and misfortunes. Even the mother was induced to drink 2 cups, though, of course, only with much urging and almost compulsion. and yet I can honestly say that I have never seen a bitterer and more genuine sorrow than that poor mother's. After the first paroxysms of sobbing and hysterics, she was actually eager to talk, and I listened greedily to her story. There are unhappy people, especially women, who must be allowed to talk as freely as possible when they're in trouble. Moreover, there are characters too, blurred so to speak by sorrow, who all their life long have suffered terribly much both of great sorrow and of continued worry about trifles, and who can never be surprised by anything, by any sort of sudden calamity, and who, above all, never, even beside the coffin of their dearest, can forget the rules of behavior for propitiating people which they have learned by bitter experience. And I don't criticize it. There is neither the vulgarity of egoism nor the insolence of culture in this. There is perhaps more genuine goodness to be found in these simple hearts than in heroines of the loftiest demeanor, but the long habit of humiliation, the instinct of self-preservation, the years of timid anxiety and oppression leave their mark at last. The poor girl who had died by her own hand was not like her mother in this. They were alike in face, however, though the dead girl was decidedly good-looking. The mother was not a very old woman, 50 at the most. She too was fair, but her eyes were sunken, her cheeks were hollow, and she had large yellow uneven teeth. And indeed everything had a tinge of yellowness. The skin on her hands and face was like parchment. Her dark dress had grown yellow with age, and the nail on the forefinger of her right hand had been, I don't know why, carefully and tidily plastered up with yellow wax. Translator's note: this must be an error on Dostoyevsky's part. Russian women sometimes plaster with wax the forefinger of the left hand to protect it from being pricked in sewing. The poor woman's story was in parts quite disconnected. I will tell it as I understood it and as I remember it. 5. They had come from Moscow. She had long been a widow, the widow of an unofficial, however. Her husband had been in the government service, but had left them practically nothing except a pension of 200 rubles. But what are 200 rubles? Olya grew up, however, and went to the high school. And how well she did! How good she was at her lessons! She won the silver medal when she left. At this point, of course, prolonged weeping. The deceased husband had lost a fortune of nearly 4,000 rubles, invested with a merchant here in Petersburg. This merchant had suddenly grown rich again. I had papers, I asked advice. I was told, try and you will certainly get it. I wrote, the merchant agreed. Go yourself, I was told. Olya and I set off and arrived a month ago. Our means were small. We took this room because it was the smallest of all, and as we could see ourselves in a respectable house. And that's what mattered most to us. We were inexperienced women. Everyone takes advantage of us. Well, we paid you for 1 month. With one thing and another, Petersburg is ruinous. Our merchant gives us a flat refusal. I don't know you or anything about you, and the paper I had was not regular, I knew that. Then I was advised to go to a celebrated lawyer. He was a professor, not simply a lawyer but an expert, so he'd be sure to tell me what to do. I took him my last 15 rubles. The lawyer came out to me, and he did not listen to me for 3 minutes. I see, says he. I know, says he. If the merchant wants to, says he. He'll pay the money. If he doesn't want to, he won't, and if you take proceedings, you may have to pay yourself, perhaps. You had far better come to terms. He made a joke then, out of the gospel. Make peace, said he, while your enemy is in the way with you, lest you pay to the uttermost farthing. He laughed as he saw me out. My 15 rubles were wasted. I came back to Olya. We sat facing one another. I began crying. Olya did not cry. She sat there proud and indignant. She had always been like that with me, all her life, even when she was tiny. She was never one to moan, she was never one to cry, but she would sit and look fierce. It used to make me creep to look at her. And wouldn't you believe it, I was afraid of her. I was really quite afraid of her. I've been so for a long time past. I often wanted to grieve, but I did not dare before her. I went to the merchant for the last time. I cried before him freely. He said it was all right and would not even listen. Meanwhile, I must confess that, not having reckoned on being here for so long, we had been for some time without a penny. I began taking our clothes one by one to the pawnbrokers. We have been living on what we have pawned. I stripped myself of everything. She gave me the last of her linen, and I cried bitterly at taking it. She stamped, then she jumped up and ran off to the merchant herself. He was a widower. He talked to her. "Come at 5 o'clock the day after tomorrow," says he. "Perhaps I shall have something to say to you." She came home quite gay. "He says he may have something to say to me." Well, I was pleased, too, but yet I somehow felt a sort of chill at my heart. Something will come of it, I thought, but I did not dare to question her. 2 days later she came back from the merchant's, pale and trembling all over, and threw herself on the bed. I saw what it meant and did not dare to question her. And would you believe it, the villain had offered her 15 rubles. "If I find you pure and virtuous, I'll hand you over another 40. He said that to her face. He wasn't ashamed to. At that, she flew at him, so she told me. He thrust her out and even locked himself in the next room. And meanwhile, I must confess, to tell the truth, we had nothing to eat. We brought out a jacket lined with hare fur. We sold it. She went to a newspaper and put in an advertisement at once. She offered lessons in all subjects and in arithmetic. If they'll only pay 30 kopecks, she said. And in the end I began to be really alarmed at her. She would sit for hours at the window without saying a word, staring at the roof of the house opposite, and then she would suddenly cry out, "If I could only wash or dig!" She would say one sentence like that and stamp her foot. And there was no one we knew here, no one we could go to. I wondered what would become of us. And all the while I was afraid to talk to her. One day she fell asleep in the daytime. She waked up, opened her eyes, and looked at me. I was sitting on the box, and I was looking at her too. She got up, came to me without saying a word, and thrust her arms round me. And we could not help crying, both of us. We sat crying and clinging to each other. It was the first time in her life I had seen her like that. And just as we were sitting like that, your Nastasia came in and said, "There's a lady inquiring for you." This was only 4 days ago. The lady came in. We saw she was very well dressed, though she spoke Russian, it seemed to me, with a German accent. "You advertise that you give lessons," she said. We were so delighted then, we made her sit down. She laughed in such a friendly way. "It's not for me," she said, "but my niece has small children, and if it suits you, come to us and we will make arrangements." She gave an address, a flat in Voznesensky Street. She went away. Dear Olia set off the same day. She flew there. She came back 2 hours later. She was in hysterics, in convulsions. She told me afterwards, "I asked the porter where flat number so-and-so was. The porter looked at her and said, 'And what do you want to go to that flat for?' He said that so strangely that it might have made one suspicious, but she was so self-willed, poor darling, so impatient, she could not bear impertinent questions. 'Go along then,' he said, and he pointed up the stairs to her and went back himself to his little room. And what do you think? She went in, asked for the lady, and on all sides women ran up to her at once, horrid creatures, rouged. They rushed at her, laughing. 'Please come in, they cried. They dragged her in. Someone was playing the piano. I tried to get away from them, she said, but they would not let me go. She was frightened. Her legs gave way under her. They simply would not let her go. They talked to her coaxingly. They persuaded her. They uncorked a bottle of porter. They pressed it on her. She jumped up trembling, screamed at the top of her voice, 'Let me go! Let me go!' She rushed to the door. They held the door. She shrieked. Then the one who had been to see us the day before ran up and slapped my Olia twice in the face and pushed her out the door. 'You don't deserve to be in a respectable house, you skinny slut!' And another shouted after her on the stairs. 'You came of yourself to beg of us because you have nothing to eat, but we won't look at such an ugly fright.' All that night she lay in a fever and delirious, and in the morning her eyes glittered. She got up and walked about. 'Justice,' she cried. 'She must be brought to justice.' I said nothing, but I thought, if you brought her up, how could we prove it? She walked about with set lips, wringing her hands and tears streaming down her face, and her whole face seemed darkened from that time up to the very end. On the third day she seemed better. She was quiet and seemed calmer, and then at 4 o'clock in the afternoon, Mr. Vosilov came to see us, and I must say I can't understand, even now, how Olya, who was always so mistrustful, was ready to listen to him almost at the first word. What attracted us both more than anything was that he had such a grave, almost stern air. He spoke gently, impressively, and so politely, more than politely, respectfully even. And yet at the same time he showed no sign of trying to make up to us. It was plain to see he had come with a pure heart. "I read your advertisement in the paper," said he. "You did not word it suitably, madam, and you may damage your prospects by that." And he began explaining. I must own I did not understand. Something about arithmetic, but I saw that Olya flushed and seemed to brighten up altogether. She listened and talked readily, and to be sure he must be a clever man. I heard her even thank him. He questioned her so minutely about everything, and it seemed that he had lived a long time in Moscow, and it turned out that he knew the headmistress of the high school. "I will be sure to find you lessons," said he, "for I know a great many people here, and I can, in fact, apply to many influential people, so that if you would prefer a permanent situation we might look out for that. Meanwhile," said he, "forgive me one direct question. Can I be of some use to you at once?" "It will be your doing me a favor, not my doing you one," said he. "If you will allow me to be of use to you in any way, let it be a loan," said he, "and as soon as you have a situation, in a very short time, you will be able to repay me. Believe me, on my honor," said he, "if ever I were to come to poverty and you had plenty of everything, I would come straight to you for some little help. I would send my wife and daughter." At least, I don't remember all his words, only I was moved to tears, for I saw that Olya's lips were trembling with gratitude too. "If I take it," she answered him, "it is because I trust an honorable and humane man, who might have been my father." That was very well said by her, briefly and with dignity. "A humane man," said she. He stood up at once. "I will get you lessons and a situation without fail. I will set to work this very day, for you have quite a satisfactory diploma too." I forgot to say that he looked through all her school certificates when he first came in. She showed them to him, and he examined her in several subjects. "You see, he examined me, Mamma," Olya said to me afterwards. "And what a clever man he is," she said. "It is not often one speaks to such a well-educated, cultured man." And she was quite radiant. The money, 60 rubles, lay on the table. "Take it, Mamma," said she. "When I get a situation we will pay it back as soon as possible. We will show that we are honest and that we have delicacy. He has seen that already, though." Then she paused. I saw her draw a deep breath. "Do you know, Mamma," she said to me suddenly, "if we had been coarse we should perhaps have refused to take it through pride, but by taking it now we only show our delicacy of feeling and that we trust him completely, out of respect for his grey hair, don't we?" At first I did not quite understand. "But why, Olya, not accept the benevolence of a wealthy and honorable man if he has a good heart too?" She scowled at me. "No, Mamma," she said, "that's not it. I don't want benevolence, but his humanity is precious, and it would have been better really not to have taken the money at all, since he has promised to get me a situation. That's enough, though we are in need." "Well, Olya," said I, "our need is so great that we could not have refused it." I actually laughed. Well, I was pleased, but an hour later she turned to me. "Don't spend that money yet, Mamma," she said resolutely. "What?" said I. "I mean it," she said, and she broke off and said no more. She was silent all the evening. Only at 2 o'clock in the night I waked up and heard Olya tossing in her bed. "Are you awake, Mamma?" "Yes, I am awake." "Do you know, he meant to insult me?" What nonsense, I said. "There is no doubt of it," she said. "He is a vile man. Don't dare to spend a farthing of his money." I tried to talk to her. I burst out crying, in bed as I was. She turned away to the wall. "Be quiet," she said. "Let me go to sleep." In the morning I looked at her. She was not like herself. And you may believe it or not, before God I swear she was not in her right mind then. From the time that she was insulted in that infamous place there was darkness and perplexity in her heart, and in her brain. Looking at her that morning, I had misgivings about her. I was alarmed. I made up my mind I would not say a word to contradict her. "He did not even leave his address, Mamma," she said. "For shame, Olia," I said. "You listened to him last night. You praised him and were ready to shed tears of gratitude." That was all I said, but she screamed and stamped. "You are a woman of low feelings," she said, "brought up in the old Slavish ideas." And then, without a word, she snatched up her hat, ran out. I called after her. I wondered what was the matter with her, where she had run. She had run to the address bureau to find out where Versalov lived. "I'll take him back the money today and fling it in his face. He meant to insult me," she said. "Like Safronov, that's the merchant. But Safronov insulted me like a coarse peasant, but he like a cunning Jesuit." And just then, unhappily, that gentleman knocked at the door. "I hear the name of Versalov," he said. "I can tell you about him." When she heard Versalov's name, she pounced on him. She was in a perfect frenzy. She kept talking away. I gazed at her in amazement. She was always a silent girl and had never talked to anyone like that, and with a perfect stranger, too. Her cheeks were burning, her eyes glittered, and he said at once, "You are perfectly right, madam. Versalov," said he, "is just like the generals here, described in the newspapers. They dress themselves up with all their decorations and go after all the governesses who advertise in the papers. Sometimes they find what they want, or if they don't, they sit and talk a little, make bushels of promises and go away, having got diversion out of it anyway." Olia actually laughed, but so bitterly, and I saw the gentleman take her hand and press it to his heart. "I am a man of independent means, madam," said he, "and might well make a proposal to a fair maiden, but I'd better," said he, "kiss your little hand to begin with." And he was trying to kiss her hand. How she started! But I came to the rescue, and together we turned him out of the room. Then, towards evening, Olia snatched the money from me and ran out. When she came back, she said, "I have revenged myself on that dishonorable man, Mamma." "Oh, Olia, Olia," I said, "perhaps we have thrown away our happiness." "You have insulted a generous, benevolent man," I cried. I was so vexed with her I could not help it. She shouted at me. "I won't have it! I won't have it!" she cried. "If he were ever so honest, I don't want his charity. I don't want anyone to pity me." I went to bed with no thought of anything. How many times I had looked on that nail in your wall where once there had been a looking-glass. It never entered my head, never. I never thought of it yesterday, and I'd never thought of it before. I had no inkling of it, and I did not expect it of Olia at all. I usually sleep heavily and snore. It's the blood going to my head, and sometimes it goes to my heart. I call out in my sleep so that Olia wakes me up at night. "What's the matter with you, Mamma?" she would say. "You sleep so heavily there's no waking you." "Oh, Olia," I said, I do. That's how I must have slept this night, so that, after waiting a bit, she got up without fear of waking me. The strap, a long one from our trunk, had been lying about all that month where we could see it. Only yesterday morning I had been thinking of tidying it away, and the chair she must have kicked away afterwards, and she had put her petticoat down beside it to prevent its banging on the floor. And it must have been a long time afterwards, a whole hour or more afterwards, that I waked up and called, "Olia! Olia!" All at once I felt something amiss, and called her name, either because I did not hear her breathing in bed, or perhaps I made out in the darkness that the bed was empty. Anyway, I got up suddenly and felt with my hand. There was no one in the bed, and the pillow was cold. My heart sank. I stood still as though I were stunned. My mind was a blank. "She's gone out," I thought. I took a step, and by the bed I seemed to see her standing in the corner by the door. I stood still and gazed at her without speaking, and through the darkness she seemed to look at me without stirring. But why has she got on a chair, I wondered. "Olia?" I whispered. I was frightened. Olia, do you hear? But suddenly, as it were, it all dawned upon me. I went forward, held out both arms and put them round her, and she swayed in my arms. I swayed and she swayed with me. I understood and would not understand. I wanted to cry out, but no cry came. Ah! I fell on the floor and shrieked. Vasin, I said at 6 o'clock in the morning, if it had not been for your Stabelkov, this might not have happened. Who knows? Most likely it would have happened. One can't draw such a conclusion. Everything was leading up to it, apart from that. It is true that Stabelkov sometimes... He broke off and frowned disagreeably. At 7 o'clock he went out again. He still had a great deal to do. I was left at last entirely alone. It was by now daylight. I felt rather giddy. I was haunted by the figure of Versalov. This lady's story had brought him out in quite a different light. To think this over better, I lay down on Vasin's bed just as I was, in my clothes and my boots, just for a minute, with no intention of going to sleep, and suddenly I fell asleep. I don't remember how it happened.
Part 1, Chapter 10 of A Raw Youth. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. A Raw Youth by Fyodor Dostoyevsky, translated by Constance Garnett. Part 1, Chapter 10. I woke about 10:30, and for a long time I could not believe my eyes. On the sofa on which I had slept the previous night was sitting my mother, and beside her the unhappy mother of the dead girl. They were holding each other's hands. They were talking in whispers, I suppose, that they might not wake me, and both were crying. I got up from the bed and flew straight to kiss my mother. She positively beamed all over, kissed me, and make the sign of the cross over me 3 times with the right hand. Before we had time to say a word, the door opened, and Versalov and Vasin came in. My mother at once got up and led the bereaved woman away. Vasin gave me his hand, while Versalov sank into an armchair without saying a word to me. Mother and he had evidently been here for some time. His face looked overcast and careworn. "What I regret most of all," he began, saying slowly to Vasin, evidently in continuation of what they had been discussing outside, "is that I had no time to set it all right yesterday evening. Then probably this terrible thing would not have happened. And indeed there was time. It was hardly 8 o'clock. As soon as she ran away from us last night, I inwardly resolved to follow her and to reassure her. But this unforeseen and urgent business, though of course I might quite well have put it off till to-day, or even for a week, this vexatious turn of affairs has hindered and ruined everything. That's just how things do happen." "Perhaps you would not have succeeded in reassuring her. Things had gone too far already, apart from you," Vasin put in. "No, I should have succeeded. I certainly should have succeeded. And the idea did occur to me to send Sophia Andreyevna in my place. It flashed across my mind, but nothing more. Sophia Andreyevna alone would have convinced her, and the unhappy girl would have been alive. No, never again will I meddle in good works, and it is the only time in my life I have done it. And I imagined that I had kept up with the times and understood the younger generation. But we elders grow old almost before we grow ripe. And by the way, there are a terrible number of modern people who go on considering themselves the younger generation from habit, because only yesterday they were such, and meantime they don't notice that they are no longer under the ban of the orthodox. There has been a misunderstanding, and the misunderstanding is quite evident, Basson observed reasonably. Her mother maintains that after the cruel way she was insulted in that infamous house, she seemed to lose her reason. Add to that her circumstances, the insult in the first place from the merchant. All this might have happened in the past, and to my mind is in no way particularly characteristic of the younger generation of to-day. It's impatient, the present generation, and has little understanding of reality. And although that's true of all young people in all ages, it's particularly so in this. Tell me, what part had Mr. Stebelkoff in the trouble? Mr. Stebelkoff, I put in suddenly, was the cause of it all. If it hadn't been for him, nothing would have happened. He poured oil on the flames. Versaloff listened, but he did not glance at me. Basson frowned. I blame myself for one ridiculous circumstance, Versaloff went on deliberately, dwelling on each syllable as before. I believe that in my usual stupid way I allowed myself to be lively after a fashion, this frivolous little laugh. In fact, I was not sufficiently abrupt, dry and gloomy, three characteristics which seem to be greatly prized by the young generation. In fact, I gave her grounds for suspecting me of being a gay deceiver. Quite the opposite, I put in abruptly again. The mother lays particular stress on your having made the best possible impression through your gravity, severity even, and sincerity. Those were her very words. The dead girl herself praised you on the same grounds directly after you'd gone. Yes, Versaloff mumbled with a cursory glance in my direction at last. Take this scrap of paper. It's essential to the business. He held out a tiny sheet to Basson. Basson took it, and seeing I was looking at him with curiosity, gave it to me to read. It was a note of 2 straggling lines, scrawled in pencil, and perhaps in the dark. Mother darling, forgive me for cutting short my debut into life. Your Olia, who is causing you such grief. That was only found this morning, Basson explained. What a strange letter, I cried in astonishment. Why strange? Asked Basson. How can anyone use humorous expressions at such a minute? Basson looked at me inquiringly. And the humour is strange, too, I went on. It's the conventional school jargon that schoolfellows use with one another. Who could write cut short my debut into life at such a moment, in such a letter to her unhappy mother? And she seems to have loved her mother, too. Why not write it? Said Basson, still not understanding. There's absolutely no humour about it, observed Versaloff at last. The expression, of course, is inappropriate and quite incongruous, and may, as you say, have been picked up from some high school slang or from some journalistic stuff, but the dead girl used it in that awful letter quite simply and earnestly. That's impossible. She had completed her studies and won the silver medal. A silver medal has nothing to do with it. Lots of them complete their studies as brilliantly nowadays. The younger generation again, said Basson, smiling. Not at all, said Versaloff, getting up and taking his hat. If the present generation is deficient on the literary side, there is no doubt that it possesses other qualifications, he added with unusual gravity. At the same time, many does not mean all. You, for instance, I don't accuse of being badly educated on the literary side, and you're a young man, too. Basson saw nothing wrong in the use of debut either, I could not resist saying. Versaloff held out his hand to Basson without speaking. The latter took up his cap to go with him, calling out to me, "Good-bye for now." Versaloff went out without noticing me. I, too, had no time to lose. Come what might, I had to run and find a lodging, now more necessary than ever. My mother was not with the landlady. She had gone out, taking the bereaved woman with her. I went out into the street, feeling particularly cheerful and confident. A new and mighty feeling had sprung up in my soul. As luck would have it, everything helped to maintain this mood. I was exceptionally fortunate, and quickly found a lodging in every way suitable. Of this lodging later, but for the moment I will continue with what is more important. It was past 1 when I went back to Vasson's to fetch my trunk, and again found him at home. When he saw me, he cried, with a sincere and good-humoured air, "How glad I am you've caught me! I was just going out. I can tell you a piece of news that I think will interest you particularly." "I'm sure of that," I cried. "I say, you do look cheerful. Tell me, did you know anything about a letter that was preserved by Kraft and came into Versaloff's hands yesterday, something concerning the lawsuit he has just won? In this letter the testator declares intentions contrary to the decision in the law courts yesterday. The letter was written long ago. I know nothing definite about it, in fact, but don't you know something?" "To be sure I do. The day before yesterday Kraft took me home with him from those people on purpose to give me the letter, and I gave it to Versaloff yesterday." "Yes, that's just what I thought. Only fancy, that's just the business Versaloff was speaking of just now that prevented him from coming yesterday evening to see that girl. It was owing to that letter. Versaloff went straight yesterday evening to Prince Sokolsky's lawyer, handed in the letter, and refused to take the fortune he had won. By now this refusal has been put into legal form. Versaloff is not making Prince Sokolsky a present of the money, but declares that he acknowledges his claim to it." I was dumbfoundered but ecstatic. I had in reality been convinced that Versaloff would destroy the letter, and what is more, though I had told Kraft that this would be dishonourable, and although I had repeated this to myself in the restaurant, and had told myself that it was to find a true man, not a man like this, that I had come, yet deeper down, that is, in my inmost soul, I felt that there was nothing to be done but to destroy the letter. That is to say, I looked upon this as quite a natural thing to do. If I blamed Versaloff for it afterwards, I simply blamed him on purpose to keep up appearances and to maintain my moral superiority. But hearing now of Versaloff's noble action, I was moved to genuine and whole-hearted enthusiasm, blaming myself with shame and remorse for my cynicism and indifference to principle, and instantly exalting Versaloff to heights far above me. I almost embraced Vasson. "What a man! What a man!" I exclaimed rapturously. "Who else would have done it?" "I quite agree with you that very many people would not have done it, and that it was undoubtedly an extremely disinterested action. But finish, Vasson. You have a but?" "Yes, of course there is a but. Versaloff's action, to my mind, is a little too hasty and not quite ingenuous," said Vasson with a smile. "Not ingenuous?" "Yes, there's too much of the hero on the pedestal about it. For in any case he might have done the same thing without injuring himself. Some part of the inheritance, if not half of it, might well have remained with him, even from the most scrupulous standpoint, especially as the letter has no legal significance, and he has already won the case. The lawyer on the other side shares my opinion. I've just been talking to him. His conduct would have been no less handsome, but simply through a whim due to pride things have turned out differently. What's more, Mr. Versaloff let himself be carried away by his feelings and acted too precipitately. He said himself yesterday that he might have put it off for a whole week. Do you know, Vasson, I can't help agreeing with you, but I like it better so. It pleases me more. However, it's a matter of taste. You asked for my opinion, or I should have held my tongue. Even if there is something of the pedestal about it, so much the better, I said. A pedestal may be a pedestal, but in itself it's a very precious thing. This pedestal is, anyway, an ideal of a sort, and it's by no means an improvement that some modern souls are without it. It's better to have it, even in a slightly distorted form. And I'm sure you think so yourself, Vasson, darling, Vasson, my dear Vasson. I'm raving, but of course you understand me. That's what you're for, Vasson. In any case, I embrace and kiss you, Vasson. So pleased? Yes, awfully pleased. For the man was dead and liveth. He was lost and is found. Vassen, I'm a miserable wretch of a boy. I'm not as good as you. I recognize it just because at some moments I'm different, deeper, and loftier. I say this because the day before yesterday I flattered you to your face, and I did that because I had been humiliated and crushed. I hated you for it for 2 whole days. I swore the same night that I would never come and see you, and I came to you yesterday morning simply from spite. Do you understand? From spite. I sat here alone criticizing your room and you and every one of your books and your landlady. I tried to humble you and laugh at you. You shouldn't say that. Yesterday evening, when I concluded from some phrase of yours that you did not understand women, I felt glad that I was able to detect you in it. This morning, when I scored off you over the debut, I was awfully pleased again, and all because I had praised you up so before. I should think so, indeed, Vassen cried at last. He still went on smiling, not in the least surprised at me. Why, that happens with almost every one, only no one admits it, and one ought not to confess it at all, because in any case it passes and leads to nothing. Is it really the same with every one? Is every one the same? And you say that quite calmly? Why, one can't go on living with such views. You think, then, that to me more dear the lie ennobling than truth's dark infamy revealed? But that's true, you know, I cried. There's a sacred axiom in those 2 lines. I don't know. I can't undertake to decide whether those lines are true or not. Perhaps, as always, the truth lies in the mean. That is, that in one case truth is sacred, and in another falsehood. The only thing I know for certain is that that idea will long remain one of the questions most disputed among men. In any case, I observe that at the moment you're longing to dance. Well, dance away then. Exercise is wholesome. But I have a mass of work to get through this morning, and I've lingered on with you till I'm late. I'm going. I'm just off. One word only, I cried, after seizing my trunk. My throwing myself on your neck again. It's simply because when I came in you told me this news with such genuine pleasure, and were so glad I had found you, and after the debut incident this morning, that real gladness of yours turned my youthful ardent soul to you again. Well, good-bye. I'll do my best not to come in the future, and I know that that will please you very much, as I see from your eyes, and it will be an advantage to both of us. Chattering like this, and almost spluttering in my joyful babble, I hauled up my trunk and set off with it to my lodging. What delighted me most of all was that Versalov had been so unmistakably angry with me, and had been unwilling to speak to me or look at me. As soon as I had deposited my trunk, I at once flew off to my old prince. I must confess that I had rather felt not seeing him those 2 days. Besides, he would no doubt have heard already about Versalov. 2. I knew he would be delighted to see me, and I protest that I should have gone, apart from Versalov altogether. What had alarmed me yesterday and that morning was the thought that I might meet Katerina Nikolaevna, but now I was afraid of nothing. He embraced me joyfully. About Versalov, have you heard? I began forthwith on the great news. Cher enfant, my dear boy, it's so magnanimous, so noble. In fact, it made an overwhelming impression, even on Kilian. This was the clerk downstairs. It's injudicious on his part, but it's magnificent, it's heroic. One must cherish the ideal. Yes, one must, mustn't one? We were always agreed about that. My dear boy, we always have agreed. Where have you been? I wanted very much to come and see you, but I didn't know where to find you, for I couldn't go to Versalov's anyway, though now, after all this, you know, my boy, I believe it's by this he has always conquered the women's hearts, by these qualities, no doubt of it. By the way, for fear I forget it, I've been saving this up for you. A very low fellow, a ridiculous fool, abusing Versalov to my face yesterday, used the expression that he was a petticoat prophet. What an expression! Was it his own expression? I have been treasuring it up for you. A petticoat prophet, mais c'est charmant, ha, ha! But that fits him so well, or rather it doesn't. Phoo! But it's so apt. At least it's not apt at all. But never mind, never mind. Don't worry yourself. Look upon it simply as a bon mot. It's a capital bon mot, and do you know, it has a deep significance. There's a perfectly true idea in it. That is, would you believe it? In fact, I'll tell you a tiny little secret. Have you noticed that girl Olympiada? Would you believe it? She's got a little heartache for Andrei Petrovitch. In fact, it goes so far as cherishing. Cherishing? What doesn't she deserve? I cried with a gesture of contempt. Mon cher, don't shout. It's all nonsense. It may be you're right from your point of view. By the way, what was the matter with you last time you were here and Katerina Nikolaevna arrived? You staggered. I thought you were going to fall down, and was on the point of rushing to support you. Never mind that now. The fact is, I was simply confused for a special reason. You're blushing now. And you must rub it in, of course. You know that she's on bad terms with Versalov, and then all this. So it upset me. Ek, leave that. Later. Yes, let's leave it. I'm delighted to. In fact, I've been very much to blame in regard to her, and I remember I grumbled about her to you. Forget it, my dear. She will change her opinion of you, too. I quite foresee that. Ah, here's Prince Sergei. A handsome young officer walked in. I looked at him eagerly. I had never seen him before. I call him handsome, for every one called him so, but there was something not altogether attractive in that handsome young face. I note this as the impression made the first instant, my first view of him, which remained with me always. He was thin and finely built, with brown hair, a fresh but somewhat sallow skin, and an expression of determination. There was a rather hard look in his beautiful dark eyes, even when he was perfectly calm. But his resolute expression repelled one, just because one felt that its resoluteness cost him little. But I cannot put it into words. It is true that his face was able to change suddenly from hardness to a wonderfully friendly, gentle, and tender expression, and what is more, with unmistakable frankness. It was just that frankness which was attractive. I will note another characteristic. In spite of its friendliness and frankness, his face never looked gay. Even when he laughed with whole-hearted mirth, there was always a feeling that there was no trace in his heart of genuine, serene, light-hearted gaiety. But it is extremely difficult to describe a face like this. I'm utterly incapable of it. In his usual stupid way, the old prince hastened to introduce us. This is my young friend, Arkady Andreevitch Dolgoruki. Again, Andreevitch. The young man turned to me with redoubled courtesy, but it was evident that my name was quite unknown to him. He's a relation of Andrei Petrovitch's, murmured my vexatious old prince. How tiresome these old men sometimes are with their little ways. The young man at once realized who I was. "Ach, I heard of you long ago," he said quickly. "I had the very great pleasure of making the acquaintance of your sister Lizaveta Makarovna last year at Luga. She talked to me about you, too." I was surprised. There was a glow of real pleasure in his face. "Excuse me, Prince," I answered, drawing back both my hands. "I ought to tell you frankly, and I'm glad to be speaking in the presence of our dear Prince, that I was actually desirous of meeting you, and quite recently, only yesterday, desired it with very different motives. I tell you this directly, although it may surprise you. In short, I wanted to challenge you for the insult you offered to Versalov a year and a half ago in Ems." And though perhaps you would not have accepted my challenge, as I am only a schoolboy and not of age, yet I should have sent you the challenge, however you might have taken it, or whatever you might have done, and I confess I have the same intention still." The old prince told me afterwards that I succeeded in pronouncing these words with great dignity. There was a look of genuine distress on the young man's face. "You didn't let me finish," he answered earnestly. "The real cordiality with which I greeted you is due to my present feeling for Andrei Petrovitch. I'm sorry I cannot at once tell you all the circumstances, but I assure you on my honour that I have long regarded my unfortunate conduct at Ems with the greatest regret. I resolved on my return to Petersburg to make every reparation within my power, that is, literally, to make him an apology in any form he might select. The highest and weightiest considerations have caused this change in my views. The fact that we were at law with one another would not have affected my determination in the least. His action in regard to me yesterday has, so to speak, moved me to the depths of my soul, and even now, would you believe it, I can't get over it. And now I must tell you, I've come to the prince to inform him of an astounding circumstance. 3 hours ago, that is, just at the time when he was drawing up the deed with the lawyer, a friend of Andrei Petrovitch's came to me, bringing a challenge from him to a duel, a formal challenge for the affair at Ems." "He challenged you?" I cried, and I felt that my eyes glowed and the blood rushed into my face. "Yes, challenged me. I at once accepted the challenge, but resolved before our meeting to send him a letter in which I explained my view of my conduct, and my deep regret for my horrible blunder, for it was only a blunder, an unlucky, fatal blunder. I may observe that my position in the regiment forced me to run the risk of this duel, and that by sending such a letter before our meeting I have exposed myself to public censure. Do you understand? But in spite of that I made up my mind to send it, and I have only not done so because an hour after the challenge I received another letter from him in which he apologizes for having troubled me, asks me to forget the challenge, and adds that he regrets his momentary outburst of cowardice and egoism, his own words, so that he relieves me from all obligation to send the letter. I had not yet dispatched it, but I have come to say something about this to the prince, and I assure you I have suffered far more from the reproaches of my conscience than any one. Is this sufficient explanation for you, Arkady Makarovitch? For the time, at any rate, will you do me the honour to believe in my complete sincerity?" I was completely conquered. I found a perfect frankness which was the last thing I had expected. Indeed, I had expected nothing of this kind. I muttered something in reply, and forthwith held out both hands. He shook both of them in his delightedly. Then he drew the old prince away, and talked to him for 5 minutes in the latter's bedroom. "If you want to do me particular pleasure," he said frankly, in a loud voice, addressing me as he came out of the prince's room, "come back straight with me, and I will show you the letter I am just sending to Andrei Petrovitch, and with it his letter to me." I consented with the utmost readiness. My old prince made a great bustle at seeing us off, and called me too apart into his room for a minute. "Mon ami, how glad I am, how glad I am! We'll talk of it all later. By the way, I've 2 letters here in my portfolio. One has to be delivered with a personal explanation, and the other must go to the bank. And there, too," and he at once gave me 2 commissions which he pretended were urgent and required exceptional effort and attention. I should have to go, deliver them myself, give a receipt, and so on. "Ah, you are cunning," I cried, as I took the letters. "I swear all this is nonsense, and you've no work for me to do at all. You've invented these 2 jobs on purpose to make me believe that I am of use, and not taking money for nothing. Mon enfant, I protest that you are mistaken. They are both urgent matters. Cher enfant," he cried, suddenly overcome by a rush of emotion, "my dear young friend, He put both hands on my head. I bless you and your destiny. Let us always be as true-hearted as today, as kind-hearted and good as possible. Let us love all that is fair and good in all its varied forms. Well, enfin, rends donc grâce, et je te bénis. He could not go on, but whimpered over my head. I must confess I was almost in tears too. Anyway, I embraced my queer old friend with sincere and delighted feeling. We kissed each other warmly. 3. Prince Sergei, as I shall call him, that is Prince Sergei Petrovitch Sokolsky, drove me in a smart victoria to his flat, and my first impression was one of surprise at its magnificence. Not that it was really magnificent, but it was a flat such as well-to-do people live in, light, large, lofty rooms. I saw 2 of them, and the furniture well padded, comfortable, abundant, and of the best, though I've no idea whether it was in the Versailles or Renaissance style. There were rugs, carvings, and statuettes, though everybody said that the Sokolskys were beggars and had absolutely nothing. I had heard, however, that Prince Sergei had cut a dash wherever he could, here, in Moscow, in his old regiment, and in Paris, that he was a gambler and that he had debts. My coat was crumpled and covered with fluff, too, because I had slept in it without undressing, and this was the 4th day I had worn my shirt. My coat was not really shabby, but when I went into Prince Sergei's I recalled Versilov's suggestion that I should have a new suit. Only fancying, owing to a case of suicide, I slept all night without undressing. I observed with a casual air, and as he immediately looked attentive, I briefly told the story. But what interested him most was evidently his letter. What seemed strangest to me was that he had not smiled, nor betrayed the slightest symptom of amusement when I had told him I meant to challenge him to a duel. Though I should have been able to prevent his laughing, his gravity was strange in a man of his class. We sat opposite one another in the middle of the room at his immense writing table, and he handed me for my inspection the fair copy of his letter to Versilov. The letter was very much like all that he had just told me at the old prince's. It was written with warmth indeed. I really did not know at first what to make of his evident frankness and his apparent leaning towards what was good and right, but I was already beginning to be conquered by it, for after all, what reason had I for disbelieving it? Whatever he was like, and whatever stories were told of him, he yet might have good impulses. I looked too at Versilov's second note, which consisted of 7 lines, his withdrawal of his challenge. Though he did, it is true, speak of his own cowardice and egoism, yet on the whole the note was suggestive of a sort of disdain, or rather there was apparent in the whole episode a superlative nonchalance. I did not, however, utter this thought aloud. "What do you think of this withdrawal, though?" I asked. "You don't suppose he acted from cowardice, do you?" "Of course not," said Prince Sergei with a smile, though a very grave one, and in fact he was becoming more and more preoccupied. "I know quite well how manly he is. It's a special point of view, his peculiar turn of ideas." "No doubt," I broke in warmly. "A fellow called Vasson says that there's too much of the pedestal about the line he has taken with this letter and his refusing to take the fortune. But to my mind things like that aren't done for effect, but correspond with something fundamental within." "I know Mr. Vasson very well," observed Prince Sergei. "Oh yes, you must have seen him in Luga." We suddenly glanced at one another, and I remember I flushed a little. Anyway, he changed the subject. I had a great longing to talk, however. The thought of one person I had met the day before tempted me to ask him certain questions, but I did not know how to approach the subject, and altogether I felt ill at ease. I was impressed, too, by his perfect breeding, his courtesy, his manner, his absence of constraint, in fact, by the polish which these aristocrats acquire almost from the cradle. I saw 2 glaring mistakes in grammar in his letter, and as a rule when I meet such people I'm not at all overawed, and only become more abrupt, which is sometimes perhaps a mistake. But on this occasion the thought that I was covered with fluff contributed to my discomfiture, so that, in fact, I floundered a little, and dropped into being over-familiar. I caught Prince Sergei eyeing me very intently at times. "Tell me, Prince," I blurted out suddenly, "don't you secretly think it absurd that a youngster like me should think of challenging you, especially for an affront to someone else?" "An affront to a father may well be resented. No, I don't think it's absurd." "It seems to me that it's dreadfully absurd, from one point of view, not, of course, from my own, especially as my name is Dolgoruki and not Versalov. And if you're telling me a falsehood, or are trying to smooth things over simply from worldly politeness, it stands to reason that you are deceiving me in everything else." "No, I don't think it's absurd," he repeated with great seriousness. "How could you help feeling like a son to your father? It's true you're young, because, I don't know, I believe that a youth not of age can't fight a duel, and a challenge can't be accepted from him by the rules. But there is, if you like, one serious objection to be made. If you send a challenge without the knowledge of the offended party on whose behalf you are acting, you seem to be guilty of a certain lack of respect to him, don't you?" Our conversation was interrupted by a footman who came in to make some announcement. Prince Sergei, who seemed to have been expecting him, went at once to meet him without finishing what he was saying, so the announcement was made in an undertone, and I did not hear it. "Excuse me," said Prince Sergei, turning to me. "I'll be back in a moment." And he went out. I was left alone. I walked up and down the room, thinking. Strange to say, he attracted me, and at the same time repelled me intensely. There was something in him for which I could not find a name, though it was very repellent. If he isn't laughing at me, he certainly must be very guileless. But if he has been laughing at me, then perhaps I should think him cleverer. I thought rather oddly. I went up to the table and read the letter to Versalov once more. In my abstraction I didn't notice the time, but when I roused myself I found that the prince's minute had lasted at least a quarter of an hour. This disturbed me a little. I walked up and down once more. At last I took my hat and decided, I remember, to go out to try and find someone to send to Prince Sergei, and when he came to say good-bye to him at once, declaring that I had work to do and could stay no longer. I fancied that that would be the most suitable thing to do, for I was rather tormented by the idea that he was treating me very casually in leaving me so long. There were 2 doors in the room, both shut and on the same side, one at each end of it. Forgetting which door I had come in by, or rather lost in thought, I opened one of them, and suddenly, in a long narrow room, I saw sitting on the sofa my sister Liza. There was no one else in the room, and she was certainly waiting for some one. But before I had time even to feel surprised, I heard the voice of Prince Sergei speaking loudly to some one and returning to the study. I hurriedly closed the door, and Prince Sergei, coming in at the other, noticed nothing. I remember he began to apologize and said something about Anna Fyodorovna, but I was so amazed and confused that I hardly took in what he said, and could only mutter that I simply must go home, and stubbornly persisting in this, I beat a hasty retreat. The well-bred prince must have looked with curiosity at my manners. He came with me right into the hall, still talking, and I neither answered nor looked at him. 4. I turned to the left when I got into the street and walked away at random. There was nothing coherent in my mind. I walked along slowly, and I believe I had walked a good way, some 500 paces, when I felt a light tap on my shoulder. I turned and saw Liza. She had overtaken me and tapped me on the shoulder with her umbrella. There was a wonderful gaiety and a touch of roguishness in her beaming eyes. "How glad I am you came this way, or I shouldn't have met you to-day." She was a little out of breath from walking fast. "How breathless you are! I've been running so as to catch you up." Liza, was it you I saw just now? Where? At the prince's, at Prince Sokolsky's? No, it wasn't me. You didn't see me. I made no answer, and we walked on for 10 paces. Liza burst into a fit of laughter. It was me, of course it was. Why, you saw me yourself. You looked into my eyes, and I looked into yours. So how can you ask whether you saw me? What a character! And do you know I dreadfully wanted to laugh when you looked at me then? You looked so awfully funny. She laughed violently. I felt all the anguish in my heart fade away at once. But tell me, how did you come to be there? To see Anna Fyodorovna. What, Anna Fyodorovna? Madame Stolbayev. When we were staying in Luga, I used to spend whole days with her. She used to receive mother, too, and used even to come and see us, though she visited scarcely anyone else there. She is a distant relation of Andrei Petrovitch's, and a relation of Prince Sokolsky's, too. She's a sort of old aunt of his. Then she lives at Prince Sokolsky's? No, he lives with her. Then whose flat is it? It's her flat. The whole flat has been hers for the last year. Prince Sokolsky has only just arrived, and is staying with her. Yes, and she's only been in Petersburg 4 days herself. I say, Liza, bother her flat. And her, too. No, she's splendid. Well, let her be. That's her affair. We're splendid, too. See what a day it is. See how jolly, how pretty you are to-day, Liza. But you're an awful baby, though. Arcady, tell me, that girl, the one who came yesterday. Oh, the pity of it, Liza, the pity of it. Ach, what a pity, what a fate. Do you know, it's a sin for us to be walking here so happily, while her soul is hovering somewhere in darkness, in some unfathomable darkness, after her sin and the wrong done her. Arcady, who was responsible for her suicide. Oh, how terrible it is. Do you ever think of that outer darkness? Ach, how I fear death, and how sinful it is. I don't like the dark. What a glorious thing the sun is. Mother says it's a sin to be afraid. Arcady, do you know mother well? Very little, Liza, very little so far. Ah, what a wonderful person she is, and you ought to get to know her. She needs understanding. Yes, but you see, I didn't know you either, but I know you now thoroughly. I found you out altogether in 1 minute. Though you are afraid of death, Liza, you must be proud, bold, plucky, better than I am, ever so much better. I like you awfully, Liza. Ach, Liza, let death come when it must, but meantime let us live. Let us live. Oh, let us pity that poor girl, but let us bless life all the same. Don't you think so? I have an idea, Liza. Liza, you know, of course, that Verslov has refused to take the fortune. You don't know my soul, Liza. You don't know what that man has meant to me. Not know, indeed. I know all that. You know all about it? But of course you would. You're clever, cleverer than Vasim. Mother and you have eyes that are penetrating and humane. I mean a point of view, that is. I'm talking nonsense, Liza. I'm not good for much in lots of ways. You want taking in hand, that's all. Take me in hand, Liza. How nice it is to look at you to-day. Do you know that you are very pretty? I have never seen your eyes before. I've only seen them for the first time to-day. Where did you get them to-day, Liza? Where have you bought them? What price have you paid for them? Liza, I've never had a friend, and I've thought the idea of friendship nonsense, but it's not nonsense with you. Shall we be friends? You understand what I mean? I quite understand. And you know we'll simply be friends, no conditions, no contract. Yes, simply, simply, with only one condition, that if we ever blame one another, if we're displeased about anything, if we become nasty and horrid, even if we forget all this, we will never forget this day and this hour. Let's vow that to ourselves. Let us vow that we will always remember this day, and how we walked arm in arm together, and how we laughed and were gay. Yes, shall we? Yes, Liza, yes, I swear. But, Liza, I feel as though I'm hearing you talk for the first time. Liza, have you read much? He has never asked till now, only yesterday for the first time, when I said something, you deigned to notice me, honoured sir, Mr. Wiseacre. But why didn't you begin to talk to me if I've been such a fool? I kept expecting you'd grow wiser. I've been watching you from the very first, Arkady Makarovitch, and as I watched you, I said to myself, he'll come to me. It's bound to end in his coming. And I made up my mind I'd better leave you the honour of taking the first step. No, I said to myself, you can run after me. Ah, you coquette! Come, Liza, tell me honestly, have you been laughing at me for the last month? Oh, you are funny. You're awfully funny, Arkady. And do you know what I've been loving you for most all this month is your being so queer. But in some ways you're a horrid boy, too. I say that for fear you should grow conceited. And do you know who else has been laughing at you? Mother's been laughing at you, Mother and I together. Oh, my, we whispered, what a queer boy. My goodness, what a queer boy. And you sat all the while imagining that we were trembling before you. Liza, what do you think about Versalov? I think a great deal about him, but we won't talk about him just now, you know. There's no need to talk of him today, is there? Quite so. Yes, you're awfully clever, Liza. You are certainly cleverer than I am. You wait a bit, Liza. I'll make an end of all this, and then I shall have something to tell you. What are you frowning at? I'm not frowning, Liza. It's nothing. You see, Liza, it's best to be open. It's a peculiarity of mine that I don't like some tender spots on my soul being touched upon. Or rather, it's shameful to be often displaying certain feelings for the admiration of all, isn't it? So that I sometimes prefer to frown and hold my tongue. You're clever. You must understand. Yes, and what's more, I'm the same myself. I understand you in everything. Do you know that Mother's the same, too? Ah, Liza! Oh, to live a long while on this earth. Ah, what did you say? I said nothing. You're looking. Yes, and so are you. I look at you and love you. I went with her almost all the way home and gave her my address. As we parted for the first time in my life, I kissed her. 5. And all this would have been very nice, but there was one thing that was not nice. One painful thought had been throbbing in my mind all night, and I could not shake it off. This was that when I had met that unhappy girl at the gate, I told her I was leaving the house myself, leaving home, that one left bad people and made a home for oneself, and that Versalov had a lot of illegitimate children. Such words from a son about his father must, of course, have confirmed all her suspicions of Versalov's character and of his having insulted her. I had blamed Stebelkoff, but perhaps I had been the chief one to pour oil on the flames. That thought was awful. It is awful even now. But then that morning, though I'd begun to be uneasy, I told myself it was all nonsense. Oh, things had gone too far already, apart from me. I repeated from time to time, it's nothing, it will pass, I shall get over it, I shall make up for this somehow, I've 50 years before me.
Part 2, Chapter 1 of A Raw Youth. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Josh Stevens in Ashland, Oregon. A Raw Youth by Fyodor Dostoyevsky. Translated by Constance Garnett. Part 2, Chapter 1. 1. I pass over an interval of almost 2 months. The reader need not be uneasy. Everything will be clear from the latter part of my story. I start again from the 15th of November, a day I remember only too well for many reasons. To begin with, no one who had known me 2 months before would have recognized me. Externally, anyway. That is to say, anyone would have known me, but would not have been able to make me out. To begin with, I was dressed like a dandy. The conscientious and tasteful Frenchman whom Versalov had once tried to recommend me had not only made me a whole suit, but had already been rejected as not good enough. I already had suits made by other superior tailors of a better class, and I even ran up bills with them. I had an account, too, at a celebrated restaurant, but I was still a little nervous there and paid on the spot whenever I had money, though I knew it was mauvais ton, and that I was compromising myself by doing so. A French barber on the Nevsky Prospect was on familiar terms with me, and told me anecdotes as he dressed my hair, and I must confess I practiced my French on him. Though I know French, and fairly well indeed, yet I'm afraid of beginning to speak it in grand society, and I dare say my accent is far from Parisian. I have a smart coachman, Matvey, with a smart turnout, and he is always at my service when I send for him. He has a pale sorrel horse, a fast trotter. I don't like greys. Everything is not perfect, however. It's the 15th of November and has been wintry weather for the last 3 days, and my fur coat is an old one, lined with raccoon, that once was Versalav's. It wouldn't fetch more than 25 rubles. I must get a new one, and my pocket is empty, and I must, besides, have money in reserve for this evening, whatever happens. Without that, I shall be ruined and miserable. That was how I put it to myself at the time. Oh, degradation! Where had these thousands come from, these fast trotters, these expensive restaurants? How could I all at once change like this and forget everything? Shame! Reader, I am beginning now the story of my shame and disgrace, and nothing in life can be more shameful to me than these recollections. I speak as a judge, and I know that I was guilty, even in the whirl in which I was caught up, and though I was alone without a guide or counselor, I was, I swear, conscious of my downfall. And so there's no excuse for me. And yet for those 2 months I was almost happy. Why, almost? I was quite happy, and so happy. Would it be believed that the consciousness of my degradation, of which I had glimpses at moments, frequent moments, and which made me shudder in my inmost soul, only intoxicated me the more. What do I care if I'm fallen? And I won't fall. I'll get out of it. I have a lucky star. I was crossing a precipice on a thin plank without a rail, and I was pleased at my position, and even peeped into the abyss. It was risky, and it was delightful. And my idea later. The idea would wait. Everything that happened was simply a temporary deviation. Why not enjoy oneself? That's what was amiss with my idea. I repeat, it admitted of all sorts of deviations. If it had not been so firm and fundamental, I might have been afraid of deviating. And meanwhile, I kept on the same humble lodging. I kept it on, but I didn't live in it. There I kept my trunk, my bag, and my various properties. But I really lived with Prince Sergei. I spent my days there, and I slept there at night. And this went on for weeks. How this came to pass I'll tell in a minute, but meanwhile I will describe my little lodging. It was already dear to me. Versalov had come to see me there of himself, first of all after our quarrel, and often subsequently. I repeat, this was a period of shame, but of great happiness. Yes, and everything at that time was so successful and so smiling. And what was all that depression in the past about, I wondered in some ecstatic moments. Why those old painful self-lacerations, my solitary and gloomy childhood, my foolish dreams under my quilt, my vows, my calculations, even my idea? I imagined and invented all that, and it turns out that the world's not like that at all. See how happy and gay I am. I have a father, Versalov. I have a friend, Prince Sergei. I have besides, but that besides will leave. Alas, it was all done in the name of love, magnanimity, honor, and afterwards it turned out hideous, shameless, and ignominious. Enough. 2. He came to see me for the first time 3 days after our rupture. I was not at home, and he waited for me. Though I had been expecting him every day, when I went into my tiny cupboard of a room, there was a mist before my eyes, and my heart beat so violently that I stopped short in the doorway. Fortunately, my landlord was with him, having thought it necessary to introduce himself at once, that the visitor might not be bored with waiting. He was eagerly describing something to Versalov. He was a titular counselor, a man about 40, much disfigured by smallpox, very poor, and burdened with a consumptive wife and an invalid child. He was of a very communicative and unassuming character, but not without tact. I was relieved at his presence, which was a positive deliverance for me. For what could I have said to Versalov? I had known in earnest, that Versalov would come of his own prompting, exactly as I wanted him to, for nothing in the world would have induced me to go to him first, and not from obstinacy, but just from love of him, a sort of jealous love. I can't express it. Indeed, the reader won't find me eloquent at any time. But though I had been expecting him for those 3 days, and had been continually picturing how he would come in, yet though I tried my utmost, I could not imagine what we should say to one another at first, after all that had happened. "Ah, here you are," he said to me affectionately, holding out his hand and not getting up. "Sit down with us. Fyodor Ippolitovich is telling me something very interesting about that stone near the Pavlovsky barracks, or something in that direction." "Yes, I know the stone," I made haste to answer, dropping into a chair beside him. They were sitting at the table. The whole room was just 14 feet square. I drew a deep breath. There was a gleam of pleasure in Versalov's eyes. I believe he was uncertain, and afraid I should be demonstrative. He was reassured. "You must begin again, Pyotr Ippolitovich." They were already calling each other by their names. "It happened in the reign of the late Tsar," Pyotr Ippolitovich said, addressing me nervously and with some uneasiness, anxious as to the effect of his story. "You know that stone, a stupid stone in the street, and what use is it? It's only in the way, you'd say, wouldn't you? The Tsar rode by several times, and every time there was the stone. At last the Tsar was displeased, and with good reason. A regular rock, standing in the street, spoiling it. 'Remove the stone!' Well, he said, 'remove it.' You understand what that means, remove the stone. The late Tsar, do you remember him? What was to be done with the stone? They all lost their heads. There was the town council, and a most important person, I can't remember his name, one of the greatest personages of the time, who was put in charge of the matter. Well, this great personage listened. They told him it would cost 15,000 rubles, no less, and in silver, too, for it was not till the time of the late Tsar that paper money could be changed into silver. 15,000! What a sum! At first the English wanted to bring rails and remove it by steam, but think what that would have cost. There were no railways then. There was only one running to Tsarskoye Selo. "Why, they might have smashed it up," I cried, frowning. I felt horribly vexed and ashamed in Versalov's presence, but he was listening with evident pleasure. I understood that he was glad to have the landlord there, as he, too, was abashed with me. I saw that. I remember I felt it somehow touching in him. "Smash it up? Yes, that was the very idea they arrived at. In Montferrand, too, he was building St. Isaac's Cathedral at the time. Smash it up, he said, and then take it away. But what would that cost?" "It would cost nothing. Simply break it up and carry it away." "No, excuse me. A machine would be wanted to do it, a steam engine. And besides, where could it be taken? In such a mountain, too. 10,000, they said. Not less than 10 or 12,000. "I say, Pyotr Ippolitovich, that's nonsense, you know. It couldn't have been so." But at that instant, Versalov winked at me, unseen. And in that wink I saw such delicate compassion for the landlord, even distress on his account, that I was delighted with it, and I laughed. "Well, well, then," cried the landlord, delighted. He had noticed nothing, and was awfully afraid, as such storytellers always are, that he would be pestered with questions. "But then a Russian workman walks up, a young fellow, you know, the typical Russian, with a beard like a wedge, in a long-skirted coat, and perhaps a little drunk, too. But no, he wasn't drunk. He just stands by while those Englishmen in Montferrand are talking away, and that great personage drives up just then in his carriage and listens, and gets angry at the way they keep discussing it, and can't decide on anything. and suddenly he notices the workman at a distance standing there and smiling deceitfully. That is, not deceitfully, though. I'm wrong there. What is it? Derisively, Verslov prompted him discreetly. Derisively, yes. A little derisively. That kind, good Russian smile. You know, the great personage was in a bad humor, you understand. "What are you waiting here for, Big Beard?" said he. "Who are you?" "Why, I'm looking at this stone here, your highness," says he. "Yes, I believe he said highness, and I fancy it was Prince Suvorov, the Italian one, the ancestor of the general. But no, it was not Suvorov, and I'm sorry I've forgotten who it was exactly, but though he was a highness, he was a genuine thoroughbred Russian, a Russian type, a patriot, a cultured Russian heart. Well, he saw what was up. 'What is it?' says he. 'Do you want to take away the stone? What are you sniggering about?' 'At the Englishmen, chiefly, your highness. They ask a prodigious price because the Russian purse is fat, and they've nothing to eat at home. Let me have 100 rubles, your highness,' says he. 'By tomorrow evening we'll move the stone.' Can you imagine such a proposition? The English, of course, are ready to devour him. Montferrand laughs. But that highness, with the pure Russian heart, says, 'Give him 100 rubles. But surely you won't remove it,' says he. 'Tomorrow evening, your highness, we'll have it on the move,' says he. 'But how will you do it?' 'If you'll excuse me, your highness, that's our secret,' he says, and in that Russian way, you know. It pleased him. Hey, give him anything he wants. And so they left it. What would you suppose he did?" The landlord paused and looked from one to the other with a face full of sentiment. "I don't know," said Verslov, smiling. I scowled. "Well, I'll tell you what he did," said the landlord with as much triumph as though it were his own achievement. "He hired some peasants with spades, simple Russians, and began digging a deep hole just at the edge of it. They were digging all night. They dug an immense hole as big as the stone and just about 1.5 inches deeper. And when they dug it out, he told them to dig out the earth from under the stone, cautiously, little by little. Well, naturally, as they dug the earth away, the stone had nothing to stand upon. It began to overbalance, and as soon as it began to shake, they pushed with their hands upon the stone, shouting, 'Hurrah!' in true Russian style, and the stone fell with a crash into the hole. Then they shoveled earth on it, rammed it down with a mallet, paved it over with little stones. The road was smooth, the stone had disappeared." "Only fancy!" cried Verslov. "The people rushed up, to be sure, in multitudes innumerable. The Englishmen had seen how it would be long before. They were furious. Montferrand came up. 'That's the peasant style,' says he. 'It's too simple,' says he. 'That's just it, that it's so simple, but you never thought of it, you fools.' And so I tell you, that commander, that great personage, simply embraced him and kissed him. 'And where do you come from?' says he. 'From the province of Yaroslav, your excellency. We're tailors by trade, and we come to Petersburg in the summer to sell fruit.' Well, it came to the ears of the authorities. The authorities ordered a medal to be given him, so he went about with a medal on his neck, but he drank himself to death afterwards, they say. You know the typical Russian. He has no self-restraint. That's why the foreigners have got the better of us so far. Yes, there it is." "Yes, of course, the Russian mind," Verslov was beginning. But at this point, luckily, the landlord was called away by his invalid wife and hastened off, or I should have been unable to restrain myself. Verslov laughed. "He's been entertaining me for a whole hour, my dear. That stone is the very model of patriotic unseemliness among such stories. But how could I interrupt him? As you saw, he was melting with delight, and what's more, I believe the stone's there still, if I'm not mistaken, and hasn't been buried in the hole at all." Good heavens, yes, I cried. That's true. How could he dare? What's the matter? Why, I believe you're really indignant. He certainly has muddled things up. I heard a story of the sort about a stone when I was a child, only of course it was a little different, and not about the same stone. That it came to the ears of the authorities. Why, there was a paean of glory in his heart when he uttered that phrase, "It came to the ears of the authorities." In the pitiful narrowness of their lives, they can't get on without such stories. They have numbers of them, chiefly owing to their incontinence. They've learnt nothing, they know nothing exactly, and they have a longing to talk about something besides cards and their wares, something of universal interest, something poetic. What sort of man is this Pyotr Ippolitovitch? A very poor creature, and unfortunate too. Well, there you see. Perhaps he doesn't even play cards. I repeat, in telling that foolish story, he was satisfying his love for his neighbor. You see, he wanted to make us happy. His sentiment of patriotism was gratified too. They've got another story, for instance, that the English gave Zaviolov $1 million on condition that he shouldn't put his stamp on his handiwork. Oh, goodness, I've heard that story too. Who hasn't heard it? And the teller of it knows, too, that you have heard it, but still he tells it intentionally, supposing that you haven't. The vision of the Swedish king, I believe, is a little out of date with them now, but in my youth it used to be repeated unctuously in a mysterious whisper. And so was the story of someone's having knelt in the Senate before the senators at the beginning of last century. There were lots of anecdotes about Commander Bashutsky, too, how he carried away a monument. They simply love anecdotes of the court. For instance, tales of Chernyshev, a minister in the last reign, how when he was an old man of 70, he got himself up to look like a man of 30, so much so that the late Tsar was amazed at the levees. I've heard that, too. Who hasn't heard it? All these anecdotes are the height of indecency. But let me tell you, this kind of indecency is far more deeply rooted and widely spread than we imagine. The desire to lie with the object of giving pleasure to your neighbor one meets even in Russian society of the highest breeding. For we all suffer from this incontinence of our hearts. Only anecdotes of a different type are current among us. The number of stories they tell about America is simply amazing, and they're told by men even of ministerial rank. I must confess, I belong to that indecent class myself, and I've suffered from it all my life. I've told anecdotes about Chernyshev several times myself. You've told them yourself? There's another lodger here besides me, marked with smallpox too. An old clerk, but he's awfully prosaic, and as soon as Pyotr Ippolitovitch begins to speak, he tries to refute him and contradict. He's reduced Pyotr Ippolitovitch to such a point that he waits on the old fellow like a slave and does everything to please him, simply to make him listen. That's another type of the indecent, one even perhaps more revolting than the first. The first sort is all ecstasy. "You only let me lie," he seems to say. "You'll see how nice it will be." The second sort is all spleen and prose. "I won't let you lie," he says. "Where, when, in what year?" In fact, a man with no heart. My dear boy, we must always let a man lie a little. It's quite innocent. Indeed, we may let him lie a great deal. In the first place, it will show our delicacy, and secondly, people will let us lie in return. Two immense advantages at once. Que diable! One must love one's neighbor. But it's time for me to be off. You've arranged the place charmingly, he added, getting up from his chair. I'll tell Sofia Andreevna and your sister that I have been here and found you quite well. Goodbye, my dear. Could this be all? This was not at all what I wanted. I was expecting something different, something important, though I quite understood that this was how it must be. I got up with a candle to light him down the stairs. The landlord would have come forward, but without Verslov seeing it, I seized him by the arm and thrust him back savagely. He stared with astonishment, but immediately vanished. "These staircases," Verslov mumbled, dwelling on the syllables, evidently in order to say something, and evidently afraid I might say something. "I'm no longer used to such stairs, and you're on the 3rd story, but now I can find the way. Don't trouble, my dear. You'll catch cold, too." But I did not leave him. We were going down the 2nd flight. "I've been expecting you for the last 3 days," broke from me suddenly, as it were of itself. I was breathless. "Thank you, my dear." "I knew you'd be sure to come." "And I knew that you knew I should be sure to come. Thank you, my dear." He was silent. We had reached the outer door, and I still followed him. He opened the door. The wind rushing in blew out my candle. Then I clutched his hand. It was pitch dark. He started but said nothing. I stooped over his hand and kissed it greedily several times, many times. "My darling boy, why do you love me so much?" he said, but in quite a different voice. His voice quivered. There was a ring of something quite new in it, as though it were not he who spoke. I tried to answer something but couldn't, and ran upstairs. He stood waiting where he was, and it was only when I was back in the flat that I heard the front door open and shut with a slam. I slipped by the landlord, who turned up again, and went into my room, fastened the latch, and without lighting the candle, threw myself on my bed, buried my face in the pillow, and cried and cried. It was the first time I had cried since I was at Touchard's. My sobs were so violent, and I was so happy. But why describe it? I write this now without being ashamed of it, for perhaps it was all good, in spite of its absurdity. 3. But didn't I make him suffer for it? I became frightfully overbearing. There was no reference to this scene between us afterwards. On the contrary, we met 3 days later as though nothing had happened. What's more, I was almost rude that evening, and he too seemed rather dry. This happened in my room again. For some reason I had not been to see him in spite of my longing to see my mother. We talked all this time, that is, throughout these 2 months, only of the most abstract subjects, and I can't help wondering at it. We did nothing but talk of abstract subjects, of the greatest interest, and of vast significance for humanity, of course, but with no bearing whatever on the practical position. Yet many, many aspects of the practical position needed, and urgently needed, defining and clearing up, but of that we did not speak. I did not even say anything about my mother, or Liza, or indeed about myself and my whole history. Whether this was due to shame or to youthful stupidity, I don't know. I expect it was stupidity, for shame I could have overcome. But I domineered over him frightfully, and absolutely went so far as insolence more than once, even against my own feelings. This all seemed to happen of itself, inevitably. I couldn't restrain myself. His tone was, as before, one of light mockery, though always extremely affectionate in spite of everything. I was struck, too, by the fact that he preferred coming to me, so that at last I very rarely went to see my mother, not more than once a week, especially towards the latter part of the time, as I became more and more absorbed in frivolity. He used always to come in the evenings to sit and chat with me. He was very fond of talking to the landlord, too, which enraged me in a man like him. The idea struck me that he might have nowhere to go except to see me, but I knew for a fact that he had acquaintances, and that he had indeed of late renewed many of his old ties in society, which he had dropped the year before. But he did not seem to be particularly fascinated by them, and seemed to have renewed many of them simply in a formal way. He preferred coming to see me. I was sometimes awfully touched by the timid way in which he almost always opened my door, and for the first minute looked with strange anxiety into my eyes. "Am I in the way?" he seemed to ask. "Tell me, and I'll go." He even said as much sometimes. Once, for instance, towards the end, he came in when I had just put on a suit, brand new from the tailor's, and was just setting off to Prince Sergei's to go off somewhere with him, where I will explain later. He sat down without noticing that I was on the point of going out. He showed at moments a remarkable absence of mind. As luck would have it, he began to talk of the landlord. I fired up. "Oh, damn the landlord!" "Ah, my dear," he said, getting up. "I believe you're going out, and I'm hindering you. Forgive me, please." And he meekly hastened to depart. Such meekness towards me from a man like him, a man so aristocratic and independent, who had so much individuality, at once stirred in my heart all my tenderness for him and trust in him. But if he loved me so much, why did he not check me at the time of my degradation? If he had said one word, I should perhaps have pulled up, though perhaps I should not. But he did see my foppery, my flaunting swagger, my smart motvy. I wanted once to drive him back in my sledge, but he would not consent, and indeed it happened several times that he refused to be driven in it. He could see I was squandering money, and he said not a word, not a word. He showed no curiosity even. I'm surprised at that to this day, even now. And yet I didn't stand on ceremony with him, and spoke openly about everything, though I never gave him a word of explanation. He didn't ask, and I didn't speak. Yet on 2 or 3 occasions we did speak on the money question. I asked him on one occasion, soon after he renounced the fortune he had won, how he was going to live now. "Somehow, my dear," he answered with extraordinary composure. I know now that more than half of Tatiana Pavlovna's little capital of 5,000 rubles had been spent on Versalov during the last 2 years. Another time it somehow happened that we talked of my mother. "My dear boy," he said mournfully, "I used often to say to Sofia Andreevna at the beginning of our life together, though indeed I've said it in the middle and at the end too, 'My dear, I worry you and torment you, and I don't regret it as long as you're before me, but if you were to die, I know I should kill myself to atone for it.'" I remember, however, that he was particularly open that evening. "If only I were a weak-willed nonentity and suffered from the consciousness of it. But you see that's not so. I know I'm exceedingly strong. And in what way do you suppose? Why, just in that spontaneous power of accommodating myself to anything whatever, so characteristic of all intelligent Russians of our generation. There's no crushing me, no destroying me, no surprising me. I've as many lives as a cat. I can, with perfect convenience, experience 2 opposite feelings at one and the same time, and not, of course, through my own will. I know, nevertheless, that it's dishonorable just because it's so sensible. I've lived almost to 50, and to this day I don't know whether it's a good thing. I've gone on living or not. I like life, but that follows as a matter of course. But for a man like me to love life is contemptible. Of late there has been a new movement, and the crafts won't accommodate themselves to things and shoot themselves. But it's evident that the crafts are stupid. We, to be sure, are clever, so that one can draw no parallel, and the question remains open anyway. And can it be that the earth is only for such as we? In all probability it is, but the idea is a comfortless one. However, the question remains open anyway. He spoke mournfully, and yet I didn't know whether he was sincere or not. He always had a manner which nothing would have made him drop. 4. Then I besieged him with questions. I fell upon him like a starving man on bread. He always answered me readily and straightforwardly, but in the end always went off into the widest generalizations, so that in reality one could draw no conclusions from it. And yet these questions had worried me all my life, and I frankly confessed that even in Moscow I had put off settling them till I should meet him in Petersburg. I told him this plainly, and he did not laugh at me. On the contrary, I remember he pressed my hand. On general politics and social questions, I could get nothing out of him, and yet in connection with my idea, those subjects troubled me more than anything. Of men like Dergachev, I once drew from him the remark that they were below all criticism. But at the same time he added strangely that he reserved the right of attaching no significance to his opinions. For a very long time he would say nothing on the question how the modern state would end, and how the social community would be built up anew. But in the end I literally wrenched a few words out of him. I imagine that all will come about in a very commonplace way, he said once. Simply un bon matin, in spite of all the balance sheets on budget days and the absence of deficits, all the states without exception will be unable to pay, so that they'll all be landed in general bankruptcy. Then, of course, there will follow a general liquidation, so to speak. The Jews will come to the fore, and the reign of the Jews will begin, and then all those who have never had shares in anything, and in fact never had anything at all, that is, all the beggars, will naturally be unwilling to take part in the liquidation. A struggle will begin, and after 77 battles, the beggars will destroy the shareholders and carry off their shares, and take their places as shareholders, of course. Perhaps they'll say something new, too, and perhaps they won't. Most likely they'll go bankrupt, too. Further than that, my dear boy, I can't undertake to predict the destinies by which the face of this world will be changed. Look in the apocalypse, though. But can it all be so materialistic? Can the modern world come to an end simply through finance? Oh, of course. I've only chosen one aspect of the picture, but that aspect is bound up with the whole by indissoluble bonds, so to speak. What's to be done? Oh, dear, don't be in a hurry. It's not all coming so soon. In any case, to do nothing is always best. One's conscience is at rest anyway, knowing that one's had no share in anything. Aye, do stop that. Talk sense. I want to know what I'm to do and how I'm to live. What you are to do, my dear? Be honest. Never lie. Don't covet your neighbor's house. In fact, read the 10 Commandments. It's written there once for all. Don't talk like that. All that's so old. And besides, it's all words. I want something real. Well, if you're fearfully devoured by ennui, try to love someone or something. Or at any rate, to attach yourself to something. You're only laughing. Besides, what can I do alone with your 10 Commandments? Well, keep them in spite of all your doubts and questions, and you'll be a great man, whom no one will know of. There is nothing hidden that shall not be made manifest. You're certainly laughing. Well, if you take it so to heart, you'd better try as soon as possible to specialize, take up architecture or the law, and then when you're busy with serious work, you'll be more settled in your mind and forget trifles. I was silent. What could I gather from this? And yet, after every such conversation, I was more troubled than before. Moreover, I saw clearly that there always remained in him, as it were, something secret, and that drew me to him more and more. Listen, I said, interrupting him one day. I always suspect that you say all this only out of bitterness and suffering, but that secretly you are a fanatic over some idea, and are only concealing it, or ashamed to admit it. Thank you, my dear. Listen, nothing's better than being useful. Tell me how, at the present moment, I can be most of use. I know it's not for you to decide that, but I'm only asking for your opinion. You tell me, and what you say I swear I'll do. Well, what is the great thought? Well, to turn stones into bread. That's a great thought. The greatest? Yes, really? You have suggested quite a new path. Tell me, is it the greatest? It's very great, my dear boy, very great, but it's not the greatest. It's great, but secondary, and only great at the present time. Man will be satisfied and forget. He will say, I've eaten it, and what am I to do now? The question will remain open for all time. You spoke once of the Geneva ideas. I didn't understand what you meant by the Geneva ideas. The Geneva idea is the idea of virtue without Christ, my boy. The modern idea, or more correctly, the ideas of all modern civilization. In fact, it's one of those long stories which it's very dull to begin, and it will be a great deal better if we talk of other things, and better still if we're silent about other things. You always want to be silent. My dear, remember that to be silent is good, safe, and picturesque. Picturesque? Of course, silence is always picturesque, and the man who is silent always looks nicer than the man who is speaking. Why, talking as we do is no better than being silent. Damn such picturesqueness, and still more, damn such profitableness. My dear, he said suddenly, rather changing his tone, speaking with real feeling, and even with a certain insistence. I don't want to seduce you from your ideals to any sort of bourgeois virtue. I'm not assuring you that happiness is better than heroism. On the contrary, heroism is finer than any happiness, and the very capacity for it alone constitutes happiness. That's a settled thing between us. I respect you just for being able in these mawkish days to set up some sort of an idea in your soul. Don't be uneasy. I remember perfectly well. But yet one must think of proportion, for now you want to live a resounding life, to set fire to something, to smash something, to rise above everything in Russia, to call up storm clouds, to throw everyone into terror and ecstasy, while you vanish yourself in North America. I've no doubt you've something of that sort in your heart, and so I feel it necessary to warn you, for I really love you, my dear. What could I gather from that either? There was nothing in it but anxiety for me, for my material prosperity. It betrayed the father with the father's kindly but prosaic feelings. Was this what I wanted by way of an idea for the sake of which any honest father would send his son to face death, as the ancient Roman Horatius sent his sons for the idea of Rome? I often pressed him on the subject of religion, but there the fog was thicker than ever. When I asked him what to do about that, he answered in the stupidest way, as though to a child. You must have faith in God, my dear. But what if I don't believe in all that? I cried irritably once. A very good thing, my dear. How a good thing? It's a most excellent symptom, dear boy, a most hopeful one for our atheists in Russia, if only they are really atheists and have some little trace of intelligence, are the best fellows in the whole world, and always disposed to be kind to God, for they are invariably good-humored, and they're good-humored because they're immensely pleased at being atheists. Our atheists are respectable people and extremely conscientious, pillars of the fatherland, in fact. This was something, of course, but it was not what I wanted. On one occasion, however, he spoke out, but so strangely that he surprised me more than ever, especially after the stories of Catholicism and penitential chains that I had heard about him. Dear boy, he said one day, not in my room but in the street when I was seeing him home after a long conversation, To love people as they are is impossible, and yet we must. And therefore do them good, overcoming your feelings, holding your nose and shutting your eyes. The latter is essential. Endure evil from them as far as may be without anger, mindful that you too are a man. Of course, you'll be disposed to be severe with them if it has been vouchsafed to you to be ever so little more intelligent than the average. Men are naturally base and like to love from fear. Don't give in to such love, and never cease to despise it. Somewhere in the Quran, Allah bids the Prophet look upon the froward as upon mice. Do them good, and pass them by. A little haughty, but right. Know how to despise them even when they are good, for most often it is in that they are base. Oh, my dear, it's judging by myself, I say, that anyone who's not quite stupid can't live without despising himself. Whether he's honest or dishonest, it makes no difference. To love one's neighbor and not despise him is impossible. I believe that man has been created physically and capable of loving his neighbor. There has been some mistake in language here from the very first, and love for humanity must be understood as love for that humanity which you have yourself created in your soul. In other words, you have created yourself, and your love is for yourself, and which, therefore, never will be in reality. Never will be? My dear boy, I agree that if this were true, it would be stupid, but that's not my fault, and I was not consulted at the creation. I reserve the right to have my own opinion about it. How is it they call you a Christian, then? I cried. A monk in chains, a preacher. I don't understand it. Why, who calls me that? I told him. He listened very attentively, but cut short the conversation. I can't remember what led to this memorable conversation, but he was positively irritated, which scarcely ever happened to him. He spoke passionately, and without irony, as though he were not speaking to me. But again, I didn't believe him. He could not speak on such subjects seriously to anyone like me. End of Part 2, Chapter 1. Part 2, Chapter 2 of A Raw Youth. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Josh Stevens in Ashland, Oregon. A Raw Youth by Fyodor Dostoyevsky. Translated by Constance Garnett. Part 2, Chapter 2. 1. On that morning, the 15th of November, I found him at Prince Sergei's. I had brought the prince and him together, but they had ties apart from me. I mean, the affair abroad and all that. Moreover, the prince had promised to divide the disputed fortune with him, giving him a third, which would mean 20,000 at least. I remember at the time I thought it awfully strange that he was giving him only a third and not the full half, but I said nothing. Prince Sergei gave this promise of his own accord. Versilov had not said a syllable to suggest it, had not dropped a hint. Prince Sergei came forward himself, and Versilov only let it pass in silence, never once alluded to it, and showed no sign that he had the least recollection of a promise. I may mention, by the way, that Prince Sergei was absolutely enchanted with him at first, and still more with the things he said. He fell into positive raptures about him, and several times expressed his feelings to me. Sometimes when he was alone with me, he exclaimed about himself, almost with despair, that he was so ill-educated, that he was on the wrong track. Oh, we were still so friendly then. I kept trying to impress Versilov with Prince Sergei's good points only, and excused his defects, though I saw them myself, but Versilov listened in silence, or smiled. If he has faults, he has at least as many virtues as defects, I once exclaimed to Versilov when I was alone with him. Goodness, how you flatter him, he said, laughing. How do I flatter him, I said, not understanding. As many virtues, why he must be a saint if he has as many virtues as defects. But of course that was not his opinion. In general, he avoided speaking of Prince Sergei at that time, as he did indeed of everything real, but of the prince particularly. I suspected even then that he went to see Prince Sergei without me, and that they were on rather peculiar terms, but I did not go into that. I was not jealous either at his talking to him more seriously than to me, more positively, so to speak, with less mockery. I was so happy at the time that I was actually pleased at it. I explained it, too, by Prince Sergei's being of rather limited intelligence, and so being fond of verbal exactitude. Some jests he absolutely failed to see. But of late he had, as it were, begun to emancipate himself. His feelings for Versilov seemed beginning to change. Versilov, with his delicate perception, noticed it. I may mention at this point that Prince Sergei's attitude to me, too, became different at the same time, rather too obviously, in fact. Only the lifeless forms of our warm earlier relations were maintained. Yet I went on going to see him. I could not indeed help it, having once been drawn into it. Oh, how clumsy and inexperienced I was then. It is almost beyond belief that mere foolishness of heart can have brought anyone to such humiliation and lack of perception. I took money from him and thought that it didn't matter, that it was quite right. Yet that is not true. Even then I knew that it was not right, but it was simply that I thought very little about it. I did not go to the prince to get money, though I needed the money so much. I knew I did not go for the sake of the money, but I realized that I went every day to borrow money. But I was in a whirl then, and besides all that, I had something very different in my soul. It was singing with joy. When I went in at 11 o'clock in the morning, I found Versilov just finishing a long tirade. Prince Sergei was walking about the room listening, and Versilov was sitting down. Prince Sergei seemed in some excitement. Versilov was almost always able to work him into a state of excitement. He was exceedingly impressionable, to a degree of simplicity, indeed, which had often made me look down on him. But I repeat, of late I had detected in him something like a resentful sneer. He stopped short, seeing me, and a quiver seemed to pass over his face. I knew in my heart to what to attribute the shadow over him that morning, but I had not expected that his face would be so distorted by it. I knew that he had an accumulation of anxieties, but it was revolting that I didn't know more than a 10th part of them. The rest had been kept so far a dead secret from me. What made it stupid and revolting was that I often obtruded my sympathy on him, gave advice, and often laughed condescendingly at his weakness at being so upset about such trifles. He used to be silent, but he must have detested me at those moments. I was in an utterly false position and had no suspicion of it. Oh, I call God to witness that of the chief trouble I had no suspicion. He courteously held out his hand to me, however. Versilov nodded without interrupting himself. I stretched myself on the sofa. My tone and manners were horrible at that time. My swagger went even further. I used to treat his acquaintances as though they were my own. Oh, if it could only be done all over again, I should know how to behave very differently. 2 words that I may not forget. Prince Sergei was still living in the same flat, but now occupied almost the whole of it. Mademoiselle Stolbiev, whose flat it was, after staying only a month, had gone away again. 2. They were talking of the aristocracy. I may mention that Prince Sergei grew sometimes much excited over this subject in spite of his progressive notions. I suspect, indeed, that many of his misdoings had their source and origin in this idea. Attaching great significance to his princely rank, he threw money away in all directions, although he was a beggar, and became involved in debt. Versilov had more than once hinted that this extravagance was not the essence of princeliness, and tried to instill into him a higher conception of it. But Prince Sergei had begun to show signs of resentment at being instructed. Evidently there had been something of the same sort that morning, but I hadn't arrived in time for the beginning of it. Versilov's words struck me at first as reactionary, but he made up for that later on. "The word honor means duty," he said. "I only give the sense as far as I remember it. When the upper class rules in a state, The country is strong. The upper class always has its sense of honor and its code of honor, which may be imperfect, but almost always serves as a bond and strengthens the country, an advantage morally and still more politically. But the slaves, that is, all those not belonging to the ruling class, suffer. They are given equal rights to prevent their suffering. That's what has been done with us, and it's an excellent thing. But in all experience so far, in Europe that is to say, a weakening of the sense of honor and duty has followed the establishment of equal rights. Egoism has replaced the old consolidating principle, and the whole system has been shattered on the rock of personal freedom. The emancipated masses, left with no sustaining principle, have ended by losing all sense of cohesion, till they have given up defending the liberties they have gained. But the Russian type of aristocrat has never been like the European nobility. Our nobility, even now that it has lost its privileges, might remain the leading class as the upholders of honor, enlightenment, science, and higher culture, and what is of the greatest importance, without cutting themselves into a separate caste, which would be the death of the idea. On the contrary, the entrance to this class has been thrown open long ago among us, and now the time has come to open it completely. Let every honorable and valiant action, every great achievement in science enable a man to gain the ranks of the highest class. In that way, the class is automatically transformed into an assembly of the best people in a true and literal sense, not in the sense in which it was said of the privileged caste in the past. In this new, or rather renewed form, the class might be retained. The prince smiled sarcastically. "What sort of an aristocracy would that be? It's some sort of Masonic lodge you're sketching, not an aristocracy." Prince Sergei had been, I repeat, extremely ill-educated. I turned over with vexation on the sofa, though I was far from agreeing with Versilov. Versilov quite understood that the prince was sneering. "I don't know in what sense you talk of a Masonic lodge," he answered. "Well, if even a Russian prince recoils from such an idea, no doubt the time for it has not arrived. The idea of honor and enlightenment as the sacred keys that unlock for any man the portals of a class thus continually renewed is, of course, a utopia. But why is it an impossible one? If the thought is living only in a few brains, it is not yet lost, but shines like a tiny flame in the depths of darkness." "You are fond of using such words as higher culture, great idea, sustaining principle, and such. I should like to know what you mean exactly by a great idea." "I really don't know how to answer that question, dear Prince," Versilov responded with a subtle smile. "If I confess to you that I myself am not able to answer, it would be more accurate. A great idea is most often a feeling which sometimes remains too long undefined. I only know that it's that which has been the source of living life, gay, joyous life, I mean, not theoretical and artificial, so that the great idea from which it flows is absolutely indispensable to the general vexation, of course." "Why vexation?" "Because to live with ideas is dreary, and it's always gay without them." The prince swallowed the rebuke. "And what do you mean by this living life, as you call it?" He was evidently cross. "I don't know that either, Prince. I only know that it must be something very simple, the most everyday thing, staring us in the face, a thing of every day, every minute, and so simple that we can never believe it to be so simple, and we've naturally been passing it by for thousands of years without noticing it or recognizing it." "I only meant to say that your idea of the aristocracy is equivalent to denying the aristocracy," observed Prince Sergei. "Well, if you will have it so, perhaps there never has been an aristocracy in Russia." "All this is very obscure and vague. If one says something, one ought, to my mind, to explain it." Prince Sergei contracted his brows and stole a glance at the clock on the wall. Versilov got up and took his hat. "Explain," he said. No, it's better not to. Besides, I've a passion for talking without explanations. That's really it. And there's another strange thing. If it happens that I try to explain an idea I believe in, it almost always happens that I cease to believe what I have explained. I'm afraid of that fate now. Goodbye, dear Prince. I always chatter unpardonably with you. He went out. The prince escorted him politely, but I felt offended. What are you ruffling up your feathers about? He fired off suddenly, walking past me to his bureau without looking at me. I'm ruffling up my feathers, I began with a tremor in my voice, because finding in you such a queer change of tone to me and even to Versilov, Versilov may of course have begun in rather a reactionary way, but afterwards he made up for it, and there was perhaps a profound meaning in what he said, but you simply didn't understand, and I simply don't care to have people putting themselves forward to teach me and treating me as though I were a schoolboy, he snapped out almost wrathfully. Prince, such expressions... Please spare me theatrical flourishes if you will be so kind. I know that what I am doing is contemptible, that I'm a spendthrift, a gambler, perhaps a thief. Yes, a thief, for I gamble away the money belonging to my family. But I don't want anybody's judgment. I don't want it, and I won't have it. I'm the judge of my own actions. And why this ambiguity? If he wants to say anything to me, let him say it straight out, and not go in for this mysterious prophetic twaddle. To tell me all this, he ought to have the right to. He ought to be an honorable man himself. In the first place, I didn't come in at the beginning, and I don't know what you were talking about. And secondly, what has Versilov done dishonorable, allow me to ask? Please, that's enough. You asked me for 300 rubles yesterday. Here it is. He laid the money on the table before me, sat down in the armchair, leaned nervously against the back of it, and crossed one leg over the other. I was thrown into confusion. I don't know, I muttered. Though I did ask you for it, and though I do need the money now, since you take such a tone... Don't talk about tone. If I spoke sharply, you must excuse me. I assure you that I've no thoughts to spare for it. Listen to this. I've had a letter from Moscow. My brother Sasha, who was only a child, as you know, died 4 days ago. My father, as you know, has been paralyzed for the last 2 years, and now they write to me he's worse. He can't utter a word and knows nobody. They were relieved to get the inheritance and want to take him abroad, but the doctor writes that he's not likely to live a fortnight. So I'm left with my mother and sister, that is, almost alone. In fact, I'm alone. This fortune... Oh, it would have been better, perhaps, if it had not come to me at all. But this is what I wanted to tell you. I promised Andrei Petrovich a minimum of 20,000. And meanwhile, only imagine, owing to legal formalities, I've been able to do nothing. I haven't even... My father, has not yet been informed of the inheritance. And meanwhile, I've lost so much money during the last 3 weeks, and that scoundrel Stebelkov charges such a rate of interest. I've given you almost the last. Oh, Prince, if that's how it is. I didn't mean that. Stebelkov will bring some today, no doubt, and there'll be enough to go on with. But what the devil's one to think of Stebelkov? I entreated him to get me 10,000, so that I might at least give Andrei Petrovich that much. It worries me, it plagues me to think of my promise to give him a third. I gave my word, and I must keep it, and I swear I'll do my utmost to free myself from obligations in that direction anyhow. They weigh upon me, they're insufferable. This burdensome tie. I can't bear to see Andrei Petrovich, for I can't look him in the face. Why does he take advantage of it? What does he take advantage of, Prince? I stood before him in amazement. Has he ever so much as hinted at it? Oh, no, and I appreciate it. It's I who reproach myself, and in fact I'm getting more and more involved. This Stebolkov... Listen, Prince, do calm yourself, please. I see you get more excited the more you talk, and yet it may be all imagination. Oh, I've got myself into difficulties, too, unpardonably, contemptibly, but I know it's only temporary, and as soon as I win back a certain sum, then... I say with this 300, I owe you 2,500, don't I? I'm not asking it from you, I believe, the prince said suddenly with a sneer. You say 10,000 for Versilov. If I borrow from you now, the money will be taken off Versilov's 20,000. Otherwise I won't consent. But I shall certainly pay it back myself. But can you possibly imagine that Versilov comes to you to get the money? It would be easier for me if he did come for the money, Prince Sergei observed enigmatically. You talk of some burdensome tie. If you mean with Versilov and me, upon my soul, it's an insult. And you say, why isn't he what he preaches? That's your logic. And in the first place, it's not logic, allow me to tell you, for even if he's not, he can't help saying what's true. And besides, why do you talk about preaching? You call him a prophet. Tell me, was it you who called him a petticoat prophet in Germany? No, it was not I. Stebolkov told me it was you. He told a lie. I'm no hand at giving derisive nicknames. But if a man preaches honor, he ought to be honorable himself. That's my logic. And if it's incorrect, I don't care. I prefer it to be so. And I won't have anyone dare to come and judge me in my own house and treat me like a baby. That's enough, he shouted, waving his hand to stop me. Ah, at last. The door opened and Stebolkov walked in. 3. He was exactly the same, just as jauntily dressed, and squared his chest and stared into one's face as stupidly as ever, imagining that he was being very sly and exceedingly well satisfied with himself. On this occasion he looked about him in a strange way on entering. There was a look of peculiar caution and penetration in his face, as though he wanted to guess something from our countenances. He instantly subsided, however, and his face beamed with a self-satisfied smile, that pardonably insolent smile which was yet unspeakably repulsive to me. I had known for a long time that he was a great torment to Prince Sergei. He had come once or twice when I was present. I too had had a transaction with him during that month, but on this occasion I was rather surprised at the way he came in. In a minute, Prince Sergei said without greeting him, and turning his back on us both, he began looking in his desk for the necessary papers and accounts. As for me, I was mortally offended by his last words. The suggestion that Versilov was dishonorable was so clear and so astonishing that it could not be allowed to pass without a full explanation. But that was impossible before Stebolkov. I reclined on the sofa again and turned over a book that was lying before me. Bielinsky, Part 2. That's something new. Are you trying to cultivate your mind? I exclaimed, I fancy very unnaturally. He was busily engaged and in great haste, but at my words he turned. I beg you to leave that book alone, he brought out sharply. This was beyond all endurance, especially before Stebolkov. To make it worse, Stebolkov made a sly and loathsome smirk and made a stealthy sign to me in Prince Sergei's direction. I turned away from the fool. Don't be angry, Prince. I'll leave you to your most important visitor, and meanwhile I'll disappear. I made up my mind to be casual in my manner. Is that me, the most important visitor? Stebolkov put in, jocosely pointing at himself with his finger. Yes, you. You're the most important person, and you know it too. No, excuse me. Everywhere in the world there's a second person. I am a second person. There's a first person and a second person. The first acts and the second takes. So the first person turns into the second person, and the second person turns into the first person. Is that so or not? It may be so, but as usual, I don't understand you. Excuse me. In France there was a revolution and everyone was executed. Napoleon came along and took everything. The revolution is the first person and Napoleon the second person. But it turned out that the revolution became the second person and Napoleon became the first person. Is that right? I may observe, by the way, that in his speaking to me of the French Revolution, I saw an instance of his own cunning which amused me very much. He still persisted in regarding me as some sort of revolutionist, and whenever he met me, thought it necessary to begin on some topic of the sort. "Come along," said Prince Sergei, and they went together into the other room. As soon as I was alone, I made up my mind to give him back the 300 as soon as Stebelkov had gone. I needed the money terribly, still I resolved to do so. They remained in the other room, and for 10 minutes I heard nothing. Then suddenly they began talking loudly. They were both talking, but Prince Sergei suddenly shouted as though in violent irritation, approaching frenzy. He was sometimes very hasty, so that I was not surprised. But at that moment a footman came in to announce a visitor. I motioned him to the other room, and instantly there was silence there. Prince Sergei came out with an anxious face, though he smiled. The footman hastened away, and half a minute later a visitor came in. It was a visitor of great consequence, with shoulder knots and a family crest. He was a gentleman, not over 30, of high rank and of severe appearance. I may remark that Prince Sergei did not really belong to the highest circles in Petersburg, in spite of his passionate desire to do so. I was aware of this desire, and so he must have been glad to see a visitor like this. The acquaintance had, as I knew, only been formed through great efforts on the part of Prince Sergei. The guest was returning Prince Sergei's visit, and unhappily came upon him at the wrong moment. I saw Prince Sergei look at Stebelkov with an agonized and hopeless expression, but Stebelkov encountered his eyes as though nothing whatever were the matter, and without the faintest idea of effacing himself, sat down on the sofa with a free and easy air, and began passing his hand through his hair, probably to display his independence. He even assumed an important countenance. In fact, he was utterly impossible. As for me, I knew, of course, how to behave decently even then, and should never have disgraced anyone. But what was my amazement when I caught on Prince Sergei's face the same hopeless, miserable, and vindictive look directed at me. He was ashamed of us both then, and put me on a level with Stebelkov. That idea drove me to fury. I lolled even more at my ease, and began turning over the leaves of the book, as though the position were no concern of mine. Stebelkov, on the contrary, bent forward open-eyed to listen to their conversation, probably supposing that this was a polite and affable thing to do. The visitor glanced once or twice at Stebelkov, and at me too, indeed. They talked of family news. This gentleman had at some time known Prince Sergei's mother, who was one of a distinguished family. From what I could gather, in spite of his politeness and the apparent good nature of his tone, the visitor was very formal and evidently valued his own dignity so highly as to consider a visit from him an honor to anyone whatever. Had Prince Sergei been alone, that is, had we not been present, he would certainly have been more dignified and more resourceful. As it was, something tremulous in his smile, possibly an excess of politeness, and a strange absent-mindedness betrayed him. They had hardly been sitting there 5 minutes when another visitor was announced, also of the compromising kind. I knew this one very well and had heard a great deal about him, though he did not know me at all. He was still quite a young man, though 23, who was handsome and elegantly dressed and had a fine house, but moved in distinctly doubtful circles. A year before he had been serving in one of the smartest cavalry regiments, but had been forced to give up his commission, and everyone knew for what reason. His relations had even advertised in the papers that they would not be responsible for his debts, but he still continued his profligate manner of life, borrowing money at 10% a month, playing desperately in gambling circles, and squandering his money on a notorious Frenchwoman. A week before, he had succeeded one evening in winning 12,000 rubles and was triumphant. He was on friendly terms with Prince Sergei. They often played together tete-a-tete, but Prince Sergei positively shuddered seeing him now. I noticed this from where I lay. This youth made himself at home everywhere, talked with noisy gaiety, saying anything that came into his head without restraint. And of course it could never have occurred to him that our host was in such a panic over the impression his associates would make upon his important visitor. He interrupted their conversation by his entrance, and began at once describing his play on the previous day before he had even sat down. "I believe you were there too," he said, breaking off at the third sentence to address the important gentleman, mistaking him for one of his own set. But looking at him more closely, he cried at once, "Oh, I beg your pardon. I mistook you for one of the party yesterday." "Alexey Vladimirovich Darzan, Ippolit Alexandrovich Nastchokin." Prince Sergei made haste to introduce them. This youth could still be introduced. He belonged to a good family, and it was a distinguished name. But us he did not introduce, and we went on sitting in our corners. I absolutely refused to turn my head in their direction, but Stebelkov began smirking gleefully at the sight of the young man, and was unmistakably threatening to begin talking. This began to amuse me. "I met you several times last year at Countess Verezhin's," said Darzan. "I remember you, but I believe you were in military uniform then," Nastchokin observed genially. "Yes, I was, but thanks to... But Stebelkov here, how does he come here? It's just thanks to these pretty gentlemen here that I'm not in the army now." He pointed to Stebelkov and burst out laughing. Stebelkov laughed gleefully too, probably taking it as a compliment. Prince Sergei blushed and made haste to address a question to Nastchokin, and Darzan, going up to Stebelkov, began talking something very warmly, though in a whisper. "I believe you saw a great deal of Katerina Nikolaevna Amakov abroad?" the visitor asked Prince Sergei. "Oh, yes, I knew her." "I believe we shall soon be hearing a piece of news about her. They say she's engaged to Baron Buring." "That's true," cried Darzan. "Do you know it for a fact?" Prince Sergei asked Nastchokin with evident agitation, bringing out his question with peculiar emphasis. "I've been told so, and people are talking about it, but I don't know it for a fact." "Oh, it is a fact," said Darzan, going up to him. "Dubasov told me so yesterday. He's always the first to know news like that. Yes, and the prince ought to know." Nastchokin waited till Darzan had finished and turned to Prince Sergei again. "She's not very often seen now." "Her father has been ill for the last month," Prince Sergei observed dryly. "She's a lady of many adventures," Darzan blurted out suddenly. I raised my head and sat up. "I have the pleasure of knowing Katerina Nikolaevna personally, and I take upon myself the duty of declaring that all scandalous stories about her are mere lies and infamy, and invented by those who have sought her favor without success." After this stupid outburst, I relapsed into silence, still sitting upright and gazing at them all with a flushed face. Everyone turned to me, but Stebelkov suddenly guffawed. Darzan, too, simpered and seemed surprised. "Arkady Makarovich Dolgoruki," said Prince Sergei, indicating me to Darzan. "Oh, believe me, Prince," said Darzan, frankly and good-naturedly addressing me, I am only repeating what I've heard. If there are rumors, they have not been of my spreading." "I did not mean it for you," I answered quickly, but Steblikov had burst into an outrageous roar of laughter, caused, as he explained afterwards, by Darzan's having addressed me as Prince. My diabolical surname had got me into a mess again. Even now I blush at the thought that I had not the courage, through shame of course, to set right this blunder and to protest aloud that I was simply Dolgoruki. It was the first time in my life I had let it pass. Darzan looked in perplexity at me and at Stebelkov's laughter. "Ah, yes, who was the pretty girl I met on the stairs just now? A slim, fair little thing?" he suddenly asked Prince Sergei. "I really don't know," the latter answered quickly, reddening. "How should you?" laughed Darzan. "Though it might have been," Prince Sergei faltered oddly. "It was this gentleman's sister, Lizaveta Makarovna," said Steblikov, suddenly pointing to me, "for I met her just now, too." "Ah, indeed," Prince Sergei put in quickly, speaking this time, however, with an extremely grave and dignified expression. "It must have been Lizaveta Makarovna, who is a great friend of Anna Fyodorovna Stolbiev, in whose flat I am staying. She must have come today to see Darya Anisimovna, another of Anna Fyodorovna's great friends, whom she left in charge of the house when she went away." This was all true. Darya Anisimovna was the mother of poor Olya, whose story I have told already. Tatiana Pavlovna had found a refuge for the poor woman at last with Mademoiselle Stolbiev. I know very well that Liza had been sometimes at Mademoiselle Stolbiev's, and had lately visited there Darya Anisimovna, of whom everyone at home was very fond. But after this statement by Prince Sergei, sensible as it was, however, and still more Stebelkov's stupid outburst, and perhaps because I had been called Prince, I suddenly flushed all over. Luckily, at that very instant, Nastyokin stood up to take leave. He offered his hand to Darzan also. At the moment, Steblikov and I were left alone. He nodded his head to me in the direction of Darzan, who was standing in the doorway with his back to us. I shook my fist at Steblikov. A minute later, Darzan, too, got up to go, after arranging with Prince Sergei to meet him next day at some place, a gambling house, I believe. As he went out, he shouted something to Steblikov and made me a slight bow. Hardly had he gone out when Steblikov jumped up and stood in the middle of the room, pointing to the ceiling with his finger. "I'll tell you the trick that fine young gentleman played last week. He gave an IOU to Averyanov and signed a false name to it. That IOU is still in existence, but it's not been honored. It's criminal. 8,000. "And no doubt that IOU is in your hands," I cried, glaring at him savagely. "I have a bank. I have a Monte de Piete. I am not a broker. Have you heard that there is a Monte de Piete in Paris? Bread and benevolence for the poor. I have a Monte de Piete." Prince Sergei rudely and angrily cut him short. "What are you doing here? What are you staying for?" "But," Steblikov blinked rapidly, "what about that? Won't it do?" "No, no, no," Prince Sergei shouted, stamping. "I've said so." "Well, if so, that's so, but that's a mistake." He turned abruptly, and with bowed head and bent spine went quickly out of the room. Prince Sergei called after him when he was in the doorway. "You may as well know, sir, that I am not in the least afraid of you." He was very much irritated. He was about to sit down, but glancing at me, remained standing. His eyes seemed to say to me also, "Why are you hanging about here too?" "Prince, I was beginning. "I've really no time to listen, Arkady Makarovich. I'm just going out." "1 minute, Prince. It's very important. And to begin with, take back your 300. "What's this now?" He was walking up and down, but he stopped short. "This now is that after all that has passed, and what you've said about Versilov, that he was dishonorable, and in fact your tone all the time. In short, I can't possibly take it. You've been taking it for the last month, though. He suddenly sat down on the chair. I was standing at the table, and with one hand I patted the volume of Bielensky, while I held my hat in the other. I had different feelings, Prince, and in fact I would never have brought it to such a sum. It was the gambling. In short, I can't. You have not distinguished yourself today, and so you are in a rage. I'll ask you to leave that book alone. What does that mean, not distinguished myself? And in fact, before your visitors, you almost put me on a level with Stebelkov. So that's the key to the riddle, he said with a biting smile. You were abashed by Darzan's calling you Prince, too. He laughed spitefully. I flared up. I simply don't understand. I wouldn't take your title as a gift. I know your character. How absurdly you cried out in defense of Mademoiselle Amakov. Let that book alone. What's the meaning of it? I cried. Let the book alone, he yelled suddenly, drawing himself up in the low chair with a ferocious movement as though about to spring at me. This is beyond all limits, I said, and I walked quickly out of the room, but before I had reached the end of the drawing room, he shouted to me from the study, Arkady Makarovich, come back! Come back! Come back! I went on without heeding. He hastily overtook me, seized me by the arm, and dragged me back into the study. I did not resist. Take it, he said, pale with excitement, handing me the 300 rubles I had thrown on the table. You must take it, or else you must. Prince, how can I take it? Oh, I'll beg your pardon, if you like. All right, forgive me. I have always liked you, Prince, and if you feel the same, I do. Take it. I took the money. His lips were trembling. I can understand, Prince, that you are exasperated by that scoundrel. But I won't take it, Prince, unless we kiss each other, as we have done when we've quarreled before. I was trembling, too, as I said this. Now for sentimentality, muttered Prince Sergei with an embarrassed smile, but he bent down and kissed me. I shuddered. At the instant he kissed me, I caught on his face an unmistakable look of aversion. Did he bring you the money anyway? Ay, never mind. I was asking on your account. Yes, he did. He did. Prince, we have been friends, and in fact, Versalov... Yes, that's all right. And in fact, I really don't know about this 300. I was holding the money in my hand. Take it! Take it! He smiled again, but there was something very vicious in his smile. I took the money. End of Part 2, Chapter 2. Recording. Part 2, Chapter 3 of A Raw Youth. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Josh Stevens in Ashland, Oregon. A Raw Youth by Fyodor Dostoyevsky. Translated by Constance Garnett. Part 2, Chapter 3. I took the money because I loved him. If anyone disbelieves this, I must inform him that at the moment when I took the money, I was firmly convinced that I could have obtained it from another source. And so I really took it, not because I was in desperate straits, but from delicacy, not to hurt his feelings. Alas, that was how I reasoned at the time, but yet my heart was very heavy as I went out from him. I had seen that morning an extraordinary change in his attitude to me. He had never taken such a tone before, and as regards Versalov, it was a case of positive mutiny. Stebelkov had no doubt annoyed him very much that morning, but he had begun to be the same before seeing Stebelkov. I repeat once more, the change from his original manner might indeed have been noticed for some days past, but not in the same way, not in the same degree. That was the point. The stupid gossip about that Major Baron Boring might have some effect on him. I, too, had been disturbed by it, but the fact is, I had something else in my heart at that time that shone so resplendent that I heedlessly let many things pass unnoticed, made haste to let them pass, to get rid of them, to go back to that resplendence. It was not yet 1 o'clock. From Prince Sergei's I drove with my Matvey straight off to, it will hardly be believed to whom, to Stabilkov! The fact is that he had surprised me that morning not so much by turning up at Prince Sergei's, for he had promised to be there, as by the way he had winked at me. He had a stupid habit of doing so, but that morning it had been apropos of a different subject from what I had expected. An evening before, a note had come from him by post, which had rather puzzled me. In it he begged me to go to him between 2 and 3 today, and that he might inform me of facts that would be a surprise to me. And in reference to that letter he had that morning at Prince Sergei's made no sign whatever. What sort of secrets could there be between Stabilkov and me? Such an idea was positively ridiculous, but after all that had happened, I felt a slight excitement as I drove off to him. I had, of course, a fortnight before applied to him for money, and he was ready to lend it, but for some reason we did not come to terms, and I did not take the money. On that occasion, too, he had muttered something vague, as his habit was, and I had fancied he wanted to make me some offer, to suggest some special conditions, and as I had treated him disdainfully every time I had met him at Prince Sergei's, I proudly cut short any idea of special terms, though he pursued me to the door. I borrowed the money afterwards from Prince Sergei.
Stabilkov lived in a very comfortable style. He had his own establishment, a flat of 4 rooms, with handsome furniture, men and women servants, and a housekeeper who was, however, by no means young. I went in angrily. "Listen, my good man," I began from the door. "To begin with, what's the meaning of that letter? I don't care for letters to be passing between us. And why did you not make any statement you wanted to make at Prince Sergei's this morning? I was at your service." "And why did you hold your tongue too this morning instead of questioning me?" he said with a broad grin of intense self-satisfaction. "Because it's not I want something of you, but you want something of me," I cried, suddenly growing hot. "Why have you come to see me, if that's so?" he cried, almost jumping out of his chair with glee. I turned instantly and would have gone out, but he seized me by my shoulder. No, I was joking. It's a matter of importance, as you'll see for yourself." I sat down. I must admit I was inquisitive. We were seated facing one another at the end of a big writing table. He smiled slyly and was just holding up his finger. "None of your slyness, please, and no fingers either, and above all, none of your allegories. Come straight to the point, or I'll go away at once," I cried angrily again. "You are proud," he pronounced in a tone of stupid reproach, rocking in his easy-chair and turning his wrinkled forehead towards the ceiling. "One has to be with you." "You took money from Prince Sergei today, 300 rubles. I have money too. My money is better than his." "How do you know I took it?" I asked, greatly astonished. "He told me. Don't worry yourself. In the course of conversation it happened to come up. It just happened to come up. It was not on purpose. He told me. And you need not have taken it. Is that so, or not?" "But I hear that you squeeze out an exorbitant interest." "I have a mont de piete, but I don't squeeze. I only lend to friends and not to other people. The mont de piete is for them." This mont de piete was an ordinary pawnbroker's shop, which flourished under another name in a different quarter of town. "But I lend large sums to friends." "Why, is Prince Sergei such a friend of yours?" "A friend, but he plays the fool, and he'd better not dare to play the fool." "Why is he so much in your power? Does he owe you a great deal?" "He does owe a great deal." "He'll pay you. He has come into a fortune." "That is not his fortune. He owes money, and owes something else, too. The fortune's not enough. I'll lend to you without interest." As though I were a friend too? How have I earned that? I laughed. You will earn it. Again he rocked his whole person forward on a level with me, and was again holding up his fingers. Stabokov, speak without flourishing your fingers, or I go. I say, he may marry Anna Andreevna, and he screwed up his left eye fiendishly. Listen, Stabokov, your conversation is taking a scandalous turn. How dare you utter the name of Anna Andreevna? Don't lose your temper. I am listening, though it's against the grain, for I see clearly you have something up your sleeve, and I want to find out what it is. But you may try my patience too far, Stabokov. Don't be angry, don't be proud. Humble your pride a little and listen, and then you'll be proud again. You know, of course, about Anna Andreevna. The prince may make a match, you know, of course. I have heard of the idea, of course. I know all about it, but I have never spoken to Prince Sergei about it. I only know that the idea originated with old Prince Sokolsky, who is ill now, but I have never talked to him about it, and I have had nothing to do with it. I tell you this simply to make things clear. I will ask you in the first place, what is your object in mentioning it to me? And secondly, can Prince Sergei possibly discuss such subjects with you? He does not discuss them with me. He does not want to discuss them with me. But I mention them to him, and he does not want to listen. He shouted at me this morning. I should think so. I commend him. Old Prince Sokolsky will give Anna Andreevna a good dowry. She's a favorite. Then when the prince marries her, he'll repay me all the money he owes, and he will pay other debts as well. He'll certainly pay them, but now he has nothing to pay with. What do you want of me? To answer the great question. You are known everywhere. You go everywhere. You can find out anything. Oh, damnation. Find out what? Whether Prince Sergei wishes it, whether Anna Andreevna wishes it, whether the old prince wishes it. And you dare propose that I should be your spy? And for money? I burst out indignantly. Don't be too proud. Don't be too proud. Humble your pride only a little. Only for 5 minutes. He made me sit down again. He was evidently not intimidated by my words or gestures, but I made up my mind to hear him out. I must find out quickly. Find out quickly because it will soon be too late. You saw how he swallowed the pill this morning when the officer mentioned the Baron for Mademoiselle Amakov. I certainly demeaned myself by listening further, but my curiosity was irresistibly aroused. Listen, you worthless fellow, I said resolutely. Though I'm sitting here and listening and allow you to speak of such persons and even answer you, it's not in the least that I admit your right to do so. I simply see in it some piece of rascality, and in the first place, what hopes can Prince Sergei have in reference to Katerina Nikolaevna? None whatever, yet he is furious. That's untrue. Yes, he is. Mademoiselle Amakov is no go then now. He has lost that stake. Now he has only Anna Andreevna to fall back on. I will give you 2,000 without interest and without an IOU. Having delivered himself of this, he sat back in his chair with a determined and important expression and stared goggle-eyed at me. I too stared. You've a suit from Bolshaya Miliona. You need money. You want money. My money's better than his. I will give you more than 2,000. But what for? What for? Damn it all! I stamped my foot. He bent towards me and brought out impressively, For you not to hinder. But I'm not interfering as it is, I shouted. I know that you are holding your tongue. That's excellent. I don't want your approbation. For my part, I am very anxious for it myself, but I consider it's not my business, and in fact that it would be unseemly for me to meddle. There, you see, unseemly. He held up his finger. What do you see? Unseemly, ha! And he suddenly laughed. I understand that it would be unseemly of you, But you won't interfere?" He winked. But in that wink, there was something so insolent, so low, and even jeering. Evidently he was assuming some meanness on my part and was reckoning upon it. That was clear, but I hadn't a notion what was meant. "Anna Andreevna is your sister, too," he pronounced insinuatingly. "Don't you dare speak of that, and in fact don't dare to speak of Anna Andreevna at all." "Don't be too proud. Only one more minute. Listen, he will get the money and provide for everyone," Stebelkov said impressively. Everyone. You follow?" "So you think I'll take money from him?" "You are taking it now." "I'm taking my own." "How is it your own?" "It's Versolov's money. He owes Versolov 20,000. "Versolov, then, not you." "Versolov is my father." "No, you are a Dolgoruki, not a Versolov." "It's all the same." Yes, indeed, I was able to argue like that then. I knew it was not the same. I was not so stupid as all that. But again, it was from delicacy that I reasoned so. "Enough!" I cried. "I can't make out what you were talking about, and how dare you ask me to come for such nonsense?" "Can you really not understand? Is it on purpose or not?" Stebelkov brought out slowly, looking at me with a penetrating and incredulous smile. "I swear I don't understand." "I tell you, he'll be able to provide for everyone. You've only not to interfere, and don't try to persuade him." "You must have gone out of your mind. Why do you keep trotting out that everyone? Do you mean he'll provide for Versolov?" "You're not the only one. Nor Versolov either. There's someone else, too. And Anna Andreevna is just as much your sister as Lizaveta Makarovna." I gazed at him open-eyed. There was a sudden glimpse of something like compassion for me in his loathsome eyes. "You don't understand. So much the better. That's good, very good that you don't understand. It's very laudable, if you really don't understand." I was absolutely furious. "Go to hell with your silly nonsense, you madman," I shouted, taking up my hat. "It's not silly nonsense. So you are going, but you'll come again, you know." "No," I rapped out in the doorway. "You'll come, and then we shall have another talk. That will be the real talk. 2,000. Remember." 2. He made such a filthy and confused impression on me that when I got out I tried not to think of it at all, but dismissed it with a curse. The idea that Prince Sergei was capable of talking to him of me and of that money stabbed me like a pin. "I'll win and pay him back today," I thought resolutely. Stupid and inarticulate as Stebelkov was, I had seen the full-blown scoundrel in all his glory. And what mattered most to me, it was impossible to avoid intrigue in this business. Only I had not the time just then to go into any sort of intrigues, and that may have been the chief reason why I was blind as a hen. I looked anxiously at my watch, but it was not yet 2:00, so it was still possible to pay a call. Otherwise, I should have been worn out with excitement before 3:00. I went to Anna Andreevna Versolov, my sister. I had got to know her some time before at my old prince's, during his illness. He thought that I had not seen him for 3 or 4 days, fretted my conscience, but I was reckoning on Anna Andreevna. The old prince had become extremely attached to her of late, and even spoke of her to me as his guardian angel. And by the way, the idea of marrying her to Prince Sergei really had occurred to the old prince, and he had even expressed it more than once to me, in secret, of course. I had mentioned this suggestion to Versolov, for I had noticed that though he was so indifferent to all the practical affairs of life, he seemed particularly interested whenever I told him of my meeting Anna Andreevna. When I mentioned the old prince's idea, Versolov muttered that Anna Andreevna had plenty of sense and was quite capable of getting out of a delicate position without the advice of outsiders. Steblikov was right, of course, in saying that the old man meant to give her a dowry, but how could he dare to reckon on getting anything out of it? Prince Sergei had shouted after him that morning that he was not in the least afraid of him. Surely Steblikov had not actually spoken to him of Anna Andreevna in the study. I could fancy how furious I should have been in Prince Sergei's place. I had been to see Anna Andreevna pretty often of late, but there was one queer thing about my visits. It always happened that she arranged for me to come and certainly expected me, but when I went in, she always made a pretense of my having come unexpectedly and by chance. I noticed this peculiarity in her, but I became much attached to her nevertheless. She lived with Mademoiselle Fenaryatov, her grandmother, as an adopted child, of course. Versilov had never contributed anything for her keep. But she was very far from being in the position in which the protégés of illustrious ladies are usually described as being. For instance, the one in the house of the old countess in Pushkin's Queen of Spades. Anna Andreevna was more in the position of the countess herself. She lived quite independently in the house. That is to say, though in the same story and in the same flat as the Fenaryatovs, she had 2 rooms completely apart, so that I, for instance, never once met any of the family as I went in or came out. She was free to receive any visitors she liked and to employ her time as she chose. It is true that she was in her 23rd year. She had almost given up going out into society of late, though Mademoiselle Fenaryatov spared no expense for her granddaughter, of whom I was told she was very fond. Yet what I particularly liked about Anna Andreevna was that I always found her so quietly dressed and always occupied with something, a book or needlework. There was something of the convent, even of the nun about her, and I liked it very much. She was not very talkative, but she always spoke with judgment and knew how to listen, which I never did. When I told her that she reminded me of Versilov, though they had not a feature in common, she always flushed a little. She often blushed, and always quickly, invariably, with a faint blush, and I particularly liked this peculiarity in her face. I never spoke of Versilov by his surname, but always called him Andrei Petrovich, and this had somehow come to pass of itself. I gathered, indeed, that the Fenaryatovs must have been ashamed of Versilov, though, indeed, I only drew this conclusion from Anna Andreevna, and again, I'm not sure that the word ashamed is appropriate in this connection, for there was some feeling of that sort. I talked to her about Prince Sergei, and she listened eagerly, and was, I fancy, interested in what I told her of him. But it somehow happened that I always spoke of him of my own accord, and she never questioned me about him. Of the possibility of a marriage between them I had never dared to speak, though I often felt inclined to, for the idea was not without attraction to me. But there were very many things of which, in her room, I could not have ventured to speak, yet on the other hand I felt very much at home there. Another thing I liked was that she was so well educated and had read so much. Real books, too. She had read far more than I had. She had invited me the first time of her own accord. I realized even at the time that she might be reckoning on getting some information out of me at one time or another. Oh, lots of people were able to get information of all sorts out of me in those days. But what of it, I thought. It's not only for that she's asking me. In fact, I was positively glad to think I might be of use to her. And when I sat with her, I always felt that I had a sister sitting beside me, though we never once spoke of our relationship by so much as a word or a hint, but behaved as though it did not exist at all. When I was with her, it was absolutely unthinkable to speak of it, and indeed, looking at her, I was struck with the absurd notion that she might perhaps know nothing of our relationship. So completely did she ignore it in her manner to me. 3. When I went in, I found Lisa with her. This almost astonished me. I knew very well that they had seen each other before. They had met over the baby. I will, perhaps later on, if I have space, tell how Anna Andreevna, always so proud and so delicate, was possessed by the fantastic desire to see that baby, and how she had there met Lisa. But yet I had not expected that Anna Andreevna would ever have invited Lisa to come see her. It was a pleasant surprise to me. Giving no sign of this, of course, I greeted Anna Andreevna, and warmly pressing Lisa's hand, sat down beside her. Both were busily occupied. Spread out on the table and on their knees was an evening dress of Anna Andreevna's, expensive but old, that is, worn 3 times, and Anna Andreevna wanted to alter it. Lisa was a master hand at such work and had real taste, and so a solemn council of wise women was being held. I recalled Versilov's words and laughed, and indeed I was in a radiantly happy state of mind.
"You are in very good spirits today, and that's very pleasant,"
observed Anna Andreevna, uttering her words gravely and distinctly. Her voice was a rich mellow contralto, and she always spoke quietly and gently with a droop of her long eyelashes and a faint smile on her pale face. "Lisa knows how disagreeable I am when I am not in good spirits," I answered gaily.
"Perhaps Anna Andreevna knows that too,"
Mischievous Liva jibed at me. My darling, if I had known what was on her mind at that time.
"What are you doing now?"
asked Anna Andreevna. I may remark that she had asked me to come and see her that day. "I am sitting here wondering why I always prefer to find you reading rather than with needlework. Yes, really, needlework doesn't suit you somehow. I agree with Andrei Petrovich about that."
"You still have not made up your mind to enter the university, then?"
"I am very grateful to you for not having forgotten our conversation. It shows you think of me sometimes. But about the university, my ideas are not quite definite. Besides, I have plans of my own."
"That means he has a secret,"
observed Lisa. "Leave off joking, Lisa. Some clever person said the other day that by our progressive movement of the last 20 years, we had proved about everything that we are filthily uneducated. That was meant for our university men, too."
"No doubt Father said that," remarked Lisa. "You very often repeat his ideas."
"Lisa, you seem to think I've no mind of my own."
"In these days it's a good thing to listen to intelligent men and repeat their words,"
said Anna Andreevna, taking my part a little. "Just so, Anna Andreevna," I assented warmly. "The man who doesn't think of the position of Russia today is no patriot. I look at Russia perhaps from a strange point of view. We lived through the Tatar invasion and afterwards 2 centuries of slavery, no doubt because they both suited our tastes. Now freedom has been given us, and we have to put up with freedom. Shall we know how to? Will freedom, too, turn out to suit our taste? That's the question." Lisa glanced quickly at Anna Andreevna, and the latter immediately cast down her eyes and began looking for something. I saw that Lisa was doing her utmost to control herself, but all at once our eyes chanced to meet, and she burst into a fit of laughter. I flared up. "Lisa, you are insupportable." "Forgive me," she said suddenly, leaving off laughing and speaking almost sadly. "Goodness knows what I can be thinking about." And there was a tremor, almost as of tears, in her voice. I felt horribly ashamed. I took her hand and kissed it warmly. "You are very good," Anna Andreevna said softly, seeing me kiss Lisa's hand. "I am awfully glad that I have found you laughing this time, Lisa," I said. "Would you believe it, Anna Andreevna? Every time I have met her lately, she has greeted me with a strange look. And that look seemed to ask, has he found out something? Is everything all right? Really, there has been something like that about her." Anna Andreevna looked keenly and deliberately at her. Lisa dropped her eyes. I could see very clearly, however, that they were on much closer and more intimate terms than I could have possibly imagined. The thought was pleasant. "You told me just now that I am good. You would not believe, Anna Andreevna, how much I change for the better when I am with you, and how much I like being with you," I said with warmth. "I am awfully glad that you say that just now," she answered with peculiar significance. I must mention that she never spoke to me of the reckless way I was living and the depths to which I was sinking, although I knew it. She was not only aware of all this, but even made inquiries about it indirectly. So that this now was something like the first hint on the subject, and my heart turned to her more warmly than ever. "How is our patient?" I asked. "Oh, he is much better. He's up. And he went for a drive yesterday and again today. You don't mean to say you have not been to see him today? He's eagerly expecting you." I've behaved very badly to him. But now that you're looking after him and have quite taken my place, he is a gay deceiver and has thrown me over for you. A serious look came into her face, very possibly because my tone was rather too flippant. I've just been at Prince Sergei's, I muttered. By the way, Lisa, you went to see Darya Anisimovna this morning, didn't you?
Yes,
she answered briefly without raising her head.
But you do go to see the invalid every day, I believe, don't you?
She asked suddenly, probably in order to say something. Yes, I go to see him, but I don't get there, I said, laughing. I go in and turn to the left.
Even the prince has noticed that you go to see Katerina Nikolaevna very often. He was speaking of it yesterday and laughing, said Anna Andreevna.
What? What did he laugh at?
He was joking. You know his way. He said that, on the contrary, the only impression that a young and beautiful woman makes on a young man of your age is one of anger and indignation.
Anna Andreevna broke into sudden laughter. Listen, that was a very shrewd saying of his, I cried. Most likely it was not he said it, but you said it to him.
Why so? No, it was he said it.
Well, but suppose the beautiful lady takes notice of him, in spite of his being so insignificant, of his standing in the corner and fuming at the thought that he is only a boy. Suppose she suddenly prefers him to the whole crowd of admirers surrounding her. What then? I asked with a bold and defiant air. My head was throbbing.
Then you are completely done for, laughed Lisa.
Done for, I cried. No, I'm not done for. I believe that's false. If a woman stands across my path, she must follow me. I'm not going to be turned aside from my path with impunity. I remember Lisa once happened to mention long afterwards that I pronounced this phrase very strangely, earnestly, and as though reflecting deeply, and at the same time it was so absurd it was impossible to keep from laughing. Anna Andreevna did, in fact, laugh again. Laugh at me, laugh away, I cried in exultation, for I was delighted with the whole conversation, and the tone of it. From you, it's a pleasure to me. I love your laugh, Anna Andreevna. It's a peculiarity of yours to keep perfectly quiet, and then suddenly laugh, all in 1 minute, so that an instant before one could not guess what was coming from your face. I used to know a lady in Moscow. I used to sit in a corner and watch her from a distance. She was almost as handsome as you are, but she did not know how to laugh like you. Her face was as attractive as yours, but it lost all its attractiveness when she laughed. What's so particularly attractive in you is just that faculty. I have been meaning to tell you so for a long time. When I said of this Moscow lady that she was as handsome as you, I was not quite ingenuous. I pretended that the phrase had dropped from me unawares without my noticing it. I knew very well that such unconscious praise is more highly valued by a woman than the most polished compliment. And though Anna Andreevna might flush, I knew that it pleased her. And indeed, I invented the lady. I had known no such lady in Moscow. I had said so simply to compliment Anna Andreevna and give her pleasure.
One really might imagine, she said with a charming laugh, that you had come under the influence of some fair lady during the last few days.
I felt I was being carried away. I longed indeed to tell them something, but I refrained.
By the way, only lately you spoke of Katerina Nikolaevna with very hostile feelings.
If I did speak ill of her in any way, I cried with flashing eyes, what's to blame for it is the monstrous slander that she is an enemy of Andrei Petrovich's. There's a libelous story about him, too, that he was in love with her, made her an offer, and other absurdities of the sort. The notion is as grotesque as the other scandalous story, that during her husband's lifetime she promised Prince Sergei to marry him as soon as she would be a widow, and afterwards would not keep her word. But I have it first-hand that it was not so at all, and that it was all only a joke. I know it first-hand. She did, in fact, when she was abroad, say to him in a playful moment, "Perhaps in the future." But what did that amount to beyond an idle word? I know very well that the prince on his side can attach no sort of consequence to such a promise, and indeed he has no intention of doing so, I added on second thoughts. I fancy he has very different ideas in his head, I put in slyly. Nascholkin said this morning at Prince Sergei's that Katerina Nikolaevna was to be married to Baron Buring. I assure you he received the news with the greatest equanimity. You can take my word for it.
Has Nascholkin been at Prince Sergei's?
Anna Andreevna asked with grave emphasis, apparently surprised. Oh yes, he seems to be one of those highly respectable people.
And did Nascholkin speak to him of this match with Buring?
Asked Anna Andreevna, showing sudden interest. Not of the match, but of the possibility of one. He spoke of it as a rumor. He said there was such a rumor going the round of the drawing rooms. For my part, I am certain it's nonsense. Anna Andreevna pondered a moment and bent over her sewing. I love Prince Sergei, I added suddenly with warmth. He has his failings, no doubt. I have told you so already, especially a certain tendency to be obsessed by one idea. And indeed, his faults are a proof of the generosity of his heart, aren't they? But we almost had a quarrel with him today about an idea. It's his conviction that one must be honorable if one talks of what's honorable. If not, all that you say is a lie. Now, is that logical? Yet it shows the high standard of honesty, duty, and truth in his soul, doesn't it? Oh, good heavens, what time is it? I cried suddenly, happening to glance at the clock on the wall.
10 minutes to 3,
she responded tranquilly, looking at the clock. All the time I had talked to Prince Sergei, she listened to me with her eyes cast down with a rather sly but charming smile. She knew why I was praising him. Lisa listened with her head bent over her work. For some time past, she had taken no part in the conversation. I jumped up as though I were scalded.
Are you late for some appointment?
Yes. No. I am late, though, but I am just off. One word only, Anna Andreevna, I began with feeling. I can't help telling you today. I want to confess that I have often blessed your kindness and the delicacy with which you have invited me to see you. My acquaintance with you has made the strongest impression on me. In your room, I am, as it were, spiritually purified, and I leave you better than when I came. That's true. When I sit beside you, I am not only unable to speak of anything evil, I am incapable even of evil thoughts. They vanish away in your presence, and if I recall anything evil after seeing you, I feel ashamed of it at once. I am cast down and blush inwardly. And you know it pleased me particularly to find my sister with you today. It's a proof of your generosity, of such a fine attitude. In one word, you have shown something so sisterly, if I may be allowed to break the ice, too. As I spoke, she got up from her seat and turned more and more crimson. But suddenly she seemed in alarm at something, at the overstepping of some line which should not have been crossed, and she quickly interrupted me.
I assure you I appreciate your feelings with all my heart. I have understood them without words for a long time past.
She paused in confusion, pressing my hand. Lisa, unseen by her, suddenly pulled at my sleeve. I said goodbye and went out, but Lisa overtook me in the next room. 4. Lisa, why did you tug at my sleeve? I asked her.
She is horrid, she is cunning, she is not worth it. She keeps hold of you to get something out of you,
she murmured in a rapid, angry whisper. I had never before seen such a look on her face. For goodness sake, Lisa, she is such a delightful girl.
Well, then I'm horrid.
What's the matter with you?
I'm very nasty. She may be the most delightful girl, and I am nasty. That's enough. Let me alone. Listen, Mother implores you about something of which she does not dare to speak. So she said, Arkady, darling, give up gambling, dear one. I entreat you, and so does Mother.
Lisa, I know that it's pitiful cowardice, but But it's all of no consequence, really. You see, I've got into debt like a fool, and I want to win simply to pay it off. I can win, for till now I've been playing at random for the fun of the thing like a fool, but now I shall tremble over every ruble. It won't be me if I don't win. I have not got a passion for it. It's not important. It's simply a passing thing. I assure you I am too strong to be unable to stop when I like. I'll pay back the money, and then I shall be altogether yours, and tell Mother that I shall stay with you always.
That 300 rubles cost you something this morning.
How do you know? I asked, startled.
Darya Anisimovna heard it all this morning.
But at that moment, Lisa pushed me behind the curtain, and we found ourselves in the so-called lantern, that is, a little circular room with windows all round it. Before I knew where we were, I caught the sound of a voice I knew, and the clang of spurs, and recognized a familiar footstep.
"Prince Sergei,"
I whispered.
"Yes,"
she whispered.
"Why are you so frightened?" "It's nothing. I don't want him to meet me."
"Tiens, you don't mean to say he's trying to flirt with you," I said, smiling. "I'd give it to him if he did. Where are you going?"
"Let us go. I will come with you."
"Have you said goodbye?"
"Yes, my coat's in the hall."
We went out. On the stairs I was struck by an idea. "Do you know, Lisa, he may have to come to make her an offer."
No, he won't make her an offer,"
she said firmly and deliberately in a low voice. "You don't know, Lisa, though I quarreled with him this morning, since you've been told of it already, yet on my honor I really love him and wish him success. We made it up this morning. When we are happy, we are so good-natured. One sees in him many fine tendencies, and he has humane feelings, too, the rudiments anyway, and in the hands of such a strong and clever girl as Anna Andreevna, he would rise to her level and be happy. I am sorry I have no time to spare, but let us go a little way together. I should like to tell you something."
"No, you go on. I'm not going that way. Are you coming to dinner?"
"I am coming. I am coming as I promised. Listen, Lisa, a low brute, a loathsome creature, in fact, called Stebolkov has a strange influence over his doings, and I owe you. In short, he has him in his power, and he has pressed him so hard, and Prince Sergei has humiliated himself so far that neither of them see any way out of it except an offer to Anna Andreevna. And really she ought to be warned, though that's nonsense. She will set it all to rights later. But what do you think? Will she refuse him?"
"Goodbye, I am late,"
Lisa muttered, and in the momentary look on her face I saw such hatred that I cried out in horror. "Lisa, darling, what is it?"
"I am not angry with you, only don't gamble."
"Oh, you are talking of that. I'm not going to."
"You said just now, when we are happy. Are you very happy then?"
"Awfully, Lisa, awfully. Good heavens. Why, it's past 3:00. Goodbye, Lisa. Lizochka, darling, tell me, can one keep a woman waiting? Isn't it inexcusable?"
"Waiting to meet you, do you mean?"
said Lisa, faintly smiling, with a sort of lifeless, trembling smile. "Give me your hand for luck."
"For luck? My hand? I won't. Not for anything."
She walked away quickly, and she had exclaimed it so earnestly, I jumped into my sledge. Yes, this was happiness, and it was the chief reason why I was as blind as a mole and had no eyes or understanding except for myself. End of Part 2, Chapter 3. Read
Part 2, Chapter 4 of A Raw Youth. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. A Raw Youth by Fyodor Dostoyevsky, translated by Constance Garnett. Part 2, Chapter 4. 1. Now I am really afraid to tell my story. It all happened long ago, and it is all like a mirage to me now. How could such a woman possibly, have arranged a rendezvous with such a contemptible urchin as I was then. Yet so it seemed at first sight. When, leaving Liza, I raced along with my heart throbbing, I really thought that I had gone out of my mind. The idea that she had granted me this interview suddenly appeared to me such an obvious absurdity that it was impossible for me to believe in it, and yet I had not the faintest doubt of it. The more obviously absurd it seemed, the more implicitly I believed in it. The fact that it had already struck 3 troubled me. If an interview has been granted me, how can I possibly be late for it? I thought. Foolish questions crossed my mind, too, such as, which was my better course now, boldness or timidity? But all this only flashed through my mind because I had something of real value in my heart, which I could not have defined. What had been said the evening before was this: tomorrow at 3 o'clock I shall be at Tatiana Pavlovna's. That was all. But in the first place, she always received me alone in her own room, and she could have said anything she liked to me there, without going to Tatiana Pavlovna's for the purpose. So why have appointed another place of meeting? And another question was, would Tatiana Pavlovna be at home or not? If it were a tryst, then Tatiana Pavlovna would not be at home. And how could this have been arranged without telling Tatiana Pavlovna beforehand? Then was Tatiana Pavlovna in the secret? This idea seemed to me wild, and in a way indelicate, almost coarse. And in fact she might simply have been going to see Tatiana Pavlovna, and have mentioned the fact to me the previous evening with no object in view, but I had misunderstood her. And indeed it had been said so casually, so quickly, and after a very tedious visit. I was for some reason overcome with stupidity the whole evening. I sat and mumbled and did not know what to say, raged inwardly, and was horribly shy, and she was going out somewhere, as I learnt later, and was evidently relieved when I got up to go. All these reflections surged into my mind. I made up my mind at last that when I arrived I would ring the bell. The cook will open the door, I thought, and I shall ask whether Tatiana Pavlovna is at home. If she is not, then it's a tryst. But I had no doubt of it, no doubt of it. I ran up the stairs, and when I was at the door all my fears vanished. Come what may, I thought, if only it's quickly. The cook opened the door, and with revolting apathy snuffled out that Tatiana Pavlovna was not at home. But isn't there someone else? Isn't there someone waiting for her? I wanted to ask, but I did not ask. I'd better see for myself. And muttering to the cook that I would wait, I took off my fur coat and opened the door. Katerina Nikolaevna was sitting at the window waiting for Tatiana Pavlovna. "Isn't she at home?" she suddenly asked me, in a tone of anxiety and annoyance, as soon as she saw me. And her face and her voice were so utterly incongruous with what I had expected that I came to a full stop in the doorway. "Who's not at home?" I muttered. "Tatiana Pavlovna. Why, I asked you yesterday to tell her that I would be with her at 3 o'clock." "I have not seen her at all." "Did you forget?" I sat completely overwhelmed. So this was all it meant, and the worst of it was all as clear as twice 2 makes 4, and I had all this while persisted in believing it. "I don't remember your asking me to tell her, and in fact you didn't ask me. You simply said you would be here at 3 o'clock." I burst out impatiently. I did not look at her. "Oh!" she cried suddenly, "but if you forgot to tell her, though you knew I should be here, what has brought you here?" I raised my head. There was no trace of mockery or anger in her face. There was only her bright, gay smile, and a look more mischievous than usual, though indeed her face always had an expression of almost childish mischief. "There, you see, I've caught you. Well, what are you going to say now?" her whole face seemed to be saying. I did not want to answer, and looked down again. The silence lasted half a minute. "Have you just come from papa?" she asked. "I have come from Anna Andreevna's. I haven't been to see Prince Nikolai Ivanitch at all, and you know that," I added suddenly. "Did anything happen to you at Anna Andreevna's?" "You mean that I look as though I were crazy? but I looked crazy before I went to Anna Andreevna." "And you didn't recover your wits there?" "No, I didn't. And what's more, I heard that you were going to marry Baron Boering." "Did she tell you that?" she asked with sudden interest. "No, it was I told her. I heard Nashchokin tell Prince Sergey so this morning." I still kept my eyes cast down, and did not look at her. To look at her meant to be flooded with radiance, joy, and happiness, and I did not want to be happy. Indignation had stung me to the heart, and in one instant I had taken a tremendous resolution. Then I began to speak, I hardly knew what about. I was breathless, and spoke indistinctly, but I looked at her boldly. My heart was throbbing. I began talking of something quite irrelevant, though perhaps not incoherently. At first she listened with a serene, patient smile, which never left her face, but little by little signs of surprise, and then of alarm, passed over her countenance. The smile still persisted, but from time to time it seemed tremulous. "What's the matter?" I asked her, noticing that she shuddered all over. "I am afraid of you," she answered, almost in trepidation. "Why don't you go away?" I said. "As Tatiana Pavlovna is not at home, and you know she won't be, you ought to get up and go." I meant to wait for her, but now, really. She made a movement to get up. "No, no, sit down," I said, stopping her. "There." You shuddered again, but you smile even when you're frightened. You always have a smile. There, now you are smiling all over. "You are raving." "Yes, I am. I am frightened," she whispered again. "Frightened of what?" "That you'll begin knocking down the walls." She smiled again, though she really was scared. "I can't endure your smile." And I talked away again. I plunged headlong. It was as though something had given me a shove. I had never talked to her like that. I had always been shy. I was fearfully shy now, but I talked. I remember I talked about her face. "I can't endure your smile any longer," I cried suddenly. "Why did I, even in Moscow, picture you as menacing, magnificent, using venomous drawing-room phrases? Yes, even before I left Moscow, I used to talk with Marie Ivanovna about you, and imagined what you must be like. Do you remember Marie Ivanovna? You've been in her house. When I was coming here, I dreamed of you all night in the train. For a whole month before you came, I gazed at your portrait in your father's study, and could make nothing of it. The expression of your face is childish mischief and boundless good nature. There. I've been marveling at it all the time I've been coming to see you. Oh, and you know how to look haughty, and to crush one with a glance. I remember how you looked at me at your father's that day, when you had arrived from Moscow. I saw you then, but if you were to ask me how I went out of the room, or what you were like, I could not tell you. I could not even have told whether you were tall or short. As soon as I saw you, I was blinded. Your portrait is not in the least like you. Your eyes are not dark, but light. It's only the long eyelashes that make them look dark. You are plump. You are neither tall nor short. You have a buxom fullness, the light, full figure of a healthy peasant girl. And your face is quite countrified, too. It's the face of a village beauty. Don't be offended. Why, it's fine. It's better so. A round, rosy, clear, bold, laughing, and bashful face. Really bashful, of Katerina Nikolaevna Amakov. Bashful and chaste, I swear. More than chaste, childlike. That's your face. I've been astounded by it all this time, and I've been asking myself, is the woman so too? I know now that you are very clever, but do you know, at first I thought you were a simpleton. You have a bright and lively mind, but without embellishments of any sort. Another thing I like is that your smile never deserts you. That's my paradise. I love your calmness, too, your quietness, and your uttering your words so smoothly, so calmly, and almost lazily. It's just that laziness I like. I believe if a bridge were to break down under you, you would say something in a smooth and even voice. I imagined you as the acme of pride and passion, and for the last 2 months you've been talking to me as one student talks to another. I never imagined that you had such a brow. It's rather low, like the foreheads of statues, but soft and as white as marble under your glorious hair. Your bosom is high, your movements are light, you are extraordinarily beautiful, but there's no pride about you. It's only now I've come to believe it. I've disbelieved in it all this time." She listened to this wild tirade with large, wide-open eyes. She saw that I was trembling. Several times she lifted her gloved hand with a charming, apprehensive gesture to stop me, but every time she drew it back in dismay and perplexity. Sometimes she even stepped back a little. 2 or 3 times the smile lighted up her face again. At one time she flushed very red, but in the end was really frightened and turned pale. As soon as I stopped, she held out her hand, and in a voice that was still even, though it had a note of entreaty, said, "You must not say that. You can't talk like that." And suddenly she got up from her place, deliberately gathering up her scarf and sable muff. "Are you going?" I cried. "I'm really afraid of you. You are abusing," she articulated slowly, and as it were with compassion and reproach. "Listen, on my honour, I won't knock down the walls." "But you've begun already." She could not refrain from smiling. "I don't even know if you will allow me to pass," and she seemed to be actually afraid I would not let her go. "I will open the door myself. But let me tell you I've taken a tremendous resolution, and if you care to give light to my soul, come back and sit down and listen to just 2 words. But if you won't, then go away, and I will open the door to you myself." She looked at me and sat down again. "Some women would have gone out with a show of indignation, but you sit down," I cried in exultation. "You have never allowed yourself to talk like this before." "I was always afraid before. I came in now not knowing what I should say. You imagine I'm not afraid now. I am. But I've just taken a tremendous resolution, and I feel I shall carry it out. And as soon as I took that resolution, I went out of my mind and began saying all this. Listen, this is what I have to say. Am I your spy or not? Answer me that question." The colour rushed into her face. "Don't answer yet, Katerina Nikolaevna, but listen to everything, and then tell the whole truth." I had broken down all barriers at once, and plunged headlong into space. 2. 2 months ago I was standing here behind the curtain, you know, and you talked to Tatiana Pavlovna about the letter. I rushed out, and beside myself I blurted out the truth. You saw at once that I knew something. You could not help seeing it. You were trying to find an important document, and were uneasy about it. Wait a bit, Katerina Nikolaevna. Don't speak yet. I must tell you that your suspicion was well founded. That document does exist. That is to say, it did. I have seen it. Your letter to Andronikov. That's it, isn't it? You've seen that letter? She asked quickly in embarrassment and agitation. When did you see it? I saw it at Kraft's. You know, the man that shot himself. Really? You saw it yourself? What became of it? Kraft tore it up. In your presence? Did you see him? Yes, he tore it up, probably because he was going to die. I did not know then, of course, that he was going to shoot himself. So it has been destroyed, thank God, she commented slowly with a deep sigh, and she crossed herself. I was not lying to her. That is to say, I was lying because the letter in question was in my hands, and had never been in Kraft's, but that was a mere detail. In what really mattered, I did not lie, because at the instant I told the lie, I nerved myself to burn the letter that very evening. I swear that if it had been in my pocket that moment, I would have taken it out and given it her, but I hadn't it with me. It was at my lodging. Perhaps, though, I should not have given it her, because I should have felt horribly ashamed to confess to her then that I had it, and had been keeping it, and waiting so long before I gave it back. It made no difference. I should have burnt it at home in any case, and I was not lying. I swear that at that moment my heart was pure. And since that's how it is, I went on, almost beside myself, tell me, have you been attracting me? Have you been welcoming me in your drawing room because you suspected that I knew of the letter? Stay, Katerina Nikolaevna, 1 minute more. Don't speak, but let me finish. All the time I've been coming to see you, all this time I've been suspecting that it was only because of that you made much of me, to get that letter out of me, to lead me on to telling you about it. Wait 1 more minute. I suspected it, but I suffered. Your duplicity was more than I could bear, for I found you a noble creature. I tell you plainly, I was your enemy, but I found you a noble creature. I was utterly vanquished, but your duplicity, that is, the suspicion of your duplicity, was anguish. Now everything must be settled, everything must be explained, the time has come for it. But wait yet a little longer, don't speak, let me tell you how I look at it myself, just now at this moment. I tell you plainly, if it has been so I don't resent it. That is, I mean, I'm not offended, for it's so natural. I understand, you see. What is there unnatural or wrong about it? You were worried about a letter. You suspected that so-and-so knew all about it. Well, you might very naturally desire so-and-so to speak out. There's no harm in that, none at all. I am speaking sincerely. Yet now you must tell me something. You must confess, forgive the word. I must have the truth. I want it for a reason. And so tell me, why did you make much of me? Was it to get that letter out of me, Katerina Nikolaevna? I spoke as though I were falling from a height, and my forehead was burning. She was listening to me now without apprehension. On the contrary, her face was full of feeling, but she looked somehow abashed, as though she were ashamed. It was for that, she said slowly, and in a low voice. Forgive me, I did wrong, she added suddenly, with a faint movement of her hands towards me. I had never expected this, had expected anything rather than those two words, even from her whom I knew already. And you tell me you did wrong, so simply? I did wrong? I cried. Oh, for a long time I've been feeling that I was not treating you fairly, and indeed I'm glad to be able to speak of it. For a long time you've been feeling that? Why did you not speak of it before? Oh, I did not know how to say it, she smiled. That is, I should have known how. She smiled again, but I always felt ashamed, because at first it really was only on that account that I attracted you, as you expressed it. But very soon afterwards I felt disgusted and sick of all this deception, I assure you, she added with bitter feeling, and of all this troublesome business. And why? Why couldn't you have asked me then straightforwardly? You should have said, you know about the letter, why do you pretend? And I should have told you at once. I should have confessed at once. Oh, I was a little afraid of you. I must admit I did not trust you either. And after all, if I dissembled, you did the same, she added with a laugh. Yes, yes, I have been contemptible, I cried, overwhelmed. Oh, you don't know yet the abyss into which I have fallen. An abyss already? I recognize your style. She smiled softly. That letter, she added mournfully, was the saddest and most indiscreet thing I ever did. The consciousness of it was a continual reproach. Moved by circumstances and apprehension, I had doubts of my dear, generous-hearted father, knowing that that letter might fall into the hands of malicious people, and I had good reasons for fearing this, she added hotly. I trembled that they might use it, might show my father, and it might make a tremendous impression on him, in his condition, on his health, and he might be estranged from me. Yes, she added, looking me candidly in the face, and probably catching some shade in my expression, yes, and I was afraid for my future too. I was afraid that he, under the influence of his illness, might deprive me of his favour. That feeling came in too. No doubt I did him an injustice. He is so kind and generous that no doubt he would have forgiven me. That's all. But I ought not to have treated you as I did, she concluded, again seeming suddenly abashed. You have made me feel ashamed. No, you have nothing to be ashamed of, I cried. I certainly did reckon on your impulsiveness, and I recognize it, she brought out, looking down. Katerina Nikolaevna, who forces you to make such confessions to me? Tell me that, I cried as though I were drunk. Wouldn't it have been easy for you to get up, and in the most exquisite phrases to prove to me subtly, and as clearly as twice to make four, that though it was so, yet it was nothing of the sort? You understand, as people of your world know how to deal with the truth. I am crude and foolish, you know. I should have believed you at once. I should have believed anything from you, whatever you said. It would have cost you nothing to behave like that, of course. You are not really afraid of me, you know. How could you be so willing to humiliate yourself like this before an impudent puppy, a wretched raw youth? In this, anyway, I've not humiliated myself before you," she enunciated with immense dignity, apparently not understanding my exclamation. "No, indeed, quite the contrary. That's just what I am saying." "Oh, it was so wrong, so thoughtless of me!" she exclaimed, putting her hand to her face as though to hide it. "I felt ashamed yesterday. That's why I was not myself when I was with you. The fact is," she added, "that circumstances have made it absolutely essential for me at last to find out the truth about that unlucky letter, or else I should have begun to forget about it. For I have not let you come to see me simply on account of that," she added suddenly. There was a tremor at my heart. "Of course not," she went on with a subtle smile. "Of course not. You very aptly remarked, Arkady Makarovitch, that we have often talked together as one student to another. I assure you I am sometimes very much bored in company. I have felt so particularly since my time abroad, and all these family troubles. I very rarely go anywhere, in fact, and not simply from laziness. I often long to go into the country. There I could read over again my favourite books, which I have laid aside for so long, and have never been able to bring myself to read again. I have spoken to you of that already. Do you remember, you laughed at my reading the Russian newspapers at the rate of 2 a day? I didn't laugh. Of course not, for you too were excited over them, and I confessed, too, long ago, that I am Russian and love Russia. You remember, we always read facts, as you called them." She smiled. "Though you are at times somewhat strange, yet sometimes you grew so eager, and would say such good things, and you were interested just in what I was interested in. When you are a student, you are charming and original. Nothing else suits you so well," she added, with a sly and charming smile. "Do you remember we sometimes talked for hours about nothing but figures, reckoned and compared, and took trouble to find out how many schools there are in Russia, and in what direction progress is being made. We reckoned up the murders and serious crimes, and set them off against the cheering items. We wanted to find out in what direction we were moving, and what would happen to us in the end. In you I found sincerity. In our world men never talk like that to us, to women. Last week I was talking to Prince X about Bismarck, for I was very much interested, and could not make up my mind about him, and only fancy, he sat down beside me and began telling me about him very fully indeed, but always with a sort of irony, and that patronizing condescension which I always find so insufferable, and which is so common in great men when they talk to us women, if we meddle with subjects beyond our sphere. Do you remember that we almost had a quarrel, you and I, over Bismarck? You showed me that you had ideas of your own, far more definite than Bismarck's." She laughed suddenly. "I've only met 2 people in my whole life who talked to me quite seriously. My husband, a very, very intelligent and honourable man." She pronounced the words impressively. "And you know whom." "Versalof," I cried. I hung breathless on every word she uttered. "Yes, I was very fond of listening to him. I became at last absolutely open, perhaps too open with him, but even then he did not believe in me." "Did not believe in you? No, no one has ever believed in me. But Versalof, Versalof!" "He did not simply disbelieve in me," she pronounced, dropping her eyes and smiling strangely, "but considered that I had all the vices." "Of which you have not one." "No, even I have some." "Versalof did not love you, so he did not understand you," I cried with flashing eyes. Her face twitched. "Say no more of that, and never speak to me of that man," she added hotly, with vehement emphasis. "But that's enough. I must be going." She got up to go. "Well, do you forgive me or not?" she added, looking at me brightly. "Me forgive you? Listen, Katerina Nikolaevna, and don't be angry. Is it true that you are going to be married?" "That's not settled," she said in confusion, seeming frightened of something. "Is he a good man? Forgive me that question." "Yes, very." Don't answer further. Don't vouchsafe me an answer. I know that such questions from me are impossible. I only wanted to know whether he is worthy of you or not, but I will find out for myself." "Ah, listen," she said in dismay. "No, I won't. I'll step aside. Only this one thing I want to say. God grant you every happiness according to your choice, for having given me so much happiness in this 1 hour. Your image is imprinted on my heart forever now. I've gained a treasure, the thought of your perfection. I expected duplicity and coarse coquetry, and was wretched because I could not connect that idea with you. I've been thinking day and night lately, and suddenly everything has become clear as daylight. As I was coming here, I thought I should bear away an image of Jesuitical cunning, of deception, of an inquisitorial serpent, and I found honour, magnificence, a student. You laugh. Laugh away. You are holy, you know. You cannot laugh at what is sacred." "Oh, no, I'm only laughing because you use such wonderful expressions. But what is an inquisitorial serpent?" She laughed. "You let slip to-day a priceless sentence," I went on ecstatically. "How could you to my face utter the words, 'I reckoned on your impulsiveness'?" "Well, granted you are a saint, and confess even that, because you imagined yourself guilty in some way, and want to punish yourself, though there was no fault of any sort, for if there had been, from you everything is holy. But yet you need not have uttered just that word, that expression. Such unnatural candour only shows your lofty purity, your respect for me, your faith in me." I cried incoherently. "Oh, do not blush, do not blush. And how could any one slander you, and say that you are a woman of violent passions? Oh, forgive me. I see a look of anguish on your face. Forgive a frenzied boy his clumsy words. Besides, do words matter now? Are you not above all words? Versolov said once that Othello did not kill Desdemona, and afterwards himself, because he was jealous, but because he had been robbed of his ideal. I understand that, because to-day my ideal has been restored to me." "You praise me too much. I don't deserve this," she pronounced with feeling. "Do you remember what I told you about your eyes?" she added playfully. "That I have microscopes for eyes, and that I exaggerate every fly into a camel. No, this time it's not a camel. What, you are going?" She was standing in the middle of the room with her muff and her shawl in her hands. "No, I shall wait till you're gone, and then I shall go afterwards. I must write a couple of words to Tatiana Pavlovna. I'm going directly, but once more may you be happy alone, or with the man of your choice. And God bless you. All that I need is my ideal." "Dear, good Arkady Makarovitch, believe me, my father always says of you, 'The dear good boy.' Believe me, I shall always remember what you have told me of your lonely childhood, abandoned amongst strangers, and your solitary dreams. I understand only too well how your mind has been formed. But now, though we are students," she added, with a deprecating and shamefaced smile, pressing my hand, "we can't go on seeing each other as before, and no doubt you will understand that." "We cannot?" "No, we cannot. For a long time we cannot. It's my fault. I see now that it's quite out of the question. We shall meet sometimes at my father's." "You are afraid of my impulsiveness, my feelings. You don't believe in me," I would have exclaimed, but she was so overcome with shame that my words refused to be uttered. "Tell me," she said, stopping me all at once in the doorway, "did you see yourself that letter was torn up? You are sure you remember it? How did you know at the time that it was the letter to Andronikov?" "Kraft told me what was in it, and even showed it to me. Good bye. When I am with you in your study I am shy of you, but when you go away I am ready to fall down and kiss the spot where your foot has touched the floor." I brought out all at once, unconsciously, not knowing how or why I said it, and without looking at her, I went quickly out of the room. I set off for home. There was rapture in my soul. My brain was in a whirl. My heart was full. As I drew near my mother's house, I recalled Liza's ingratitude to Anna Andreevna, her cruel and monstrous saying that morning, and my heart suddenly ached for them all. How hard their hearts are! And Liza, too. What's the matter with her? I thought as I stood on the steps. I dismissed Notvi, and told